Sunny froze, unsure of what the wisest course of action would be. What to do, what to do. After meeting Solvane, he had a heavy prejudice against crossing paths with powerful figures of the Kingdom of Hope. And Noctis was very powerful, of that, he had no doubt. In fact, Sunny was pretty sure that the friendly young man who was looking at him with a charming smile was none other than one of the 7 immortal shackles of the imprisoned demon, the mysterious Lord of the East. Even without taking into account the otherworldly presence that all transcendence seemed to possess, it was easy to tell there was vast and dreadful power within Noctis, hiding behind the deceptively carefree gleam of his lustrous eyes. Plus, there was a citadel in the eastern reaches of the Chained Isles literally called the Sanctuary of Noctis. Who else could have been the ruler there? Who else could have possessed the beautiful flying ship, and had their image put on the miraculous coins? So, Sunny had no desire to meet the strange immortal, even though Noctis seemed weirdly friendly and unthreatening. Actually, that only made him more terrifying. But was there even a choice? It was not like Sunny was in any shape to escape from a saint, let alone an immortal sorcerer that even corrupted abominations seemed to be wary of. He hesitated for a bit, then sighed, rose, and headed toward the crackling fire. Noticing that, Noctis hummed in satisfaction and then slightly moved his hand. Immediately, droplets of dew flew from the grass, forming a clear stream that swirled around his body, washing the dry blood away. An exquisite silk cloak rose from the ground, wrapping itself around him. The diamond sickle whistled through the air, shaking itself clean, and hung itself on the sorcerer's belt. Sunny continued walking, still clutching his aching chest, and observed the bizarre occurrence with a deadpan expression. Damn, why don't I know how to perform tricks like that? That would make life so much easier. Finally, under the gloating gaze of the vindictive gloomy shadow, he walked into the circle of light and couldn't help but tremble when the saint threw a curious glance at him. It was hard to remain calm in front of a being that could obliterate you with one finger. The whole situation was sort of ridiculous, actually. Noctis looked like a pampered young man in bright silks, with an effeminate face and the body of someone who had never once exerted themselves physically. His hands were smooth and uncalloused, and his build was slender and soft, almost frail. Sunny, on the other hand, was a towering demon clad in an intricate and fearsome suit of onyx armor, his gaunt figure brimming with ferocious might. He had twisting horns, 4 powerful arms, and a mouth full of sharp fangs, his eyes completely black and inhuman. And yet, it was the demon who was afraid of the pampered young man, and not the other way around. Ridiculous. Noctis studied the tenebrous demon in front of him, his smile growing wider. Ah, what a fortuitous encounter. A shadow. Did fate guide you to me, I wonder? Sunny grew very still. Fate? What does he mean? The sorcerer, meanwhile, gestured for him to sit. Sit down, Shadow. It seems that you are unwell. Rest for a bit and warm yourself. Sunny hesitated, then lowered himself to the ground, sitting across the dancing flames from the transcendent. He stole a glance at Noctis's soul to make sure that he was right to call the young man so, and saw a single resplendent core shining in his chest. That was a soul of a saint, indeed. Noctis remained silent for a while, and then asked. Say, Shadow, what is your name? Sunny lingered, then stretched a hand forward and scratched 2 runes into one of the stones surrounding the fire. Sorcerer's brows flew up. Those runes, huh? Goodness gracious, now I am sad that I wasn't as studious as my mentors demanded, all that time ago. Those boring charlatans. Well, let's see, star. No, that should be sun. Lost sun. Absence of sun. Sunless. Sunny nodded, causing Noctis to beam with a prideful grin. Ha! There's indeed no one smarter than me in the Kingdom of Hope. The rumors are true, well, of course they are true, I'm the one who paid storytellers to spread them. In any case, Sunless, what a fitting name you have. Truly a name worthy of a shadow, a little on the nose, if you ask me, but very nice nevertheless. Well done. Sonny tilted his head, staring at the saint in confusion. What the hell, is this guy just eccentric or completely insane? Noctis didn't mind being stared at, and instead seemed to enjoy it a great deal. He looked at the onyx demon in return, the smile frozen on his face. The humor in his eyes slowly disappeared, making way for a strange, dangerous gleam. Sunless, since fate itself has brought us together, can you answer me a simple question? Feeling tension spreading through his exhausted body, Sonny grew grim, and then slowly nodded. This is not good at all. Damn it. Why is everyone in this place crazy? Noctis leaned forward and said, his voice deceptively calm and friendly. Tell me, do you, perhaps, have a knife cut from a single piece of black obsidian in your possession? Sonny shivered. How the hell does he know? But there was nothing he could do. The question had been asked, and now, he was compelled to answer. He struggled against the flaw for as long as he could, then gritted his teeth and nodded again. The immortal sorcerer stared at Sonny for a few moments, his lustrous eyes reflecting moonlight like two shining pools of pale blue radiance. Then, he suddenly threw his head back and exploded with joyful laughter, as though he had just heard the funniest joke in history. Noctis laughed so hard that tears appeared in his eyes, glistening in the moonlight like crystals. Finally, he satiated his mirth and glanced at Sonny once again, the carefree smile returning to his face. Ah, Sunless, fate is the funniest thing in the world, don't you think? You and I. I have a feeling that we are going to be great friends, Sunless. Believe it. Sonny froze, his tired body tensing up. His vertical pupils narrowed, and breath escaped through his gritted fangs with a hissing sound. Damnation. Despite the strange reactions of the eccentric saint, he wasn't fooled. Out here in the kingdom of hope, there was no power greater than that of the immortal wardens that guarded its imprisoned queen. And the only weakness the immortals had were the knives that held their fates hostage. The obsidian knife was a weapon that could destroy one of the eternal shackles, and as such, it was a priceless treasure. The very concept of value was too mundane and pedestrian to be applied to it. And he had just revealed the fact that he possessed one to an infinitely more powerful being. To one of the very immortals whose lives the knife could reap. It didn't matter if the obsidian knife was meant for Noctis himself or one of the other shackles. If it contained his own fate, then the sorcerer would stop at nothing to gain control of it, so that no one else could. If it contained another's, he would be able to exert influence over one of the wardens, or dispose of them completely. Noctis would undoubtedly try to take the knife. But, inexplicably, the sorcerer did nothing of the sort. Instead, as Sonny stared at him in confusion, Noctis relaxed and started to hum a joyful melody. Then, he suddenly clapped his hands in excitement. Ah, Sunless. How fortunate it is that I've met you. His smile dimmed a little, and his eyes, for a moment, grew dark and terrifying. Before we met, you see, I was prepared to do something, rather drastic. But now, there is no need. The divination truly worked. He remained silent for a few moments, and then seamlessly switched back to his usual carefree persona. This wonderful occasion demands a celebration. Yes, we simply must celebrate, while you're still alive, which won't be for long, regretfully, so, better keep it simple. Sonny flinched. What? Meanwhile, something rustled in the air, and a figure of a very tall man suddenly appeared out of the darkness. Sonny tensed, surprised that the stranger managed to approach them unnoticed. Why had he not sensed the bastard? The figure calmly stepped into the light, revealing itself to not be a man at all. Instead, it was a wooden mannequin carved into a semblance of a man, wearing an elegant livery with embroidered sleeves and hem. It had simple features and held a tray with grapes, fresh fruit, and several beautifully painted amphoras of wine. The mannequin looked disturbingly familiar. In fact, it bore a close resemblance to a far less feral, ancient, and corrupted version of a sailor doll, who had been the nightmare creatures populating Shipwreck Island before Sonny and the Fire Keepers eradicated them. The strange sailor doll placed the tray in front of them, stepped back into the darkness, and froze, becoming indistinguishable from a dead piece of wood. Noctis smiled and reached out for one of the amphoras. Sunny's thoughts, meanwhile, were in turmoil. What the hell does he mean, I won't be alive for long? He opened his mouth, then closed it in frustration and hurriedly traced several runes in the ash. What? Why? The sorcerer scowled as he tried to read them, then gave him an unapologetic smile. Why are we keeping it so simple? Yes, of course, you would be confused. See, usually, I would have thrown a great feast to celebrate the occasion. I am the most gracious person in the kingdom of hope, after all. But, sadly, we will have to be satisfied with this shameful. Sunny furiously shook his head, and then drew several more runes. Sunless. Death. Why? Noctis stared at him with surprise. Well, aren't you dying? That broken heart of yours is giving out. I thought that this was why you came here, to spend your last few days near his resting place. Sunny blinked a few times, trying to digest what he had just heard. Was his one remaining heart really failing? It did feel like it was on the verge of tearing apart, during his escape from the black tar monster. It continued to ache dully still. And whose resting place was Noctis talking about? No, that was not important right now. He erased the previous runes and traced two more. Heart. Broken? Noctis frowned. Wait, do you, perhaps, not want to die? I didn't say anything before in order to respect your wishes, but if dying peacefully was not your intention, then why are you wasting time drinking wine with me? Sunless, are you crazy? Sunny stared at him for a few moments, unamused, his eyes full of resentment. Then, he ground his fangs and wrote. No. Don't know. Maybe. Heart. Heal. The sorcerer scratched his head. You are a very strange shadow, Sunless. Well, mending a broken heart is not easy. And yours is not only broken, you also seem to have misplaced one. Until you replace the lost heart, there is no point in healing the one that remains. It will just break apart again. But where would a shadow creature like you find a suitable heart in this godforsaken land? He sighed. The servants of shadow are all gone, and so are the servants of heart. Without them, only the greatest of healers would be able to build a heart worthy of a shadow demon from scratch. Noctis looked down dejectedly, but then, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Luckily, I am the most gifted and renowned healer in the kingdom of hope. For me, creating a new heart for you won't be much of a problem. But, Sunless, despite the fact that you and I are dear friends, a favor like that is not something to be given lightly. I wouldn't want to put a strain on our friendship, you know. So, you will have to do something for me, too. That would only be polite, don't you think? Sunny had a feeling that he was being swindled. After all, he was an accomplished swindler himself. However, that didn't really matter. The part of Noctis's words about the inevitable failure of his one remaining heart, at least, rang true. Perhaps if Sunny managed to not put any excessive strain on it in the future, things would be fine. But what were the chances of him having a peaceful life in a nightmare? 0. He desperately needed a functioning heart, and better yet, 2 of them. Only then would he be back to his full strength and ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Sunny sighed and drew several runes, already suspecting what he would hear. He wants the damned knife, doesn't he? That bastard. Sunless. Do. What? Noctis looked at him for a few moments, then smiled. What he said next, however, was not what Sunny expected to hear. The sorcerer suddenly turned around and gestured south. Oh, it's nothing much, really. You see, there's an abandoned fortress on the edge of this island. All I want is for you to climb inside, and remain there until dawn. Actually, it will be best if you can fall asleep. So, a little nap in exchange for a new heart. Doesn't sound too bad, does it? I mean, it's just a few hours of sleep, really, what's the worst that could happen? The gloomy shadow grabbed its head in utter despair. Sunny remained silent for a long time, looking at Noctis with a grim expression. Finally, he shifted and drew several runes, the onyx claw of his armored gauntlet moving through the ash with swift precision. Fortress. Danger. Inside. The sorcerer laughed. Danger, of course there is danger. But don't worry. It is nothing that you won't be able to handle. I think. Believe, even. Regardless, there's no one in the entire kingdom of hope better suited for this task than you, Sunless. So, hurry up. Time's a-wasting. Sunny scowled, unamused by the fact that Noctis avoided the question. Unwilling to let go, he growled and pointed to the runes again. The sorcerer sighed wistfully. It's not that I don't want to tell you, Sunless. It's just that there's no point. You won't remember, anyway, but this will benefit us both, trust me. This fortress once belonged to a friend of mine. He was one of Hope's shackles, just like me, and a shadow, just like you. Do you see now why I think that fate itself has brought us together? Sunny held his breath. So, I was right. Noctis is indeed one of the immortals. And, more than that, one of the original 7 had been a follower of Shadow God. Only 5 wardens were still alive, and none of them held dominion over the south, so, it was safe to assume that this Shadow Lord was dead. Suddenly, the sorcerer's comment about this island being someone's resting place made more sense. If so, maybe there were some relics that the Transcendent of Shadows left behind in the fortress? That changed things, a little. Sunny hesitated for a while, and then gestured to his chest. Noctis smiled. What? Surely, you are not doubting my skill. Rest assured, Sunless, I'll create a wonderful new heart for you. I'll even replace the fingers you seem to be missing, as a bonus. Unless not having fingers is your preference, of course. Sunny stared at him for a few minutes, then sighed and stood up. Picking up a bunch of grapes, he glanced at the eccentric sorcerer one more time, and then headed south, toward the edge of the island where the abandoned fortress stood. You won't remember it, anyway. I wonder what the hell did he mean? As he walked, Sunny noticed several clusters of beautiful white flowers growing here and there among the emerald grass. The closer to the fortress he came, the more of these flowers there were. Despite the fact that it was the middle of the night, their buds were open, filling the air with a faint, but pleasant smell. A deep scowl appeared on his face. These flowers. They looked vaguely familiar. He slowly ate the sweet, succulent grapes and searched his memory for a hint of where he might have seen them. After a while, his expression turned even darker. There was an island in the eastern reaches of the Chained Isles, not too far from the sanctuary of Noctis, covered by a vast and beautiful field of such white flowers. Everyone, even the most competent cohorts of Awakened and those from the White Feather clan, avoided this island like a plague. The ground there was littered with bones of all kinds, hidden beneath the delicate white petals. As soon as a person stepped on the surface of the island, they would feel an irresistible desire to stop, rest, and fall asleep. And if they succumbed to that desire, none ever woke up. Sunny silently cursed. Is that bastard trying to kill me? But, for some reason, he had trouble believing that Noctis simply wanted him dead. A saint had far easier ways to kill an Awakened, let alone someone as tired and weakened as him. There was no need to go to such lengths. So, what the sorcerer had said must have been true, or at least close to it. He believed that Sunny was uniquely suited for the task and had a good chance of accomplishing it alive. But why? What was so special about Sunny? What could he do that even a Transcendent could not? Was it because he was connected to Shadow God, as the previous owner of the fortress had been? Full of dark thoughts, he crested another hill and saw the familiar silhouette of the Boundary stronghold not too far away. It was in much better condition than it had been in the future. In fact, it almost looked whole, if not for the moss covering its walls, the lack of lights, and the deathly silence that enveloped it, Sunny would have thought that the castle was still inhabited by humans. The tall walls built of grey stone rose high into the night sky, and the massive gates were closed shut. The ancient fortress was bathed in the pale moonlight, looking somber and foreboding, like a cursed tomb. Sunny grimaced. Not ominous at all. Still clutching his chest, he made his way down the hill and approached the menacing stronghold. Its walls had not crumbled yet, so the path he had taken to get inside the last time did not exist yet. Full of grim unease, Sunny thrust his claws into the ancient stone and started climbing. These walls were nothing compared to the Great Wall of the Dark City. Getting to the top was not going to be hard, even for a human. And currently, he wasn't even human. He was a demon, be it a dying one. Soon, he finally reached the top of the wall and crouched on its lip, looking down into the empty courtyard. Here, the signs of abandonment were more pronounced. There were dust and dirt everywhere, with weeds growing through the ancient cobblestones. The fortress was desolate and hollow, devoid of anyone to inhabit and take care of it. He hesitated with indecision for a bit, and then reluctantly sent two of his shadows away to explore the stronghold. If there was indeed a powerful creature nesting inside, they would surely find it. Minutes passed in tense anticipation. The shadows glided through the empty corridors and halls of the abandoned stronghold, through its towers and dungeons. However, no matter where they looked, they did not find any sign of life. What they did find, however, were corpses. Here and there, human skeletons lay, still dressed in archaic garments and armor. There was no sign of struggle around them, no tears on their clothes, and no apparent wounds on their bodies. It just seemed as though the former garrison of the stronghold had lowered themselves to the ground and died for no reason whatsoever. All of it was just too eerie. Curse it all, curse the damned immortals, and curse this damned place. Sunny almost turned around and ran, but then, his chest pulsed with pain, reminding him of the reason for why he had come here. With a deep sigh, he jumped down from the lip of the wall and walked toward the main structure of the fortress. Time to find me a soft bed. Sunny entered the dungeon, summoned the shadows back, and walked through the silent halls on his way to the higher levels of the massive tower. Once there, he walked around for a bit, searching for a suitable room, and soon found one that seemed to be both comfortable and well protected. Unceremoniously throwing a corpse in a rotten nightgown off the bed, he lay down in its place and tiredly closed his eyes. Sure, this place was beyond creepy, but he was, in fact, tired to the bone and in desperate need of rest. Some sleep would do him good. What's the big deal, anyway? I've slept in far worse places. Before falling into the embrace of oblivion, he summoned Saint from the shadows and gave her a mental command to watch over him. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny did the same with the soul serpent. Only once the two shadows assumed guard did he allow himself to relax. In the silence of the abandoned fortress, Sunny could easily hear the strained beating of his heart. However, he was too exhausted to pay it any attention. Just a few minutes later, he was already sound asleep. And just a moment before falling into deep slumber, with his mind already half gone, he thought that he heard an unexpected sound somewhere close, but also far away. It was like the ringing of hooves on the cold stone floors. Sunny woke up just before dawn. He lay still for a while, reluctant to leave the warm embrace of the blankets. Then, with a sigh, he sat up and shivered in the morning cold. It was time to face a new day, and there was a lot to do. He had no excuses to laze about. A dull pain suddenly radiated through his chest. He looked down with a confused expression, studying the old scars covering his tan, bronze skin. I guess it's going to rain. Then, an ivory arm suddenly appeared from beneath the blankets, caressing his firm muscles. Is it morning already? Sunny smiled, grasped the hand of his wife, and nodded. Yes, my sunshine. She sighed. All right, go, get ready. I'll wake up the little devil. He remained motionless, leisurely enjoying the sight of the beauty he had somehow managed to coax into marrying a ruffian like him, dressing herself, careful not to disturb the round belly where their second child slept peacefully, with not a care in the world. His smile grew a little wider. I said go. Today is not the day for your mischief, hoodlum, have you forgotten? Sonny made a dejected face, then rose and dressed, as well. When he left their quarters, the servants were already hard at work, preparing for the day. When they saw him, each bowed respectfully and greeted him with warm voices. Being subjected to all this adoration and decorum, Sonny had to put on a face worthy of a lord, as well. How bothersome. The servants were going to prepare everything for the upcoming journey, but one thing he had to do himself. That was something that Sonny would not allow anyone else to perform, not for the lack of trust, but simply because it was his duty. Entering the stables, he greeted his steed and went about feeding and watering the noble beast before putting the saddle on his wide back. Sonny might have become a lord of some renown and left his turbulent past behind, but the bond between a warrior and his horse was sacred. Just because the two of them didn't have to risk their lives on a battlefield anymore didn't mean that he would forget it. When all was done, he led the horse to the courtyard and attached the weathered wooden scabbard to the saddle, the cold steel of a beautiful sword hidden safely within. Then, he stared at the scabbard for some time, massaging his aching chest with a distant expression. A subtle, dark expression appeared on his face. After a while, the sound of quick steps headed his way. Dad! Sonny turned around and grinned as he caught his son in an iron embrace. Trying to sneak up on your poor old father, huh? Not so fast. I was sneaking up on monsters long before you were born, brat. The boy giggled, and then took a step back. He was turning 7 today, and on that occasion, his mother had dressed him in the best clothes they had. The little devil almost looked like a proper child, and not a corrupted abomination sent to the mortal realm to torture his helpless parents. Why did you have to sneak up? Too weak to kill them outright, huh? Sonny sighed in exasperation and stared at the heavens. Lady, help me. Why did their son have to inherit his poisonous tongue, as well? The boy, meanwhile, turned around and looked into the distance, where the beautiful silhouette of the ivory tower could already be seen in the morning haze. His eyes widened. Dad, is it true? Am I going to see her today? The lady? Sonny lingered for a few moments, then nodded. Of course. You are turning 7, are you not? Today is a divine day. So, you will meet our goddess, to introduce yourself, and pledge yourself to her service. His son frowned. But she isn't really a goddess, is she? Won't other gods be angry with me? Sonny laughed. Gods. Gods are too great and mighty to know what jealousy means, kid. Why would they mind? Lady Hope gives us shelter and safety, protects us from the corruption, from war, famine, plague, and even ourselves. If that is not something worthy of worship, then I don't know what is. With that, he jumped into the saddle, and then lifted the boy to sit in front of him. Let's go. They left the manor and followed the road of white stones through a peaceful forest and up the hill. The horse walked forward at a steady pace, easily bearing the weight of 2 riders. Sunshine fell through the canopy of leaves in wide beams, making their surroundings look like a fairy tale. Sonny was enjoying the beauty of the forest and its tranquility. A long time ago, before coming to the kingdom of hope, he had known neither. His life had been nothing but bloodshed and pain, battle after battle, war after war. Only after coming to this realm and deciding to remain here did he learn the truth of how joyous life could be. Especially when shared with those you love. His son, however, didn't know anything about strife and darkness. This peace was all he had ever known. For that reason, he was extremely bored. The boy fidgeted for a few minutes, then stared at the hilt of Sonny's sword. One day, I'm going to have a sword of my own. It will be way bigger and sharper than yours, old man. Mark my words. Sonny laughed. What do you need a sword for? His son glanced at him with confusion. What do you mean, what for? To become an awakened. A warrior, like you. Sunny looked away and didn't respond for a while. His eyes grew distant. His heart ached. Why did it ache so much today? I was a warrior once, true. But I never chose to be a warrior. I just became one to survive. In the kingdom of hope, you don't need to fight, suffer, and kill others to live a long and happy life. Why would you still want to be a warrior? The boy fell silent, a comically thoughtful frown appearing on his face. He turned away and didn't say anything else for a while. Sunny doubted that his son really understood what he meant. And he hoped that the boy never would. Closing his eyes, he said a silent prayer. Hail to you, desire, demon of hope. Please, hear my yearning. Protect my son from all the horrors of the world and save him, as you have saved me. Silently, the three of them, the man, the boy, and the horse, left the forest and climbed the tall hill. From its top, a breathtaking sight opened before them. In front of them, a vast plain was bathed in sunlight, emerald grass shining with the morning dew. Here and there, farmsteads and fields stood, golden wheat swaying in the wind. Sparkling ribbons of rivers cut the plain, and in the distance, a beautiful city built of white stone rose from the ground, with a magnificent pagoda towering above it. Sunny couldn't help but smile. No matter how many times he saw it, he couldn't help but feel a little bit sentimental. Hey, do you want to wave to your mother? I'm sure she's looking in this direction right now. His son glanced at him with a pitying expression. Are you crazy? She won't see us. We're too far away. Sunny laughed. Says who? He turned around and looked back, at a similar landscape that lay behind them. Gazing past the forest, he saw the small town and a humble stone manor standing near it. From this distance, the building looked like a toy. He raised his hand and waved. Hey, Dad. Sunny scoffed. What? Are you going to mock me some more? The boy shook his head. No. It's just, what is wrong with the sky? It looks funny. Huh? Sunny raised his head, then frowned in confusion. The sky, indeed, looked funny. The sun was still climbing up, but there seemed to be a second one right above them, swelling with incandescent light. The sky itself was growing brighter and brighter, as if permeated with intense heat. The clouds were all gone. A gust of hot wind suddenly blew past them. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Wait. In the next second, a colossal pillar of incandescent flames suddenly fell from the sky, piercing the plain and shattering the land like glass. A blinding flash drowned the world in white, and through it, a terrible sound rolled across the forest. Deafened, Sunny felt his son screaming, but could not hear his voice. At the point where the pillar of flame fell, the ground itself was split open and thrown into the air, colossal pieces of melted earth raining down fire, ash, and death. The hill on which they stood shook, and then shifted, throwing Sunny off the horse. No, no, no. Still dazed, he tried to find his son, but failed. Instead, his gaze fell on the small town and the stone manor that stood in the distance. As Sunny watched in horror, the ground opened up, with fountains of fire shooting into the sky. The houses were instantly devoured by the flames and incinerated, turning into clouds of ash. No, no, no. In the next moment, the whole hill crumbled. The last thing Sunny saw before being smothered by the avalanche of scorching earth was the fragile figure of his son being swallowed by flames. No. And then, he died. Pain, pain, pain. Why did his heart hurt so much? Sunny opened his eyes in the darkness and sat down, throwing the furs aside. He stared at his feeble chest, then touched it with a shaking hand, surprised. Since when did his chest start to ache during the night? Ah, being old is not fun. Chasing the remnants of a terrible nightmare away, he struggled to sit up and massaged his joints for a while, waiting until some flexibility returned to them. Then, He slowly stood up and closed his eyes, listening to the sounds of the sacred grove that enveloped him. Well, at least he woke up alive. At his age, that was already an accomplishment. If only his heart didn't ache so much. But that was just what being old meant. Every dawn brought a new ache. Actually, Sonny would have been more scared if he woke up and suddenly felt perfectly fine. In any case, it was time to face a new day. Using a wooden cane, Sonny walked out of his hut and breathed in the clear, sweet air of the sacred grove. The ancient trees rustled gently, as if greeting him. The forest was slowly waking up, emerald leaves longing to be bathed in the warmth of the sun once more. A chilly fog was flowing between the mighty trunks, suffused with the vibrant lilac light of the early dawn. The nightingales sang cheerfully, jumping from branch to branch. The sight of it was familiar, beautiful, and calming. Truly, the grove of Heart God was the jewel of the kingdom of hope. How lucky he was to have been born and spend most of his life here. These trees had stood upon the ancient land before it had been shattered, weathered the terrible cataclysm of Desire's imprisonment, and were going to remain standing here long after he was dead and forgotten, his bones buried at their roots. Now that Sonny was old and didn't have a lot of time left to live, that thought was very comforting. A human's life might be fleeting, but the beautiful grove was eternal. He patted one of the ancient oaks as an old friend, sighed, and limped toward the water spring to fill his jug. Since Sonny's hut stood at the outskirts of the grove, he could see the edge of the island through the spaces between the tree trunks. As always, it rose and fell slowly, the heavenly chains rattling from time to time. Everything was just as usual, which was the very best thing in the world. Sonny had lived a long life. Some of it was peaceful, and some of it was turbulent, but luckily, the turbulent times had not visited this quiet forest for a long, long time. And that was the only thing that he had always wanted, to live a quiet and tranquil life, far away from all the strife and misfortune of the ever-changing world. Change always brought ruin on its wings. Sonny wanted no part of it. However, today, his desires were not meant to come true. Something unexpected did happen, disturbing the familiar routine of his day. At the very edge of the island, a mighty black steed suddenly appeared, as if jumping from below, where a giant chain connected to the soil of the sacred grove. He walked forward at a steady pace, approaching the line of ancient trees. The steed had no saddle, but there was a rider on his back. A pretty young woman in a simple red tunic sat there, her ivory legs svelte and bare. She had a graceful figure, a face so lovely that it simply demanded to be gazed upon, and chestnut hair that fell down like a silken waterfall. Sonny stared at the young woman, mesmerized by her beauty. Then, he scoffed, and shook his head. "What are you even doing, old fool? Your days of ogling pretty girls are long over. This beauty is young enough to be your granddaughter. Have some shame, you vile lecher." He chuckled wryly, and then changed his course to greet the unexpected guest. A dozen meters or so away from the line of trees, the young beauty stopped her horse, jumped down with breathtaking grace, and knelt in the soft grass, looking down as other pilgrims would usually do. Sonny made his way toward the girl, panting a little from the strain, and tried to put on a smile worthy of an enlightened elder. For some reason, the closer he got to the beauty, the worse his heart ached. "Ah, what's wrong with this frail body of mine today? Greetings, young lady. Welcome. What brings you to the Heart Grove? Tell this old man your worries, maybe I'll be able to help." The beauty did not raise her head, still looking down, as if to show her respect and reverence. Her voice, when she spoke, was melodious and calm. However, Sonny had been meeting pilgrims like her for many decades. All of them came here overwhelmed by sorrows and regret, that was why they sought out a passage to the sacred grove. This was a place of solace. He could sense a deep ocean of darkness hiding behind the facade of calmness the young woman had put on, too. She said, "That I seek audience with the lady of the grove." Sonny lingered for a bit, then sighed. So young, and yet so troubled, how sad. Then, he leaned on his cane and smiled. "Well, She ought to be up and about, by now. How about that? I'll wait with you until the lady arrives. The young beauty didn't answer, and simply continued to stare down, still like a statue. Her breathing was deep and steady. Even her scary black horse seemed patient and indifferent. Suddenly, Sonny felt a strange unease. He took a closer look at the girl, and frowned. Do I have dementia now? What, in the name of hope, is that? His eyes seemed to be playing tricks on him. Sonny could swear that he saw a radiant sphere of light burning inside the young beauty's chest, not that he was looking in that direction. Without any reason, his hand suddenly stretched sideways, his palm opening, as if waiting to grasp something out of the air. Sonny stared at it in confusion. Weird. What are you doing, stupid hand? He awkwardly hid the willful hand behind his back and cleared his throat. Maybe he didn't quite recover from that terrible nightmare yet. As he did so, the young woman suddenly spoke, her head still bowed. Tell me, have you ever seen the ivory tower? What an unexpected question. Sonny grinned. Oh, sure. When I was a senseless youth, not much older than you. Hee hee. It might not look like it, but this elder was quite a wastrel once. I ran away from home and went on an adventure. That was when I saw the Ivory City, and many other things. But eventually, I came back to this grove. There is nowhere better than home, I believe. He thought for a few moments, and then said. Why do you ask? The young woman remained silent for a while. I heard that there's an evil demon locked inside the tower. That the gods put her there as a punishment for her malevolence, corruption, and pride. Do you think it's true? Sonny chuckled. Ah, that. Sometimes I forget how much knowledge has been lost by us, the inhabitants of the Kingdom of Hope. Yes, young lady, there is indeed a demon imprisoned within the ivory tower, however, she was never evil, malevolent, or corrupt. In fact, Hope was very kind and generous to us, humans. The beauty shifted slightly. Oh. Why did the gods punish her, then? Sonny sighed dejectedly. That is the question, isn't it? Why destroy this land and put its kind lady in shackles? Who knows, if mortals like us could know the will of gods, then, maybe, we'd be gods instead. There it was again. The radiant flame in the young woman's chest, he wasn't imagining things, it was really there. Sonny was about to try and get a better look, uncaring of how improper such an attempt would seem, but at that moment, a dearly familiar voice came from behind him. However, he had never heard that voice sound so somber and grave. The Lady of the Grove said. Why are you here, Solvain? Why have you come here, Solvain? Sonny turned around, looking at the delicate woman who stood behind him, her dress woven out of simple green fabric, a girdle of tree bark wrapped around her thin waist. Despite looking only slightly older than their guest, with soft skin and sparkling hazel eyes, she had a calm and confident presence about her that brought peace and a feeling of safety to all who surrounded her. The woman looked beautiful, wise, and young. So young. She also resembled Sonny very much. As always, seeing her brought both warm joy and deep sadness to his heart. Sonny smiled, hiding his sorrow, then said in a tone most gentle and loving. Hey, Mom. We have a guest. The Lady of the Grove, his mother, looked at him for a short moment, and then answered in a voice that rang with tension and urgency. Get away from her, child. Now. Sonny frowned, confused, then did as he was told, arduously pushing his old body forward with the help of the cane. His heart was sending pulses of pain radiating through his chest. Even walking was hard today. Behind him, a dark smile appeared on the face of the young beauty whom his mother called Solvain. She slowly rose from the grass and faced the Lady of the Grove, her radiant eyes burning with grim light. You must know why I came here. There is no need to pretend, Ader. Sonny finally reached his mother and stood beside her, turning around to look at the strange pilgrim. Something isn't right. How does she know my mother's name? Was she, perhaps, a powerful awakened? Well, whoever she was, the eternal guardian of the sacred grove was not going to let things get too out of hand. She was not only his mother, but also transcendent Ader, the blessed of heart God, after all. So, there was no reason to worry. Nothing terrible ever happened in the sacred grove. His thoughts were interrupted by the fact that, suddenly, another brilliant sphere of light appeared in view, this one inside the body of his own mother. Sunny stared at her back for a few moments, then glanced at Solvain. He even looked at the horse. Ha! Meanwhile, the smile disappeared from Solvain's beautiful face. Her voice turned cold and sharp as she said. I have heard rumors that across all of the Kingdom of Hope, a cult of her followers was slowly spreading like a virulent plague. Imagine my surprise, my indignation, my rage, when I discovered that you were the source of this disease. You. Sunny's face darkened. Ah, so that's what this is all about. He had warned his mother that this might happen. Saying anything good about a demon was tantamount to offending the gods, these days. Maybe he should have followed his own advice and kept his mouth shut earlier. Damnation. Solvain, meanwhile, clenched her fists. I came here wishing to be proven wrong, but instead, saw that the accusations were true. Your own son is infected by this heresy. How could you betray us so? You have created a cult of demon worshippers. You have nurtured the very thing that we were created to prevent. The Lady of the Grove scowled. So what if I did? Do you think, perhaps, that I have forgotten the solemn oath we had given? No, you are the ones who are blind to the will of the Lord of Light. You are the ones who have failed in your duty. Solvain stared at the delicate woman in the green dress for a while, her expression grim. Then, she slowly shook her head. You are so broken. How did you allow your soul to get so twisted? You, out of all of us, should have been the last to become lost. Your God should have protected you, he is the God of souls, is he not? Sunny heard his mother chuckle, her voice devoid of amusement. Be done with it, Solvain. Did you not say that there was no need for us to pretend? Just say what you have come to say, and leave this place. War isn't welcomed here. The young beauty in a red tunic remained silent for a long time, then slowly raised her hand. Sunny frowned, noticing that there was now a strange knife forged out of a single strip of dull metal in it. Where did it come from? His mother suddenly trembled. He had never seen her afraid before. You wouldn't dare. Solvain gritted her teeth. You forced my hand, Ader. None of us wanted this. But in the end, they all agreed. The Lady of the Grove fell silent, then shook her head. You lie. Noctis would never abandon me. She took a step forward, and smiled. No one agreed. You are here of your own will, with none of the other chain lords giving their permission. Do you really think that they would allow something like that to happen? No matter which one of us falls, the one who remains will no longer be fateless. The balance of power between us seven will be irrevocably broken, obliterated. Are you mad? Can you even imagine what kind of disaster will follow? But then, her voice trailed off, and she stumbled. Her beautiful hazel eyes widened. Sunny shivered, feeling that, just then, something had gone terribly, terribly wrong. His mother stared at Solvain, her face growing deathly pale. And then, she whispered. Unless you do, better than any of us. Oh, Solvain. How ruthless you are. Sunny felt his heartache growing stronger. There was a cold sensation grasping his chest, making him clutch at it with a pained grimace. Arg. What are they even talking about? I don't understand, what is going on? Ader of the Sacred Grove looked down for a long time, then spoke. Her voice was quiet and full of sorrow. I see. I see now. I understand. I should have known, that out of all of us, you are the bravest. This sacrifice, Solvane, even in the realm of shadows, I won't forget it. With that, she turned to Sunny, who was really confused by what was happening, and smiled sadly. And you? I'm sorry, child. Please forgive me, if you can. With that, his mother faced the beauty in the red tunic and raised her delicate hand, a knife carved out of a single piece of wood suddenly appearing in it, as though out of nowhere. Her voice grew firm and determined. However, Solvane, you should have never challenged me on this hallowed ground. I won't give up without a fight, and neither will my grove. The young woman facing her smiled, her radiant eyes shining with a furious light. Prove it. Mom, Mom. Sunny crawled through the ash, suffocating on bitter smoke. Tears streamed down his wrinkled cheeks, evaporating because of the terrible heat. His heart ached, oh, it ached so horribly. All of him was in pain. And all around him, the sacred grove burned, enveloped by incinerating, raging fire. He could hear the screams of its inhabitants echoing in the dim darkness, humans and beasts alike, burning alive as their whole world was being slowly turned into ash. How can this be, how? Pushing himself forward with the weak hands of a useless old man, he crawled toward the delicate figure lying on the ground a few meters, so far, away. He refused to die before he reached it. The ground was scorching his palms, which were now covered in terrible blisters, but he persisted, unwilling to give up. Mom. And then, finally, he reached her. The lady of the grove lay dead amidst the fire, shards of a strange iron dagger sizzling in the blood-soaked mud around her. Swallowing tears, Sunny awkwardly hugged her body and let out a stifled howl. Why did it feel so familiar? As though he had felt this pain once, a long time ago, already, in another world. Why are you dead? Weren't you supposed to be immortal? How can this be? No, this is just a bad dream, a nightmare. I need to wake up. Wake up, you old fool. Wake up. But no matter what he did, he couldn't. Even if it was just a nightmare, he was trapped in it, unable to escape. Trapped, in a nightmare? As this strange thought rang in his mind, a trunk of an ancient tree suddenly fell nearby, a whirlwind of fiery sparks and burning debris raising into the air. Sunny stared at it, feeling his vision darken and his thoughts disappear one after another. He was coughing, unable to stop, he couldn't breathe, he was suffocating. How did this happen? The old man stared at the burning forest, his eyes aflame with grief and mad disbelief. How could the sacred grove be destroyed? Wasn't it supposed to stand tall, beautiful and tranquil, long after he was dead? Wasn't it supposed to outlive him? A sense of utter, lightless sorrow and despair drowned his mind, just like smoke was drowning his lungs and pain was drowning his body. This is a nightmare, just a nightmare, it can't be real, no. That bitter thought was the last one that appeared in Sunny's mind before he fell into the searing darkness. And in that darkness, alone and hurting, he died. Pain. Terrible, torturous pain. His heart was in pain, but so was the rest of him. Sunny couldn't open his eyes, because they were glued together with dried blood. But if he did, all he would see would be the dark walls of a dungeon cell, where he was strapped to a rusty torture device, red-hot metal spikes thrust into his body. Lost and forgotten, far away from the light of the blessed sun. A familiar voice invaded his ears, making him shudder. Ah, you're awake. Good. You've been out of it for so long this time, my friend. Shall we continue? More torture. Sunny sighed, knowing what awaited him all too well. He could barely remember who he was before ending up in this cold dungeon, or why he was being tormented by the owner of the cursed voice. All he knew was pain, darkness, and despair. However, this time, all of it didn't seem so terrible. What could have been worse than the harrowing nightmare he had just seen? Solvane, Ader, Noctis, the names sounded familiar. Had he known these people once, perhaps? Before this hell, if anything even existed outside of it, of course. In any case, that didn't matter. All that mattered was pain, torment, and hopelessness. He gritted his teeth. It was time to face a new day. The torture continued without end. Day after day, night after night. Sonny screamed when he had the voice, and remained silent when he lost it. A long time ago, decades ago, he still had pride, and endured the torment without giving the torturer the satisfaction of hearing him howl, cry, and beg. But there was no point. Pride had no place here, only pain. Anyone should have died from the inhuman agony he was subjected to and the terrible wounds dealt to his body. But Sonny didn't die, was unable to die, and so, there was no end to his anguish. Every morning, his wounds were gone, as if he was born anew. Every morning, the torturer returned, and the cycle continued. The torturer, himself, never asked Sonny any questions. It was as though he was tormenting his prisoner just for the sake of torment. However, the master of the dungeon never seemed to enjoy his cruelty. He never reveled in the agony of his victim, and instead seemed almost sad while performing his duties. Why was this happening? How long had it been happening? When would this never-ending nightmare end? Never-ending, nightmare. Sonny didn't know, he barely knew himself anymore. All he knew was fear, darkness, and pain. Lord, save me. On one of these days, he opened his eyes to see the torturer entering the cell. His personal executioner was tall and noble in bearing, with skin as white as ivory, lustrous golden hair, and amber eyes that were full of calmness, conviction, and melancholy. Just like always, the torturer started preparing his tools, and just like always, Sonny strained his mangled body, pointlessly trying to break free of his shackles. But this time, something unexpected happened. Sonny froze and stared at the radiant man in front of him, his eyes widening. Can this be? Just like in the harrowing nightmare he had seen a few days ago, there was a beautiful sphere of light burning within the torturer's chest. Its splendor washed over Sonny, making the terrible pain recede for a moment. A weak, pale smile found its way onto his face. Sonny bathed in the light, and whispered. Son. Oh, how he had longed to see the sun again. The torturer froze, then slowly turned to him. His amber eyes shone with sudden emotion. You are speaking again. He took a tentative step forward and studied Sonny's face, then gently caressed it. Brother, my brother, how good it is to hear your voice once more. Sonny shivered. Brother? Are we, brothers? He was weak, and confused. Thoughts danced chaotically in his broken mind, fragile like snowflakes in the summer's heat. He found it hard to concentrate on anything, even if he wanted to. But, he didn't want to. Not for a long time. The torturer smiled sadly. Have you forgotten even me? Sonny frowned, trying to remember. Brother, did he have a brother? Yes, he used to, once. His brother was noble, valiant, and wise. His brother was blessed by the Lord of Light. He was entrusted with a sacred duty. And so was Sonny himself. Or maybe he was just remembering shattered fragments of old nightmares. Who could tell? He weakly shook his head. If we are brothers, then, why? Why are you torturing me? The torturer remained silent for a while, then laughed sadly. Ah, that old question. You haven't asked it in decades. He leaned forward and looked at Sonny with sorrow. Don't you remember? You were the one who asked me to do this, after all. Sonny's pupils widened. No, no. I asked you. The torturer nodded. As penitence, for the terrible sin you committed. For betraying the trust of the Lord of Light. Was it, a century ago? Yes, almost. He turned away and picked up a long blade, thrusting it into the flames that burned furiously in a golden brazier. It has been almost a century since you abandoned me. Ah, enduring our duty alone was not easy, my brother. It wasn't easy at all. But I never broke my word to you. Sunny stared as the blade was slowly starting to glow inside the flames. Knowing that it would be soon thrust into his flesh instead, he shuddered. If I asked you, then stop. I don't want it anymore. The torturer looked down, then smiled darkly. Stop. But we can't stop. Not until you answered the question. Sunny's eyes were glued to the blade. He whispered. Question. What question? His brother was silent for a bit, and then asked. Where is that which was entrusted to us by the Lord? What have you done with the knives? Knives? What knives? Sunny couldn't recall any knife, and could only think about the one that was already glowing red in the golden brazier. I don't know. His torturer sighed. Then your penitence can't stop. With that, he took the blade out of the fire and brought it to Sunny's chest, where an aching heart was beating wildly like a caged beast. Sunny searched his memory, desperate for the torture to end. No, he couldn't remember. A split second before the tip of the blade cut his skin, he suddenly shouted. Shadow! Shadow stole it. The ember knife. Shadow took it from me. It was his fault. His. The blade froze without reaching Sunny's flesh. The torturer looked away, a somber expression on his face. It is good that you finally spoke. However, that mystery had been revealed some time ago. After all, Shadow is long dead. He glanced at Sunny, then asked coldly. But what of the other? Where is the ivory knife that I have given you? Did Shadow steal it, as well? Sunny shivered, then slowly shook his head. No. I hid it. I hid it far away. His brother closed his eyes. Where did you hide it? Tears streamed down Sunny's face. He strained in his bindings, desperately trying to free himself. I don't remember. I don't know. The torturer sighed, then dropped the searing blade to the ground. Useless. This is all useless. A century of this, and you are still resisting. He grabbed his head and groaned, then suddenly laughed, his voice echoing from the stone walls of the dungeon. I'm tired. I'm more tired of this than you are, brother. Why have you deserted me? I can't save you, no matter what I do. I can't clear away your guilt, I can't redeem you in the eyes of the Lord. He fell silent, and slowly, his face turned calm and solemn. Then, he glanced at Sunny and said, mad resolve shining in his eyes. A century is enough. Going further will only break what is left of you, my dear brother. If we can't redeem your sin, then, we must burn it away. The blessing of the fire, we will invent our own instead of the one you lost. A day finally came when Sunny was freed from his bindings and dragged away from the dungeon cell. He was too weak to fight his jailers, and saw no point in it. He didn't really understand what was happening and was just glad to finally leave the darkness of the torture chamber. He was so happy that tears fell from his amber eyes. Sunny was brought to a vast chamber that was full of terrible heat and drowned by an angry orange glow. Strange, what a strange place. In front of him was a giant pit filled with molten steel. There were giant firs blowing a constant stream of wind into the fire below. He heard the sound of hooves ringing on the stones and saw a mighty horse with blinders on his eyes walk constantly in circles, spinning the wooden wheel it was attached to, which in turn worked the firs. In front of the pit, a strange iron cage lay on the floor. It was made in the shape of a man's body and opened, revealing the human-shaped emptiness within. What is this? Be brave, my brother. Sunny flinched, hearing the familiar voice. He turned his head and saw the torturer standing beside him, with a dark and determined expression on his face. Today, we will burn away your sin, we will make you into the tool of the gods once more. I don't understand. Before Sunny could realize what was happening, he was placed into the strange cage, which was then closed shut, leaving him in utter darkness. His new prison hugged his body like a metal carapace. He couldn't move, or see anything. He was like a soul encased inside the body of an iron man. Panicking, Sonny tried to struggle against his metal prison, but it was of no use. He heard the sound of chains, and felt himself being raised into the air. What? And then, he was lowered down, 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 down into the giant pit of molten metal. The outsides of his cage grew hot, and then searing. And then, scorching, incinerating, immolating. Locked within the incandescent iron cage, Sonny screamed and screamed, his flesh constantly burning and restoring itself, his broken mind drowning in agony and heat, in the fire. But no matter how much he screamed, the burning was eternal. Just like he himself was. Burning, he was burning. Sonny woke up with a scream, still enveloped in the horror of the nightmare. He shuddered, then clutched at his chest, which was full of sharp, tearing pain. Arg! The shadows rustled around him, distressed by the sudden scream of their master. A nightmare, huh? I haven't had one in centuries. He grimaced, and then stood up, listening to the rattling of the heavenly chains in the distance. It was time to face a new day. Hopefully, his last. Sonny walked through the empty halls of his castle, shrouded in shadows. Wherever he passed, the pale radiance of moonlight disappeared, devoured by the tide of flowing darkness. His steps were silent, and so were his thoughts. Raising a hand clad in a glove of black silk, he traced his fingers across the intricate engravings, not caring to remember the events depicted on the ancient stone walls. They were his triumphs and his victories, etched into the annals of history, but all of it was so distant and had happened so long ago, at the dawn of the age of heroes. He had been a hero once, too, battling the remnants of the corruption across the mortal realms. He had been cunning and fearless, valiant and unrelenting, full of faith and hope. The age of heroes was over, but Sonny still remained. By now, all of his servants and warriors had long left, taking the treasures he did not care about anymore with them. The halls of the castle were populated by shadows, and nothing else. Well, except for one loyal fool who was too stubborn to get the hint. Sorry, kid. You should have found a better master. Damnation, why did his heart suddenly hurt so much? Sonny opened the gates to the courtyard, not bothering to close them as he left. This castle of his would be, without a doubt, overtaken by one of the other chain lords soon enough. Or maybe even a ragtag gang of random bandits, he did not care too much about it either. Standing in the darkness, Sonny hesitated, and then took out two knives from the hidden sheaths on his forearms. One seemed to be cut from a single piece of ghostly glass, the other from beautiful ember. One was the knife entrusted to him by the Lord of Light, and the other was the one he had stolen. The nightmare he had seen must have been because of a sense of guilt he had not known he felt. But why would he? The fool only had himself to blame for losing the knife to Sonny. And surely, the two brothers were not demented enough to come up with something that distasteful, at least not yet. Sonny sighed and shook his head, indifferent to the fate of the other immortals. Then, he turned slightly and watched as a tall figure appeared from the darkness. A towering demon with pale gray skin, 4 arms, and twisting horns approached him and bowed his head, a sorrowful expression contorting the bestial lines of his face. Sonny smiled. Don't look so glum, kid. You knew that this would happen eventually. The demon didn't answer. Not that he was able to. With another sigh, Sonny hid the ember knife in its sheath, and handed the glass one to the tall creature, who hesitated for a few moments and took it with fear and reverence. Be careful not to drop it. A god made that knife, you know. It is a very precious thing, precious enough that even you aren't suited to wield it. The others will eat you alive if they ever find out. He looked northeast, considering something, and then added. Take it to the temple of the chalice and give it to the war maiden. Tell her that we'll meet again, in the realm of shadows. That is my last order to you, kid. After that, you will be free. The demon clenched his fists, then slowly shook his head. Sunny chuckled. And yet, this is how it has to be. Now, go. Your master commands you. The creature looked down, then growled sorrowfully, and disappeared into the darkness. Sunny watched him go. Soon, the towering demon left the castle, crossed the hills of emerald grass, and climbed down to one of the chains leading away from the island. Making sure that the creature was gone, Sunny recalled his shadow scouts and then clicked his tongue. TSK. He didn't even look back once. What a heartless little imp. With that, he walked toward the gates of the castle, followed by a sea of shadows. As he walked, a beautiful black stallion rose from them, his mane as dark as night, with long horns protruding from his head and his teeth resembling that of a wolf more than that of a normal horse. The stallion's eyes burned with menacing crimson flames. Sunny smiled. Greetings, old friend. Will you let me ride on your back one last time? He jumped into the saddle, and sent his terrifying steed galloping across the land. They flew through shadows and raced across the chains that swayed between two lightless skies, jumping from one island to another, full of bliss and exhilaration of speed. Ah, this is the one thing I will miss. After centuries of being burdened by the crushing weight of knowledge and duty, Sunny was finally free, and at peace. The night sky above him was vast and beautiful, and so was the one below. Everything was perfect, except for one thing. Why did his heart have to hurt so much? Surely, he didn't have any regrets left. Just before dawn approached, they reached a secluded and lonesome island. Sunny jumped off the horse, patted him on the back, and said his farewells. The steed then turned into a vast, sprawling shadow and disappeared, as though he had never existed at all. The black stallion even made an attempt to hide his heartbreaking grief, to not burden his creator with it, and not turn their final farewell bitter. Sunny remained still for a few moments, and then made his way to the edge of the island. There, he undid the strings of his tunic and bared his chest, then knelt, looking down into the endless darkness of the sky below, the divine flames burning in its depths. The others didn't know yet what awaited them all, none except for maybe Solvain, who had sealed their fates with her merciless hand. Had she known the consequences of her cruel choice? Or had she been simply too blind to see? In any case, Sunny wanted no part of what was to come. He had always prided himself on being a cheat and a coward, and so, he chose an easy way out. The moon was already gone, and the sun had not yet risen. In this darkest of hours, he was surrounded by nothing except shadows and the singing of the wind. A deep sigh escaped from his lips. Came like dew, disappears like dew. With that, Sunny raised his hand and, without even flinching, thrust the beautiful ember knife through the intricate scales of the serpent that coiled around his chest. As terrible pain drowned his mind with agony, a pale smile appeared on his face. Free. I am, finally, free. His body swayed, and then fell down into the endless abyss of the sky below, disappearing from the edge of the island just as the first ray of sunlight appeared over the horizon. Sunny fell into absolute darkness. Wrapped in its soothing embrace, finally, he died. Sunny woke up. His chest hurt, for some reason, but he couldn't allow himself to sleep any longer. It was time to face anew. What the hell? Doesn't this seem awfully familiar? Sunny woke up from a nightmare where he was a shadow that had lost the will to live, who woke up from a nightmare where he was a prince being drowned in a fiery tomb of molten steel, who woke up from a nightmare where he was an old man dying as he held the body of his murdered mother, who woke up from a nightmare where he was a mortal watching his world being destroyed by a god. Soon enough, Sunny found himself tied to a stake, with fire spreading through the pile of tinder beneath his bare feet as a crowd of people whom he had considered friends and neighbors watched with demented glee. All he could do was struggle desperately against his bonds and pray that the smoke would smother him before the flames reached his flesh. But his prayers were not answered. Screaming from inside the fire, he died. It was time to face a new day. Sunny fought desperately as sharp fangs tore his flesh apart, as he was being eaten alive. But no matter how much he struggled, it was of no use. The monster was just too strong, and mad, and cruel. And then, he died. It was time to face a new day again. Sunny drowned, a heavy chain tied around his legs. Sunny bled to death on a battlefield, suffering from terrible thirst and too weak to move, hungry crows tearing at his face with sharp beaks. Sunny watched his entire family be executed before being hanged from the walls of a somber fortress. Thrown into the boundless darkness of the sky below by his heartless mother, Sunny died of hunger, thirst, and fear, too tired to scream or cry. Sunny was killed and turned into a wooden doll by a vengeful sorcerer, and then killed again after an eternity of silent servitude, the doll burning to ashes as it fell into an ocean of white flames. His heart was pierced with an obsidian knife on an altar made of pure darkness. His body was cleaved apart by the blade of a giant warrior in a red tattered robe while the jubilant crowd cheered from the stone seats of an ancient theater. It was time to face a new day again. The nightmares never ended, bleeding into one another. Each time, Sunny woke up sure that the agony he had experienced was just a harrowing dream. But very soon, his waking life would turn into pure horror itself. And then, he would die. And then, it would be time to face a new day again. Sunny dreamt of being mighty and weak, young and old, men and women, humans and beasts. Their end was always the same. Everywhere he went, everywhere he fled, no matter who he was, there was only pain and death. And madness. It was as though everyone he met was infected by a terrible, unexplainable madness. The whole world was mad. And he was slowly going mad, too. After a while, he found that waking up was getting harder and harder. Sometimes, he failed to differentiate which of his lives were real, and which ones he had just dreamt of. Even though the horrors he had experienced seemed like a nightmare, their weight accumulated, slowly breaking his spirit apart. His faces changed, his memories changed, but one thing always remained the same. The terror. The ever-present, chilling terror of waking up from a nightmare only to be thrust into a worse one instead. And two other things remained the same, as well. The pain in his chest, and the spheres of light that he saw from time to time burning inside someone's soul. Sunny was a soldier in a war between the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum. Consumed by terror, he watched as a brilliant colossus made of lustrous steel stepped forward, making the whole island shake. A giant metal hand slowly moved forward, catching a swift flying ship and crushing the vessel in its enormous fist. And then, the iron giant took another step. Suddenly, the sky disappeared, replaced by a vast expanse of polished metal. The colossus brought his foot down, crushing Sunny, and all of his comrades, into a bloody paste. Sunny died. And then, he woke up with a scream. It was time to face a new day again. That was too much. He shivered, remembering the terrifying sight of the steel giant advancing toward the trembling row of soldiers. Who would be mad enough to challenge the indestructible Sun Prince? Well, he knew who. The warmongers were all insane, each and every one of them. Some said that they had been different and called by another name once, that they had been valiant and brave. Champions who protected the kingdom of hope from the beasts of corruption. But he didn't really believe it. As long as Sunny was alive, and as long as his father was alive, and his grandfather as well, the warmongers had been the same. Bloodthirsty monsters wearing human skins. Luckily, the war was raging far away from here. In the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope, people didn't have to worry about the madness of the followers of war, and the misguided righteousness of the followers of sun. Granted, they had their own worries. Shuddering and still in the grasp of the nightmare, Sunny massaged his aching chest and rose. Today, his lady was going to meet with the emissaries of the Night Temple. It was a high honor, but also not without risk. As a knight tasked with protecting her, Sunny had to be ready for anything. Why does my heart hurt so much today? Shivering, he reached for his clothes. No. Sunny and a young girl in a beautiful silk dress that was passed down to her from her mother, and for that reason a little bit too long for the girl's awkward figure, had nowhere else to run. The pursuers, who had already slaughtered the rest of their party, chased them to the very edge of the island. Now, there was nothing but the darkness of the sky below in front of them. And behind them, steel hooves were already ringing on the stones, growing closer and closer. The teenage girl stared into the bottomless abyss, then turned to him. Her lips trembled. "Sir, what should we do?" Her face was soft and pale, not yet touched by the sharpness of maturity. Her eyes, usually so gentle and bright, were now dull and full of fear. Sunny hesitated, then drew his sword and turned his back to the abyss. "Don't be afraid, my lady. I'm with you." He said those empty words, knowing full well that it was a lie. He was just one man, he was not even an awakened. What could a mundane swordsman like him do against this foe? The girl, young as she was, knew that he was lying, too. A few moments before the first of the pursuers appeared from the darkness, she grabbed his forearm and looked at him with desperate resolve. "You, don't let them take me alive, sir. Please." Sunny gritted his teeth, remained silent for a second, and then slowly nodded. His heart hurt, it hurt so much. The pain was almost blinding. A second later, a mighty black stallion appeared in front of them, bearing an armored rider on his back. The rider jumped down, moving with a speed that no mundane human could ever hope to match. He unsheathed his own sword and glanced at Sunny, his eyes hidden behind a visor of a menacing black helmet. His voice sounded like a voice of an ancient monster. "Step aside, warrior. We only need the maiden. You can still walk away alive." Sunny laughed. Why did his heart hurt so much? Dying was already painful enough. He looked at the awakened hunter in front of him, then at the young girl he had sworn to protect. Why does this nightmare never stop? And then, he lowered his sword, and stepped aside. Both of them looked at him, the pursuer with dark amusement, his lady with shock and disbelief. Her voice trembled. "Sir, what are you doing?" Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "Why is this world so insane? I am very sorry, my lady. Please, don't hold a grudge against me. But, you see, how do I say this?" He looked at her, then in the direction of the awakened hunter. Then, he shook his head and said, "I am pretty sure that you are not real." Sunny looked at the terrified young girl, and then, laughed. His laughter sounded more than a little bit unhinged. His lady shuddered. "Sir, you. Sunny waved a hand in the air. No need. I understand. I sound crazy." The night sky above them was covered in an impregnable veil of clouds, and the one below them was empty and dark. The ancient stones they stood upon were slick with rainwater, and it was too dim to see anything except for vague silhouettes. The silhouette of the awakened hunter was towering, menacing, and embodied the very concept of terror. But Sunny didn't care that much. Massaging his chest, he smiled crookedly and said, his voice hoarse and raspy. "But then again, this whole world is insane. Someone told me once, I don't quite remember who, that we can only reflect what is in front of us. Is it my fault that there is nothing in front of me except for madness?" He looked down, his smile turning into a wicked grin. "And someone else once told me that they wanted to destroy the world. Back then, I thought them insane. I think, but now, I wonder." The awakened hunter took a step forward, his monstrous voice permeating the darkness like an insidious murmur. "Weak, so weak, his mind is broken." Sunny laughed again. Yes. I am very, very weak. But I am not weak enough, I guess. Somehow, I have a feeling that I wasn't supposed to be able to last that long. Who would be able to endure that much pain, that much horror, and that much suffering without losing their mind completely? He glanced at his sword, then at the approaching enemy. And yet, I did. Actually, while some of those nightmares, gods, how cruel they were, did hit a nerve, overall. I am surprised to admit that, they really weren't that bad. Sonny stared at the awakened hunter with a concerned expression, then scratched the back of his head. Crazy, huh? It is almost as if after you have already been gutted once, nothing else can impress you that much. Or if you have already watched your mother die once, the second time won't be as, well, maybe it would? I don't know. I am a bit confused about what is real, and what is not. Maybe I am myself not real. There's one thing I'm sure about, though. The young girl slowly backed away from him, her face painted with fear. The awakened killer tilted his head a little, then asked with curiosity. What? Sonny shrugged. Well, it's that, real or not, I am really, really, really hard to break. As it turns out. At least not to the point where I'll be unable to think. And notice things. Oh, and I did notice a few things. He slowly raised his sword and pointed it at the approaching hunter. One thing I noticed is that my heart always seems to ache, doesn't matter whether it's in a nightmare or in the real life. So, that demands a question, if the heartache is the same, then maybe the nature of both the dream and the reality is the same, as well. He took a step forward, a confused expression on his face. The second thing I noticed was that many of my thoughts, actions, and reactions don't really make sense. Sometimes my hands will try to do something on their own, and sometimes fragments of feelings, ideas, and judgments that I have no cause to possess will just appear on their own. Easy to explain in a dream, not so much in the waking world. And I am awake, am I? Or am I? Or am I not? Sometimes, it's hard to say. He laughed again and assumed a defensive position, waiting for the terrifying awakened hunter to attack. Well, and the last thing I noticed were the radiant spheres of light I seem to be able to see inside the souls of living beings, or vile orbs of darkness in those of the corrupted. It took me a few nightmares to realize that those were soul cores. Strangely, once again, this ability pursued me from the nightmares into reality, making the two seem so much alike. So, with all that said, I am really only curious about one thing. Sonny smiled, ready to meet his death, once more. You see, in my nightmares, I met all kinds of creatures. Awakened warriors, corrupted monsters, even transcendent immortals. Some of them had one soul core, some 2 or 3. He lingered for a moment, and then looked past his enemy, at the mighty black steed standing motionless behind him, barely visible in the shadows. So, my question is, why does this damned horse always have 6? With that, he dashed in the opposite direction from where the hunter's sword flashed, abandoning the young girl he was sworn to protect without a second thought. Sliding on the wet stones, Sonny dove under the flying blade and jumped to his feet, putting all of his weight into an attack of his own. However, his strike was not directed at the menacing killer, instead, it was directed at the tenebrous steed. Unobstructed, the tip of the sword touched the mighty beast's onyx coat, and shattered, as if striking adamantine stone instead of a living being. In the next moment, the awakened hunter's blade pierced him from behind, exiting out of Sonny's chest in a fountain of blood. Ignoring the terrible pain and the blood that was flowing from his mouth, Sonny grinned and looked at the motionless horse. The stallion looked at him back, his eyes dark and full of boundless, terrifying malevolence. A gargling laughter escaped from Sonny's lips. Doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Kill me again, bastard, kill me as many times as you want. In this nightmare, I am just a mundane swordsman, but in the next one, or the one after that, or the one after that, I'll be someone powerful enough to rip you to shreds. And then I will kill you again, and again, and again. Let's see which one of us is going to break first, you wretched pony. The black steed looked down at Sonny, his eyes igniting with ghostly crimson flames. He snorted quietly, and then opened his mouth, full of sharp teeth that were more like those of a wolf than that of a horse. And then, the nightmare bit down on the trembling human's head, easily crushing it between his mighty jaws. Sonny died. and woke up with a tortured scream. It was time to face a new day. He rolled out of the dingy tent he had been sleeping in and grinned, mad sparks igniting in his dark eyes. It was time to hunt an evil horse. Sunny and the diabolical steed of the fallen Shadow Lord battled across an endless tapestry of nightmares. Both were possessed by an insatiable desire to destroy the other, burning with bloodlust, fury, and relentless killing intent. Their blood flowed across 100 harrowing dreams, dissolving into the crimson rivers that had been spilled in the kingdom of hope across the centuries. As the weaker of the two, it was Sunny who bled most of the time, but every time he was torn apart and killed, he made sure to at least leave a mark on the stallion's tenebrous black body. No matter how many times the damned horse killed Sunny, he had to share in the pain. Sunny was not only being hunted, no, he was a hunter himself. What did it matter how many deaths he experienced, what ghastly torments the nightmares held in store for him? In this realm of terrors, he was as immortal as the Stygian steed. Every time he died, he was reborn anew. And every time he was reborn, there was a chance of becoming someone, or something, that the infernal stallion would not be able to defeat. When that happened, their roles reversed, and it was the black horse that had to suffer, be broken, and die by his hand. Every kill filled Sunny's soul with jubilant, dark glee. He didn't care about dying over and over again, about witnessing atrocious horrors and experiencing the worst cruelty a person could imagine. He wasn't even sure that he was a person, after all. But no matter who or what he was, Sunny was content to endure as much agony as there was, as long as he could make the dark courser feel it too. Neither of them could die in the dream, so this battle was going to be decided by the tenacity of their wills. They were going to see whose spirit would break first. Sadly, the opportunities to really hurt the Shadow Steed were few and far between. Across all of the history of the Kingdom of Hope, there were not that many creatures that could challenge his vicious strength, and even less that Sunny was fortunate enough to inhabit in their darkest moment of despair. That was not to say that his hunt was without success. After giving in to madness and abandoning faith in the reality of the nightmares, and of his own memories, Sunny was left with a gaping emptiness in place of where his identity was supposed to be. He knew very few things about who he really was, and didn't really care to know more. It held no meaning for his goal of tormenting and killing the black horse, over and over again. Nevertheless, a few constant things soon revealed themselves. His aching heart, his gift of gazing into the very souls of living beings, and his name. That was the only thing he managed to remember. Lost from light. That was his name, and that was who he was. After Lost from Light managed to remember his name, it acted as an irresistible anchor that slowly pulled other things from the darkness of oblivion that shrouded his true self. Not actual memories, but far more useful things, skills, fragments of knowledge, insights, patterns of thought. Just like a body had a memory of its own, a soul had one as well. Knowing one's name, the true name, was a key to unlocking it. So, he wasn't completely helpless against the infernal steed. What's more, Lost from Light discovered that he had a strange aptitude for this harrowing dream battle of theirs. Waking up in a new body after each death, be it a man or a woman, a child or an elder, a human or a beast, a mundane creature or an awakened one that possessed unique and unexplainable powers, would have been utterly confusing and debilitating for any warrior. How could one fight if they didn't know themselves? But his mind possessed a remarkable flexibility to it, an insidious ability to adapt to any circumstance almost in an instant, as though it was formless and shapeless by nature, and thus easily molded to fit any situation. Lost from Light found out that he could masterfully wield a large number of weapons regardless of whom he was reborn as though he had fought in countless battles before. He was able to learn to wield any other by simply observing his enemies for a few moments. He could easily peer through their technique and intentions, and use that knowledge to destroy them. When he was reborn as a fearsome creature, he could almost instantly understand how to use his bestial body to rip the enemies to shreds, as though he had lived countless lives as countless monsters. But, most importantly, he found out that fighting against those who were stronger than him was his second nature. Lost from Light's mind was full of treachery and cunning, which he could use to deliver terrible wounds to the fearsome stallion even when their might was vastly incomparable. And so, they hunted and killed each other through numerous nightmares, waiting to see which one would break first under the weight of hopelessness and never-ending suffering. Lost from Light wouldn't break. But the damned horse refused to break, too. The black steed was as resilient as he was, as stubborn, as willful, and as ruthless. It endured the endless stream of wounds and deaths Lost from Light delivered upon him with the same unbreakable determination, his hatred and murderous fury only growing stronger. The courser possessed an evil will and a devious mind of his own. He was ready to suffer terrible torment for eternity, too, as long as it meant destroying his enemy over and over again. Not caring about the agony, the stallion seemed darkly content to share it with his feral prey, as well. The black steed was as mad as Lost from Light was. Neither of them gave up, no matter how many times they were mangled, mutilated, ripped apart, and killed. Neither of them broke. So, in the end, it was the never-ending nightmare that had to fracture and fall apart instead. Bloodied and crazed, Lost from Light dragged his body across a vast plain of weathered stone, his sword scraping on the black rocks. Behind him, the shattered remains of a warship were being consumed by fire, painting the darkness of the night with an angry orange glow. In front of him, some distance away, a beautiful black steed stood on shaky legs, red foam falling from his mouth. The eyes of the tenebrous beast shone with a dreadful crimson light, but behind the boundless fury and hate, a deep sense of exhaustion hid there, mixed with confusion, resentment, and pain. Lost from Light grinned. What are you waiting for? Come here. Come and take me, wretch. The stallion breathed heavily, streams of searing steam escaping from his nostrils. He snorted with anger, then lunged forward, lowering his head to skewer the enemy with sharp horns. His steel hooves rang sonorously, causing swarms of red sparks to fly off the ancient stone, and his black mane waved in the wind like a stream of pure darkness. They clashed beneath the empty night sky. And then, Lost from Light died. Or so he thought. Instead of dissolving into darkness and being reborn into a new nightmare, he fell to the ground, causing the whole world to shudder. What is this? Am I finally done for? He thought that he saw strange tears appear in the very fabric of reality. And then, reality crumbled like a vast black veil. Everything around him, the stone island, the burning debris of the broken ship, even the lightless black sky, rippled and swayed, as a silk curtain that was being crumbled by an invisible, giant hand. A moment later, torn and broken, that curtain fell apart. It was a magnificent sight, to see a whole world disintegrating right before your eyes. Some time later, Lost from Light found himself in a boundless darkness, surrounded by pure nothingness. His pain was no more, in fact, he didn't even seem to possess a body. Instead, he had turned into a formless shadow, with 3 orbs of black fire burning furiously in its depths. Lost from Light laughed. What happened? Don't tell me that you ran out of nightmares, beast. Oh, what will you do now? Instead of a response, something moved in front of him, behind him, all around him. Out there in the darkness, there was another shadow. But this one was deeper, vaster, and much more ancient. It was full of malevolence and hatred. As his voice echoed in the nothingness, the vast shadow suddenly surged forward, enveloping him. And then, Lost from Light. Sonny woke up. Sonny rolled out of the bed, clutching at his chest. His gauntlet scraped against the onyx metal of the mantle of the underworld, and in the next second, he fell onto the cold stone floor, looking around wildly, his eyes full of confusion and fear. Where am I? Another nightmare? He saw a terrifying snake coiled in a corner, pale moonlight glistening on its Stygian scales, and a graceful knight in black armor standing guard at the door. For a moment, Sonny panicked, but then remembered who they were. Saint. Soul Serpent. And then, he remembered who he was. His pupils widened. I'm awake. The fragmented memories of the countless nightmares drowned his mind, each one more harrowing than the other. Some of them were already fading away, like dreams usually did, but some remained, almost as vivid and vibrant, and terrible, as when he had lived them. Sonny shuddered and let out a stifled shriek. For a few moments, his sense of self grew fragile, the madness of his nightmare self clashing against his actual being. But then, the real him, the one that was an awakened fighter instead of a nameless being locked inside a never-ending wheel of torturous nightmares, won over and absorbed the other, somehow. It was a proper mess. But Sonny had no time to pay a lot of attention to the chaotic and, without a doubt, dire process of his different divergent selves melding together. Because, as soon as he fell to the floor, he heard the painfully familiar sound, loud, threatening, drawing closer and closer. The ringing of steel hooves on cold stone. How? What? He was too disoriented and shell-shocked to gather his thoughts and understand what was happening. He knew only one thing for sure. The damned horse was coming. Saint suddenly raised her shield and stared at the door, while the soul serpent silently blended with the shadows. Sonny was already trying to stand up, a desperate thought trying to form in his mind. Memory. I need to summon a memory. I need a weapon. But he didn't get a chance to. Just a moment later, the wall of the chamber suddenly exploded into a flood of stone shrapnel, and two furious crimson eyes appeared in the darkness behind it. The black stallion, the awakened terror that had once been Shadow Lord's steed and companion, galloped into the chamber right through the stone wall and rammed into Sonny without slowing down one bit. In the short moment before that happened, Sonny got a chance to get a good look at him. The creature appeared exactly as it had in the nightmares. The stallion was tall and graceful, his coat as black as night and his eyes burning with menacing crimson light. Lean muscles rolled under his skin with each movement, making it glisten with dark luster. His hooves seemed to be forged out of somber adamantine metal, as were his curved horns and sharp, terrifying fangs. The tenebrous steed seemed to be surrounded by shadows, his silhouette cloaked in their dark mantle. He was as beautiful as he was terrifying. More importantly, the terror was heading right for Sonny, with cold hatred burning in his dreadful eyes. A split second later, the stallion rammed him at full speed. Arg! The black horns failed to pierce the stone-like metal of the mantle of the underworld, but Sonny felt as though he was hit by a speeding train. His armored body was raised into the air and flung backward. The courser carried him forward on the sharp horns, and a moment later, rammed into the other wall of the room, shattering it with Sonny's back. Sonny felt another terrifying impact, and his vision momentarily went black. Surrounded by a cloud of stone debris, the two of them, the demon and the terror, fell out of the jagged breach in the keep's outer wall and into the cool night air, plummeting down from the height of the abandoned castle's main tower. Damned horse, why can't you just die? Sonny and the black steed plummeted down in a cloud of shattered stone. Far below them, the courtyard of the boundary fortress lay, shrouded in darkness. It was growing closer and closer, approaching with terrifying speed. Neither paid it any attention, however. The stallion bit down on Sonny's shoulder with all his might, his sharp fangs scraping against the stone-like metal of the mantle of the underworld. The fearsome onyx armor was an ascended memory of the 6th tier, a whole rank above the diabolical shadow, so the courser was not supposed to be able to damage it. However, to Sonny's shock and dismay, the metal plates actually groaned and bent, crushing his flesh. He roared with pain and anger, then thrust his 4 hands forward, ripping the terror's chest with his claws. Drops of blood fell down like rain. Intertwined, the two of them hit the cobblestones of the desolate courtyard. However, instead of being broken by the fall, both simply submerged into the veil of shadows, drowning it, as if the ancient stones had turned into a lake of liquid darkness. For a moment, Sonny found himself floating in the tenebrous embrace of deep, unfathomable shadows. Usually, turning into a ghostly shade would have meant escaping to safety. But today, his enemy was a similar creature himself. A vast and terrifying presence lunged at him from the darkness, full of fury and boundless, chilling killing intent. The black steed had pursued him even into the shadows. However, this time, Sunny was ready. He had never fought anyone, or anything, as a shadow. But he had been attacked in this form twice, first by the mirror beast, and then by its insidious creator. Mordred of Valor, the Prince of Nothing. Both were able to steal his own ability, and use it against him. What did it mean? It meant that while Sunny could not damage mundane shadows, as Shadow Blade Kurt had been able to, he was capable of destroying other shadow creatures, just like they were capable of destroying him. In his shadow state, Sunny was shapeless and formless, but that also meant that he could assume any shape and any form. It was just a matter of his will, mind, and imagination. As the vast presence that was the nightmare steed lunged at him, he moved to meet it, turning into a long, narrow blade made of darkness. They clashed, tearing each other's souls apart. Sunny's whole being was instantly drowned by terrible suffering, but he also felt a silent scream of agony escaping from the rippling shadow that was trying to enshroud him. Both the demon and the terror were thrown back into the corporeal world, Sunny rolling away on the cold stones, the tenebrous steed sliding on them as his hooves struck sparks into the air. Kill. I'm gonna kill you, bastard, just you wait. Sunny roared and rose to his feet, outstretching one hand to summon the cruel sight, and another to summon the moonlight shard. Two burning crimson eyes streaked through the darkness, and he was hit in the chest again. His lower hands grabbed the horns of the infernal stallion, and the mantle of the underworld suddenly grew as heavy as a mountain. That didn't slow down the courser one bit, however. Together, they struck the wall of the dilapidated fortress. Sunny shrieked, feeling his spine come very close to snapping. If not for Bone Weave, he would have undoubtedly been shattered into pieces. The wall of the fortress was shattered instead. A whole section of it cracked, and then crumbled, making the ground tremble as a vast cloud of dust rose into the air and blotted out the stars. The damned terror carried him through the cloud, emerging from the other side of it a split second later, and then threw Sunny to the ground, trying to impale him with the horns. But his enemy never let go of them, so instead, the four-armed demon was dragged across the emerald grass, tearing the soil apart. One of his hands flashed forward, piercing one of the stallion's eyes with a ghostly stiletto. Or at least, trying to. At the last moment, the black horse snapped its head sideways and bit down on the blade of the moonlight shard with his fangs, then jerked his neck and sent Sunny flying through the air. Damnation! Sunny spun in the air and landed on his feet, sliding back a dozen meters as the soles of his armored boots tore the ground. A moment later, he grasped the shaft of the cruel sight from the air and raised the somber spear, ready to strike the enemy. But the black steed had somehow disappeared and was nowhere in sight. His vertical pupils narrowed, and then Sunny spun, sensing a swift and vast shadow circling him from behind. The blade of the cruel sight suddenly shone with pure light, tearing the darkness apart. The nightmarish courser was forced back into the corporeal form, and instantly came under attack. The tip of the spear bit deep into his shoulder, causing more blood to fall on the grass. Uncaring, the terror twisted and shifted his weight, standing on his front legs as both hind ones were thrown into the air, drawn like powerful springs. Sunny shivered. CRA. In the next moment, the black horse struck backward with both legs, catching him square in the chest. The breastplate of the mantle of the underworld rang mournfully as a thin net of cracks appeared on it. Stunned and blinded, Sunny was sent backward, flying above the ground with terrible speed. He collided against an ancient tree and went right through it, the thick trunk exploding into a cloud of splinters. Then, he hit the ground and bounced from it, flew some more, then crashed down again and rolled for dozens of meters, blood shooting out of his mouth. Hurt, arg, that hurt. His heart hurt, too. It hurt way, way too much. Gulping for air and unable to force it into his four lungs, Sunny shakily rose to his feet and stubbornly raised the cruel sight. And then, the black steed shot from the darkness and rammed into him again. This time, both of them slid off the edge of the island. Sunny and the Stygian courser continued their battle in the darkness of the sky below, then fell on the swaying surface of a heavenly chain. Turning into swift shadows, they clashed again and again as they glided across its length with terrible speed, ripping each other's souls to shreds. Traversing many kilometers in a matter of a dozen heartbeats, they emerged from the shadows and shot upward, then crashed on the surface of the next island, wrecking and destroying anything that appeared in their way. The courser rammed Sunny again and again, carrying him further and further away through the night, not giving Saint and the Soul Serpent any chance to catch up. The stallion used his devastating hooves, his adamantine horns, and his sharp fangs, anything he had to deliver as much pain and damage to the wicked, tenacious, hateful enemy of his. But Sunny was consumed with the same murderous fury. He returned the favor with his weapons, his claws, and his own fangs and horns as well, forgetting everything except for the crazed desire to obliterate his foe. They rolled across the unfamiliar island like a wave of destruction and flew high into the sky, Sunny with the help of the dark wing and the heavenly burden, the terror with the help of nothing but the force of his hind legs and the terrifying range of his dashing jump. His fangs caught the fragile fabric of the transparent cloak, tearing it apart, and then both of them plummeted down once more, landing on another chain and instantly submerging into shadows. Just like that, they fought without stop, overwhelmed by the maddening desire to destroy the enemy. When they clashed in their corporeal forms, Sunny was always on the losing side, receiving more wounds and being thrown around like a tattered rag doll. However, when they became shadows, he held the advantage. Despite the fact that the black steed was 3 whole classes ahead of him, they were of the same rank. And while the courser was a more ancient and powerful shadow, Sunny was a divine one. Suffused with the flame of divinity, each of his attacks dealt more damage, and that damage was far more terrible, as well. His shadow form, while much smaller, was far more fathomless and resilient. Held together by the bond of a true name, his soul was much harder to destroy. They fought, and fought, and fought, flying through the night as their bodies became broken and bloodied, and their souls became tattered and torn. And yet, neither was willing to give up. Neither was willing to let the enemy live. Sunny had never experienced a battle that was so ferocious, swift, and devastating. Everything happened too fast, and hurt too much, for him to properly perceive and comprehend. At some point, he stopped trying to, giving in entirely to his intuition and battle instinct. There was only one truth and one unbreakable law, after all. He had to kill the enemy, and prevent the enemy from killing him. Everything else was just noise. Finally, exhausted and covered in wounds, they reached a deserted island where nothing living dwelled or grew. Rolling on the ground, Sunny used 2 shadows to augment his mangled body, and the third one to serve as his second pair of eyes. Deep in the battle trance of clarity, he was able to perceive the whole world as one interconnected picture, with each part of it existing within the same complicated pattern as all the rest. His mind was forged into a single sharp edge, all of his thought dedicated to the battle, clear, purposeful, and swift. He saw the silhouette of the infernal black horse approach him from the darkness, bloody foam streaming from the stallion's mouth, unshaken while burning in the dreadful crimson eyes. By now, the two of them knew each other better than they knew themselves. After all, they had spent countless nightmares hunting and killing each other, only to continue the battle in reality after the nightmares could not keep up anymore. They were evenly matched. The black steed was far more powerful and had experienced centuries of bloody battles, but Sunny was devious, cunning, and full of insidious treachery that made up for his lack of strength. Neither could overwhelm the other, and at this point, both were probably going to die trying. The steed seemed to be at peace with such an outcome. And Sunny was too. He would have preferred to stay alive, though. Curse you. A low growl escaped from his lips, and then, Sunny suddenly dismissed his weapons, and even his armor, standing motionlessly under the starlit sky, his nakedness covered only by a crude loincloth. Raising one hand, he massaged his aching chest, then bared his fangs in a dark grin and growled. Let us end this, then. The black steed stared at the hateful enemy for a few moments, and then lowered his head, starlight shining on the sharp tips of his horns. And then, the courser charged forward, breaking the ground with the push of his adamantine hooves. Sunny lunged forward, as well. He had only one gamble left. One desperate, devious trick. Since he and the tenebrous stallion knew each other so well, he was going to try and turn into the terror's shadow. Using shadow dance against another shadow was a strange concept, since shadows were formless and shapeless by nature. How was he supposed to peer into the very essence of something that was shifting and ever-changing? Well, he was either going to do it, somehow, or die. That was why Sunny had dismissed his armor and his weapons. The black stallion did not use any weapons or armor, after all, only his hooves, his fangs, his horns, his unbreakable will, and his furious desire to kill. That was what Sunny had to use, too. He recalled everything he could about the endless stream of nightmares, every torturous death, every indescribable torment, every excruciating loss he still remembered, and how his enemy had been in those vile dreams. He remembered a similar deserted island, centuries ago, where the Shadow Lord said his last goodbye to his faithful steed, and their exhilarating ride across the night skies just before that. He remembered every wound that the stallion had dealt him, and every wound that he had dealt in return. And then, he tried to use shadow dance like he had used it on countless humans and creatures before, only this time, peering even deeper, wishing to understand even more. For a moment it was as though Sunny himself became the Stygian steed. He felt it, the rage, the hatred, the dark resolve, but also, deep underneath it, boundless loneliness, sorrow, and longing. Ah, what a terrible fate it was, for a shadow to walk the world without its master. He saw himself wandering across the ruins of the Kingdom of Hope, mournful and lost, and then returning to the now empty fortress that had once been his home, his master's home, only to see it be overtaken and desecrated by marauding strangers. He felt a deep, maddening rage, and gave in to this madness, letting it consume him. And then, Sunny saw himself charging at a bloodied form of a four-armed demon. He saw clearly what the black steed was going to do to kill him, a split second before it happened. And so, he sidestepped the attack before it even came, raised his upper arms, locked his fists together, and brought them down with all the devastating, inhuman power he had. The charge of the stallion missed, and instead, a terrible blow descended from above, landing on his spine and shattering it. The black steed tumbled to the ground, suddenly paralyzed, and remained laying there, his side rising and falling shakily, his hoarse breathing slowing down and down. Sunny fell, too. Ah, hell. It felt like he was dying, too. The pain in his chest had finally grown intolerable, as if his heart finally reached its limit. Turning his head, he stared at the dying horse, whose dreadful crimson eyes were slowly growing dim and cold. After a while, the madness burning in them was extinguished, and a shadow of a new emotion appeared in them. Confusion, pain, and sudden recognition. The black steed breathed in one last time, then let out a quiet whine. And died. Sunny closed his eyes. He was so tired. I won. Well, then, maybe, it was time for him to die, too. In the darkness, the voice of the spell whispered into his ear, its voice soft and solemn. You have slain an awakened shadow, Nightmare. Your shadow grows stronger. He felt a vast amount of shadow fragments flow into his cores, reinforcing them, and thought tiredly. Strange, that doesn't feel like just 6 of them. But the spell was not done speaking. It remained silent for a moment, and then said. You have received a shadow. Your aspect legacy mastery level has increased. You have received the right to claim a legacy relic. Sunny weakly tried to smile. Such great news, this would have been great, if I was not dying. And then, a strange sound invaded his ears. It sounded like the rustle of sails. There was warmth, sunlight, and the smell of fresh sheets, wood, and green leaves. Sunny slowly opened his eyes and felt the bed beneath him sway gently. No. The world itself had swayed. It was time to face a new day. Suddenly overwhelmed by terror, he sat up with a growl, his eyes wildly searching for the signs of danger, disaster, and death. His forehands rose, sharp claws ready to tear flesh apart. No, 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 it was all a dream, I'm in the nightmare again. I never escaped. Panic washed over his mind, but then slowly receded. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered his gaze and stared at his four hands. For, this was the shadow demon's body. He was awake. He was himself, well, the nightmare version of himself. It was all so convoluted. He remembered the desolate fortress, the endless torments he had dreamt of, the fearsome battle with the black steed, and his eventual victory. The terrible pain of his last heart giving out. Tootum tootump. Tootum tootump. Tootum tootump. Hearing the strange sound, Sunny looked at his chest. His three shadows were sprawled on the ground, so the rough skin of the shadow demon had lost its obsidian color and was back to its original complexion, as pale and gray as it had been back when he first entered the nightmare. There was a thin, barely noticeable scar running vertically from his collarbone to his abdomen. And beneath it, tootum tootump, two mighty hearts were beating steadily, circulating rivers of blood through the gaunt, towering body of the four-armed demon. He blinked a couple of times. I am alive. Not only was he alive, but he also seemed to possess two perfectly healthy hearts. Remembering something, Sunny shifted his gaze back to his hands and noticed that his two missing fingers were now back, be it of a slightly different color and seemingly carved out of ashen, polished wood. He tentatively made his hands into fists, and saw the wooden fingers bend as if they were no different from the other 18. He could even feel the texture of the skin on his palms pressing against their tips. His two new claws were forged out of lusterless steel. Finally, Sunny raised his eyes and looked around, trying to understand where he was. The room he saw was not very spacious, but also not small. Its walls and ceiling were made out of wood, and so was the floor, hidden under an opulent plush rug. The bed he lay upon was sturdy and large, with a mattress so soft that it seemed like a cloud, and pristine white sheets covering it. There were several pieces of luxurious furniture in the room, a pile of bright sitting pillows on the floor, a tray with succulent fruit on an intricate wooden table, and a large window on one of the walls, opening onto a breathtaking view of the boundless blue sky. Despite the lavish decor, the room felt familiar, somehow. Sunny frowned. Wait a minute. Wasn't there a room just like this, but far more dilapidated and empty, on the ancient flying ship the fire keepers had repaired? Suddenly, something clicked in his mind, and his vertical pupils narrowed. Noctis. That lying crook. Sunny was back on board the magnificent sky vessel that had a beautiful tree growing around its mast, only that vessel had not been shattered and wrecked, then recovered and restored by Cassie's cohort yet. It was still owned by its original captain, the great and powerful sorcerer of the East, Noctis. He must have picked Sunny up after the battle with the black steed and kept his promise, fashioning a new heart for the shadow demon's body, and even replacing the fingers Sunny had lost while trying to learn how to weave. Which was very nice of him. But didn't mean that Sunny would not still enjoy ripping the bastard limb from limb. That lying sack of monster crap. Spend the night in the fortress, sunless, what's the worst that could happen, sunless? I'm going to strangle him. Sunny growled hatefully and clenched his fists, almost slicing his own skin apart with the claws. He was full of resentment, fury, and vengeful wrath. However, after thinking about it for a few moments, he had to hide his fangs and make a sour face. Yes, the thought of making the deceitful sorcerer squirm felt very nice. But no matter how weak and affable Noctis seemed, he was an immortal transcended, a chain lord of the kingdom of hope. Someone whose mere presence was enough to scare a terrifying corrupted monster away. There were far more productive things in life than harboring thoughts of revenge against someone like that. Besides, there was so much Sunny had to think about instead. The nightmares, the battle with the Shadow Stallion, the rewards he had received after emerging victorious from it, his future plans and actions. Sadly, he did not receive an opportunity to consider all these important and vital things. As if summoned by Sunny thinking of his name, the damned sorcerer suddenly opened the door and entered the room, whistling a jolly tune under his nose. Noctis was just as Sunny remembered him, carefree, pleasantly likable, and dressed in extravagantly colorful silk garments. His raven-black hair was immaculate and lustrous, and his beautiful gray eyes sparkled with jovial light. Noctis saw the four-armed demon, and smiled brightly. "Ah, Sunless. You're finally awake." Sunny stared at him, the corner of his eyes twitching. "Bastard. You have the audacity to smile at me after sending me to that hell?" He hesitated, then let out a low growl as a greeting. Come to think of it, what, exactly, was the sorcerer planning to do with him now? A vague memory of one of the nightmares suddenly entered his mind, one where he had been turned into an obedient wooden doll by a, who had it been? Sunny suddenly shivered. Noctis continued to smile, and then said in a strange voice. "Well then, since you're up, why don't you come with me, Sunless?" Sunny gulped. Somehow, he felt that this invitation was not really something he could refuse. Thinking that it was unwise to refuse the immortal sorcerer, Sunny rose from the bed and hesitated for a moment, noticing that he was completely naked. Numerous wounds that he had received in the Red Colosseum and later, in the battle with the Black Steed, had turned his gray skin into a map of scars, with lean muscles rolling under it like mountain chains. Noctis gave him a funny look, then cleared his throat and pointed to a chair that had a black kimono hanging on its backrest. The garment was made out of silk, intricately stitched, and fit his towering figure perfectly. It even had 4 sleeves instead of 2, revealing that someone must have sewn the thing specifically for him. Feeling the cool caress of the soft fabric on his rough skin, Sunny covered his nakedness, fastened the belt around his waist, and then put on a pair of leather sandals. Feeling somewhat like a proper human again, or rather, a proper demon, he then tied his wild black hair with a black ribbon and followed Noctis out of the room. As they walked to the upper deck, the sorcerer couldn't help but throw glances at him, mumbling some nonsense in a barely audible voice. "Wonderful, marvelous. My complexion is, without a doubt, the fairest there is in the kingdom of hope, but alas, black doesn't suit me at all. I won't be caught dead wearing black. Or alive, really. But this is just perfect. Finally, someone to do justice to this night's silk I bought. It must be fate, indeed, no doubt about it." Sunny stared at the immortal transcendent with a concerned scowl on his face. The man was clearly a raving lunatic. Another one. Why the hell is everyone in this damned nightmare insane? They walked onto the upper deck of the flying ship, where Sunny saw a somewhat familiar picture. There was a beautiful tree growing around the main mast, with the middle of the vessel drowning in the cool shade of its wide branches. The bark of the tree was ivory white, and its leaves were vibrant emerald in color. The difference with how the flying ship had been in the future was that the original tree he was staring at right now was much taller, stronger, more robust, ancient. Now that he had witnessed the consecrated grove of Heart God, Sunny easily recognized its origin. He also shuddered, remembering the nightmare in which he was reborn as an old man. That one was perhaps the most terrible of them all. Mostly because it reminded him of his own past, his own mother. His own loss. Noticing a subtle shift in the expression of the sullen demon and misunderstanding it, Noctis smiled proudly. "Ah, yes. She's a real beauty. This noble ship is the last of her kind. An original. All those flying buckets the rest of them use are just crude imitations." He patted the bark of the sacred tree in passing and continued forward, heading for the bow of the ship. "You are probably too young to remember, Sunless, but a long time ago, the sky below was full of divine flame. Back then, there were fearless daredevils who dove down into the ocean of immolating fire to harvest some of it. This is the last remaining vessel of their fleet." The sorcerer smiled. "All the rest were turned to ash, along with their crews. Even the memory of them is long gone. Shame, those guys were really something, the fire hunters. A fun crowd. Not very bright, though, which was how I got my hands on this beauty. Won her in a game of cards, and made some improvements. He laughed. I am the best player in all of the Kingdom of Hope, you know. I even won that obsidian knife you carry once, from the one in the north. Oh, you should have seen her face when she had to give me the prize. That was back when she cared about such stuff, of course. Sunny blinked and stared at the sorcerer, dumbfounded. No, no way. He won one of the 7 knives by playing cards. The 7 knives created by Sun God. Noctis glanced at him and winked. Ah, yes, the rest of the lords had the exact same expression you do right now. They were very angry with us too. It was a giant mess. I sort of lost that knife later on, though, so they mellowed out. He grew silent for a bit, and then added, his voice a little darker. But these knives, they never really stay lost for long, you know. It's really, really hard to get rid of one. Impossible, in fact. They continued forward in silence. Disturbed, Sunny turned away and looked over the railing of the flying ship. It seemed that Noctis had not moved the vessel away from the deserted island where the battle between Sunny and the Black Stallion had ended. It was still below, empty except for a few jagged rocks laying here and there. The only difference was that, now, there were beautiful white flowers growing from the soil where the drops of the lonesome steed's blood had fallen on it. A giant mess. Sunny knew that there were 7 immortals created by the Lord of Light to guard, or rather, contain, hope. Their strings were torn out of the tapestry of fate, made to loop endlessly onto themselves, and placed into 7 strange knives. And so, the knives were both what made the Chain Lords eternal, and the only thing that could kill them. Each of Hope's wardens was entrusted with the key to another's death. This was what kept the balance between them, so, of course Noctis had made a huge mess by managing to get his hands on a second one. No wonder the other lords were angry. Even though losing one of the knives was something only a complete idiot would do, in this instance, the sorcerer had been lucky enough to somehow manage such a feat. Otherwise, he might have found himself in hot water, or molten steel. Sunny shuddered and closed his eyes for a moment. Finally, they reached the bow of the ship and descended a set of stairs, eventually stopping in front of a heavily reinforced door that looked faintly familiar. Noctis unlocked the door, and invited Sunny inside. There, Sunny saw armored walls, a high ceiling, and 3 chests standing in the center of the room. Staring at one of them in particular, he suddenly paled terribly and took an involuntary step back. Noctis glanced at him with confusion, then shook his head. You are very strange. Don't be afraid, these are just my treasure chests. They won't bite. He thought for a second, and then gave one of the chests a playful kick. Well, except for this one. This one will eat you alive. Sunny stared at the painfully familiar chest, his black eyes full of fright and venomous resentment. Of course, he had recognized it instantly. It was his old nemesis, the mordant mimic, the vile creature that had almost eaten him alive once, in the distant future. Granted, he had ended up being the one to feast on the flesh of the abomination, instead. Which had been a traumatic experience in and of itself. But who was to say that he would be able to kill the fallen devil again? Sure, Sunny was much stronger and more experienced now. He had more cores, thousands more shadow fragments reinforcing them, much better equipment, and inhabited the body of an actual demon. But there was also no crushing in this era to help him hold the creature down while the broken oath did its job. Thankfully, the bastard seemed to be behaving itself, maybe out of fear of its master. Actually. Sunny looked closer and frowned, noticing that the chest had only 3 soul cores, none showing any sign of corruption. They were bright and pristine, just like that of any other creature following the path of ascension. However, they were also too dim to be of the ascended rank. The mimic was neither fallen nor a devil yet. It was simply an awakened demon masquerading as a treasure chest. Which was a bit of an improvement, but still didn't really explain why Noctis was using a powerful demon as a piece of furniture. I guess the mimic grew stronger sometime in the future, and was also corrupted, somehow. Sunny relaxed a little, but then his scowl deepened. While Noctis opened one of the other two chests and started enthusiastically rummaging through it, two thoughts entered Sunny's mind. One was very simple. Coins. However, no matter how alluring the image of the miraculous coins was, the second thought took precedence. What the hell? Those words Noctis had just said, weren't they mentioned in the description of the covetous coffer? Yes, they were. So Sunny was, and had always been, the pale friend mentioned in it. Huh. How could the spell have known that this exact scene would play out, all that time ago? Back then, Sunny had not even known about the existence of the nightmare seed in the ivory tower, let alone harbored any thoughts of entering it. There were two possible answers, both of them equally unnerving. One was that the nightmare was not, in fact, a recreation of the past. Instead, it was just the past. The spell knew what Noctis was going to say because this conversation had already happened thousands of years ago, and possessed the power to send people back through time. Sunny wasn't quite ready to believe that, though. Things didn't really add up. If each nightmare allowed Awakened to travel through time and return to the past, they would have been able to cause changes in the present through their actions. There had not been too many nightmares conquered since the spell had appeared, but also not that few. Hundreds at least, and maybe even thousands. So, he was more inclined to consider the other answer. The second answer had to do with the nature of the spell and the domain of its alleged creator. Weaver was called the Demon of Fate for a reason, after all. Their mask allowed Sunny to steal a glance at the tapestry of fate, and see the past, the present, and the future of everything, all at the same time. Just one split second of this terrible knowledge had almost driven him insane. Perhaps the spell, which was woven out of those very strings of fate, was able to perceive the depths of the tapestry as well, and hence knew that it was Sunny's fate to enter the nightmare, meet Noctis, and have this conversation in the treasury of the flying ship. That possibility was, perhaps, even more frightening. Damnation, my head hurts. The mystery of the seemingly innocuous description of the covetous coffer had turned out to hold a key to a very important piece of the grand puzzle, one that was too important to be considered hastily. The whole nature of the world as Sunny knew it could be changed entirely depending on which answer was true. He was going to have to think about it more, and later, in excruciating detail. And speaking of excruciating. Sunny lingered, then glanced at Noctis, suddenly remembering all the torment he had gone through because of that shameless crook. He gritted his teeth, thinking of all the ways he would have made the bastard pay, if he could. The crook in question, meanwhile, smiled widely as he pulled a sparkling emerald medallion out of the chest and threw it to Sunny. Aha! There you are, here, catch. Sunny caught the medallion and studied it with a dubious expression. There seemed to be an almost invisible, intricate string of runes carved into the precious stone. What is this crook planning now, I wonder? Ah, I wish I could rip his flimsy body into tiny pieces, and listen to him scream. I would have started with the fingers, I think, and worked my way up. One little piece at a time. Noctis stared at him with a strange expression, his face frozen. Sunny frowned. Why is that idiot staring at me? Gods, what a lunatic. Huh. Wait a moment. He blinked. Why does it sound as if I'm speaking aloud? Damn, am I going crazy as well? Crazier, I mean. The sorcerer cleared his throat, then cautiously hid his hands behind his back. Yeah. That emerald trinket you are holding is a very rare and precious magical amulet. It can project someone's thoughts outward and vocalize them, turning thought into sound. So, do stay away from my fingers, please. I am quite attached to them, unlike some people. Sunny paled. What? No. He heard all that. Wait, crap, he heard that, too. He shuddered and hurriedly dropped the emerald amulet to the floor, then stared at it in abject horror. Noctis smiled. Oh, Sunless, don't fret, my friend. I know it was just a bit of friendly teasing. I've heard way worse, anyway. You are actually a very restrained individual, as far as demons go. He bent down, picked up the amulet, and offered it to Sunny with an innocent grin. "So, how about we have a hearty meal and talk? There's so much we must speak about." A few minutes later, Sunny was staring at a table full of all kinds of delicious food. The table was situated on the upper deck of the flying ship, allowing for a breathtaking view of the shattered kingdom of hope below. Being that high up in the sky, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of discomfort. The fear of the crushing was already deeply ingrained into his bones. However, the terrible curse that dictated the lives of everyone on the chained isles did not exist yet. He had nothing to worry about. Or rather, he did not have to worry about that particular danger. There were plenty of other existential threats surrounding him, however. The food had been served by obedient wooden dolls wearing tasteful silk liveries. Sunny was pretty sure that each of the animated mannequins had been a living creature once, their souls torn from their bodies and placed into the dolls by the person sitting across from him. Taking a sip of a cooled wine, the person in question smiled brilliantly and gestured at the food. "Come, Sunless. Enjoy." Sunny hesitated for a bit, then reached out to put a few portions of several mouth-watering dishes onto his plate. He was careful not to touch the emerald amulet that lay in front of him, knowing that doing so would reveal all his thoughts to the damned sorcerer. That thing was maybe the greatest danger he faced. While the ability to communicate with people was something he had been thinking about from the first day of entering the nightmare, sharing his every thought was not something Sunny was ready to deal with yet. His flaw had been constraining what he was able to say for a long time now, so his mind was a kind of safe haven for Sunny. For that reason, he had developed a tendency to run wild with his thoughts. Revealing them all to a mad sorcerer was not a very great idea. Noctis watched him eat with a carefree smile, then said in a friendly tone. "By the way, great job killing that nasty horse. What a feat. What a gallant deed. Truly, vanquishing it was an exploit worthy of being sung about. But, Sunless." The sorcerer hesitated for a moment, then leaned forward and asked with a bit of exasperated desperation in his voice. "Please tell me, why, for the love of the gods, did you kill the horse?" Sunny, who was taking a sip of cold water, spat it all out. Coughing, he stared at Noctis with murderous fury burning in his bestial black eyes, then ground his fangs and put his palm on the emerald amulet. "What the hell do you mean, why did I kill the horse? You were the one who sent me into his damned lair. The horse was this close to becoming the end of me, what else was I supposed to do?" Then, he clenched his 4 fists and growled. The nerve of this bastard. Sunny, of course, meant for that last thought to remain unsaid, but sadly, one of his fists was still touching the enchanted amulet. Noctis looked at him, blinked a few times, and then flung his hands into the air. "I never meant for you to fight it. Do I look like an idiot? That horse destroyed hundreds of creatures much scarier than you, why would I send a mere demon to battle it?" Sunny opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Finally, he hissed. "Yes. I don't know. Why did you send me into the fortress?" The sorcerer gulped down his wine, remained silent for a bit, then let out a bitter sigh. "Oh, well, you know. I just thought that since you are both shadow creatures, it might have liked you. Didn't you know each other back when your master was still around?" Sunny looked at the beautiful immortal for a few moments, then trembled slightly and covered his face with 2 hands. That damn fool. This time, he was careful to not touch the amulet while thinking that. The worst part of all of it, was that Noctis was not entirely unfounded in thinking that the black steed would not attack Sunny. The body he was currently inhabiting had, indeed, been acquainted with the stallion centuries ago, back when their lord had been alive. The problem was that Sunny had replaced the 4-armed demon, and thus had no memory of knowing the black courser, while the courser himself had gone mad during the hundreds of years of solitude and only recognized his old companion seconds before death, when his madness receded for a few short moments. So, all that horror, all the pain and torment he had gone through in the nightmares, was the result of a tragic and cruel twist of fate. It was just a series of wicked and disastrous coincidences, nothing more, and nothing less. Sonny let out a low growl. Forget it. It doesn't matter, anyway. Not now, and not anymore. The important part is. Noctis might look like an eccentric idiot, but he is anything but. If he wanted me to reunite with Shadow Lord Steed, there was a reason for that. What does he really want? He hesitated, then placed his hand back onto the amulet. Why did you want me to meet that thing? The sorcerer remained silent for a bit, then smiled charmingly. Oh, right. By any chance, before you killed it, has Nightmare shared anything with you? The location of a certain glass knife, for example. Sonny snorted. Ah. So that's what all of this is about. He took a bite out of a loaf of delicious freshly baked bread, chewed it unhurriedly, thinking about nothing at all, and then responded in a calm tone. Sure, there is something that I learned. Why? Noctis cleared his throat, glanced at the scenery, then back at Sonny. Finally, he said with a bit of visibly forced indifference. Oh. Well, would you mind sharing? Sonny stared at him for a bit, then grinned. With his bestial face and 2 rows of sharp fangs, that grin looked truly frightening. Would I mind, huh? That depends. Why do you want that knife? Noctis smiled with his usual carefree attitude, then waved his hand dismissively. Ah, it's nothing much. A small thing, really. You see, I just want to gather the knives, start a war against both the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum, kill all of the Chain Lords, defy the Lord of Light, break the will of gods, and release the demon of desire out of her prison. And then maybe have a cup of tea. The sorcerer grew silent for a moment, and then added thoughtfully. Actually, on second thought, maybe I'll have the tea first. Sonny stared at the immortal sorcerer, stunned by those words. The scale and scope of the bloodshed and adversity Noctis was striving for were simply beyond comprehension. And yet, he had confessed this terrible desire with the same carefree, nonchalant, jovial attitude, as though he was indeed talking about brewing tea instead of waging war on 4 deathless saints and their armies. Sonny remembered the first time he saw Noctis, bloodied, crestfallen, sitting motionlessly in front of the fire with a diamond sickle laying at his feet, its blade marred with crimson. A grim and somber thought formed in his mind all by itself. Insane, you are insane. All of you are. He flinched, then removed his trembling hand from the emerald amulet. Noctis threw his head back and laughed, as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. The silent sailor dolls stood around him, motionless, staring into emptiness with their crudely carved eyes. The scene that was strange and fantastical a few moments ago suddenly seemed threatening and eerie. After a while, the sorcerer grew quiet, then glanced at Sonny with a mischievous smile and asked. Yes, indeed. I could not have said it better myself. All of us are insane. But don't you get it yet, Sunless? Don't you understand why? Sonny frowned, then shook his head. What the hell is he trying to say? How was he supposed to know why everyone in this damned nightmare seemed completely mad? And then, something moved in his mind. A seed of a thought, a nascent hint of understanding. His pupils narrowed slightly. There was something strange about the Kingdom of Hope. He had first sensed it after escaping the Red Colosseum and facing Solvain, that beautiful and utterly demented fiend. Her actions made a perverse, and yet perfect sense. But there was still something wrong about her. Back then, he had felt a vague suspicion. Something seemed out of place, something didn't make sense. And after, when he had been thrust into the never-ending nightmares, this feeling only grew stronger. He just had no time to think about it. Everyone here seemed slightly, or greatly, off. Every emotion was sharper and cut deeper, every vice or virtue grew out of control until it turned into a destructive obsession. He had experienced it all, lived through all of it in the nightmares over and over again. Pain, sorrow, tragedy, madness. Even Sunny himself was affected by this insidious strangeness. His single-minded obsession with learning how to weave, the sudden intensity of his affection toward Elias, the subsequent crushing heartbreak over the young man's death, the unquenching hatred he had felt for the black steed, all of those things were not exactly out of his character, but slightly more consuming than they should have been. Remembering the past few months, Sunny shivered. Wait. Feverishly, he tried to recall all he knew about this nightmare. The 7 knives, the 7 immortals, 1,000 years of solemn duty, the terrible torture one of the rulers of the Ivory City had been subjected to by his own brother, the destruction of the sacred grove, the Shadow Lord making a choice to take a coward's way out before what? Suddenly, an expression of shocked understanding appeared on Sunny's face. He looked at Noctis for a while, and then cautiously picked up the emerald amulet. A single word formed in his mind. Hope. The sorcerer smiled, then nodded and looked at the vast expanse of the shattered kingdom below them. Indeed. Hope. Noctis took a sip of wine, the smile disappearing from his face. A few moments later, he said indifferently. The Lord of Light bound Hope with 7 brilliant shackles, and made those shackles eternal. That was us, me and the rest of the Chain Lords. He entrusted each of us with the fate of another, and a solemn duty to never let the demon escape. And, for a few centuries, everything was fine. His face grew dark and cold. The sorcerer remained silent for a while, and then continued. But slowly, we grew tired. Doubt found its way into our hearts. Eternity is a heavy burden, Sunless. And under its weight, unnoticed, one of us grew twisted. So, another one made a choice to uproot the corruption. That was how the first of the Chain Lords died. Ader, my dear friend, murdered by that wicked slayer, Solvane, her beautiful grove burned to the ground. Noctis remained motionless, but the wooden mannequins surrounding them suddenly clenched their fists, their fingers splintering from the immense pressure. Their crude faces did not move, but Sunny could feel an almost palpable feeling of fury radiating from their figures. The sorcerer sighed. And so, all of our fates were sealed. Yes, 6 shackles still remained. But Hope's prison wasn't perfect anymore. Her will, her insidious influence seeped out, little by little, infecting us all, slowly devouring the whole kingdom, every living being in it, from the smallest insect to the mightiest immortal, igniting our desires, twisting them, changing us into something different. Something terrible, rampant, and vile. He laughed. Oh. Of course, none of us noticed it for a long, long time. Hundreds of years, even. Maybe only Shadow, and by the time the rest of us understood, at least those who were still sane enough, it was already too late. The whole of the Kingdom of Hope had been driven mad by its former ruler. Had been turned into a vicious hell. We were all taken by hope. Noctis smiled and sipped his wine, then chuckled. So, yeah, Sunless. All of us here are insane. I thought you would have known already, judging by the scars covering your body. The warmongers are all insane, and so is their leader, Solvane. The citizens of the Ivory City are also mad, just as their 2 rulers are. The one in the north is perhaps the craziest of us all. Well, except for me, of course. I am the maddest person in all of the Kingdom of Hope, I would have you know. Sunny stared at the gleefully smiling sorcerer, suddenly overwhelmed by terror. That damned seed, that damned Mordred. Curse the day he told me about how rare and precious it is. The sorcerer chuckled. Well, I don't know who Mordred is, and what seed you are talking about. However, there is one thing I do know. Actually, it's a question. That question, it has been tormenting me for centuries, Sunless. Do you know what that question is? What was the seed of my personal madness? Sunny frowned, then slowly shook his head. Noctis lingered for a few moments, then looked away and said with a wistful smile. That is a question Ader asked me, a long time ago. You see, if the Lord of Light wanted the 7 of us to keep Hope imprisoned, forever. His smile widened slightly, then suddenly dimmed. Then why did he give each of us a key to her freedom? Sunny remained silent for as long as he could, until, finally, the flaw forced him to give an answer. He looked grimly at Noctis, and then said, or rather, thought, hoarsely. Maybe he just wanted to see you suffer. Noctis laughed brightly, then nodded. Oh, indeed. Maybe you are right. Gods can be very cruel, sometimes. After all, they are much more ancient and vast than kindness and compassion. Or, maybe, it is not really our lives that keep the demon bound, but instead our will and desire to keep her imprisoned. Or maybe it is a test of our conviction, that is what the Sun Lord believes, at least. Or maybe he actually hoped that we would free her. Who knows? He smiled, then sighed, and finally added. If mortals like us could know the will of gods, then we'd be gods instead. After that, a somber silence settled over the deck of the flying ship. Sunny stared at the delicious food in front of him, realizing that he had lost all his appetite. Hope, the demon of desire. How terrifying she was. Slowly, several things that had seemed random and meaningless fell into place. The jubilant crowd in the blood-soaked red Colosseum, the perverse conviction of beautiful Solvain, the harrowing torture of the Sun Prince, the madness that burned in the eyes of the Black Steed, all of it was the result of her harrowing power. Hope held domain over desire, after all. And with that power, she had reached through the tiny cracks in her prison, and drove a whole realm utterly insane, turning it into a ghastly, hideous, demented hell. Every aspiration, every desire, every dream, every hope were twisted, set aflame, and turned into a weapon. An insidious, invisible weapon that struck at human hearts and minds from within. No one was immune to her power. Neither mundane humans nor awakened, not even saints. Those who were close and those who were far, all fell victim to the demon's curse. And what was her own hope? What was the demon of desire yearning for? Well, that was easy. Hope wanted to be free. Just like Sunny wanted to be free, really. She was driving her jailers mad, so that they would destroy each other. And from the looks of it, her curse was working all too well. Solvain was seeking out death, the two transcendents of the Ivory City seemed to be on the verge of fratricide, and Noctis was planning to kill them all. The one in the north. Sunny didn't know about the last Chain Lord, but from the little bits of what the sorcerer had said, she was not in her right mind, either. Suddenly, he remembered the sight of the time running in reverse that he had witnessed at the very start of the nightmare. The ivory tower had descended from the sky, and the burned wasteland around it had turned into a beautiful white city. Which meant that one day, perhaps soon, the Ivory City would be burned to the ground, and Hope's prison would then break off its 7 chains and rise above the chained isles. And then, the crushing would be created, somehow. A cold, dire feeling grasped his 2 hearts. Oh, no. Suddenly, Sunny came to a harrowing realization. His eyes widened, and he glanced at Noctis with fear. This was the conflict he, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Mordred, had to resolve to conquer the nightmare. They had to either help this mad sorcerer free the terrifying demon, or make sure that she would never escape. The 5 of them were pitted against the 5 immortal saints. A barely audible groan escaped from his lips. How is this possible? What happened to the spell always being fair? How the hell can this be fair? Another revelation suddenly appeared in his mind. Those words Ader had said before accepting Solvain's challenge, the gratitude she expressed, had Solvain really eradicated the blessed of heart god to punish Ader for her heresy? Or had the beautiful warrior known all along what would happen if one of the Chain Lords was killed, and doomed all of the remaining immortals, including herself, to a fate worse than death, to a slow and inevitable descent into madness, followed by eventual destruction? All in order to free Hope from her prison, and herself from eternal life. If so, she had indeed been the bravest of them all, and also the most hateful. Or admirable, depending on how one looked at it. But that didn't really matter. Sunny grasped the emerald amulet and channeled a somber thought, which came out in a hoarse voice. There was one thing that he still couldn't understand. The obsidian knife that I carry, the one that you lost, how were you going to kill the other chain lords without it, and without the knowledge about the glass knife that I received from the black steed? Noctis looked at him for a bit, then smiled darkly. Ah, the drastic thing I was about to do. Well, it was a really terrible choice. I am very glad that fate sent you to me when it did, Sunless. He chuckled. You see, Sunless, desire is a very powerful thing. In fact, it is perhaps the most powerful thing in the world. It is what the gods were born from, after all, in the endless, ever-changing void of chaos. But there is one force more terrifying than desire. And that force is fate. The sorcerer looked away with a distant expression. Even gods are afraid of fate, Sunless. So, I was going to make a deal with a certain creature. A harrowing, evil, and insidious monster. The vile demon known as Weaver, who holds domain over fate. These knives can kill us because they hold the strings of our fates, so, if anyone can find a way to end our lives without the knives, it would be Weaver. As Noctis mentioned Weaver's name, he shuddered, then forced out a pale smile. But, the demon of fate would have asked a terrible price of me, I'm sure. So, it is very fortunate that you came along. Just imagine, that fiend would have made me into something ugly, or even worse, poorly dressed. The horror. Noctis laughed and gave one of the sailor dolls a command to bring another amphora of wine. He either didn't notice or pretended to overlook the sudden tension that appeared in Sunny's eyes. So, Noctis wanted to make a deal with Weaver to free Hope, and then, I suddenly appeared. A cold shiver suddenly ran down his spine. What, exactly, does that mean? Some time later, Sunny was back in his luxurious cabin, sitting on the soft bed and staring at the wall with a distant look on his bestial face. After the dinner conversation that was rife with revelations, each more terrible than the other, he had told Noctis that he needed time to think before giving an answer. Despite the fact that Sunny now held the keys to possessing two of Sun God's knives, the sorcerer had not pressed him at all and agreed to wait with his usual carefree attitude. If there was one redeeming quality about the immortals, it was that they could be very patient. Now, the flying ship was moving, sailing across the skies on its way back to the sanctuary of Noctis. They would be arriving in a day or two. By then, Sunny needed to know what he wanted to do, and how. He had to find the others, and conquer this cursed nightmare, somehow. Help Noctis free Hope, or make sure that she stays imprisoned forever. A pale smile appeared on his face. Hope, how funny it was, to learn that this whole realm had been driven mad by the subtle, irresistible, inescapable manipulation of the great and terrible demon of desire. Everyone here was subjugated by her wondrous, harrowing powers. Including himself. Back in the dark city, at his lowest point, Sunny had given up all hope of ever returning to the real world. In fact, he had convinced himself that hope was the deadliest, most vile of poisons. It was only after he had clawed his way back from the brink of madness and out of the forgotten shore, returning alive to the waking world, that he understood the erroneous and destructive harmfulness of that misguided belief. Sunny had built a modest life for himself and found out that there were people who genuinely cared about him, and even more importantly, that there were people whom he cared about himself. That hope was not something to fear, but instead something to draw power from. Something so vital that without it, there was no way to survive, and no real point either. So, learning that his mind was now literally being poisoned by hope was full of incredibly bitter irony. How fitting. He sighed, and then stared at his four calloused hands. The obsidian knife, the ivory knife, the glass knife, the wooden knife, and one more, which he knew nothing about. Could they really collect them all? Noctis, Solvane, the Sun twins, the one in the north, could they really survive them all? Whether he liked it or not, there was only one inevitable way to find out. First things first, he was going to have to make his way to the Iron Hand Island to see if the others had left clues to their whereabouts. Luckily, it was not that far from the sanctuary. Noctis had said that Sunny's new heart needed a week or two to settle, whatever that meant, so he wouldn't be able to go right away. But the goal was already in sight. After the cohort was reunited, they would have to make a decision about which side to support. The others. Sunny wondered where they were, and how they were doing. Were they even alive? Had their journey in the nightmare been as harrowing as his? Recalling his own struggles, he shivered. The nightmares, most of them had faded from his memory, their details dissipating until all that was left was one dark, chaotic mess of vague images, pressing weight, and sharp emotions. But some were still clear and vivid in all their terrible splendor, especially the first ones he had lived through. He remembered it all, being a father who watched the flames consume his son, wife, and unborn child, an old man who dragged his weak body across scorching ash as his whole world burned around him, an immortal warrior being endlessly tortured by his own brother, and a cunning shadow who had grown too tired and indifferent to care about life. That last one was, perhaps, the most damning. Not because it was especially torturous, on the contrary, the Shadow Lord had been content and at peace in his last moments, but because it showed Sunny the pain and sorrow of those whom the heartless immortal had left behind. That understanding was only made worse by witnessing how the Shadow's beloved steed had ended up, lonesome, broken, and consumed by madness, guarding the empty castle that his master would never return to until his last pitiful breath. But that was the nature of life. As one went through it, they collected strings and tethers that connected them to others. Everyone's fates were intertwined, and everyone was tied down and bound by those numerous connections, some of them fleeting, some deep and precious. Sunny, too, was not untethered anymore. Which meant that, should he die or be destroyed, his would not be the only fate that was broken and damaged. Everyone connected to him would suffer, too. And that, in a way, made him responsible not only for himself, but also for those whose lives he had made different. The weight of that unfamiliar responsibility pressed heavily on his shoulders. Sunny sighed. Was there really such a thing as freedom? And if there was, would anyone really want to possess it? He closed his eyes for a moment, overwhelmed by all these daunting thoughts. Even though he had forgotten most of the nightmares, they still changed him. He felt older, somehow, and, hopefully, wiser. More mature and tempered, but also more fragile. He spent some time in silence, listening to the hull of the flying ship creaking gently around him and his two hearts beating steadily in his chest. Then, Sunny breathed out and opened his eyes. There was not much time to spend on pondering and self-reflection. A nightmare was a place for action, not philosophy. The corner of his mouth curved upward. Fine, let's get ready to act, then. First, I should probably, finally, check on all those rewards I received, thanks to that damned horse. And there were plenty. Sunny got comfortable on his criminally soft bed, picked up a few succulent grapes from the tray placed on an intricate table near it, threw one in his mouth, and finally summoned the runes. Let's see. The first thing he glanced at was the shadow fragments counter. He vaguely remembered receiving what felt like much more than 6 after slaying the black steed, who had been an awakened terror. So, Sunny was hopeful to see a pleasant number. However, when he did see it, he almost choked on the grape juice to death. What the spell? What? He even rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things, but no. The counter was the same. Shadow fragments, 2,823 out of 3,000. Sunny stared at it in disbelief. 600. I received almost 600 fragments for killing that damned horse. Absent-mindedly, he threw another grape into his mouth, and proceeded to almost bite off one of his fingers from the sheer disorientation of it all. How is this even possible? He thought about it for a bit, stunned, and then tilted his head a little. Could it be? One of the advantages, but also inherent drawbacks of Sunny's aspect was that it operated through shadow fragments instead of the usual soul ones. So, while Sunny didn't need to collect and absorb shards to grow stronger, he also could not use the shards of creatures that he had not personally slain for that purpose. The other detail was that, unlike all human awakened, he did not receive a portion of all the accumulated soul fragments after killing others of his own kind, and instead received just one or two, depending on their rank. Was that, perhaps, because the spell, or rather, the world itself, did not consider him a human? He was a divine shadow, after all, and shadows recognized him as one of their own. So, would it be safe to say, that in this context, his own kind were actually not humans, but shadows instead? The black steed had been a shadow created by one of the chain lords. An awakened terror possessing 6 cores, and with 1,000 years of battles and bloodshed behind his shoulders to fill them to the brim with shadow fragments. Did Sunny receive a portion of the fragments accumulated by the tenebrous courser throughout his long and grim life, as a normal awakened would after slaying another human? The math certainly supported that theory. Sunny's eyes ignited. That is it. Not only was he correct, he might have just stumbled on one of the most crucial secrets about his own aspect, power, and future. Ever since finding out that his aspect allowed him to form and possess multiple cores, Sunny had been wary of the eventual toll hunting down enough nightmare creatures to create a new one would exert. As a sleeper, or even an awakened, he was too small and vulnerable. Any powerful abomination would have been able to snuff him out of existence with no more than a glance. The higher he climbed on the path of ascension, the less of such existences there would be, and thus, the higher his chances of survival were going to become. However, that also meant that there would be fewer creatures he would be able to hunt down to collect shadow fragments, since slaying those lower than him in rank did not give him any at all. But, now that he knew how much he could gain from destroying true shadow creatures, perhaps, there was still a way for him to grow stronger rapidly even after becoming a master. In any case, his progress was already staggering. First, the 1,000 fragments he had earned in the blood-soaked arena of the Red Colosseum, and now these hundreds he gained by slaying the nightmare steed. Neither of these feats had been easy, in fact, both rewards had cost him an unimaginable amount of pain, torment, and damage both mental and physical, but the result almost made it seem as if it had all been worth it. Almost. At the start of the nightmare, the idea of gaining enough fragments to create a 4th core had seemed so distant and unreachable. But now, just a few months later, Sunny was already near the finish line. This fact was both exciting and incredible, even if its splendor was somewhat overshadowed by all the hideous scars he had received along the way. No, it is still amazing. I survived, did I not? Both elated and reminded of the horrors he had been subjected to in the nightmare, Sunny stared at the unbelievable number for some time, then shifted his gaze elsewhere. The second reward he had received was also very welcomed, be it strangely unexpected. In fact, Sunny stumbled upon it almost by accident while seeking the runes describing his shadows. Before that, he had noticed that the runes of the mantle of the underworld seemed to shimmer a bit differently. Confused, he concentrated on them and shifted his gaze to the last string describing the enchantments of the onyx armor, the counter of victories tied to the Prince of the Underworld enchantment. Now, it read. Vanquished foes, 3,291 out of 6,000. He blinked. Somehow, sometime, he had managed to raise the counter by almost 1,000 victories. He knew that the nightmare creatures and humans he had killed in the Red Colosseum had not counted toward the requirements of the strange enchantment for a simple reason: he had not been wearing the mantle of the underworld while fighting them. So where had the 1,000 vanquished foes come from? Sunny frowned. Come to think of it, I was wearing the armor while sleeping in the Boundary Fortress. Did it actually accept every battle I won in the nightmares as a true victory? That would be very strange, since the enemies he had defeated in the never-ending nightmares had been just phantasms summoned by the Black Steed, and not in any way real. However, that would also make sense. After all, the mantle did not care about him actually killing the enemies. All it cared about was that he had overpowered and defeated the opponent. If so, did it really matter if the opponent was real or not? The duelists of the dreamscape had been considered sufficiently real, so why would the creatures populating the nightmares be different? 1,000 souls, had I really killed that many? Suddenly, Sunny felt cold and somber. How many nightmares, exactly, had he lived through during those several terrible hours? Full of dark wonder, he shook his head and looked away from the runes describing the onyx armor. He was already halfway to satiating its mysterious enchantment, which was already good enough. Finally, Sunny looked at the cluster that interested him the most. His shadows. A few runes shimmered beautifully in the darkness. They read: Shadows, Marble Saint, Soul Serpent. And then, a new one. Nightmare. Sunny remained motionless for a while, a pale smile appearing on his face. Beyond the window of his cabin, the sky was slowly turning black, the stars shining on its velvet surface as they welcomed the arrival of the newborn moon. Nightmare, so that is your name. What better name could there be for a shadow that moved through human dreams, turning them into visions of horror? He hesitated for a few moments, then looked away, turning to a different string of runes first. There was another shadow of his that had changed. The Soul Serpent. Every time Sunny moved up a class, so did the serpent. And every time Sunny mastered a new step of shadow dance, the serpent ascended to a new rank. At least, that was how things were supposed to go. Shadow, Soul Serpent. Shadow rank, ascended. Shadow class, demon. Shadow attributes, shadow guide, soul weapon, soul beast. Sunny sighed. Ascended. Now that he had mastered the third step of the shadow dance, the serpent had, indeed, evolved as well. The tenebrous creature was now an ascended demon, just like Saint. Both of them had left Sunny in the dust. While it hurt his pride a little that his shadows were more powerful than him, not to mention way cooler, according to some tasteless brats, having two creatures of such formidable might under his command was going to be of tremendous help, without a doubt. Especially considering the caliber of enemies he would most likely have to face in this trial. He glanced down, at the intricate tattoo coiling around his arms and torso. It seemed larger. Sunny could already feel the rush of the essence through his body, its rate of expenditure and speed of replenishment increased even further. Not only was the serpent going to be much more powerful in its soul beast form, but also, from now on, any soul weapon Sunny would want to use would be of the ascended rank, as well. Basically, he now had a vast arsenal of ascended armaments to choose from. Well, isn't that neat? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then continued to read the runes. The serpent was not supposed to gain any new abilities from rising to a new rank, just like Saint had not. However, that legacy shadow of his was a bit strange. It had come into possession of the Soul Beast attribute and the Soul Reaver ability the last time he mastered a step of the Aspect Legacy, after all. Who knew, maybe this time would be the same. And just as Sunny hoped, there was a new set of runes shining in the darkness. Shadow abilities, Serpentine Steel, Soul Reaver, Grace of Shadows. He frowned. Huh. Grace of Shadows? Sunny concentrated on the new ability, and read. Ability description: the master of the Soul Serpent can grace another with the trust and companionship of their shadow guide. One should be careful whom they bestow with their grace, and trusting others with the loyalty of shadows is the same as sharing one's soul, and thus should not be offered lightly. He tilted his head. What? So, basically, this ability allowed Sunny to transfer the ownership of the Soul Serpent to someone else, as if the shadow was just an echo. No, not quite. Echoes could be transferred only to other awakened, while the grace of shadows could be bestowed upon anyone with a shadow, presumably. If Sunny wanted to, he could gift the Soul Serpent to a random nightmare creature. Like the Mordant Mimic, for example. That would have been funny. What? No. No, it wouldn't have. Why would he give away his precious serpent? Especially considering that the description hinted that doing so would leave him vulnerable. What nonsense was this? Sunny grimaced. Well, not every ability could be a winner. This one was rather useless. He could imagine a situation where lending the soul serpent to one of the cohort members would be beneficial, but just barely. It would be easier to just command the creature himself. With a sigh, he commanded the serpent to slither off of his skin and present itself for inspection. A few moments later, Sunny flinched back. What? Where did my cute little snake go? The shadow had changed a lot, indeed. Before, the soul serpent had not really been a cute little snake, but its size was at least not too terrible, no more than 6 meters in length, at best. But now, a Stygian creature of at least twice that size sprawled through the cabin, its mighty body covered in adamantine jet-black scales and as thick as a tree trunk. Its terrifying maw was wide enough to swallow Sunny whole, well, at least his real, human body, and its triangular head hovered near the ceiling, 2 tenebrous eyes looking at him from above. The soul serpent was so large that it barely fit into the confines of the cabin, suddenly making it look small and fragile. Sunny gulped. What a good boy, you are. Nice snake. You can return now, buddy. The shadow stared at him for a few more seconds, then hissed deeply and moved, its scales rustling on the floorboards. Soon, it turned back into an intricate, beautiful tattoo. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, shaken, and then slowly grinned. Good, perfect. If even I am afraid of that thing, imagine how my enemies will feel. Some time later, Sunny commanded the serpent to turn itself into the black odachi, and sat quietly for a while, glancing at its somber steel. Every centimeter of this weapon was familiar to him, and yet, it felt different. The great blade felt sharper, stronger, far more devastating. This was a weapon one could cut a mountain with. He willed the soul weapon to shift into a spear, then a tang dao, then a tachi, and finally a battle axe. All of them felt the same, deadly and brimming with dark power. Only the axe seemed a little bit off. The serpent could take any form, but was limited by Sunny's knowledge. The better he knew a weapon, the better he could imagine it, to the smallest of details, the greater the result would be. And so, while he could command it to assume any shape, those that he had experience with would produce the best result. He feasted his eyes on the somber steel for a bit, and then put the shadow aside. It was time to check on the rest of his rewards. Since Sunny's mind had been preoccupied with the soul serpent and his aspect legacy for the last few minutes, he decided to continue with that. Summoning the runes one more time, he looked to the bottom of the shimmering field of symbols and concentrated on a certain string. Aspect Legacy, Shadow Dance. Shadow Dance Mastery Level, 3 out of 7. First Relic, claimed. Second Relic, claimed. Third Relic, claim. Sunny hesitated for a long time, his face turning grim. What the hell was he going to do if the third relic turned out to be another drop of ichor? Waste it again? Curses. Finally, he inhaled deeply and thought. Claim. For a moment, nothing happened. And then, the spell whispered into his ear. You have claimed an aspect legacy relic. You have received a memory. Sunny gritted his teeth and looked up, at the list of his memories. Then, a relieved sigh escaped from his lips. It was not a drop of Shadow God's blood. Instead, an unfamiliar combination of runes appeared at the end of the list. It read. Memory, Shadow Lantern. Sunny read the runes with curiosity. Memory, Shadow Lantern. Memory rank, Divine. He fell from the bed. What? Another divine memory? Feeling cold sweat rolling down his face, Sunny wiped it off with a trembling hand and slowly clenched his fists. Should be interesting. He looked back to the runes, trying to calm his wildly beating hearts. Just what kind of a relic had he received? Sunny got a hold of himself and continued to read the description. Memory tier, I. Memory type, tool. A tool, makes sense. It is a lantern, after all. But what does it do? Lanterns are supposed to produce light and illuminate things. That's not exactly what shadows are known for, is it? With a concerned frown, he looked back at the runes. Memory description. Death is just the shadow of life, said the goddess of life. And peace is just the failure of war. Have you ever been something that had not been stolen, made empty, and vile? Have you ever done something that was not futile and hollow? Can you even exist without being cast by another? Look at how weak you are, how small you are. Am I supposed to be frightened of a small shadow? Made pale and feeble by the radiance of day, Shadow laughed and rose from the ground. As he did, his figure swallowed the land, devoured the heavens, and blotted out the light of the sun. Soon, there was nothing left around them but darkness. And from that darkness, a hiss came, making life tremble. Life is just the prelude to death, and war is just the key to open its gates. Everything you cherish, everything you nurture, everything that starts with you will one day be mine, be welcomed by me, swallowed by me, and find peace within me. This is the mercy of shadow. Hollow, futile, you might have come first, my sister, but when your cruelty ends, I will be all that remains. Sunny shivered. Damn, was Shadow God always that creepy? Due to his closeness and affinity to shadows, he had never thought about the god of shadows as terrifying. After all, even other gods had not held Shadow in high regard, at least from what Sunny knew. His temples had been burned and destroyed, his followers turned into slaves, even his aspects and attributes seemed to pale in comparison to others. God of peace, death, solace, and mysteries, that sounded humble and rather inconspicuous when compared to something like goddess of the black skies, the god of storms, depths, of the oceans, of darkness, stars, travel, guidance, and disaster. But things that preferred to remain unseen and unheard were often the most dangerous, weren't they? Sort of like Sunny himself. He shook his head, pondered about the description for a bit, and then smiled crookedly. I guess War God did not like Shadow God at all. Well, that's not surprising. In many ways, they are the opposite of each other. No wonder every time I meet someone from the war camp, I end up either having my heart torn out or, even worse, lured into a nightmare so cursed that all other nightmares ought to give it face. He sighed, then continued reading the runes. Memory enchantments, gates of shadow. Enchantment description. This lantern devours light and can contain, and then release, an infinite amount of shadows. Sunny blinked. Huh. The enchantment didn't seem like much, for a divine relic, that was unless one really thought about the meaning behind those words. Infinite. He suspected that in this case, the word was used to describe an actual infinity instead of a fake one, like with the endless spring. If that was the truth, yes, an object that could contain infinity was indeed worthy of being divine. It simply broke all the laws of reason. However, how did it help Sunny? He frowned, a little bit disappointed. Why couldn't it be a nasty all-destroying sword, instead? He summoned the memory and saw a small lantern weave itself from darkness in his hand. The thing was not too big, about the size of his palm, and made out of black, something. It didn't feel or look like any material he had ever seen, resembling stone more than anything. The frame of the lantern was intricately engraved, making it seem and feel like the scales of a serpent, and its walls were made out of glossy black morion. There was a ring of dark metal on its top, with a short chain attached to it. It could be held in a hand or fastened to one's belt, if need be. As soon as the lantern appeared, the darkness of the night that surrounded Sunny instantly became deeper and colder, oppressive, and impenetrable. Any hint of starlight was devoured, turning the interior of the cabin completely black. He, of course, could still see through that darkness, but anyone else would probably have a lot of trouble. Suddenly full of a pleasant feeling of comfort, Sunny turned the beautiful lantern around and noticed a small door on one of its walls. He hesitated, then commanded the door to open. It instantly slid forward, revealing a square of utter nothingness behind. A moment later, Sunny felt his hair stand on end, and his heart stagger in his chest. He was suddenly cold, overwhelmed by unease, and terrified. Like an animal facing something so much larger than itself that the difference in size could simply not be comprehended. He slowly exhaled, the breath escaping his mouth as chilling mist. I guess that is how infinity feels. The lantern was empty, so he couldn't command any shadows to escape it. So, instead, he glanced at the happy shadow and raised an eyebrow. "Wanna come inside?" The shadow looked at him with fear, then energetically shook its head. Sunny rolled his eyes, then turned to the creepy one. "What about you?" The creepy guy stared at him for a bit, then shrugged indifferently, and disappeared into the small door, as if he had never been there. Sunny could still vaguely feel their connection, but not in the way that he was used to. He couldn't see, hear, or sense what the shadow was seeing, hearing, and sensing. All he knew was that it still existed, somewhere else, in a terrible vast, dark, and cold place. His face grew dim, and he commanded the creepy shadow to return. The weird guy flowed out of the lantern, shrugged again, and planted himself back on the floor. Then, when it thought that no one was watching, the shadow shuddered and hugged itself for a moment. What a strange memory. What was the use of it? Sunny summoned Saint and tried to repeat the experiment, but to no avail. The tenebrous night remained motionless when he told her to enter the beautiful black lantern, not showing any signs of knowing how to abide by the order. "I guess it doesn't work with shadows." He frowned, then lowered the lantern to the ground and brought it closer to wild shadows hiding in the corners of the cabin. Then, feeling extremely stupid, Sunny thought aloud. Do you want to come inside?" The shadows moved slightly, flowing toward the lantern, and then swiftly slid through the black door. A hint of a smile appeared on Sunny's bestial face. "Ah, now we're talking. That I can work with." Satisfied, he closed the door of the lantern, and then dismissed it. Sunny was still a little bit sad that the relic had not turned out to be a destructive weapon, but his disappointment waned. While not as immediately useful, the lantern would allow him to carry friendly shadows, an infinite amount of them, no less, with him at all times. That would counteract the main weakness of his aspect, the fact that most of his abilities only worked within the veil of darkness, to a large degree. And, without a doubt, as his powers grew and the number of his abilities increased, having a swarm of deep shadows at hand would only grow more useful. Plus, he had a feeling that he had not discovered all the secrets of the shadow lantern yet. But now it was time to study his last, and most important reward. It was time to meet an old friend. The shadow of the black steed whose name was Nightmare. Sunny sighed, then closed his eyes and dove into the soul sea. The tranquil, lightless expanse of his soul was the same as ever. The black water was still and silent, reflecting the three dark suns looming in a perfectly even triangle above. Only the rows of motionless shadows were different from how they had been before, crowded with countless victims of the Red Colosseum. Despite the fact that Sunny's body was now very different, his soul remained the same. He walked to stand between the three shadow cores, and called upon Nightmare. A beautiful black steed walked out of a whirlwind of dark flames in front of him and stopped, its adamantine hooves sending ripples through the silent waters. The shadow was just as he remembered it, tall and graceful, with a lustrous jet-black coat and lean muscles rolling under the skin. Its mane was long and luscious, and its tenebrous eyes glowed with fearsome crimson flames. The courser had 2 long horns and a mouth full of sharp fangs that resembled that of a wolf. The horns, the fangs, and the hooves were all forged out of a strange black metal that seemed to be able to compete with the impenetrable onyx of the mantle of the underworld. Sunny shuddered, remembering the pain and shock of being struck and bitten by them. As soon as Nightmare appeared, he felt a whispering fear appear in his mind. Strangely tense, Sunny took a step forward and raised one of his hands, patting the stallion on the muzzle. "Hey there. We meet again, old friend." Nightmare was, indeed, an old friend of his, at least of the part of him that had relived the final day of the Shadow Lord's life and their last exhilarating ride together. But just like Sunny was a different person now, this beautiful shadow was, too. The madness was gone from the stallion's crimson eyes, and so was the burden of hundreds of years of sorrow and loneliness. It was as though the black steed was now reborn, still remaining the same being, but also somehow renewed by the purifying darkness of death. As Sunny patted his muzzle, Nightmare pressed it against the calloused hand and looked at his master with a pale, distant hint of recognition. The crimson glow of his eyes ignited with a new intensity, and the black steed snorted, its voice full of quiet affection. Satisfied, Sunny summoned the runes into existence and glanced at them, curious to see what, exactly, his new shadow was capable of. He read. Shadow, Nightmare. Shadow rank, Awakened. Shadow class, Terror. Shadow description, this beautiful steed was tamed by the treacherous lost from light in the depths of a harrowing dream. The two shadows battled across countless nightmares, shattering them all apart, neither was willing to give up, so in the end, the nightmares did. Sunny sighed. Again with that treacherous nonsense. At least the spell did not openly mock me, this time. He still remembered the biting description of shadow dance. Shaking his head dejectedly, Sunny rubbed the terrible scar on his neck and turned his attention back to the runes. Shadow attributes, Swift, Dark Destrier, Dreadlord, Dreamwalker. Swift, attribute description, this shadow is especially swift and enduring. Dark Destrier, attribute description, this dark horse was meant to be a shadow warrior steed, and accompany its rider into battle. It is fierce, loyal, and knows no fear. Its speed, strength, and resilience grow when surrounded by darkness and shadows. Dreadlord, attribute description, this shadow's might grows the more he is feared. Dreamwalker, attribute description, this shadow can travel through dreams. Sunny studied the black courser with a thoughtful expression. So, Nightmare was incredibly swift and enduring. He was also a war horse, bred to ride into battle without hesitation or fear. What's more, he had two passive attributes that both increased his speed, strength, and resilience, one when the destrier and his rider were surrounded by shadows, the other when the destrier inspired terror in the hearts of their enemies. That was an insidious and frightening combination. Especially because one effect fed into the other, creating a vicious cycle. Perhaps Sunny had only survived the battle with the terror due to the fact that, at some point, his tortured mind had become too broken to experience fear. An awakened terror was already an immensely powerful creature, and with two passive augmentations added into the mix, he shivered. Scary. And then there was the last attribute, Dreamwalker. That one, Sunny didn't even know what to think about. We'll see about invading people's dreams later, wouldn't it be fun, to jump into Mordred's mind one day and give him a taste of his own medicine? With a dark grin, Sunny slowly exhaled and continued to read the runes. Attributes were, without a doubt, very important, especially excellent ones like what Nightmare possessed. But it was the abilities that mattered the most. Shadow abilities, Flowing Shadow, Mantle of Fear, Nightmare, Dream Curse. Flowing Shadow, ability description, this steed can dive into shadows and move through them with incredible speed. Sunny smiled. So, basically, it is like Shadow Step without the teleportation part. Still very useful, and works perfectly with my own ability. He turned back to the runes, his mood elevated. Mantle of Fear, ability description, this shadow is capable of delivering a continuous mind attack around it that infects its foes with crippling fear. Sunny couldn't help but whistle. That is just, damn. The ability to radiate an aura of terror was already incredible enough. It could debilitate weaker enemies completely, and even if more powerful creatures were able to resist some of the effect, a seed of dread was still going to be planted into their minds. And that was directly tied to the Dreadlord, attribute of Nightmare, which made him stronger the more he was feared. Scary. So scary. It was a good thing that Sunny had been wearing the mantle of Underworld when he met the Black Steed. The onyx armor gifted him with a good amount of protection against mind attacks, after all. With his smile growing both wider and a bit pale, he moved to the next ability. Nightmare, ability description, this shadow can create and subjugate nightmares. The more nightmares serve it, the more powerful it grows, both inside and outside dreams. Dormant nightmares, 0. Sunny stared at the runes for a while, trying to make sense of them. So. Nightmare's tyrant ability, the one that allowed him to create minions, was meant to subjugate real nightmares, not any kind of beings made of flesh and bone, but actual dreams. And the more of them served him, the more powerful he grew. These nightmares, it seemed, possessed a rank of their own, which was currently dormant, one lower than the Black Steed's own. Additionally, there were currently 0 of them under his authority. But how could one create a nightmare? Or subjugate it? Sunny had no idea. What he did understand, though, was why his own journey through the countless nightmares had ended when it did. It seemed that each of the harrowing dreams Sunny experienced had been either collected or made by the original nightmare throughout the centuries, and once all of them were destroyed, he broke free of the Black Steed's hold. Interesting. Sunny was going to have to figure out how to get his shadow some minions of its own. Something told him that the process was going to be neither straightforward nor easy. With a sigh, he glanced at the last ability that Nightmare possessed. This one was called Dream Curse, but looked different from all the rest. The runes constituting the string were dull and lifeless, as though the ability was not accessible. And indeed, when he tried to concentrate on it, a few new runes appeared. Nightmares required, 0 out of 1,000. Sunny grimaced. Damnation. I guess being a true terror is not that simple. Still, his new shadow was a fearsome one. Not only was it a swift and mighty steed, it was also a force on the battlefield in its own right, one that could instill fear in the hearts of his enemies, and then feed on it to grow stronger. More than that, it was a true shadow creature, which meant that its attributes and abilities went perfectly with his own. Sunny had experienced the terrifying fury of the Black Courser himself, so he felt giddy knowing that this fearsome creature was going to be fighting on his side from now on. Gods knew he was going to need as many powerful allies as he could find. His smile dimmed a little. There was one very obvious flaw about Nightmare. It wasn't the Black Steed's fault, of course, but saddened Sunny nevertheless. He let out a deep sigh. Yeah. If only you came with a saddle. How was he supposed to ride this scary horse without a saddle? What nonsensical injustice was this? Not wishing to disparage the noble steed, Sunny hid his dismay, patted Nightmare on the back, and grinned. Good horse, Nightmare. Don't you worry, you and I are going to terrorize so many humans, nightmare creatures, and vile immortals that you'll collect some nasty dreams in no time. They will all be scared of us, you'll see. The only thing scarier than a treacherous shadow is a treacherous shadow atop a magnificent shadow horse, after all. I think that's how the saying goes. Or not. In any case, you and I will do great, and terrible, things together. If there is no such saying yet, there will be soon. With a satisfied grin, Sunny dismissed the Black Courser, then left the Soul Sea and lay down on his bed, enjoying its immaculate softness. Tiredly closing his eyes, he thought. I really deserve some rest. And as the flying ship of a mad sorcerer sailed across the sky, he fell peacefully asleep. By the time Sunny woke up, the ship was already approaching the sanctuary. Looking out of the window, he saw a familiar island below them. In his time, it was occupied by a fearsome corrupted abomination. He wondered if it was still, or rather, already, nesting there. In any case, from here, the sanctuary was just a couple of chains away. With a sigh, Sunny dressed himself and left the cabin, heading for the upper deck. Once outside, he saw sailor dolls moving around with graceful precision, hoisting sails and performing other tasks. Noctis was standing at the helm, wearing a completely new extravagant robe and whistling a light-hearted melody. Noticing Sunny, the sorcerer smiled. Ah, Sunless. How fortunate it is that you are awake. We are almost home. He glanced forward and waved a hand, accidentally sending the ship into a lateral spin. The wooden mannequin somehow remained attached to the deck, but Sunny had to grab a handrail to not be thrown overboard. He gave the immortal transcendent a resentful look. Noctis smiled sheepishly. "Oh, sorry about that." Shaking his head, Sunny ascended the stairs and joined the sorcerer at the bridge, which was situated at the stern of the enchanted vessel. From there, he observed the landscape of the Kingdom of Hope in silence, until a familiar silhouette of a vast ring of menhirs standing atop a small island appeared in sight, surrounded by a white cloud of water vapor that came from several beautiful waterfalls. The sanctuary, it was nice to see it again. In this harrowing nightmare, it almost felt like home. Noctis grinned. "That is it. The sanctuary of Noctis, my beautiful lair. Isn't it pretty?" Sunny hesitated, then took the emerald amulet out of the folds of his black garment and thought. "I guess. But isn't it a bit presumptuous, to call it after yourself?" The sorcerer laughed. "Oh, no. You misunderstood. Initially, it was called the Temple of the Moon. I built it as a shrine to my great-grandmother. I was perfectly content living there alone, but as the Kingdom of Hope went from bad to worse, stragglers started coming to my lands in search of a safe shelter from all the madness. I didn't have the heart, or rather, didn't care that much, to turn them away. So, they started calling it the Sanctuary of Noctis. Why, it's a very nice name, if you ask me." Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then said in a somber tone. "Who is your great-grandmother?" Noctis turned to him and blinked a couple of times, an expression of surprise clearly written on his beautiful face. "Well, who else? The goddess of the moon, of course." Sunny paled. How does this even make sense? He opened his mouth to say something, then shut it and decided not to think about it too much. Noticing this reaction, Noctis shrugged with a confused expression. "Whom did you think I inherited my unparalleled looks from? People as gorgeous as I don't grow on trees, you know." "Well, usually. Unless it is a very special tree, I guess." Sunny gritted his teeth and tried very hard not to think anything aloud. Soon, the flying ship descended from the skies and hovered in the center of the ring of giant menhirs, the sacred tree that grew on its deck situated right above the one growing on a small island surrounded by the pool of clear water, an altar of pure white stone drowning in the shade of its wide branches. Sunny saw dozens of people staring up with odd expressions, and involuntarily searched for familiar faces. It was futile, of course. Even if others were somehow here, they were going to look different from their real selves, after all. Noctis grinned. "Welcome to the sanctuary. You'll like it here, for sure. Everyone here is very reasonable and nice. Just like me." Hearing that statement, Sunny shivered. Together, they left the flying vessel and walked through the garden, heading to the sorcerer's private quarters. Coincidentally, the residence was situated in the same place where the White Feather clan had established their stronghold in the future. Noctis built his home inside the ring of menhirs itself, however, instead of on top of it. As they walked, Sunny studied the inhabitants of the sanctuary of the past. Most of them seemed like normal people. Some of them were mundane, and some were awakened. They didn't seem to be in the throes of madness. However, after the cruel lesson that had been taught to him in the Red Colosseum, he couldn't help but keep his guard up. Sunny's gaze shifted from person to person, evaluating them for potential danger. That young woman holding a young child by the hand seemed harmless, but why was the child so frightened? That man with a neatly trimmed beard seemed gentle and kind, but why was the hilt of his sword so polished and worn? That beggar who sat lonesomely by himself, his body and face disfigured and wrapped in bandages like that of a leper, seemed too weak to pose a threat, but why was his gaze so sharp, his fingers so calloused? And that old woman with a basket of fruit in her arms, why was she watching them so intently? Sunny shook his head, then looked away. Being vigilant is good, but this is just the madness speaking. Wishing to be safe is also a desire, and so, it can also be twisted by hope's influence. After the torments I experienced in the Red Colosseum and the nightmares, my mind is already unstable. I need to keep myself in check or something terrible will happen. What dangers could there be here, in the stronghold of an immortal saint? As long as Noctis himself did not decide to attack Sunny, he would be more or less safe. And speaking of Noctis, the sorcerer led him to a beautifully engraved wooden door, then opened it and led Sunny inside. His residence was just as one could expect, spacious, decorated with the most exquisite furnishings, and populated by all kinds of magical servants. Staring at a mop that was dutifully washing the floors without anyone holding it, Sunny felt cold shivers running down his spine. He had a suspicion of how the sailor dolls were made. Don't tell me that the lunatic actually used someone's soul to enchant this damned mop. Noctis grinned. I know what you are thinking. Sunny flinched and stared at the immortal with tense apprehension. The sorcerer nodded solemnly. What is for breakfast, right? Oh, don't you worry, Sunless. I take breakfasts very seriously. Let us eat, then drink, then talk. He sighed. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I have a couple myself, to be honest. After a full and delightful meal, the two of them sat in silence for a while, enjoying their drinks. Noctis was consuming a truly unwise amount of wine with an absent-minded smile on his face, while Sunny stuck to tea. The beautiful porcelain cup looked tiny and fragile in his massive clawed hand, sunlight reflecting from the amber surface of the fragrant drink. In this rare moment of peace, he suddenly found himself overwhelmed by apathy and melancholy. Sunny was used to often feeling his heart beating with anger, fear, and resentment, but this strange lethargy was new and unwelcome. He didn't like it at all. Searching for a way to entertain himself and chase it away, he suddenly glanced at the immortal sorcerer with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then picked up the emerald amulet. Lord Noctis, you have been a very gracious host to me. You have given me shelter, showered me with gifts, and provided me with many delicious foods. Let me share the traditional food of my people with you, as well. That will make me feel better. The immortal transcendent raised an eyebrow and looked at him with doubt. Then, a curious grin appeared on his face. Oh! Exotic food, how wonderful! Do you need any ingredients to cook it? Sunny calmly shook his head, then summoned the covetous coffer. The toothy box weaved itself from sparks of light and appeared on the table. Then, it saw the sorcerer, trembled, and scurried over to hide behind one of Sunny's hands. Noctis watched the coffer appear with sincere amusement. Huh, that little creature of yours reminds me of someone. What a cutie. Sunny reached into the box and produced a tube of synth paste, then handed it to the immortal with a polite smile. Noctis took the tube, stared at it in confusion for a while, then brought it closer to his face and sniffed it. Such a peculiar, container. It doesn't smell like anything. Sunny nodded solemnly and made a twisting motion with his hand. You twist the cap off, pierce the membrane, and then squirt the contents into your mouth. Be warned, though, some people have said that its flavor is simply unmatched, unparalleled, even, and that there is no other food like this in the entire world. Many shed tears just from tasting it. The sorcerer blinked a couple of times after hearing words like membrane and squirt, then twisted the cap off the tube and removed the foil membrane. Finally, he raised the tube with enthusiasm, opened his mouth wide, and sent a stream of viscous, colorless sludge into it. Noctis closed his mouth, chewed a couple of times, then froze. Slowly, his face changed, becoming pale and almost panicked. He glanced at Sunny with wide eyes, shuddered, then slowly chewed some more, and swallowed with visible effort. Sunny continued to stare at him. Remarkable, isn't it? The immortal transcendent shivered, then forced out a weak smile. That, is an unforgettable flavor, indeed. Truly, truly a dish worthy of being eaten by those following the god of death. Thank you very much, Sunless. I've been, really enlightened. Sunny grinned. Don't be shy then. Eat some more. Noctis dropped the tube on the table and energetically shook his head. No, no. Sadly, I am very full. Thanks for the offer, though. He reached out with a trembling hand and grabbed his glass, then gulped down all of the wine in one go. Sunny sipped his tea with a satisfied expression. Serves you right, bastard. The sorcerer poured himself some more wine, glanced at the tube of synth paste with unrestrained horror, and then furtively moved it further away from himself. Finally, he looked at Sunny and lingered for a few moments. Then, the immortal asked. So, Sunless. Now that we had a splendid, an unforgettable, breakfast, are you going to tell me where the glass knife is? Sunny hesitated for a bit, then answered with a measured thought. I might. I need to know a few things first, though. Noctis sighed with disappointment, then reluctantly shrugged. Knowing things is very overrated, if you ask me. But I understand, creatures of shadow are known to be drawn to mysteries, after all. What is it that you are curious about? Sunny slowly inhaled, thinking. There were many things he wanted to learn, but the most important of them was rather simple. It carried the most weight for his plans and his future. Was Noctis really capable of defeating the other immortals and breaking Hope's chains? It certainly didn't seem so. As far as chain lords went, the sorcerer was not the most fearsome and terrifying. In fact, his whole persona and attitude made him look rather harmless. Sunny knew, of course, that it was just a mask, and that there was vast and dreadful power hiding beneath it, but would that power be enough to challenge the likes of Solvain or the rulers of the Ivory City? Both factions had armies, countless awakened, and enough resources to wage a war for centuries, while Noctis only had himself and a few sailor dolls. So was his desire to unleash hell upon the shattered kingdom just madness, or did he have a solid reason to be confident that there was at least a chance of victory? Sunny was going to make a decision on whether or not to join the sorcerer in this insane endeavor, after all, so knowing the answer was of utmost importance. His life depended on it. He hesitated, and then said, or rather, thought. How many knives do you already possess? Noctis smiled radiantly, then answered in a carefree tone. His answer, however, was not at all what Sunny hoped and expected to hear. What do you mean? I don't have any. Sunny's face twitched, and the porcelain cup suddenly exploded in his hand. He was too shocked to pay it any attention, though. What? How can you not have a single knife? You have to have the one entrusted to you, at least. The sorcerer waved a hand. Oh. I used to have one, true, but it is, sort of, well, things happened, and now I don't have it anymore. Sunny stared at the immortal transcendent with a stunned expression. He was so befuddled that he even forgot to remove his hand from the emerald amulet. This guy can't be that insane, right? How is he going to wage war against all of the Kingdom of Hope if he doesn't even have a single knife? I have more of them than he does, god damn it. Noctis laughed. So fierce, so straightforward. Ah, but don't worry about it, Sunless. He remained silent for a few moments, drinking his wine, and then sighed. You see, in the beginning, there were 7 knives, entrusted to the 7 of us to hold the fate of another in their hands. The iron knife, the wooden knife, the ember knife, the glass knife, the ivory knife, the obsidian knife, and the ruby knife. The sorcerer stared into the distance, as if remembering the past. A dark expression appeared on his face. The iron knife was used and destroyed, and so was the ember knife. So, only 5 remain. However, through coincidence, or maybe fate, none of the chain lords now possess one, except for Solvain, who wields her own fate and not that of the other. He smiled. You see, the shadow hid the glass knife before his death. No one knows where it is. The obsidian knife had been entrusted to the one in the north, but she lost it to me in a game of wit. Sunny growled. Wait, didn't you lose that one, too? How the hell did you manage to lose 2 of the damned knives? Noctis giggled. Oh, Actually, I lost 3. I had the ivory knife too, at some point. Sunny groaned, then grabbed his head. What is wrong with you? Why is all of this so confusing? The sorcerer remained silent, smiling politely. Finally, he sighed. Oh, you are right. It is very convoluted, I guess, for someone who hasn't been living it all for centuries. So, let me start at the beginning, and explain to you the fate of each of the knives. Then, you will understand why I dare to challenge all the other chain lords, and how I hope to defeat them. Sunny grimaced, then nodded dejectedly. Noctis poured himself more wine, remained silent for a few moments, and then spoke. The glass knife is the most simple to trace. Sitting on a plush cushion with a glass of fine wine in his hand, Noctis recounted the fates of the 7 divine knives. The iron knife was destroyed when Lady Ader was murdered, and the ember knife was stolen and destroyed when the shadow took his own life. Of the remaining 5 knives, the glass knife is the most simple to trace. It belonged to the shadow, and now, it is where the shadow had hidden it. He paused, and then continued. The ruby knife, that one was entrusted to me. Some time ago, well, I was a bit concerned about my state of mind. Hope's madness is very insidious, sunless, and not even someone like me is immune to it. So, frightened of what I might do, I gave it to a dear friend, of sorts, for safekeeping. Which means that you and I know the location of 2 knives already. The sorcerer sipped his wine and frowned. Then there is the obsidian knife, which I won from the one in the north in a game of wit. The others weren't happy at all that I possessed 2 knives, so I, placed it on the altar in my sanctuary and proclaimed that everyone who manages to gather enough of my coins can take it. A heavy sigh escaped from Sunny's lips. You did, what? What was wrong with that guy? It was a relic created by Sun God they were talking about, the key to an immortal's death. Why would he just put it where everyone could see it and even put a price tag on it? What madness was this? Noctis shrugged with a guilty look. Listen, those coins are very precious, I'll let you know. Who could have thought that someone would actually be crazy enough to collect them all? But, someone did. A very determined and reckless young man, in fact. That daredevil took the knife and disappeared. He was probably killed for it, but where and how, no one knows. The obsidian knife was lost, but as I said, these knives never remain lost for long. And here you are, sunless, wielding it. So. The sorcerer raised a hand and showed Sunny 3 elegant fingers. That is 3. The next one is the most curious, the ivory knife. It was entrusted to Severus, the Sun Lord, who gave it to his twin brother, the Sun Prince. And that is where things get strange. The Sun Prince came to me one day with an unusual request. You see, he had hidden the ivory knife, and wanted for me to erase the memories of where from his mind. He also wanted me to make him forget that request. Sunny shuddered. He destroyed those memories on purpose. Even before the terrible torture. Noctis sighed. While my aspect has to do with souls, I was very close to Ader, the priestess of Heart God, before she was killed by Solvain, that cursed murderer. So, I inherited a few things and a lot of knowledge from her. That was why the Sun Prince came to me, although I still don't know what his motive was. Regardless, I agreed to help him, and removed the memory of the ivory knife's secret location from his mind. However, the sorcerer smiled. I did not just destroy it. That would be too boring, don't you think? Instead, I kept the memory for myself and eventually retrieved the ivory knife. Sunny shook his head. So where is it? How did you manage to lose that one, too? The immortal transcendent shrugged. Well, the one in the north was still angry with me and wanted a rematch. The stakes were high, and that time, sadly, I didn't win. She got the ivory knife, and then threw it into the sky below. That was very silly of her. It is impossible to really lose one of the knives forever, so it was bound to return one day. And recently, it did. I don't know where it is, but it is back, that is for sure. Sonny looked at him for a while, a somber expression on his face. He was pretty certain that he knew who had the ivory knife. Mordred, the Prince of Nothing. And if that fiend wielded it, even gods would not be able to predict what was going to happen. Noctis, however, didn't seem concerned. He sipped his wine with a smile. No matter where it is, it will turn up soon enough. So, the only knife that remains is the wooden knife, which is in Sylvain's possession. This one is the simplest to get, although not the easiest. The murderous witch, you know, is more than ready to give it to anyone whom she deems worthy enough to try and kill her. So, we don't even need to search for it. Sooner or later, it will fall into our hands all by itself. Sonny remained silent for a bit, then said in a somber tone. So let me get this straight. There are 5 knives, the obsidian knife is in my possession, and the glass knife is hidden in a place that is only known to me. The ruby knife is hidden in a place only known to you. The wooden knife will be given to us by Sylvain if we defeat her, and the ivory knife is somewhere out there, being pulled toward all this mess by fate. The sorcerer nodded with a smile. Indeed. So, you see, while I do not possess any of the knives yet, getting 3 out of the 5 would not be too difficult, and the 4th one will naturally appear on my path. 4 out of 5, it doesn't look that crazy anymore, don't you think? Sonny hesitated. Yes, it only looked very crazy instead of utterly crazy now. But all he needed was to know that there was a chance of victory, and now, it seemed that there was. Noctis, eccentric and unreliable as he seemed, had not made the decision based on nothing. The sorcerer glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. So, Sunless, are you going to share the location of the glass knife with me, and help me free Hope? Shall we break her chains and free this land, and ourselves, of a fate worse than death? What do you think? Sonny sighed. That was a very troublesome question, and completely inescapable, at that. However, he could not answer it yet. Looking at the immortal sorcerer, he said. I can't make that decision alone. I need to discuss it with my friends first. Noctis blinked. Oh, well, why not? It is always good to have loyal friends. Where are they? Sonny shifted slightly. That, I don't know. The sorcerer scratched the back of his head with a perplexed expression. I guess we'll have to find them first, then. Tell me, what are their names? Sonny looked away, then cleared his throat awkwardly. I don't know that, either. Who knew what names the members of the cohort received in the nightmare? Noctis stared at him for a few moments, then asked in an even tone. You don't know the names of your friends? How, interesting. Well, how do they look, then? Sonny smiled sheepishly, or rather, he tried. With his bestial face and sharp fangs, the result was far from being as innocent and apologetic as he would have wanted it to be. Actually, I don't know how they look either. The immortal transcendent slowly took a sip of wine, remained silent for a bit, then spoke. So, if I understood correctly, you won't tell me about the glass knife until you have consulted with your friends, but you don't know where they are, what their names are, and how they look. Did I get it all? Sonny shifted awkwardly, then shrugged. Yes. But, they were supposed to leave me clues of their whereabouts on the Iron Hand Island. That's something, right? Noctis emptied his glass and looked at him with a strange smile. Sunless, how do I say this? There is no island by that name in the Kingdom of Hope. Oh, right. The Iron Giant might have been still alive and in possession of both of his arms, so there would not be an Iron Hand Island, indeed. Sonny shook his head. Ah, you just know it by another name. It does exist, don't worry. Actually, it is right here, near the sanctuary. So, I will have to go there first, before giving you an answer. Noctis looked at him, blinked a couple of times, and then sighed. All right, then. In that case, wait for a week or two before your new heart settles. Traveling before that would be very unwise, but after that, do go and find your friends. Invite them here, actually. I doubt that there's a friend of yours who is better, smarter, and more beautiful than I, but I'm sure that they are all nice people, or demons, or whatever they are. He smiled, and then winked at Sunny with a slightly mischievous look. I can't wait to meet them. Sunny did not fully understand what the sorcerer meant by saying that the new heart needed time to settle. Physically, he felt fine, great, even. Both of his hearts were beating steadily in his chest, powerful and dependable like relentless machines. However, he had not put them under any strain since the battle with Nightmare, so there was no way of telling how they would behave in a crisis. Remembering the frightening pain of having his heart give out, Sunny decided to take the immortal's word for it and allow himself to rest. He needed rest, anyway. While his body had healed, the mind was not that resilient. Sunny felt that his mental state was not in the best of shapes, however, strangely, it was not as bad as he would have expected. After the hellish 2 months he had spent in the Red Colosseum with Elias, their subsequent escape, and the young man's death, Sunny had been numb and apathetic for a long time. He had gone through the motions of pursuing a simple goal without much emotion, hiding in the darkness as he traveled across the kingdom of hope, too hurt and defeated to feel anything. Already in a damaged and vulnerable state, he had been then thrust into the harrowing succession of nightmares and forced to experience one hideous torment after another. At this point, Sunny could have broken, but instead, unexpectedly, he had found himself full of rapacious determination. That determination had banished the suffocating lethargy and allowed him to endure countless nightmares and continue to fight, until there were none left. It was as though the two ghastly experiences clashed and counteracted each other, leaving him in a semblance of a healthy state. Or maybe it was just the matter of suffering a bitter defeat by Solvain's hand, but then refusing to give up and clawing his way to victory in the battle against Nightmare. That victory, costly as it had been, ignited his tortured spirit despite all the suffering it brought, the same way that the previous defeat had extinguished it. Well, healthy was a strong word. Perhaps functioning was more suitable. He could still feel barely closed wounds in his mind, which sometimes made their existence known. And added to that was the invisible, insidious poison of hope. Yes, a week or two of rest did not sound too bad. Sunny had a feeling that later, there would not be such an opportunity again. After their breakfast conversation, Noctis offered to host him in the luxurious residence. However, Sunny felt that sharing a living space with the eccentric sorcerer would not have been very conducive to peaceful restoration, so he politely refused. In the end, he settled in spacious quarters on the opposite side of the ring of menhirs, close to where his small room had been in the future. His new one was larger and much better furnished. It was comfortable, beautiful, and safe. However, Sunny didn't like to stay inside the room for too long. Being surrounded by its stone walls reminded him of the dungeon of the Red Colosseum too much, so he spent most of his days in the inner garden of the sanctuary. The people living in the former Temple of the Moon did not seem as perturbed by seeing a horned demon walk among them as the humans of the waking world would have been, especially since they knew that Sunny had arrived with Noctis himself. However, they were still tense and apprehensive around him. In the end, Sunny found himself being avoided at all costs, which suited him fine. Not wishing to disturb anyone unnecessarily, he tended to remain in a corner of the garden where very few people ever appeared. Coincidentally, it was the same place where he used to sell soul shards in the future. His favorite stone, sadly, was usually taken by the leper whose body and disfigured face were covered with dirty bandages. Oh, well, life couldn't always be perfect. The first time Sunny sat down on the grass a few meters away from the leper, he spared the four-armed monster a short glance, lingered for a few moments, and then said in an ugly, grating, hoarse voice, "What kind of a creature are you?" Sunny looked at the leper, not really wishing to engage in a conversation, then reluctantly produced the emerald amulet and answered, "A demon." "What kind of a creature are you?" The leper smiled, causing a bit of yellow pus to seep from beneath the bandages covering his face. "A cripple." Sunny studied the man, then made a grimace and asked in a sullen tone. "I won't catch whatever it is that you have, will I?" The leper let out a creaky chuckle. "No. I'm not diseased. Just, burned." Sonny tilted his head a little, then shrugged and turned away. So, the leper was not a leper. His body was just severely burned, and judging by the fact that the rags covering the bandages seemed to have been pristine white once, he had probably come to the sanctuary from the Ivory City. Sonny wasn't sure that he wanted to know how a citizen of the Sun God stronghold ended up with those burns. The memory of their lord's torture was still fresh in his mind. They didn't speak after that, remaining in indifferent silence. Looking at the empty corner of the beautiful garden around them and the distant figures of humans going about their lives, Sonny couldn't help but remember his first day at the academy. Back then, two outcasts, Cassie and himself, had been segregated from the rest of sleepers in a similar fashion. Suddenly in a somber mood, he put the amulet away and thought. Some things never change, do they? Of course, he would have preferred to be in the company of a beautiful oracle instead of a hideous cripple. That was only fair, considering that the cripple would have without a doubt preferred company of someone like Cassie to that of a ferocious-looking demon, as well. With a sigh, Sonny threw these thoughts out of his head and closed his eyes, trying to meditate. 2 weeks, that was all the time he had to prepare himself for the encroaching hell of an obliterating war. For the next several days, Sonny did nothing but sleep, rest, and practice weaving. His 2 new wooden fingers were able to channel essence, which showed just how incredible Noctis was at his craft. However, they could not touch the ethereal strings. It seemed that only Sonny's own flesh and bone were capable of that. He was already accustomed to manipulating the shadow strings without those fingers, though, so the task had not grown much harder. There was also the long needle that shone with faint golden radiance to help him along. In those several days, Sonny made a bit of progress in his attempts to copy the simplest of enchantments. He also successfully destroyed several more memories, which really stung his newly repaired hearts. Ah, curses! Sonny stared at the rain of disappearing sparks that had been an enchanted buckler just a few moments ago and sighed. Another failure, another lost memory. He was going through his collection of them way too fast. At that point, he was starting to wonder if there was a better use for it. Saint's shadow fragment counter was still at 59 200ths, and now, he had another shadow to feed. Nightmare also demanded his fair share of resources to reach the next rank, and his appetite was even steeper. Currently, the Dark Courser was at 1/300th, and that single fragment came from a memory Sonny had fed him to check if the horse also consumed them. The only silver lining was that Nightmare was still of the awakened rank, and as such, gained more sustenance from weaker memories. Getting him to 300 was going to require about the same amount as what Saint needed to get to 2. That was another reason why Sonny wanted to master at least the very foundation of weaving. If he could create even the simplest memories himself, he would effectively gain the ability to convert soul shards into shadow fragments, as far as Saint and Nightmare were concerned. Probably. He already knew enough to try, actually, and only lacked a few shards to experiment. However, the ability to copy and modify enchantments seemed even more alluring. Just imagining the utility of such a skill made him tremble with excitement. But enough was enough. He could not endure the heartbreaking sorrow of losing another memory today. With each of them he destroyed, Sonny could practically see potential credits disappearing from his theoretical bank account. Shaking his head dejectedly, he returned the needle into the maw of the covetous coffer, dismissed the little box, and headed toward the door of his room. It was time for some fresh air. Finding his way to the familiar corner of the garden, Sonny noticed the motionless figure of the bandaged cripple and ignored him, then sat down on the grass some distance away. The 2 of them were perfectly content pretending that the other didn't exist. After that first conversation, neither uttered a single word, which was a beautiful thing. If only all humans were that reticent. The cripple never bothered him, and so, Sonny liked him a lot. They had a perfect understanding. Closing his eyes, Sonny meditated for a while, but then grew bored. He still had a few hours to kill before dinner, and there was nothing to do. Well, that was not a problem, really. There always was a mountain of things he had wanted, but never found time to address. For example, he was very curious to study the spell weave of the shadow lantern. It was a divine memory, after all. But just the thought of staring at the inhuman complexity of weaves again made his mood grow foul, so Sunny decided to return to that task sometime later. What else was there? Come to think of it, he had not practiced archery for a long time now. His skill in that regard was still very far from satisfactory. Sunny thought for a bit, then stood up and summoned Morgan's warbow. The beautiful black bow weaved itself from scarlet sparks, which were the same color as its grip and string, as well as the small brand in the shape of a straight sword piercing straight through an anvil that was burned into its surface. He turned slightly and glanced at the gray stone of one of the giant menhirs that loomed some distance away. Surely, the ancient stone pillar that had withstood 1,000 years in perfect condition, and was going to withstand thousands more, would not be damaged if he used it for target practice. Not that Sunny cared too much. Noctis would just have to produce a new menhir if he destroyed one, or several. The bastard owed him this much, at least. With a short sigh, he raised the bow, placed his fingers on the string, and strained his muscles to pull it back. Due to the unbending enchantment of the fearsome warbow, Sunny needed all of his might, as well as the help of the shadows, just to draw the string. No mundane human would have ever been able to do that, and even among the awakened, only those with aspects providing exceptional physical enhancement could hope to succeed. But thanks to that, every arrow sent flying by the black bow went especially far, and hit with devastating strength. And speaking of arrows, as Sunny was drawing the string, a shadow appeared on it, then grew heavy and solid, turning from a ghostly shade into a sharp arrow. The other enchantment of Morgan's warbow, soul arrows, allowed it to attune to the soul of the wielder and create arrows that shared its affinity. The arrow Sunny just created was utterly black, with dark fletching and a narrow head that seemed to be made out of a sharp piece of obsidian. This was a shadow arrow, which flew swiftly and didn't produce any sound at all. It was also perfect for finding cracks in the enemy's armor. Actually, he could create a different kind of arrow, too, due to his high divine affinity. Those arrows were lustrous and seemed to be forged out of pale gold, their broadheads perfect for slicing flesh and causing terrible wounds. There was probably another quality to them, but Sunny had yet to figure it out. In any case, that didn't matter right now. Bringing the string to his ear with some effort, Sunny struggled to hold it in place, then closed one eye, took aim, and jerked his fingers away from the arrow. The string hit the inner side of Sunny's forearm, and the black arrow shot forward with incredible speed. Attracted by the sound, the cripple turned his head and stared at Sunny from beneath his dirty bandages. A moment later, the arrow hit the giant menhir, completely off the mark. He had aimed at a tiny crack on the surface of the ancient stone, but had not managed to strike anywhere near it. Looking down at his forearm, which now had a deep cut, Sunny clicked his tongue and let out a dissatisfied growl. Then, he wrapped his arm with a piece of cloth, summoned a second arrow, and repeated the process, this time almost managing to miss the menhir completely. Damnation! It seemed that his accuracy had only reduced in the past months. How had he even managed to grow worse? You're doing it all wrong. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then turned around and stared at the cripple without any amusement in his frightening black eyes. Perhaps he was hasty to commend the man for his quiet and reticent nature, who wanted to hear that hideously grating voice, anyway. Producing the emerald amulet, Sunny thought with some irritation. Oh yeah? What, you are an archery expert now? The cripple remained silent for a while, then turned away. I used to be a captain in the Sun Legion. Before. He sighed, and then smiled a little. I led 100 brave warriors into battle, for the glory of Lord Severax and the Ivory City. The cripple grew silent, and then added quietly. Before. Sunny stared at the bandages that covered the man's burned body, then glanced at his soul, which was illuminated by a radiant core of an awakened. So this guy used to be an officer serving one of the Sun Immortals. He hesitated for a moment, then asked. How'd you end up this messed up, then? Where do all these burned scars come from? Did the warmongers catch you? The cripple stared into the distance for some time, then slowly shook his head. You have plenty of scars yourself, demon, some as terrible as mine. That wicked one around your neck, where did it come from? Sonny looked down at the crestfallen man, then grinned. What, that thing? Funny you should ask, you see, I did actually get captured by the warmongers once. So, to escape, I tricked the biggest and meanest of them into cutting my head off. Then, I killed him, picked it up, and put it back on. True story. He grew silent for a while, and then added nonchalantly. Oh, and I killed Sylvain too. You know who that is, right? The cripple stared at him with wide eyes, shock, awe, and confusion mixing in them in equal measure. Sonny just wanted to mock the guy a little, but the poor fool seemed to have actually believed him. What an idiot. Actually, something about the cripple's eyes seemed strangely familiar, at least in that moment. Sonny suddenly froze and stared at the bandages hiding the man's disfigured face, his mouth turning dry. A few moments passed in a strange silence. And then, both of them spoke at the same time. Kai. Sonny. The towering demon and the hideous cripple stared at each other for a bit, their eyes wide with shock. No way, he was here all along. Wait, who dared to do this to Kai? When I find the bastard, I'll tear them limb from limb. Sonny was so stunned that he even failed to let go of the emerald amulet. He gritted his fangs, then asked a question, at the same time as Kai did. Who did this to you? Why are you so tall? Flustered, the two fell silent for a moment. Then, Sonny reached out and grabbed the cripple into a crushing hug, wrapping all of his 4 arms around him. Who knew that this repulsive body, which was covered in dirty bandages that smelled of blood and pus, would suddenly become so precious and dear to him? I was put into a body of a demon, why wouldn't I be tall, you idiot? Kai let out a startled yelp, struggled weakly, and then patted Sonny on one of the arms. Arg. Sonny. I am very glad to see you, as well, but, my burns. Sonny jolted, then hurriedly let go of the cripple's body and gave him an apologetic look. Beneath that simple emotion, though, a dark ocean of fury smoldered with dangerous flames. Sorry. I didn't. Kai. You're alive. Damn, I am so happy to see you. I was starting to wonder if any of you guys have made it alive. Kai looked at him, then smiled. Through the gaps in the bandages, his disfigured face looked ghastly and hideous, but the sparks glinting in his eyes were the same. He sighed. Yeah. I was fearing the same. The young man hesitated, and then added, his voice suddenly ringing hollow. After the Iron Hand Island. I almost gave up hope. I didn't think that I'll see any of you ever again. Sonny frowned, confused by Kai's words. He dismissed his bow, and then thought tensely. Why? What is on the Iron Hand Island? The cripple looked at him with surprise. You haven't been there? Sonny shook his head. No. I was going to travel there in a week, after my new heart settles. Ah. I made a deal with a sorcerer, you see, to replace a heart I lost. Kai stared at him for a bit, then looked down and let out a heavy sigh. I see. Well, there's not much to tell. He remained silent for a few moments, and then said quietly, his hoarse voice growing even more creaky and grating. There was no sign that you or Cassie had ever managed to reach the rendezvous point, even though months had already passed. But Effie left a message there, carved into a stone pillar. So Effie is alive, too. Sonny clenched his fists, excited. Of course she was alive. That glutton would never die and leave all the food in 2 worlds uneaten. Encouraged, he eagerly asked. What message did she leave? Kai looked away, as if reluctant to answer. After a while, he finally opened his mouth and said quietly. It was just one sentence. The young man glanced at Sunny, then added in a somber tone. Do not come to the temple of the chalice. As it turned out, Kai had reached the sanctuary 2 weeks before Sunny. Although he did not go into detail, the archer explained that he had been sent into the body of an officer in the army of the Ivory City, and got entangled in the conflict between the Sun People and the warmongers for the first months of the nightmare. Eventually, he managed to escape and made his way east. The journey was slow and torturous because of how terribly mangled his body was, but he somehow made it to the Iron Hand Island alive, if just barely. There, his hope of reuniting with his friends was cruelly crushed by the fact that neither Sunny nor Cassie seemed to have made it, while Effie had only left an ominous message imploring them to not try to find her. Consumed by terrible pain and despair, Kai left his own message on the island and continued to the sanctuary, where, as he had heard, stragglers like him could find refuge and shelter. He remained there since, trying to recover as much strength as he could and hoping against all logic that the others were going to read the message he had left and come to the sanctuary, too. And then, through a strange twist of fate, Sunny arrived despite not even visiting the Iron Hand Island. Kai shook his head and said, his voice full of amusement. How did you even end up here? Arriving on that flying ship, no less. Sunny, do you know who its captain is? Sunny nodded. Who else? It's Noctis, that guy goes around insisting that he is now my best friend. You see, the spell sent me into the warmongers' territory, where I was captured and forced to participate in their wicked trials. I barely escaped with my life, and stumbled upon him while fleeing to the southern island. He needed a favor from a shadow creature, and I needed passage to the eastern parts of the Chained Isles. So, that's how I arrived here on that ship. He grew silent for a bit and scowled, thinking feverishly. Do not come to the Temple of the Chalice, that was what Effie had written on a stone pillar. However, Sunny had heard of the place before, in the nightmare of the Shadow Lord. Give the glass knife to the War Maiden in the Temple of the Chalice, that was what the immortal Shadow had told the original owner of the four-armed demon's body. And that was the secret Noctis wanted to learn from Sunny, while Sunny wanted to find his friends. So many coincidences. Kai cleared his throat. You know who he is, right? Lord Noctis is the master of this place, as well as one of the 5 transcendent immortals. Throughout the Kingdom of Hope, he is feared and revered in equal measure, and his name is synonymous with mystery and power, as well as debauchery, mischief, and disaster. A being like him, although Lord Noctis is rumored to possess a merciful heart, he is still dangerous and terrifying. Sunny, are you sure that you should be getting entangled with such a being? Sunny glanced at Kai and remained silent for a while, then said in a grim tone. There is not much choice. He is the axis of this nightmare. Dangerous, terrifying. Noctis is all that, and also so much more. However, all of that is not very important right now. He sighed, and then turned toward the residence of the frightening immortal with a dark expression on his face. What's important right now, is that he can help us find Effie. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then looked at Kai and said with determination. Let's go. Kai nodded and followed the four-armed demon, pushing forward his bandaged body with visible effort. Seeing his friend suffering, Sunny gritted his teeth. The archer, meanwhile, glanced at him with a grim expression, and then said in his new, unfamiliar, and ugly voice. Sunny. I have one question. Can you answer it? Sunny slowed down and turned to him, a deep scowl contorting the bestial lines of his face. Of course. What is it? Kai remained silent for a bit, then asked cautiously. Where, exactly, are we going? Sunny blinked a couple of times, then tilted his head a little. Oh, right. Where else? We are going to talk to Noctis. With that, he turned around and continued walking toward the immortal sorcerer's residence. The archer hurried to catch up, then said in a stifled tone. Ah, that Noctis. The immortal transcendent. Blessed of the moon, crimson beast of twilight, chain lord of the Kingdom of Hope, and all that? Sunny glanced at him, then shrugged. Yes, that Noctis. Don't worry, though, he is indeed terrifying, but not unreasonable. Together, they crossed the garden of the sanctuary and approached the beautifully engraved wooden door. A pair of sailor dolls were standing guard outside, their indifferent faces staring at them with hollow stillness. Noticing Sunny, one of them moved aside and knocked on the door, which then opened all by itself. The two of them entered and froze, unsure how to react. What the hell? Noctis was levitating above the floor, his legs crossed and his eyes closed. He might have seemed like a wise sage in the middle of a deep meditation, if not for dozens of empty amphoras of wine that floated all around him. The terrifying Chain Lord, blessed of the moon, the crimson beast of twilight, was dead drunk. Hearing someone enter, Noctis lazily opened one eye and stared at Sunny, then at Kai. Finally, he landed on the floor and yawned, causing all the amphoras to fall down and shatter, sending drops of wine flying everywhere and staining the luscious carpets. Ah, Sunless. What a nice surprise, to see you so soon. And, you brought someone with you. What a hideous creature. Wait, did I say that out loud? No, surely not. I am too wise and courteous to make a rude remark like that. Of course. Nice to meet you, whoever you are. Welcome, to my quarters. He gave them a radiant smile, then waved a hand, causing the whole residence to shudder and the shards of the amphoras to disappear without a trace. Then, Noctis walked over to a small table, picked up a fresh apple, and glanced at his guests with a curious expression. To what do you owe the honor? To what do we owe? Wait, wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? Sunny frowned, then glanced at Kai, who was staring at the immortal sorcerer with an inexorable expression on his burned, disfigured face. Finally, he cleared his throat and turned to Noctis. Actually, I am here to deliver some good news. Do you remember the friends I told you about? Well, this is one of them. And, yes, you did say it out loud. The sorcerer stared at Kai, blinked a couple of times, then took a bite out of the apple. Oh, so this is one of the friends that you were supposed to find after visiting an island that doesn't exist, despite not knowing how they look, where they are, and what they are called. He just happened to be here, in my sanctuary. How fortunate. Sunny smiled. Indeed. This is Nightingale, my dear friend. A man with a voice of an angel, and a face to go along with it. Kai spared him a sidelong glance, then bowed slightly and forced out a grating, creaky greeting. It is, nice to meet you, Lord Noctis. The sorcerer shuddered and looked right and left, then shook his head. Gods, Sunless, do not ever mention those creatures again, even in jest. Angels are not something to be called upon, whether by name or in passing. Then, he briefly touched the symbol of the moon on his forehead and sighed. Anyway, I am glad that you have found one of your friends. Have the two of you discussed my proposal? Sunny hesitated for a bit, then answered somberly. No, we have not. We still need to find two more friends for that. However. He sighed, knowing that the luxury of having a choice was looking more and more distant by the day. But he needed the sorcerer's help and his knowledge to find and retrieve Effie from the mysterious temple of the chalice. In that particular matter, he was willing to compromise. Even if he gave up the secret of the glass knife, he would still be in possession of the obsidian one. Sunny crossed two of his forearms, and said. I am willing to share the location of the Shadow Lord's knife with you, in exchange for some assistance. Noctis stared at him for some time, then suddenly grinned. Really? What assistance do you require? I am the most helpful person in the Kingdom of Hope, you know. Sunny raised 2 fingers. First, you will help treat my friend's wounds. Second, you will help us rescue another of our other friends from the place she is being held in. He thought for a bit, and then raised a 3rd finger. Oh. And also, coins. You will give me lots of Noctis coins. The sorcerer ate his apple in silence for a bit, then laughed. Well. I think I can do 2 out of those 3 things, at least. No problem. So, tell me, where is your other friend being held? Sunny lingered for a few moments, still hesitant to make the bargain. Finally, he sighed, and said, Temple of the Chalice. Noctis suddenly choked on the apple, coughed violently a few times, then grabbed a glass of wine and nervously emptied it. Then, with a flushed face, he glanced at Sunny and forced out a strange smile. 1. I think I can do 1 out of those 3 things, at least. Sunny scowled, surprised by that reaction. He glanced at Kai, then motioned for him to sit down. From the looks of it, this conversation was going to be a long one. The archer cautiously lowered himself onto a nearby chair and let out a quiet groan of pain, then looked around, a hint of curiosity appearing in his cloudy eyes. His gaze lingered on various pieces of furniture and exquisite decorations, then finally settled on the flustered sorcerer. Noctis seemed to have regained his composure somewhat. He stared at his half-eaten apple with a somber expression, then threw it away and sat down himself. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. The 3 things you asked for are not that easy to accomplish. The immortal glanced at Kai, then raised one elegant finger. I can help your friend, Nightingale, recover from his wounds, somewhat. Those burns were not delivered by mundane flames, and so, even I would not be able to restore that which was destroyed completely. With my help, he will be able to regain most of his strength and vitality. I can also repair the damage done to his soul. But the flames, their mark will remain. Unless you want me to build him a completely new vessel, of course. Noctis smiled, and then glanced at one of the wooden mannequins, which was in the process of disposing of the carelessly discarded apple. Something like that, but much better. Kai shivered. Will I be able to draw a bow and control soul essence after you treat my body? The sorcerer nodded. Of course. You might even grow stronger than you were before. But your face. I am sorry to say this, Nightingale, but it will remain as hideous as it is now. The pain that consumes you will subside, but never go away completely. If you agree to transfer your soul into a doll, on the other hand, your strength will diminish slightly, but you won't have to endure that suffering anymore. I can also promise to make a truly beautiful vessel for you, one worthy of carrying even the most radiant of souls. The archer remained silent for a while, then smiled. No need. This face suits me fine. As long as I can draw a bow and help my friends, I will be content. Noctis looked at him silently, an expression of confusion written clearly on his face. But don't you want to become beautiful? Kai chuckled, his voice hoarse and grating. Then, he shook his head and said simply. I already am. Both Noctis and Sunny stared at the archer with dubious expressions, thinking that he had lost his mind. Well, more than anyone else in the Kingdom of Hope had already lost theirs. His disfigured face was ugly, grotesque, and unsightly. What was he even trying to say? However, it did not seem that Kai felt compelled to expand on that strange statement. He just remained silent, calmly looking at the sorcerer. After a few moments, Noctis turned away and shrugged. Well, as you wish. The treatment will be long and painful, but it can be done. Then, he raised a second finger and glanced at Sunny. The other thing you asked for, lots of my coins, was it? To be honest, how do I say this? No. Sunny blinked, surprised. What? Why? The sorcerer yawned, then made a helpless gesture with his hands. What can I say? Making those coins takes time. Do you know how long it took me to create a few thousand before? Each coin contains a piece of a corrupted soul, after all. That is the reason why they are so valuable, precious, and coveted by everyone in the Kingdom of Hope. He thought for a few moments and added absent-mindedly. Oh, now that you reminded me, only most of the souls were corrupted. I think there were a few humans I fed to the mimic, as well. Regardless, all those coins were consumed when that poor fool claimed the obsidian knife from the altar. So, If you really want me to make new ones. I guess I can quickly kill everyone here in the sanctuary and cook up 100 or two. Sunny shivered, then hurriedly raised his hands. No, no. No need. Let's not kill anyone, yet. Noctis smiled. Are you sure? Well, all right. So then. He raised the third finger. Lastly, the Temple of the Chalice. I am sorry to say this, but there is absolutely no chance of me ever going anywhere near that place again. Not that I could, even if I wanted to. And I don't. Ever. Sunny stared at the sorcerer with a deep scowl, then gritted his teeth. Why? What is so terrible about that place? Noctis shivered, then sighed and nervously sipped his wine. Oh, it's not that it's terrible. It's just that men aren't allowed to enter the temple, unless they are serving a woman. They put that rule in place, after the last time I visited. Sunny really tried to not let his face change, and simply glared at Noctis, his eye twitching. Uncomfortable under that murderous gaze, the sorcerer shrunk and looked away. A low growl escaped from Sunny's mouth. Who cares? You are one of the chain lords. What can they do if you decide to break that rule? Noctis chuckled nervously. You don't get it. Chain lord or not, you see, Sunless, as I said, my lands became somewhat of a refuge for those who seek it. And one of the groups of refugees I sheltered was the remains of an ancient and rather terrifying sect. This sect takes in orphaned girls, especially those born with red hair, and trains them to become perfect vessels of war. His deadly tools, priestesses, and heralds, the war maidens are not someone to be trifled with. He grew silent for a moment, and then added. In fact, they only needed my protection because there was a schism within the sect, and one of their disciples left to create her own cult. However, since no one can really leave that sect alive, her departure was not amicable. Those who survived it came here to build the Temple of the Chalice, and remained there since. Oh, and that runaway disciple of theirs. I think you have already met her. Sunny grew cold and leaned back, feeling both of his hearts skip a couple of beats. Then, he closed his eyes for a few moments, and finally said in a hoarse voice. Do you mean to tell me, that the sect that dwells in the Temple of the Chalice, is where Solvain comes from? Noctis nodded and gave him a ghostly smile. Exactly. That is where that fiend was raised. And there is a bunch of little monsters just like her being trained there as we speak. I mean, no one can really compare to Solvain, but they are not too far off. So you can understand why I am reluctant to break my word and make enemies of the war maidens, right? Sunny remained silent for a while, and then sighed heavily. Holding the emerald amulet in one of his calloused hands, he thought. Well, tough luck. Because that is exactly where the glass knife is. Despite his grim mood, Sunny felt a bit of vindictive satisfaction when he saw the sorcerer's handsome face pale, and the glass of wine slip from his hand. A tense silence settled in the opulent residence of the mad sorcerer, who, meanwhile, was staring at Sunny with an indescribable expression on his pale, beautiful face. Noctis didn't seem happy at all despite finally learning the secret that he had been searching for all this time. In that silence, Kai's hoarse voice suddenly resounded, full of polite curiosity. I am very sorry, but that glass knife you are talking about, why exactly do we need it? Both Sunny and Noctis turned to him. After an awkward pause, the immortal scratched the back of his head and answered. That thing, you see, is the only thing that can kill Severus, the blessed of the sun. And I really want to kill him. Noticing a slight confusion on the archer's face, he thought for a moment, and then added. Right, these days people call him Severax, the Ivory Lord. You have heard of him, yes. Kai lingered for a bit, then looked down at his bandaged hands and said evenly. Yes. You might say that I have. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then smiled. In that case, we must retrieve the glass knife. And our friend. Lord Noctis, surely, there is something that we can do. You know a lot about that sect of theirs. Is there a way for you to enter the temple of the chalice, find both the knife and our friend, and bring them back to the sanctuary? Noctis stared at him for a while, then shook his head. No, there is no way for me to invade the temple. At least not without destroying it completely, which would doom that friend of yours along with the rest of the sect. Sadly, that is also one of the places I can't infiltrate in disguise. Infiltrate it again, I mean. Sunny and Kai glanced at each other, and then, the archer cautiously asked. If that is the case, what if we infiltrate it, instead? The sorcerer stared at them with surprise, and then laughed. Sunless and Nightingale, what a strange pair you are. Do you not know fear? I have just told you how frightening the war maidens are. Sunny smiled, showing his sharp fangs, and then shrugged. Kai shook his head and answered for both of them, saving him from having to do so. Oh, on the contrary. Both of us are actually very cowardly. But, Lord Noctis, you might not know this, but Sunless and I, we can be a bit frightening ourselves. The immortal transcendent gave them a dubious look, and then shook his head. Somehow, I believe it. But no, it doesn't matter. Even if you are willing, you can't get into the temple of the chalice. Only women are allowed inside, and not any women at that. They will only give passage to female warriors of utmost skill, those who are veiled in dread and the smell of numerous bloody battlefields, maybe with a couple of lowly servants, at best. You are both men, so it is useless to even try. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then sighed deeply and said. Actually, that won't be a problem. Noctis blinked a couple of times and looked at him with confused amusement. How so? Sunless. The sorcerer gave him a strange look, and then asked with a mischievous smile. Is there something I don't know about you? Sunny glanced at him darkly, scowled, and answered in a sharp tone. There's plenty. But that was not what I meant. I just have a female warrior of dreadful skill, at hand. With that, he summoned Saint. 2 ruby flames ignited in the depths of his shadow, and then the taciturn demon stepped out of it, wreathed in darkness. Her graceful figure appeared in the middle of the sorcerer's residence, and then the shadow turned her head slightly, staring at the master of the place with cold indifference. Noctis looked back at her, his eyes widening. His lips trembled. That. The sorcerer leaned forward, his expression frozen, and then suddenly clenched his fists with excitement. That armor. The design. The fit. Oh, gods, who forged that masterpiece? Sunless, please tell me. Saint tilted her head a little, while Sunny and Kai stared at the immortal transcendent with inexorable expressions. After a few moments of dead silence, Sunny cleared his throat. Actually, I am not sure. Prince of the Underworld, I think. Wait, haven't you seen me wearing a similar armor? Noctis glanced at him with confusion, then waved a hand dismissively. If I did, you must have not done it justice. This beauty, however, so it was Hope's little brother, huh? Who knew he had such impeccable taste? Finally, the sorcerer became aware of his surroundings and moved his gaze up, staring right into Saint's ruby eyes. His smile widened, but then grew rather strange. He glanced at Sunny with confusion. Sunless, this is one of your shadows, yes. How come she is more powerful than you? Oh, did you inherit this sublime creature from the Shadow Lord? That rogue, he had been hiding such a treasure from me all that time. Sunny did not like the way Noctis was looking at Saint one bit. In fact, he suddenly felt a very strong impulse to wipe the lecherous smile off the immortal's face, which would not have been very wise, considering who that immortal actually was. He gritted his teeth. No. If you must know, I've created her myself. And also, she can hear you. Have some manners, will you? Noctis froze, then flinched and suddenly turned very courteous. Sorry. He glanced at Saint, then walked around her, studying the taciturn demon with a very serious expression. The shadow didn't move, seemingly uncaring of his presence. Finally, the sorcerer returned to his previous spot and smiled. "That shadow of yours might indeed be allowed into the temple of the chalice. She has a presence about her. Even I am impressed. The two of you will pose as her servants, I assume." Sunny and Kai looked at each other, then nodded. The sorcerer turned away, thinking, then said thoughtfully, "That might actually work. Once you are inside, you can find your friend and locate the glass knife. That will be extremely dangerous, but not impossible. If you succeed, I can ensure your safe escape, however." Noctis glanced at them, his expression growing somber. "Sunless, Nightingale, if things go wrong inside the Temple of the Chalice, even I won't be able to save you. You will be on your own, so ask yourself seriously whether or not rescuing your friend is worth risking your lives over. You can make new friends, you know, but you can only die once." Kai looked at the immortal sorcerer, and smiled. "It's worth it." Sunny wasn't so quick to speak. After a while, he snorted and looked away. "I don't make friends easily, so the ones I do have are extremely valuable. One has to protect their valuables, you know. That's just basic logic." He glanced at Noctis with a dark expression and added, "Besides, who says that you can only die once? I have already died 100 times, and that was just after meeting you. Killing me is really a very troublesome endeavor." After their conversation with Noctis was done, Sunny and Kai left the sorcerer alone. The immortal needed some time to make preparations, so they had a few hours left before the archer's treatment was going to begin. After that, they were not going to see each other again until it was over, which would take at least a week. Walking through the beautiful garden of the sanctuary, Kai remained silent for a bit, and then said with a smile, "Well, I think that went well." Sunny glanced at him with a dark expression. "You think?" The archer shrugged, then frowned a little. The bandages covering his disfigured face moved, revealing a confused expression. "Did it not?" Sunny shook his head. "No. We have been swindled, actually. Think about it. I wanted to get 3 things out of Noctis in exchange for revealing the location of the glass knife to him. Heal you, rescue Effie, and receive his enchanted coins. Not only did he force the secret out of me without even lifting a finger, he even fooled us into retrieving the knife in his stead, while thinking that it was our own idea, no less." He grimaced, then let out a heavy sigh. "Scary. He is a cunning trickster, and my own mind seems to be dulled by the curse of hope. Still, all is well. Noctis will heal your body, nothing else matters." Kai frowned when Sunny mentioned Hope's influence, but didn't ask anything, revealing that he had made the discovery himself. After a while, he said, "When you put it like that, I do feel a bit foolish. But, Sunny, if you knew that we were being swindled, why didn't you try to drive a harder bargain?" Sunny shrugged. "There was no point to. I did not expect him to honor all 3 of my requests, anyway, 2 of them were just for show. While those coins of his are useful, I can do without them. As for rescuing Effie, that is our own task. I would not have entrusted it to an outsider, especially an ancient transcendent with mysterious motives." He remained silent for a few moments, and then added, "We will have to ally ourselves with at least one of the chain lords in order to conquer this nightmare, but becoming dependent on someone else's strength is a slippery slope. In the end, we can only put trust in our own efforts." Kai tilted his head a little. "So, those 2 requests were just bait, and your real intention had only been to get Noctis to heal me?" Lost in thought, Sunny simply nodded. The archer smiled, then mumbled under his nose. "I wonder who swindled whom, then." They reached their corner of the garden in silence and sat down on the grass. There was so much Sunny wanted to tell Kai, and so much he wanted to ask. He was sure that Kai felt the same. But without even having to say anything, both of them decided to remain silent. They had already shared some things about their experiences in the nightmare, and as for details, that was going to have to wait until the cohort was back together. Even knowing that it was foolish, they both held on to the feeling that by postponing this conversation, they were somehow increasing the chances of the other two members joining them unharmed. After a while, Kai asked. Do you think that she is all right? Effie? From what Noctis said, that sect is incredibly ancient, formidable, and cruel. If Effie was sent into the body of a disciple, with her temper. I hate to admit it, but I am afraid for her. Plus, none of the maidens is allowed to leave that temple alive. How are we going to take her away? Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head. Effie is more resilient than any of us. Don't forget, she survived in the Dark City far longer than you or I, completely alone. She held the line during the siege of the Spire and survived that, too. Effie will be fine. The war maidens are not as formidable as you might think either. After all, the Temple of the Chalice is destroyed in the future, and all of them are dead. I've seen the bones myself. His face grew somber when he remembered the furious wraiths whom he had slain to create his third core. Who could have known that the ruin he had already explored and the Temple of the Chalice were one and the same? Judging by the destruction that reigned over the ancient temple in the future, someone was going to obliterate the fearsome sect between then and now. The war maidens weren't invincible. Kai sighed. What about Cassie? There is no sign of her. She is not like the rest of us. Her combat skill is commendable, but her aspect is not tailored toward direct confrontation. And with how terrible her flaw is. He grew silent, reluctant to finish the thought. Sunny grinned. Cassie. She is the last person you should be worried about. Believe me, she is doing fine. Probably better than any of us. At least, that was what Sunny wanted to believe. His flaw did not prevent him from saying those words aloud, so he must have been convinced that the statement was true to some degree, at least. However, that didn't stop his hearts from growing cold and heavy. He sighed, and then added in a grim tone. Who you should really be worried about is our fifth friend. Kai frowned and looked at him with a dark expression. It has to be that person, right? The Prince of Valor. Sunny hesitated, then nodded. That is what I believe, as well. The archer gritted his teeth and turned away. It doesn't matter. Here in the nightmare, all of us are allies. Are we not? Sunny looked down, his black eyes growing even darker. After a while, he said. We are meant to be. However, that doesn't mean that we have to be. He sighed, and then looked at the people going about their lives in the distance. Mordred is unpredictable. And dangerous. I don't know what his goals are, but in this nightmare, his power would have grown considerably. Don't forget that he was the one who discovered this seed, in the first place, and that wasn't by accident. He was searching for it on purpose. He is after something. Sunny grew silent for a few moments and then added, his voice turning grim. Plus, there was already something wrong with Mordred in the waking world. Who knows what effect hope had on him? If he had truly gone insane. He shuddered. Then the immortal saints might end up not being our biggest problem. With that, Sunny stood up and summoned the vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud, then glanced at Kai with a strange glint in his eyes. Anyway, since we have a few hours left before Noctis straps you to a table and does spell knows what to your body, how about you show me how to properly use a bow? While you still can, while there's a chance, I mean. The sun was slowly drowning in the darkness of the void, and as it did, a veil of shadows was devouring the world. The western horizon was still aflame with the scarlet pyre of the sunset, but the somber night was already approaching from the east. On a desolate island covered by tall pillars of jagged rock, a numinous temple stood, its beautiful stone walls painted red by the light of the drowning sun. All around it, countless swords were thrust into the petrous ground, rising from it like a solemn graveyard of steel. There was only one path through the forest of blades, and as the twilight of dusk approached it, a dull, echoing ringing suddenly resounded from the darkness, then traveled through it, slowly growing closer and closer. It was the sound of adamantine hooves ringing against stone. Soon, 4 crimson flames ignited in the shadows, and then revealed themselves to be 4 eyes. 2 belonged to a Stygian destrier, the other 2 to its dark rider. The steed was black as night, with dreadful horns crowning its head. It walked forward with a steady pace, fearsome and noble, lean muscles rolling under its lustreless coat. The rider was a graceful woman in intricate onyx armor, her face hidden behind the visor of a closed helmet, with only ruby lights shining through it with indifferent resolve. Her presence was both calm and fearsome, full of quiet confidence and frightening strength. The blade of a great odachi rested on her shoulder, its steel as dark as the heart of the night. 2 steps behind the taciturn knight, 2 creatures walked with their gazes lowered to the ground. One was a towering, 4-armed demon dressed in a black kimono, his dark hair tied with a silk ribbon. The other was a strange human with skin that resembled polished bark, wearing a fitting dark garment made of soft silk, his disfigured face hidden behind a wooden mask and drowning in the shadow of a deep hood. Neither of them was armed. The dark knight led her horse to the first steps of the path through the graveyard of swords and stopped, waiting. Her ruby eyes burned with cold calmness, as if the woman had a heart made of stone, incapable of feeling fear, unease, or trepidation. Her servants, however, were not as aloof. Both stole glances at the magnificent stone temple, tension clearly written on their faces. A few moments later, the human asked quietly. "It is too late to turn back, isn't it?" The demon did not respond, not that he was capable of speaking in the human tongue. Instead, he simply nodded, then froze, as if sensing something. The other servant sighed and grew silent, as well. There was no one and nothing around them, just the pillars of jagged rocks and the swords thrust into the ground. The island was awash in the blood-red radiance of the dying sunset, with deep shadows nesting in the spots from where the sunlight had already fled. A gust of wind suddenly blew, bringing with it the smell of iron. And then, out of nowhere, they were surrounded by a dozen silent figures. All of them were beautiful women, wearing light garments made of red silk. Their bodies were slender and supple, their skin smooth and soft. The sight of them might have been alluring if not for the sharp coldness of their eyes, the ruthless expressions written on their tantalizing faces, and the murderous glint of their blades, all aimed at the uninvited guests. Sunny shivered. Damnation! Noctis had not been joking when he described the war maidens as fearsome. Even though these women were just awakened, his intuition was screaming that they represented mortal danger. However, Sunny did not need the help of his enhanced sixth sense to understand that. The feeling he got from the female warriors was the same as he had experienced a few times before in his life, when facing true battle masters. Morgan of Valor had given him the same frightening sensation, as well as Oro of the Nine, Master Jet, Nephis, and a couple of others, all of them elite combatants of the highest tier. Some of these fiends he had fought and somehow survived, but not without shedding a lot of blood and receiving deep scars, if not on his body, then on his soul. And right now, he was staring at 12 of such monsters, and these were just the sentinels, no doubt. Who knew what kind of battle saints would he meet inside the temple? No wonder this sect had been Solvain's cradle. Full of bad premonitions, he made sure to not make any sudden movements and continued staring at the ground. His role during this part was rather simple, he just had to do nothing. Her master might have been apprehensive, but Saint didn't seem concerned at all. She turned her head slightly and looked down at the war maidens, her gaze as calm and indifferent as always. Noticing her calmness, a few of the female warriors gripped their weapons tighter. One of them, a tall woman with red hair and eyes the color of steel, frowned a little, and then asked in a raspy voice. "What brings you to the Temple of the Chalice, Demonis?" Saint, of course, remained silent. Instead, Kai took a step forward and bowed, then spoke, his ugly voice sounding like grating scritching of rusty metal. "Greetings, warriors. My lady." The war maiden looked at him with distaste and interrupted. "Who allowed you to speak, man?" Kai remained bowed for a few moments, then straightened and looked at the woman from beneath his hood. My lady's voice is not for you to hear. She only speaks to those who bested her in combat, and thus, she has not spoken ever since taking this solemn vow. The war maiden remained silent for a few moments, studying Saint's graceful and fearsome figure. Then, she smiled darkly. She must not have fought anyone worth fighting, then. You are her servant? Kai nodded. Indeed. I am her voice, and that creature over there is her shadow. We serve the lady. The woman lingered for a moment, then glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. What is a human like you doing in the company of two shadows? The archer remained silent for a few seconds, and then responded. A long time ago, evil people captured me and locked me in a deep, dark well. I was going to die in there of thirst and hunger, but my lady lifted the heavy grate and helped me escape, while that demon slaughtered the evildoers. I owe them a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid. The war maiden stared at him silently, then nodded. You speak with sincerity, surprising, for a man. Tell me, then, why has your lady come to our temple? Kai glanced at Saint and hesitated for a bit. Sunny felt his heart start to beat faster, as well. This was the most dangerous part of their plan. In fact, he was still not entirely sure that it was going to be a wise move. However, both of them had decided that while not very wise, this was something that would give them the best chance to succeed. Full of tense anticipation, he silently gritted his teeth. Finally, the archer looked at the war maiden and said, his voice calm and steady. She has come to take back that which belongs to the shadows. To retrieve the death of the Ivory Lord from your hands, whether you are willing to return it, or not. The glass knife contained the string of fate that belonged to Severax, the chain lord of the Ivory City. It was his death, which the war maidens had received from the Saint of Shadows hundreds of years ago. Now, two shadows came back to retrieve it. Sunny suspected that none of the sect members that had been alive all those centuries ago lived still, including the particular maiden to whom Shadow Lord had sent the glass knife before taking his own life. As such, none would remember the four-armed demon who had delivered it, most likely. And yet, the current disciples of the cult had to know what was being kept in their temple, and how it got there. So, there was a chance that they will just hand it over to the original owners, no matter how slim. If not, they would allow Saint and her entourage inside, at least. That was Sunny's hope, and judging by the fact that the maidens did not immediately attack after hearing Kai's provocative statement, his calculations were not wrong. The tall woman who had spoken to them grew still as soon as the glass knife was mentioned, a somber expression appearing on her face. She studied Saint's motionless figure, then said coldly, her raspy voice growing slightly hoarse. So the day has come. How fortunate we are, to witness it. Someone finally dares to challenge the Red Sect for the ownership of the ancient relic. Who knew that I would witness this children's story come true? She smiled darkly, then tilted her head, no humor in her sharp, gray eyes. However, you are wrong, Shadow. The glass blade does not belong to you, or any of your kin. It had been entrusted to our foremother, who passed on the duty of protecting it to her wards, and through them, to us. The woman lingered, then sighed. However, it is not my place, to put you in yours. Come, Demonis. Let me welcome you to the Temple of the Chalice. With that, the war maidens slowly lowered their weapons, and then followed their leader as she turned to walk on the path through the graveyard of swords. Surrounded by them, Saint, Sunny, and Kai had no choice but to walk forward. After a few moments, the taciturn demon gracefully jumped down from Nightmare's back, who then dissipated into shadows and returned to Sunny's soul. Despite the fact that the beautiful female warriors had sheathed their swords, their hostility remained aimed at the three strangers, and their gazes were still as sharp and dangerous as steel blades. What an unfriendly bunch. Sunny sighed inwardly, and then looked around through his shadows, paying attention to the countless swords thrust into the ground all around them. Somehow, he felt that each of these weapons had a history, a violent story of battle and bloodshed that ended in death. Perhaps some of these blades had once belonged to the war maidens of the past, but most must have been wielded by those warriors slain by the members of the sect. There were very, very many swords thrust into the ground around the stone temple. Soon, they approached the gates of the magnificent structure and were led inside. Sunny was somewhat familiar with the interior of the ancient shrine, but it was hard to bring together two pictures that lived in his mind, one of a desolate ruin, the other of the austere, but formidable and perfectly maintained temple fortress. They were ushered into a spacious entrance hall, where Saint followed his command and stopped, as though unwilling to go further. The tall maiden with grey eyes glanced at her and smiled coldly. "Wait here, Demonis. I will inform the elders of your arrival. And your challenge." Saint stood with the blade of the soul serpent resting on her shoulder, motionless like a beautiful statue cut of black onyx. Her presence was aloof and indifferent, as though the three of them were not surrounded from all sides by fearsome warriors, with no way to escape. The tall maiden left, but the rest of the sentinels remained, surrounding them in a wide circle. Their faces were calm, but their eyes remained sharp, steady hands laying on the hilts of their swords. Under their gazes, Sunny didn't dare to send one of his shadows to scout around the temple, however, he also didn't need to. Instead, he listened to the sound surrounding them with curiosity. The temple of the chalice seemed silent, but somewhere far away, a repeating sound could be heard, the sound of something blunt hitting flesh, over and over again, and an occasional rattle of chains. Disturbed, he frowned slightly, and then glanced at Kai. The archer stood on the other side of Saint, his face hidden in the shadow of a deep hood. His pose seemed both polite and relaxed, however, Sunny could feel a strange tension hidden behind this casual stance. He frowned, and then moved his hand slightly, attracting his friend's attention. Kai lingered for a moment, then spoke in the language of the waking world without turning his head. "Yes, I found it. Why would Sunny need to use his shadows to explore the temple if he had Nightingale by his side?" Kai's awakened ability, after all, allowed him to see far and wide, and even peer through solid objects. Very few things could hide from his gaze. So, his task was to locate one of the two things they were looking for, the glass knife. And just in a few minutes, he had already succeeded. Kai, however, did not seem too happy. "Sunny, I think we might have a slight problem." "Damnation." Sunny scowled, not liking the tone of his friend's voice one bit. He turned his head slightly, glaring at the young man in the wooden mask. The archer sighed. "You see, in the center of the temple, there is a large hall. And in the center of that hall stands a giant stone chalice. The chalice is filled to the brim with raging white flame. That fire is just like the fires that burn in the sky below. In fact, I am pretty sure that one of those orbs of divine flame is somehow contained within it." He lingered for a moment, and then added grimly. "The glass knife is on the bottom of the chalice. Right in the middle of the annihilating divine flame. Damn it all. Why did it have to be the divine flame, of all things?" The three of them were finally allowed into the central hall of the temple, where a tall chalice cut of a single slab of grey stone stood, full of blinding white fire. The hall was drowning in stark light, deep shadows, and suffocating heat, however, even that sweltering heat was too forgiving. This close to the orb of Sun God's flame, all of them should have been already turned to ash. Sunny stared at the chalice with a grim expression, remembering the suffering he had gone through in the sky below. This was a true remnant of the obliterating pillar of white fire that had been brought down on the kingdom of hope by a god, and then continued to burn in the depths of the shattered land, slowly devouring it until nothing but an empty void remained. The pale version of it that he was able to channel through the cruel sight was already immensely destructive, and this was the real deal. How was the chalice even capable of containing the annihilating white star? He shivered, and then glanced under the surface of the stone vessel, noticing an intricate weave of ancient runes glowing inside the grey stone. An enchantment, and a powerful one, at that. What kind of sorcerer had created it? Who had been powerful enough to contain a piece of divine fury? In any case, without knowing how to control the enchantment, if there even was a way to control it, getting the glass knife out was not going to be easy, or maybe even impossible. Their task just grew exponentially more difficult. Damn it all! Absorbed by the dire sight of the stone chalice, Sonny didn't even notice the three women standing in front of it for a moment or two. When he did, however, his mood dropped even further. Turned into black silhouettes by the furious white flame burning behind them, three ascended battle masters watched the uninvited guests with eyes full of cold, killing intent. One had red hair and wielded an odachi similar to his own, its blade forged out of vibrant scarlet steel. One had black hair and held a simple spear, its shaft covered by a complicated weave of runes. One had white hair and was unarmed. That last one scared him the most. Sylvain, too, didn't feel the need to wield a weapon. If the first two maidens seemed like warriors of terrifying skill, the third one gave him a sensation of being something much more than that. A true vessel of war, perhaps. He carefully looked around the hall, remembering how it had looked in the future. The stone slabs covering the floor had been cracked and misshapen, the mighty pillars broken and toppled over, the roof had collapsed. The walls of the hall, seemingly so strong and unassailable, had been shattered outwards, suggesting that something had detonated in the center of the hall with tremendous force. The chalice itself had been destroyed, with only a few fragments laying on the floor in a molten pile. And there had been human bones littering the hall, some still covered by the remains of red silk garments, with vengeful wraiths carrying murderous fury even thousands of years after the tragedy. Sonny glanced tensely at the dancing white flame, then shivered. Someone had come to the temple of the chalice and destroyed it, slaughtering all the fearsome maidens in the process. Had they been looking for the glass knife, as well? Was he going to meet that terrifying being? Or had he, perhaps, met them already? Two faces suddenly appeared in his mind, that of Sylvain, and that of Noctis. His thoughts were interrupted by one of the ascended maidens. The woman who seemed the most powerful, the fiend with white hair, looked at Saint with a cold expression and said, her voice echoing in the stark darkness of the hall. I've been told that you wish to retrieve the legacy of our foremothers, Shadow. Saint lingered for a moment, then moved her head slightly, nodding. The maiden smiled, sending chills running down Sonny's spine. Then your task is very simple. All you have to do is prove yourself before the chalice. Kill me, and then my two sisters. If you do, the glass blade will be yours. Saint tilted her head a little, expressing an indifferent agreement. Sonny let out a furtive sigh of relief. So, there was a ritual to release that glass knife into someone's hands, after all, a trial that those seeking it had to pass. A simple duel, or rather 3 consecutive ones, against the senior warriors of the ancient sect. These ascended were truly formidable, but fighting them was better than having to face against the entire sect. His worst expectations had not come true. As for whether or not Saint would be able to kill the 3 ascended priestesses, he wasn't sure. However, there was at least a chance. And after the leaders of the sect were dead, finding and rescuing Effie would be much easier. As the war maiden with white hair grew silent, another one, the woman wielding the scarlet odachi, spoke. However, first, you will have to prove that you have the right to challenge us. You will fight and kill a disciple of each of us. As soon as she stopped speaking, the third one said. Or you will die. Sonny hid a triumphant smile. 3 awakened warriors were not going to pose any threat to Saint, who was an ascended demon, and formidable well beyond her rank and class. However, something felt off. He couldn't tell what at the moment, but his intuition was filling his heart with unease. Sonny glanced at Kai, and noticed a similar apprehensive expression in the archer's eyes. He nodded slightly, prompting the young man to step forward and bow. My lady accepts. However, it is unbecoming of her to slaughter your disciples, fearsome as they may be. Such a fight would not be a struggle for her, and as such, would not please the goddess of life, offending her in this sacred temple. If these disciples wish to challenge my lady, they will have to defeat her shadow first. The war maiden with white hair laughed, then took a step forward. So, she can only fight us after defeating our disciples, but our disciples can only fight her after defeating her pet demon. Fine, fine, let it be so. No shadow can defeat a vessel of war. He was going to die after your lady's body is torn apart, anyway. Let the creature be destroyed first. With that, she turned to one of the younger war maidens and smiled darkly. Let us not disappoint our guests. Go, bring the feral child I have the misfortune of calling my successor here. She will atone for her transgressions today by killing these two shadows. Sunny was pushed forward and offered a choice of weapons. After hesitating for a few moments, he raised a fearsome greatsword with his upper hands, and took a buckler and a long dagger with the lower. Then, he walked into the center of the hall and froze, watching the divine flames burn in the darkness. All things considered, things had turned out well. The ascended war maidens had been cunning, offering the lives of their disciples as sacrifices, no doubt in order to glean the secrets of Saint's skill before facing her. Knowing the enemy was half the victory, after all, by remaining a mystery while observing how their opponent fights, the three battle masters would have received an advantage that Sunny couldn't allow himself to give them. Now, however, he was going to fight and kill three of the awakened maidens, thus keeping Saint as mysterious as these battle masters were. Facing such fearsome opponents was not going to be easy, but he was sure of his ability to outsmart, overpower, and slaughter them. Fighting such skilled warriors was only going to enrich his mastery of shadow dance. More importantly, they were not going to have to fight against the whole sect, the chalice containing the divine flame was not going to be shattered, and the temple was not going to be turned into a ruin. Whatever it had been that had happened here in the real world would not befall Sunny and Kai, leaving them unscathed. All he had to do was to kill three young women, one after another. They would be fearsome combatants, no doubt, especially due to the madness of hope coursing through their veins, but he had faced far worse. Sunny felt confident in his ability. A few moments later, however, his black eyes narrowed. Staring at his first opponent, Sunny couldn't help but shudder and let out a low growl. Damnation! When Sunny heard the white-haired war maiden refer to her disciple as a feral child, he assumed that she was speaking about an especially ferocious female warrior being trained in the ancient sect of war. What he had not expected, however, was that his enemy would turn out to be a literal child. Damnation! As Sunny watched with a grim expression, two of the awakened maidens dragged a girl of about 11, maybe 12 years of age into the hall, then threw her on the stone floor in front of him. The girl had a scrawny, juvenile body that did not seem to have touched on the path to maturity yet. Her short, wild hair was of a vibrant red color, almost the same as the torn silk garments she wore. Her skin was pale and white, or at least, it was supposed to be. Instead, it was blue and black, almost the same color as Sunny's own, which had been made to resemble obsidian by the embrace of his shadows. The girl had obviously been often and cruelly beaten, to the point that it was hard to notice a spot free of bruises on her once tender body. The whites of her eyes were hidden by the cloudy red layer of blood that had burst from ruptured vessels, making the child look like an actual beast. Hitting the floor, the girl remained motionless for a few moments, then let out a long sigh and slowly stood up, lean muscles rolling under her bruised and lacerated skin. Even though she seemed tall for her age, she was still too small to reach up to Sunny's chest. Curse these mad witches! Suddenly full of fury, he glanced at the three ascended war maidens with a dark expression, then looked down at the abused child in front of him. Was this whom he had to kill? Just a few moments ago, the task seemed so easy. The girl, meanwhile, finished picking herself from the floor and faced the war maidens with an insolent, contemptuous expression on her bruised face. With wild flames burning in her eyes, she spat a bit of blood on the floor and then bared her teeth in a feral grin. What now, you old hags? More training. Ah, and here I was just starting to enjoy my daily punishment. Despite the rude words and the recalcitrant tone, the girl's voice was soft and childishly high, and as the result, what she had meant to sound defiant ended up sounding comical instead. Flustered by that, she gritted her teeth, and then proceeded to make a rude gesture with her hand, as if to better articulate her point. Sonny's heart suddenly grew cold. He flinched slightly, his pupils widening in shock. No, 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 no. He was already torn about the fact that he would have to kill a child, and this was going to be a battle to the death, whether he wanted to or not. The war maidens had made it abundantly clear. Showing mercy would be the same as admitting defeat, thus surrendering both his own life and that of Kai to their slaughter. But when the girl spoke, things took a turn from bad to worse. Because even if he had not recognized that tone, which he instantly did, Sonny was pretty sure that the inhabitants of the Kingdom of Hope were not in the habit of expressing their meaning with their middle fingers. That was a thing humans in the waking world did. Which left only one possibility. The feral child in front of him was Effie. God damn it. Now, there was no chance at all that he would kill his opponent and follow the ritual set for them by the maidens. All that stuff about not having to fight the entire sect he had felt relieved about a few minutes ago. Any possibility of that was basically gone. How were they going to get out of this one? He gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping through them. Hearing it, the senior war maiden smiled coldly, and then stared at Effie. No training today, insolent child. Instead, a test. We have guests today, you see, kill them, and I might order your older sisters to feed you today. You have been demanding food, have you not? At the mention of food, a somber expression appeared on the girl's bruised face. She hesitated for a moment, and then turned around, searching for these guests she was supposed to kill. Because of how the hall was lit, the figures of everyone who stood near the entrance and along the walls, Saint, Kai, and dozens of war maidens who were here to witness the challenge, appeared as dark silhouettes. The only one whom she could clearly see was Sonny. Effie stared at his abdomen for a few moments, confused. Then, she slowly craned her neck, looking higher, and then higher still. Her face gradually grew paler and paler, until a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Whoa, hey there, big guy. She shivered, then glanced back at her teacher. Are you joking? I am supposed to kill that monster. The war maiden shook her head. Not a monster. A demon. Why, are you not hungry? Effie lingered for a few moments, then asked in a little voice. Do I get any weapons, at least? The white-haired warrior chuckled cruelly. Your fists should be enough. Use your tongue if they're not, it has been sharper than a blade lately, after all. The scrawny girl grimaced, then sighed and clenched her fist, turning to Sonny with hunger and resentment mixing in the bright eyes. Her soft voice resounded in the hall, full of reluctant determination. All right then, let's kill a demon, the things a girl must do to earn a dinner. Sonny lowered his sword, staring at her with furious intent. You idiot. It's me. Are you going to recognize me or not? A weave of runes suddenly ignited on the stone floor of the hall, creating a circle around them. There was some sort of a barrier preventing either from escaping now, and outsiders from offering them help. The only ones left inside were Sonny, Effie, and the three war maidens standing in front of the chalice. Sonny hissed, trying to get the child to look at him. Crap, the emerald amulet, I better get it right now. He released the hilt of the great sword with one hand, intending to use it to fish out the amulet from the folds of his kimono. If Effie doesn't recognize me, I'll have to really fight her until I come up with a plan. Luckily, she is just an awakened. With my 3 cores and shadow augmentation, it should not be too. Before he could finish the thought, however, the scrawny girl suddenly lunged forward with shocking speed and struck him in the abdomen with her tiny fist. The towering 4-armed demon folded like a piece of paper, spat a torrent of blood, and was thrown a dozen meters back like a weightless doll. Crashing into a stone pillar, he sent a net of cracks running through its gray surface and then rolled down to the floor. Stunned by the tremendous, ridiculous force of that single blow, Sonny tried to push air into his 4 empty lungs and stared at the little girl with dread. Right. That is Effie, all right. Curses. Because of Effie's easygoing personality and affable attitude, it was easy to forget just how fearsome of a warrior she was. Out of all the members of the cohort, she had survived on the Forgotten Shore the longest. She had done so while hunting down nightmare creatures on the cursed streets of the Dark City all alone, as well. Mostly because anyone willing to help her would have been disposed of by the ruler of the Bright Castle, who had been scorned by her rejection. The fact that the young huntress had never bowed to his demands despite the black mark placed on her only went to show how unyielding her will really was. Her aspect made Effie a perfect instrument of war. While not as drastic as the dire but narrow speed augmentation caster had possessed, it was still great and wondrous. More importantly, it was an all-around enhancement: speed, strength, agility, endurance, resilience. Every facet of her physicality was elevated to an inhuman level. Sunny knew of her abilities better than most, since Effie had taught him how to wield a spear. However, due to the fact that their lessons had taken place in the real world, where the huntress was bound to a wheelchair, he never experienced her full strength in a fight himself. Until now. Crap, that really hurt. Before, Sunny had hoped that their strength would be more or less equal, considering that he was augmented by 3 shadows. However, it was not even close. That one blow almost shattered his body into pieces. That was only made more bizarre by the fact that it had been delivered by a scrawny child. Maybe if he had an additional shadow, or 2. Sunny had become much more powerful, but Effie had grown much stronger after the Forgotten Shore, as well. Her core was now fully saturated. More than that, while Sunny had been surviving in the Red Colosseum, she had survived a hell of her own, it seemed. Being tortured, taught, and tempered by the cult that had created Solvane, of all people. Sunny spat some blood, gritted his teeth, and slowly stood up. This is not good. The little girl glanced at him with surprise and tilted her head a little. Huh, still alive? Damn, tough bastard. He thought of taking out the emerald amulet once again, but Effie gave him no time. A split second later, she was already upon him, her leg flying through the air toward his ribcage. Sunny had no time to think about anything. He didn't want to hurt his friend, but he also didn't want to die. And getting hit by this bruised, wild, monstrous girl was going to kill him soon enough, no doubt. I need to slow her down. Even if his ribs survived Effie's wicked kick due to bone weave, the organs protected by them were not that resilient. The shock would surely rupture something important. Gritting his teeth, Sunny thrust one of his lower hands forward, putting the sharp blade of the dagger in the path of Effie's small, bony, and bruised leg. She was going to have to rethink that attack or risk having her calf cut wide open. Unless, she was using her second aspect ability, of course. Curse it. The dagger slid off the girl's skin without leaving even a scratch on it, as though it was made out of tempered steel. Luckily, Sunny had expected this outcome and was already dodging out of the way. Effie's shin hit the pillar instead of his side, sending a rain of large stone chunks and sharp shards flying through the air. Before Sunny could regain his balance, the next attack came, and then the next, and the next, and the next. Unable to seriously hurt the girl, he had no choice but to retreat under the onslaught of deadly strikes, receiving several glancing blows that left him reeling and in pain. The scrawny girl was very small, but made up for it by being incredibly nimble and swift. The little imp was so wily and fast, in fact, that it almost felt as though she was in several places at the same time. Stop running, big guy. Let us finish this quickly. I am hella hungry, you know. Arg, would you slow down for a second, you devil child? Sunny growled with unrestrained fury and brought the greatsword down, creating some space between himself and the advancing girl. He felt very, very, very frustrated. All he had to do, for now, was to let Effie know who he was. That was not very hard to do. There were many ways, really. He could use one of his shadows, or summon a familiar memory, if only she gave him a damned moment to breathe and think. The problem was that Effie did not. She was also not fighting in any style Sunny was familiar with. He knew her usual technique pretty well, but this assault had nothing in common with it. In fact, her current ferocious style was leagues beyond what the huntress had been capable of in the past, both in terms of purpose and lethality. It was sort of breathtaking. Even when performed by a scrawny child. A memory was the easiest option, since summoning one took only a thought and several seconds. However, that was also the worst option, because doing so would reveal his ability to summon things out of thin air to the maidens. He and Kai had not gone through the trouble of appearing unarmed just to give that advantage away immediately. Think, you fool. There had to be a better way. Sunny deflected another devastating kick and took a step back, then froze for a split second, and threw his buckler away. The thing was hideously bent by now, anyway. With one of his hands now free, he made it into a fist, sent it flying forward. And extended his middle finger with a vicious snarl. Effie, who was already preparing to launch another attack, blinked a couple of times, then looked up at the towering demon with confusion. Huh. Finally. Using Effie's momentary confusion, Sunny lowered his hand and mimed grabbing the rim of a wheel and moving it forward and backward, as if pushing a wheelchair. The little girl frowned, then lunged forward and delivered a crushing strike, but this time, her movements were a bit slower, allowing him to easily dodge out of the way, purposefully so. Making sure that Effie could see his hand, he attacked with the great sword while simultaneously making a fist again and pretending to have an arm wrestling match with an invisible opponent. The little girl swatted the sword away with her naked forearm, and then, her blood-red eyes suddenly widened. She craned her neck and stared at the towering demon with an inexorable expression, then blurted out in a soft, childish voice. Doofus. Thank God, took you long enough. Sunny pretended to attack her with the dagger, then dodged a similarly half-hearted kick, and gave the little girl a short nod. Effie's face trembled, and then, she whispered. Why the spell are you so damn tall? Sunny stared at the little girl, trying not to lose his composure. What is wrong with these people? He had 2 horns, a mouth full of sharp fangs, long claws, and 4 damned arms, and yet, the first thing that both Effie and Kai had reacted to was his height. Was he not allowed to be tall, for once? Continuing to pretend to fight the monstrous child in earnest, he pointed to his chest instead of an answer. Effie, too, slowed down her relentless assault a bit, just enough to give him some breathing room without making her changed attitude obvious. A few moments later, when they were close to each other, she hissed quietly. Let me guess, you saw the message I left that said to not come to the Temple of Chalice, and, naturally, decided to do the exact opposite. Sunny spun, avoiding her fist, and raised 2 fingers. The girl frowned. Someone else is with you? Cassie. Kai. Ah, it's Kai, so, both of you decided to ignore my warning. She deflected his dagger to the side, grimaced when it slid over a barely healed laceration on her forearm, and then squeaked in her childish voice. Well, good. I might have been too full of myself, thinking that I would be able to actually escape this damned place. So. I am really, really glad that you came. Sunny thrust his great sword forward, narrowly missing the girl's head, and then let out a low growl. Effie gritted her teeth. But, Sunny, we have 2 problems. One is that these lunatics never let their disciples leave the sect alive. The second is that if one of us doesn't kill the other in this duel, my teachers are going to kill us both, so. She caught his sword with one hand, then brought her fist on its blade, shattering it and making Sunny stumble. So I hope that you have a plan. No, I know you do. Don't you? Despite how beaten and bruised the girl was, her soft voice sounded optimistic and cheerful. Knowing that Effie was confident in his ability to get them both out of this dire situation alive, somehow, Sunny felt very validated. The problem was that he did not have a plan. In fact, he didn't have the slightest idea about how to survive this mess. Yet. So, he simply shook his head, making Effie pale and grow silent. As they continued to fight, Sunny thought feverishly. He didn't see any chance of escaping the Temple of the Chalice without a bloody battle against the War Maidens, as well as any way for the three of them to come up on top in that battle. Effie was strong and fearsome, but she was not Sylvain. She would not have been able to fight her way out of the sect as that fiend had. With Kai and Sunny added into the equation, however, things still didn't look too good. Out of the three, Sunny was the powerhouse. Even though his physical might was lesser than that of the Huntress, overall, he was a much, much deadlier creature. Added to that were his three shadows, two of which were ascended demons, while the third was an awakened terror. Sunny alone was most likely enough to contain 2 out of the 3 senior War Maidens, at least. Effie would have to handle the third one, which would leave Kai alone against dozens of awakened warriors gathered in the hall. That wouldn't work. No matter how Sunny moved the elements of the theoretical battle, nothing gave them a good chance of escaping alive. However, there had to be a way. The War Maidens had been defeated in the future, after all, so they were not invincible. Thinking of the future, he hesitated for a moment, and then glanced at the massive stone chalice towering in the center of the hall, full of furious white flame. Unlike in the future, it was still whole and imposing, the complex enchantment that permeated the ancient stone holding the mass of divine fire contained inside. His face grew dim. I don't like this idea, no, I don't like it at all. Indeed, he was not happy with the seed of a plan that suddenly appeared in his mind. Not only because it would be extremely dangerous and hard to pull off, but also because going through with it had broader, far-reaching implications he didn't want to think about. But no matter how hard Sunny thought, he couldn't come up with anything else to do. If moving the elements did not work, the only way to achieve his goal was to change them. With a deep sigh, he concentrated for a few moments, and then gestured Effie to keep close. At the same time, several things happened. Outside of the circle of runes, Saint lowered the soul serpent and then outstretched one hand, which suddenly became shrouded in a swarm of white sparks. She took a small step to the side to shield Kai with her body. Both actions caused the War Maidens surrounding them to grow tense, their hands gripping the hilts of their weapons. Within the circle, Sunny had become surrounded by countless onyx threads that ensnared his body. One of his 4 hands was enveloped by a swarm of scarlet sparks, one in a black fog, and the other 2 in a swirling mass of dancing sparks of white light. The 3 senior maidens overseeing the fight frowned when they saw the 4-armed demon undergo a strange transmutation. Although just a little, their stances shifted, revealing their readiness to intervene should a need arise. But they didn't move yet, reluctant to intrude upon the duel without an undeniable reason. A few seconds later, a kite shield forged out of dull steel appeared on Saint's arm, while the odachi she held silently slid into the shadows. Sunny was suddenly clad in intricate onyx armor, holding a somber spear in one of his lower hands and an austere tachi in another. Finally, a black bow with a scarlet string and a strange arrow that seemed to be made out of a bolt of lightning appeared in his upper hands. Patient Avenger, Cruel Sight, Midnight Shard, Morgan's Warbow, Strike of Thunder, and Mantle of the Underworld, augmented by Memory of Fire. He had summoned all these memories at the same time, knowing that he might not have a chance to do so later. And there was one last memory that he had called upon. As the light around him suddenly dimmed, the shape of a small black lantern started to manifest itself in the air. Spinning around before the senior War Maidens reacted, Sunny knocked the Strike of Thunder on the string of his bow. Then, he poured a massive flood of essence into the bow and drew it, activating the Death Dealer enchantment. Unbending. Enchantment's description: this adamantine bow demands a giant's might to be bent. Because of that, arrows shot from it travel as far as the eye can see, and strike with terrible strength, piercing both armor and flesh. Death Dealer enchantment description: this bow is able to consume a large amount of essence to deliver an obliterating strike. And, finally, Caged Lightning enchantment description: this arrow strikes as fast as a bolt of lightning, and chains its devastating damage to several nearby creatures. Feeling his reserves of essence instantly diminish by a vast amount, Sunny gritted his teeth and released the string. At the last moment, all three of his shadow slid off his fingers and wrapped themselves around the strike of thunder. And so, this ascended arrow of the second tier was sent flying from an ascended bow of the fourth tier, its power augmented manyfold by the three shadows and the obliterating influence of the Death Dealer enchantment. A shot like that would probably be enough to kill a master. The arrow was too fast to be intercepted, as well. However, Sunny had not aimed at any of the three senior war maidens. Instead, he aimed his arrow at the stone chalice. And not anywhere on it, at that. No, he sent the strike of thunder at the exact spot on the ancient stone surface where the weave of invisible runes was the most intense and elaborate. Sunny doubted that even this combination of powers and enchantments would be enough to deal real damage to the stone vessel. However, if he could destroy a small, but important part of its enchantment, the divine flame contained within would do the rest. As the bolt of lightning streaked through the air toward the chalice, he grabbed the little girl and dashed behind one of the columns, then knelt and hugged her with all four arms, covering her little body with his. At the same time, Saint pushed Kai back and raised her shield, covering them both. Before anyone could react, the furious lightning struck the side of the giant stone chalice. And then, everything became white. The bolt of darkness-wreathed lightning shot between two of the senior war maidens and struck the side of the stone chalice. A flash of light drowned the hall for a split second, and almost instantly, three arcs of electricity tore through the air, traveling back to strike the sect leaders. Since there was no one else near them, the lightning did not chain further, spending all its might while coursing through the bodies of the ascended warriors. Sunny did not see any of that, however, because he was already dashing toward a wide stone pillar with Effie's scrawny figure held in his arms. Behind him, a single narrow crack appeared on the surface of the chalice. And through it, a furious white light suddenly shone. A moment later, countless fractures appeared on the ancient stone, and then, everything became white. Arg! Sunny was on his knees behind the column, his back to the center of the hall, hugging Effie with all his four arms. His vision was gone, replaced by an endless field of flawless white, and so was his hearing. He felt a shockwave go through his body, and the pillar behind him shatter, turning into a rain of broken, melting stone. Then, a flash of agony pierced his soul. Everything was enveloped by terrifying, suffocating heat. He felt it wash over him like a wave, and prayed that they would survive its immolating embrace. He had a reason to believe that they would. In the future, there had been bones littering the floor of the hall, after all. That meant that when the real chalice exploded, not everyone around it had been turned to ash. Sunny also had the stalwart enchantment of the mantle of the underworld, providing him with high resistance to elemental attacks, as well as the underworld armament, enchantment channeling and enhancing the protective effect of the memory of fire through the onyx armor. That was not going to be enough to withstand divine flame itself, but could save him, and Effie, whom he was shielding with his towering body, from the heat produced by the flame. A few moments later, the white field veiling his sight suddenly dimmed, and gave way to beautiful darkness. The shadow lantern was devouring the light surrounding its master, uncaring for what had produced it. After a couple more seconds, Sunny was finally able to discern the shape of his surroundings. The sight of the great hall was all too familiar. The stone chalice lay in a molten pile on the stone floor, which was cracked and shattered. Most of the pillars supporting the roof had toppled, and so did a section of the roof itself, revealing a piece of the night sky, with stars shining on its black canvas. The walls of the hall were fractured and had collapsed outward, just like they would be in the future. All over the devastated chamber, small pieces of the divine flame burned. Some danced on shards of stone, slowly devouring them, some on the charred corpses of those war maidens that had been killed in the blast. However, the flames did not seem to be spreading. Strangely, there were numerous runes shining on what remained of the hall's floor and ceiling, weakening them. Perhaps because of those runes, many of the war maidens survived. Curse it! The three ascended were all alive, although two of the three were severely wounded, whether by the lightning of the strike of thunder, the explosion, or the divine flame, Sunny did not know. Some of their awakened disciples had survived, as well, and were now slowly rising from the ground, shock and fury written on their pale faces. And Sunny was alive, too. But not unscathed. His body was not damaged, but one of his shadows seemed to have been too slow to retreat from the chalice and had gotten itself burned a little by the divine flame. Since the three shadows were manifestations of his soul, it was burned, as well. Gritting his teeth, Sunny endured the pain and rose to his feet. Soul damage, well, what else was new? Just as he thought that, the shadows slid between the dancing flames and attached themselves to his feet, one cradling its damaged arm with 3 hands. Effie looked around with shock, sweat rolling down her little face. The hell happened, you see, crazy. She spoke and instantly regretted it when a torrent of scorchingly hot air streamed into her mouth. Sunny evaluated the situation, then pushed the little girl away, gesturing at the far end of the hall. There, Kai was levitating above the floor, his hood torn and his wooden mask glowing angrily, as if seconds from catching on fire. The young man was surrounded by a whirlwind of white sparks, no doubt summoning his armor and weapons. He was also surrounded by a dozen surviving war maidens. Effie's eyes widened, and she took a step in his direction, but then hesitated and looked at Sunny with concern. What about the masters? He glanced at the 3 ascended warriors, and then simply pointed a finger at himself. The little girl wanted to say something, her eyes full of worry and unease, but then nodded and dashed away, summoning her own memories. Left alone, Sunny dismissed Morgan's warbow, transferred the cruel sight to his upper hands, and slowly walked toward the fearsome battle masters. 3 shadows followed him, and whenever he passed, the light was destroyed and replaced by darkness. The 4-armed demon in onyx armor stopped a dozen or so meters away from the leaders of the red sect and tilted his head a little, staring at them with his black eyes. The white-haired ascended, the only one who remained unscathed after the explosion, looked at him with cold hatred, then smiled wildly and spat. Foul shadow, you dare challenge the 3 of us alone? The maiden with red hair gritted her teeth and moved her badly burned arm, raising the scarlet odachi into a battle-ready position. The one with black hair leaned heavily on her spear, then whispered something, causing the runes on the weapon to ignite with an angry red glow. Sunny remained motionless for a second, then shook his head. And grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. A moment later, 3 terrifying creatures burst from his shadows, fury burning in their eyes. One was a giant serpent with obsidian scales, one was a dreadful black steed with adamantine horns and fangs like those of a wolf, and the third one was a graceful knight in onyx armor, wielding a charred kite shield and a stone sword. Together, the 4 shadows lunged forward. An awakened had no business fighting one ascended, let alone 3, each radiating an aura of an aberrant battle master. But then again, as far as awakened went, Sunny was more than a little abnormal himself. He had already killed 2 masters before, Pierce, one of the wardens of the Night Temple, and the fearsome Red Priest, the slave overseer of the Colosseum. Both victories had been won by the skin of his teeth and cost him dearly. Sunny had even lost his head in one of those battles. The war maiden seemed far more daunting than both of those men, and there were 3 of them. The previous clashes with the Ascended he had were nothing compared to the dire challenge of this one. However, during both of those fights, Sunny hadn't had the opportunity to go full out. The first time, Saint and Serpent had been preoccupied with the human echoes. The second time, he had been cut off from the spell, and thus from his arsenal of memories. But this time, nothing was preventing Sunny from unleashing the full and dreadful power of his divine aspect. It was time to show what he was truly capable of when nothing held him back. Fortunately, 2 of the war maidens had already been injured by Sunny's treacherous attack. So, although attacking the 3 of them alone seemed more than a little bit insane, there was a good chance that he would win this fight. As the 3 Ascended prepared to deflect the assault of shadows, Saint lowered her shoulder, put it behind the patient Avenger, and aimed the charred kite shield at the enemies. Burning Heart, enchantment description, this shield can store a portion of fire damage it receives to augment another weapon of its wielder or unleash a devastating shockwave. A deep metallic groan resounded from within the shield, and then, an invisible shockwave exploded outward from its dull steel surface. The patient Avenger had absorbed plenty of fire damage during the explosion of divine flames, and now, all that furious force was released forward, shattering the chunks of stone that littered the cracked floor into dust and sending the War Masters flying back, into different directions. Whatever chance of a coordinated defense they had before was now utterly gone. Without slowing down, Sunny and his shadows split. The Soul Serpent slithered between the dancing flames, lunging at the maiden that wielded a spear. Saint ran toward the maiden that wielded an odachi. And finally, Sunny and Nightmare flew toward the maiden that was unarmed, but radiated the most pressure. Come on! Everything was going according to plan, however, no plan ever survived a clash with reality. A moment later, something unexpected happened, putting a wrinkle into Sunny's stratagem. The woman with black hair twisted in the air and gracefully landed on her feet, plunging the tip of her glowing spear into the stone floor to stop herself from sliding back, into the white wall of divine flame burning behind her. And then, there were suddenly two of her. Two identical war maidens jumped to their feet, each holding an identical glowing spear. None looked like an illusion, and both possessed real shadows. Both were made of flesh and bone. Which meant, that the threat she posed instantly doubled. What kind of an insane aspect is that? Sunny bared his fangs, changing the plan on the fly. Nightmare pivoted and switched direction, aiming to join Soul Serpent and help it destroy the two spear-wielding Ascended. One of the shadows cast by Sunny swiftly glided forward, wrapping itself around the black steed. The other two rose and embraced Sunny himself, since he was now facing the most fearsome of the War Masters alone. Saint was going to have to deal with her own opponent without any augmentations. He wasn't too worried, though, out of the four of them, she was probably the most powerful. A moment later, the War Maidens and the shadows clashed. To Sunny's left, Nightmare and the Soul Serpent attacked the two identical black-haired women. Now that the Shadow Steed was apart from Sunny and outside the area where the Shadow Lantern was devouring all light, the effect of the Dark Destrier attribute was lessened, depriving him of its augmentation. However, the Dreadlord attribute was still working. No matter how confident and fearsome the War Maidens appeared, they had to be in the throes of fear and confusion deep down in their hearts. After all, their sacred chalice had just been unexpectedly destroyed, and scores of their sisters had been killed in the explosion. Added to Nightmare's mantle of fear, ability, even powerful Ascended like them would not be able to resist the creeping terror, and the more terrified they were, the more powerful the Black Courser would become. So, Sunny was not worried about Serpent and Nightmare either. To his right, Saint clashed with the red-haired Ascended, their blades crossing with melodious ringing. The War Maiden pushed, causing the taciturn demon to stagger and make a quick step back. Considering how much the living statue weighed, this must have taken tremendous strength, so, this one possessed some sort of a physical augmentation aspect. Her terrible burn seemed to be healing with incredible speed, too, which meant that the aspect gifted her with a miraculous regeneration rate, as well. And lastly, there was a deep nick left on the blade of Saint's stone sword. Either the enchantments of the Scarlet Odachi were especially powerful, or the woman possessed an ability capable of reinforcing her weapons, too. Still, Sunny was confident that his silent shadow would be able to win. The only member of their team he was somewhat worried about, was himself. Raising the cruel sight above his left shoulder and lowering the midnight shard to his right thigh, Sunny lunged at the white-haired War Maiden, who was still calm, entirely unscathed, and unarmed. Let's see what kind of a fiend you are, then. Looking at the attacking demon with cold hatred, the woman simply outstretched her empty hands. And in the next moment, the stone shards and the dancing flames around them suddenly moved. What the? The shards of stone and the dancing flames moved, flying through the air toward the tall woman. Instead of crushing and burning her, however, they somehow assembled around her slender body, the pieces of stone levitating around it to form a strange armor, the fire shrouding her hands like incandescent gloves. Sunny suddenly felt a deep, dangerous sense of unease. "How dare you, vile shadow!" The voice of the War Maiden thundered in the darkness that the shadow lantern had created, and then, two furious white eyes ignited in its depths, piercing Sunny with a murderous gaze. "How dare you challenge war?" A split second later, the maiden disappeared from where she stood, the stone slab beneath her feet exploding into a rain of shards. Almost instantly, she was already upon him, a flame-wreathed palm shooting forward to pierce his chest. Damnation, what is it with women of war always going straight for my heart? This is already the third time this has happened. Sunny awkwardly blocked the devastating blow, and felt himself being thrown back by the terrifying force of the impact. Luckily, the mantle of the underworld had withstood the touch of the divine flames that shrouded his enemy's hands, if just barely, the enhanced enchantment of memory of fire still coursing through its polished onyx. Arg! Something wasn't right here, even for a master. The speed and strength of this woman were way too terrifying. With 3 cores nearing full saturation and augmented with 2 shadows, he was supposed to be near the realm of the Ascended, at least, if not more or less on par with some of them. And yet, her might was far greater than his. That could have been explained by possessing an aspect that augmented one's physicality, but as Sunny had just seen, the white-haired War Maiden seemed to be some sort of an elemental sorceress. Ah! I see how it is. Crashing onto the floor in a roll, he instantly threw the cruel sight forward to prevent his enemy from chaining the next attack after the first, and then slashed at her with the midnight shard. The blade of the austere Tachi scraped fruitlessly across the carapace of levitating stone shards surrounding the War Maiden's body. It seemed that the effect of her aspect was broader than just elemental control. Not only was the fearsome leader of the Red Sect capable of manipulating the elements, she also drew power from them. The stone probably enhanced her strength and endurance. The fire, her speed, attack power. Whatever it was, it seemed to also allow the white-haired maiden to perceive her surroundings despite the veil of shadows his lantern was creating around them. With a ruthless scowl on her beautiful face, the woman easily swatted both the cruel sight and the midnight shard to the sides. However, she failed to defend against the sharp blade of the ghostly stiletto that suddenly appeared in one of Sunny's hands and slid between the chunks of stone protecting her body. The moonlight shard bit into the maiden's body, failing to sink deep, but still drawing blood. Sunny grinned. There was a benefit to having 4 arms, after all. Not so high and mighty now, are you? The maiden seemed more infuriated than hurt, though. The stone carapace swirled around her, sending the moonlight shard flying away from his hand, and then 2 incandescent fists descended upon him. A spark of flame traveled through the whirlwind of stone shards and licked her body, perfectly cauterizing the wound. Bad. The white-haired warrior and Sunny clashed, their speed and ferocity causing more destruction to befall the devastated hall of the temple. Since they were shrouded by a rolling cloud of darkness, no one would have been able to see what was happening under the veil of shadows, noticing only flashes of white radiance that tore through it from time to time. All they would be able to perceive were the furious sounds of a frightening, inhuman battle. The War Maiden was faster and stronger than Sunny. Her aspect was fearsome, and her skill was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was different from how humans of the waking world fought, but in no way inferior. In fact, her murderous technique was utterly sublime in its deadly power, stark perfection, and lethal precision. She was also able to control the flow of essence through her body with such an intricate and ingenious measure of control that it made Sunny realize how crude and clumsy his own, which he had been proud of before, really was. His essence was running low, too, because of how much he had spent on delivering the obliterating shot from Morgan's warbow. However, he was not defenseless in that fight. While the War Maiden possessed a sublime technique, Sunny possessed a myriad of them. He was able to shift from one style to another effortlessly, dancing like a shapeless shadow, making it difficult to predict and prevent his next move. The cruel sight danced with him, swiftly changing its form from a somber spear to a mirror sword and jumping between his 4 hands. Sunny had dismissed the midnight shard, knowing that it would not be able to withstand the immolating heat of divine flames shrouding his enemy's arms. He relied on his versatility and deception to keep himself alive under the ferocious assault of the monstrous Ascended, and through all of it, he was observing how she moved, how her shadow moved, how they fought, how they reacted. Shadow Dance was slowly absorbing the War Maiden's sublime battle style, thus making her incredible technique more transparent and predictable. The process was helped by the fact that Sunny had recognized the same foundation in it that he had witnessed when Effie attacked him earlier. The two were a master and a pupil, after all. For now, Sunny was locked into a desperate defense, with no hope of launching an effective attack of his own. It seemed as though his death was only a matter of time, but in reality, he was just biding his time, waiting for the right moment to deliver a single, but singularly inescapable strike. And soon enough, that moment came. Sunny was battered and beaten, the onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld cracked and glowing orange in several places, as if on the verge of melting. His reserves of essence were almost empty, and his breathing was labored and arduous. One of his horns was broken, or rather cut cleanly, the edges turned glossy and black by the indescribable heat of the War Maiden's fiery palm. But then, he suddenly saw it. An opportunity. There was probably not going to be another one of those in this dire fight. As the white-haired warrior raised her hand to deliver another terrible strike, he suddenly turned the blade of the cruel sight slightly, so that it faced the enemy with the flat side. And then, Sunny activated the Light Eater enchantment of the somber spear, turning its blade into a source of bright, radiant sunlight. The War Maiden had used her aspect to adjust her eyes to the darkness. And for that reason, a sudden flash of daylight blinded her, while Sunny remained unaffected by it. He was relying on his shadow sense to move around, anyway. His enemy was only blinded for a second, but in the battle at their level, 1 second might as well have been an eternity. Simply losing her sight would not have made the War Maiden defenseless, of course. A warrior like her would have been taught how to fight with her eyes closed. And indeed, she instantly shifted her body and moved her hands, preparing to deflect the most probable attacks. Unfortunately for her, Sunny had already gained enough insight into her style to know exactly what these movements would be. And so, he knew how to slip through them. One of his hands suddenly shot forward, the clawed gauntlet shattering a piece of stone protecting the woman's neck. The other followed, passing through the momentary gap in the magical carapace, and ripping her throat apart. A strange sound escaped from the War Maiden's lips. Her eyes widened, the white radiance burning in them growing dimmer. For some reason, Sunny felt himself be disturbed by that sight. The whirlwind of stone shards surrounding the maiden's powerful body rained to the ground. See, can't be, a shadow. With that, the fearsome leader of the Red Sect fell to her knees, life draining through the terrible wound on her neck. All it took to kill her was one calculated, treacherous strike. Before the spell spoke, Sunny hesitated for a moment, then reached into a breach in his armor, grasped the emerald amulet and leaned down, whispering, "Find peace within me. This is the mercy of Shadow." A few moments later after Sunny spoke, the spell whispered into his ear. "You have slain an ascended human, War Maiden Hilda. Your shadow grows stronger." He took a step back and grunted, pain and exhaustion permeating his battered body. "Why don't I feel happy?" Sunny did not mean to say those words aloud. With a frown, he pulled his gaze away from the corpse of the valiant maiden, briefly glanced at the emerald amulet grasped in one of his hands, and hid it back under the cracked breastplate of the mantle of the underworld. It was not every day that he achieved a victory in a battle against an Ascended. He should have been celebrating, but really, Sunny was not too fond of killing humans. At least those whom he did not hate. Feeling pain travel through his scorched body and observing the sorry state of the mantle, he activated its living stone enchantment and saw the stone-like metal start to restore itself. He also sensed most of his remaining essence flow through the armor, disappearing as it empowered the process. With a sigh, Sunny leaned on the cruel sight and looked around warily. He was not in the best shape, and the battle was not over. It wasn't time to celebrate yet. To his right, Saint was entangled with the red-haired Ascended, their weapons weaving a fearsome pattern of destruction across the remains of the Great Hall. The patient Avenger was glowing with an angry orange radiance, and her stone sword was surrounded with flames, augmented by the cold steel enchantment of the shield. It was somehow resisting the scarlet Odachi. However, the blade of the sword was covered by numerous nicks and cracks, as if it was seconds away from falling apart. The body of the War Maiden, meanwhile, was washed in blood but free of any wound, betraying the fact that she had been able to heal all the damage dealt to her by Saint. To his left, Serpent and Nightmare were fighting the two identical Ascendeds. One, surprisingly, was already on the floor, the black steed stomping viciously on her chest with adamantine hooves. The sight of it was both disturbing and frightening, even though Sunny knew that the dreadful horse was on his side. The second maiden was entangled in a furious battle with Soul Serpent, her enchanted spear flashing through the air and leaving deep gashes on the Stygian scales of the giant snake. Despite Serpent's advantage in size and might, the woman was too swift, cunning, and skilled to allow herself to be caught by its coils. What's worse, her weapon seemed to be able to follow the enemy into the shadows, striking at Serpent even when it dove into them to ensnare her. The black-haired warrior was truly terrifying. To be able to resist both an ascended demon and an awakened terror at the same time, even after being damaged by the strike of thunder and the explosion of the chalice, was something only the most fearsome masters of the waking world would have been able to do, if any. However, her luck had run out. Because today, she met Sunny. Stepping through the shadows, he appeared behind the maiden and struck her in the back, not at all concerned with how cowardly and dishonorable such an attack was, or would have been considered by some people, rather. Honor was for fools, and while Sunny knew himself to behave like a fool on occasion, he was at least immune to this particular kind of foolishness. The blade of the cruel sight pierced the heart of the brave War Maiden and flashed with white incandescence of divine flames for a split second, dealing devastating damage to everything it touched. The woman died instantly, without even realizing who had killed her. At the same time, her second copy finally succumbed to Nightmare's hooves and stopped moving, her body a terrifying mess of torn flesh and broken bones. A moment later, it shimmered with a dark red glow, and disappeared. The spell spoke. "You have slain an ascended human, War Maiden Venriver. Your shadow grows stronger. One more left." Regretting his decision to not let the serpent finish off the ascended, thus replenishing his now empty reserves of essence, Sunny gritted his teeth and turned his head to glance at Saint. However, at that moment, the voice of the spell suddenly resounded once again. "You have slain an ascended human, War Maiden Kara. Your shadow grows stronger." What he saw was the War Maiden's decapitated body toppling to the floor, the taciturn knight standing above it with a shattered sword in her hand. The length of its stone blade, what remained of it, at least, was painted crimson, heavy drops falling down from it. Saint remained motionless for a few moments, then glanced at her broken sword with regret. Her shoulders moved slightly, as if the shadow sighed. Dropping the shattered blade, she then bent down and nonchalantly picked up the scarlet Odachi that slipped from the Ascended's fingers. Finally, the taciturn demon brandished the Odachi and turned around to look in the direction of the entrance to the Great Hall. "What is she looking at?" Sunny frowned, then suddenly shivered. "Oh, right. Effie and Kai." He spun, remembering that his friends were currently facing off against a dozen of powerful awakened warriors. However, he didn't have to worry. The War Maidens, almost all of them were already dead. Kai was just about to finish off the last one. The young man was clad in beautiful armor forged out of white steel and gold, wielding a swift saber. His battle skill seemed to have improved tremendously since their time on the Forgotten Shore. Those months in the army of the Ivory City must have taught him a lot. Effie was done with her share of enemies, as well. The little girl was now wearing a familiar bronze armor, the white chiton beneath it replaced by the red silken tunic of the War Maidens. The dusk shard was also there, on her hand. However, now the heavy round shield was almost the size of her entire body. Just then, Kai dodged a strike of his opponent, hovered above the floor at an impossible angle, and delivered an unexpected thrust to the War Maiden's abdomen. A moment later, Effie slammed into her with the dusk shard. The female warrior fell to the ground, either dead or dying. Suddenly, the devastated hall of the Temple of the Chalice was enveloped in silence. The three of them, Sunny, Kai, and Effie, stared at each other with confused expressions on their faces. It was all over. Had they really won? Surrounded by devastation, Sunny, Kai, and Effie stared at each other with confused expressions on their faces. Their weapons were still raised, ready to strike at the enemies, however, there were no enemies around. Just dead silence. Sunny tensely studied the devastated hall, then slowly pulled out the emerald amulet and looked at the little girl with a silent question written on his face. Effie, tell me, is there, perhaps, a slumbering saint somewhere in the temple? She frowned, then shook her head. Sunny was genuinely perplexed. Maybe there is an indescribable horror that had been contained by the chalice? And we have set it free? Or an ancient curse? The little girl wiped the sweat off her bruised face, then said in her soft, childish voice. Not that I know of. No, there are no horrors. Or curses. Sunny blinked a couple of times. So, what, we really won? Just like that? Effie stared at him for a bit, and then yelped in outrage. What the hell do you mean by just like that? We just wiped out 100 vicious awakened battle zealots, and you yourself killed 3 ascended champions. Not to mention destroying the chalice, which was supposed to be indestructible, by the way, was that not hard enough for you, you crazy demon? He tilted his head a little and thought about it. Well, when you put it like that. I guess it was a bit hard. The three of them, especially Sunny, had indeed achieved something remarkable just now. But it still felt weird, he didn't even lose a single limb, body part, or heart. Well, he did lose half of a horn. That had to count for something, probably. Sunny scowled. That victory had not been easy, in fact, it had been the opposite of that. However, it had not been as costly as he would have expected it to be. 3 ascended were no joke, let alone as fearsome as the War Maidens had been. Granted, they had faced him after being mangled by the strike of thunder and the consequent explosion of the chalice. And he had only been able to damage the chalice, thus allowing the divine flame contained within to destroy it, because of his insight into how true sorcery worked. So, in a sense, this victory was the result of those months Sunny had spent barely surviving in the Red Colosseum, as well as his trials and the countless nightmares that gifted him his third shadow. And more than a bit of luck. He sighed, then asked dubiously. So, what? We can just go. Effie looked around, her gaze lingering on the corpse of the white-haired maiden for a few seconds. Her little face turned somber, and then, she simply shrugged. Unless you want to get roasted even more by the divine flames, I suggest we do. Kai, who had been silent this whole time, looked around, as well. His gaze, however, seemed to be aimed at something beyond the walls of the devastated hall. Then, he lowered his head, his eyes turning dark. The young man lingered for a few moments, and then said in a low, hoarse voice. Are there other children that were being trained in the sect? Do we need to take them with us? Sunny froze, then scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Oh, yes. I did not think about that. The War Maidens were known to take in orphan girls, right? Where are they? He wasn't too happy about the prospect of taking care of a bunch of kids, especially since he had just slaughtered their previous caretakers. But the idea of leaving them here did not sit right with Sunny, whether or not they were just phantasms of the nightmare. Noctis would end up having to deal with settling the children in the sanctuary, anyway. Effie's childish face slowly turned still, and she briefly glanced down, in the direction where Kai had been looking a few moments ago. She turned away and said in a strangely even tone. There were a few other girls with me before, indeed. But they didn't make it. She dismissed the dusk shard, then bent down to pick up one of the swords laying on the stones. The war maidens were not bad people, you see, at least not at the start of it all. But somewhere along the way, the sect changed. By the time the girl whose body I took over ended up with them, it was as though everyone here had gone insane. She walked to the next corpse, stared at it with strange darkness in her eyes, and then picked up another weapon. They were obsessed with the idea of creating a warrior capable of slaying someone called Solvane. So, their training, what they called training, anyway, had grown vicious, cruel, and inhumanly hard. Of all the girls subjected to it, only a handful survived. In this batch, I was the only one. Effie sighed, then stopped, staring once again at the body of the white-haired war maiden with a complicated expression. Strange, isn't it? It was not like they hated us. On the contrary, they seemed to care about their wards a great deal. Didn't stop them from killing us, though. She remained silent for a bit, and then added. And despite the fact those girls were being tormented and killed, it didn't stop them from loving their killers. Humans are very weird that way, huh? The little girl was silent for a few moments, then suddenly smiled. So, yeah. I would like to get out of this place very much. If there is nothing else, let's just go. Sunny hesitated, then silently motioned to Kai to come closer to Effie. She was putting on a brave face, but he could sense that beneath it, the huntress was deeply disturbed by what had happened to her in this temple, and what they had done to the temple themselves. Then, he turned around and headed for what remained of the stone chalice. As he got closer, the heat of the divine flame grew almost unbearable. Sunny once again activated the enchantment of the memory of fire and the augmentation of the underworld armament, then moved carefully between the burning shards of stone. In the spot where the chalice had stood before, surrounded by a ring of flames, a simple knife made of a piece of ghostly glass lay, reflecting the furious white light of the fire. Because of the shape and position of the deep fractures that had spread through the cracked floor, it seemed as though the glass blade had been the epicenter of the terrible explosion. There was not a single blemish on its surface, though. Sunny lingered for a moment, then leaned forward and picked up the glass knife. It was light and cool to the touch, just how he remembered it. Just to make sure, Sunny glanced beneath the surface of the glass blade and froze for a moment, transfixed by the sight of a single string of fate encased within it, looping endlessly on itself. Even if he had not seen that knife in one of his nightmares, he would have instantly recognized it for what it was. The key to an immortal's death. The Ivory Lord's death. He had found it. Outside of the now empty temple of the chalice, the dawn was slowly painting the world in a beautiful shade of lilac. Sunny was sitting on the ground, staring at a scarlet odachi and a spear with a blade etched with runes that lay on the ground in front of him. Kai had dismissed his armor and was standing nearby, his wooden mask charred and blackened by the heat of the divine flames. His gaze was distant. Effie was also close. She was standing in front of a pile of weapons, some of them whole, some broken and melted by the fire. Despite her exhaustion and injuries, the little girl, whose body was almost entirely covered by bruises and lacerations, was picking up one weapon after another, then thrusting them into the rocky ground with somber determination. The graveyard of swords surrounding the temple was slowly growing, thanks to her efforts. Sunny observed Effie for a while, then sighed. He did not see a lot of sense in leaving so many enchanted weapons behind, even if most of them were only equivalent to awakened memories. However, he was also not going to stop the girl from performing the wasteful ritual, as long as it gave her some closure, or whatever it was she was seeking by performing the strange burial. It gave him food for thought, however. In the future he knew, there was no such graveyard around the ruined temple of the chalice. Which meant that no one had done this last mercy for the war maidens slaughtered in the Great Hall. Was that the reason they had turned into vengeful wraiths, perhaps? Maybe. Or maybe the swords had just been stolen or destroyed at some point later in time. He had not seen the rest of the graveyard in the future as well, after all. So then, what, exactly, was the connection between the nightmares and the dream realm? Before, Sunny had been sure that nightmares were simply recreations of the past. Now, however, he was not so certain. After all, the Temple of the Chalice was destroyed in the same exact manner as it had been in the future. Which meant that, he had always been the one to destroy it. The seed of nightmare was a portal to the actual past. Sunny scowled, then shook his head. No, this didn't make any sense. If that was true, then too many things would have been changed in the waking world every time an awakened conquered their nightmare. The connection was too easy to spot. All he had to do was to go and carve his name into one of the menhirs of the sanctuary, then check if it had actually appeared outside the seed. People weren't fools, they would have known, by now. Nightmares were almost certainly simply recreations of the past of the dream realm, and not the actual thing. However, the coincidence of how the Temple of the Chalice had ended up was too glaring to be natural. Logically, the appearance of Awakened from the waking world should have changed the course of events that had happened in the past completely. And yet, it had not, at least not yet. He could think of two explanations for that, one far less frightening than the other. The first explanation was that this was a simple case of his knowledge of the future informing his actions in the past. Sunny had thought of destroying the chalice because he had already seen it destroyed in the future, and so, the cycle had been complete without any ominous reasons. Just due to a logical connection. The second explanation was far more concerning, at least to Sunny. He knew more about fate than most people. He knew how hard it was to change it, let alone escape its stranglehold completely. So what if fate had a pull on all things, had influence over all of existence, and pushed everything, everywhere in a certain direction? To a certain conclusion, no less. If so, the details of what happened could potentially change, but the end would inevitably, and inescapably, be the same. That was a thought that terrified Sunny beyond belief. He had proclaimed fate to be his sworn enemy, after all. And now, that enemy seemed more fearsome than ever. With a grim expression, he glanced at Effie one more time, then rose from the ground and walked over to the pile of weapons, picking one of them up and thrusting it into the ground. The girl was breathing heavily, her little body seemingly on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, she glanced at Sunny with a stubborn expression. "What are you doing?" Sunny picked up another sword and shrugged. "Helping. You must be hungry, are you not? The sooner we are done with this, the sooner you can eat. Everyone wins, no?" Effie hesitated for a bit, then turned away and nodded slowly. Together, they continued to bury the swords of the maidens in the rocky soil, with Kai soon joining them. Before too long, the pile of weapons had disappeared, joining the countless swords surrounding the empty, silent temple. Sunny did not know if what they had done was going to change fate, even a little bit. But he hoped ardently that it would. The next morning, the inhabitants of the sanctuary saw a very peculiar thing. A man in a wooden mask and with skin that resembled tree bark effortlessly landed on the soft grass of the island, his tall figure covered by a fitting silk garment. A moment later, a towering four-armed demon climbed from beneath the island and joined him. However, that was not all. There was a scrawny girl of about 11 or 12 years of age sitting on the shoulders of the demon, holding his horns with her little hands and swinging her skinny legs wildly. "Giddy up! Faster!" Listening to Effie laugh, Sunny gritted his teeth, then said with irritation. "Can you stop swinging your legs? I am not a horse, damn it." The huntress did not listen, so he grabbed her legs with two of his four hands and held them in place. Which was not easy to do, considering the little girl's monstrous strength. "Ouch! My bruises." Effie made a pitiful face and whimpered. "Oh, no, please don't hurt me, Uncle Demon. I'll be good, I promise. I'll try to recover from the beatings faster, you don't need to get angry." As the people stared at the girl's terribly bruised body with dark expressions, then looked at Sunny angrily, he hissed. "I didn't, she's not, you stop it right now, Effie. That is not funny." The little girl threw her head back and laughed again, then leaned down with a mischievous smile. Yes, of course. Whatever you say, uncle. After that, she glanced at the tall menhirs of the sanctuary and lingered for a few moments, then whispered quietly into his ear. So, let me get this straight. Everyone in this nightmare was driven insane by the demon of desire, and to conquer it, we need to set her free, with the help of a mad transcendent sorcerer who wants to defy the gods, start a war against the other 4 chain lords, and kill them. And it was that guy, Noctis, who sent you to the Temple of the Chalice. He is the one we are here to see. Sunny looked forward with a dark expression on his bestial face, and then growled. More or less. We have a thing or two to discuss with him. He paused for a moment before adding, murderous flames igniting in his eyes. Because I am pretty sure that Noctis, that rotten bastard, has swindled me again. The 3 of them entered the sanctuary, crossed the beautiful garden, and entered the sorcerer's residence through a familiar wooden door, Effie still sitting on Sunny's shoulders with a curious expression on her childish face. The rooms within, however, had changed since the last time Sunny had seen them. The luxurious furniture was gone, as well as beautiful decorations covering the walls. Instead, all that met them was barren stone, with a few broken sailor dolls laying on it, their limbs disassembled and laid out around the bodies like macabre pieces of art. The floor of the whole central chamber was covered by a circle made out of a myriad of runes, powerful currents of soul essence flowing through it and dissipating into the ancient stones. Noctis was sitting in the center of the circle, his eyes closed. Without the familiar carefree smile, his beautiful face seemed ominous and strangely terrifying. Hearing their footsteps, the sorcerer slowly exhaled. The crushing flood of essence slowly thinned, and then dissipated, retreating back into his body. He turned his head slightly and opened his eyes, which shone in the darkness for a moment, as though full of pale moonlight. Then, they slowly turned human again, and Noctis smiled, returning to his usual laid-back persona so suddenly that it seemed almost disturbing. Ah, Sunless, my friend. You are back. Sit down, have a drink, welcome. He stood up and outstretched a hand, as if trying to gesture at a set of comfortable seats. Then, a surprised expression appeared on the Transcendent's face, and he looked around the empty hall with a bit of confusion. Oh, right. I've been remodeling. Noctis sighed, then clapped his hands together. Well, no matter. Dolls. Bring my guests something to drink. They must be parched after their journey. His voice echoed around the residence, however, nothing happened. He hesitated, then glanced at the broken mannequins lying on the floor and awkwardly shifted his feet. Ah! How unfortunate. The sorcerer shook his head, then shrugged and looked at the 3 of them with a smile. Anyway, welcome. He tilted his head and stared at Effie, then blinked a couple of times. Ah, you have brought a child with you. How curious. It doesn't bite, does it? Sunny frowned, but before he could speak, Effie blurted with feigned outrage. I am not a child. I am 12. Almost. Noctis stared at her with doubt. It speaks. How bizarre. Sunny slowly inhaled, then said evenly. This child is called Effie. She is the friend I have told you about. The sorcerer's polite smile remained glued to his face. He stared at Effie some more, then furtively glanced at Kai. So, one of your friends is a cripple you randomly stumbled upon in my sanctuary, and the other one is a small child. Sunny nodded grimly. Noctis rubbed his chin, and then cautiously said. Sunless, are you utterly sure that you did not just invent having friends? To make me value our own beautiful friendship more, perhaps? If so, let me assure you. I value it a great deal already. There's no need for you to feel insecure just because you are not as beautiful, wealthy, wise, generous, and delightful to be around as me. Sunny gritted his teeth and then hissed furiously. I am. Wait. I mean, I am sure that I did not invent them. Are you sure that you really want to know the truth about me and my friends? Noctis raised his eyebrows with a sincere look on his face. Well, of course. Sunny stared at him for a few moments, and then said. In that case. My friends and I are not actually a demon, a cripple, and a small child. We are humans from a distant future whose souls were sent here by a nearly almighty entity known as the Nightmare Spell, after the gods had died and this whole world had been destroyed. Oh, and this place. It is not real. You are not real, too. All of it is just a complicated illusion created by the spell to test us three, no, us five, actually. That's the honest truth. The sorcerer looked at him with wide eyes. Then, he sighed, shook his head, and uttered in a hurt tone. Sunless, there's no need to weave such stupid lies to mock me. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. He pursed his lips and turned away. So childish. I take it all went well, then. Since you are in the company of a new friend, you must have successfully infiltrated the Temple of the Chalice, found her, retrieved the glass knife, and fled before the War Maidens noticed. Sunny flinched, then cleared his throat and remained silent for a couple of seconds. Finally, he said in an even tone. Well, actually, not exactly. We did retrieve Effie and the knife, but... Noctis looked at him with surprise. But what? Sunny coughed. We sort of, destroyed the chalice and killed all the War Maidens. The sorcerer stared at him in shock. You did what? Kai sighed, and then strained his vocal cords to speak. We were left with no other choice. The maidens were willing to give us a chance to earn the right to take the glass knife away, but they would have never let Effie go. That was a tenet of their sect. So, the sect had to go, instead. Noctis stared at them with wide eyes, his face turning deathly pale. He swayed a little, and then yelped. But what do you mean, you killed all the maidens? How did you manage to kill them? What about their transcendent sect leader, did you kill her, too? The three of them looked at each other with confusion. Then, Effie cautiously spoke up. The Venerable Foremother, who was the last transcendent of the Red Sect, died like 200 years ago. There were no other transcendents among the maidens since. The sorcerer blinked a couple of times. Wait, really? Ha! So she just went and died. How, pedestrian? Sunny stared at him, aghast. Did that fool, did he really forget that real people had a habit of dying from time to time, unlike his own immortal self? How insane could that charlatan really be? But then, he had to stop himself. No, that was not right. Noctis was no fool, he just enjoyed playing one. There was no chance that the immortal would not have known whether or not there were transcendents living in his territory. Which could only mean one thing. Sunny took a step forward and growled. Do not insult us. You knew perfectly well that there were no transcendents in the Temple of the Chalice. And you also knew that you could have easily obliterated that whole place and taken the glass knife, if you wanted to. We three are formidable, as far as awakened go, but not nearly as formidable to be able to do something that a chain lord would not have been able to. He glared at the immortal and said, the emerald amulet almost cracking in his fist. So, Noctis, my friend, why don't you tell me the real reason for why you really sent me and Kai there instead of going yourself? And be very careful about what you say, because our beautiful friendship might depend on your answer. Noctis remained silent for a while, looking at him with an unreadable expression. Then, he sighed and waved a hand. All right, all right. If you want to be boring, I'll tell you the truth. No need to get angry. He clapped his hands again, and the disassembled sailor dolls suddenly rose from the floor, their limbs flying up and connecting to the wooden torsos. Then, one of them disappeared for a moment and returned with a silver goblet full of fragrant wine, presenting it to the sorcerer with frightened reverence. The others backed away and froze, standing silently near the walls. Noctis took the goblet, took a sip, and looked away with a somber expression on his exquisite face. Yes, it is true that I could have retrieved the knife, saved your friend, and destroyed the temple of the chalice myself. That would not have been too hard, with or without the transcendent guarding it. However, he stared west, his eyes turning dark. If I made such a move myself, the other four would have learned of it. Then, they would have understood why I made it, and what I am going to do next, as well. They will know my intentions eventually, of course, but now is not the time. Not yet. Revealing it all now would be troublesome. Sunny scowled, then briefly glanced at Kai. The archer was looking west, too, his shoulders tense. The Ivory City lay to the west. The Red Colosseum, too. He hesitated, and then said in a grim tone. So you can't act openly out of the fear that the other chain lords will unite to attack you? Noctis turned to him and smiled. Fear? No, nothing that whimsical. It is simply a matter of convenience. You see, until... Suddenly, the sorcerer grew silent. His face turned grave, and his eyes shined with a glint of distant moonlight. This time, it was not a performance. Sunny could feel that something had really gone wrong, because the whole room inexplicably changed, becoming much darker, colder, and full of dire tension. Noctis slowly turned his head and whispered, his voice stunned and solemn. Something changed. No, it can't be. He looked toward the doors, and then added with a grim expression. We have another guest, I think. A messenger, from the north. The sorcerer seemed shaken. No, more than that, he seemed deeply troubled by something. Noctis stared at the door for a few moments, then frowned and said, his voice devoid of any emotion. Let us go and see who is knocking on my door, then. With that, he drained his goblet, threw it aside, and walked toward the exit. Sunny, Effie, and Kai glanced at each other, then followed along. No matter who it was that had come to the sanctuary, they were currently enjoying the sorcerer's hospitality, so the identity of the new arrival concerned them too. Who could have affected Noctis that much? Or was the change he had spoken about the real reason for this strange behavior, while the appearance of a guest just happened to coincide with it? They were going to find out soon. Together, the four of them, 3 awakened and an immortal saint, crossed the garden of the sanctuary and walked between the ancient menhirs, to the field of grass beyond. There, an elegant figure waited for them, dressed in an austere black garment. It was a young woman none of them recognized. The young woman was tall and slender, with pale skin and lustrous raven-black hair that moved gently in the wind. Her face possessed an almost otherworldly beauty to it, its lines full of solemn grace and splendor. However, that lovely face was blemished by a stark flaw. Her eyes were covered by a simple strip of black cloth, the same color as the dress she wore. The contrast between the austere black dress and the flawless white skin, between the softness of her captivating face and the severity of the crude blindfold, created a tantalizing, ominous, and slightly disturbing sight. However, Sunny was not paying attention to the young woman's sublime beauty, or to her dress. Instead, his eyes were glued to a single detail. There was a leather belt tied around the beautiful stranger's slender waist, and on it hung a black scabbard. He recognized the hilt of the blade encompassed within in an instant. Quiet. Quiet dancer. Cassie. For a moment, Sunny was overwhelmed by a feeling of profound, boundless relief. She was alive. Cassie was alive, all of them were. And now, despite all the dire trials of this harrowing nightmare, the four of them were finally reunited. It was as though a terrible weight that had been crushing his heart all this time, without him knowing, was suddenly lifted. Sunny felt Effie's grip on his horns grow tighter, and glanced at Kai to see that the young man's eyes were shining behind the wooden mask. The two of them had recognized Cassie, too, and were sharing in his glee. However, a moment later, Sunny's elation was gone. He remembered how and why they appeared in this field of grass to meet Cassie, and looked at Noctis with concern. The sorcerer still had an ashen face, and unlike them, he did not have any warm feelings toward the blind girl. The situation was still strange, and dangerous. As if sensing his gaze, Noctis frowned, then looked at the beautiful woman with a dark expression and asked coldly. An eyeless of the Night Temple, isn't it terribly far for a blind priestess like you to travel south, all alone? Speak, girl, what do you want? Cassie lingered for a moment, then bowed slightly. When she spoke, her unfamiliar voice sounded deep and pleasant. She said, "Greetings, Lord Noctis. I bring a message from my mistress, the one in the north." The sorcerer grimaced. "Oh, yeah. What does that dreadful woman want from me?" The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, then lowered her head slightly. "She doesn't want anything, Lord Noctis. My mistress, Lady of the North, blessed of the black skies, is dead." Noctis swayed slightly, as if struck. He stared at Cassie with a pale face, then raised a trembling hand and silently grasped his neck. After a few moments, he spoke again. "What are you talking? What is the message she sent, exactly?" The blind girl was still looking down. Without raising her head, she answered evenly. "Just these 3 words. I am dead." The sorcerer scoffed. "It takes weeks to get from the Night Temple to the sanctuary on foot, if one can even make it alive. Was she dead when she sent you?" "Huh?" Cassie silently shook her head. "No. She was alive." Noctis gritted his teeth in outrage. That woman, so insufferable. If she knew she was going to die, she could have said more than 3 words, at least. After everything we shared, she just had to be frustrating till the very end. Despite the sorcerer's irritated tone, Sunny could tell that Noctis was deeply aggrieved by the stunning news Cassie had brought, as if he had not been planning to kill the one in the north himself all along. The immortals were very strange people, indeed. But Sunny was stunned himself. One of the Chain Lords was already dead. Just like that. After 1,000 years of solemn duty, someone had managed to kill the undying transcendent without alerting the other 4. Suddenly, a feeling of unease grasped his heart. If not one of the Chain Lords, then who could have killed the ruler of the Night Temple? Who else possessed one of the 7 knives? He knew of only one person. As if reading his thoughts, Noctis stared at Cassie and asked, his voice trembling with anger. "So, who was it? Who killed her? Solving? Or the Ivory Lord?" The blind girl slowly shook her head. "Neither. It was a creature. A creature that came from the fog." The sorcerer chuckled. "I see. So the ivory knife fell into the hands of one of those. She could have saved herself, if she had only wanted, but she grew indifferent to things like that a long time ago, didn't she? That was her madness." Noctis remained silent for a while, and then suddenly asked, his eyes glinting with his own madness. "So then, the North is in disarray, the Night Temple is without a leader, and its army needs a new commander. Thousands of soldiers, hundreds of awakened warriors, all hoping to find someone to serve and protect their families. Right?" Cassie lingered for a moment, then shook her head again. "No." Noctis raised an eyebrow. "What? Why not?" She straightened, then answered simply. "They are also dead." The sorcerer blinked a couple of times. "Huh? Who is dead?" The young woman remained still as she said, her voice calm and even. "Everyone. The soldiers, the priestesses, the awakened, the families. Everyone is dead, and the northern reach stands empty. The creature took them all." Everyone seemed stunned into a grave silence by these words, even Noctis, who must have heard and seen a lot during his long life. Frozen, Sunny stared at Cassie, his lightless pupils narrowing into 2 vertical slits. Everyone was dead. Everyone. Had Mordred slaughtered an entire region? Thousands of people, or even tens of thousands. Mundane humans, awakened, ascended, even the transcendent Lady of the North herself. Suddenly, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Sunny knew, of course, that the Prince of Nothing, the owner of the friendly voice he had heard once, in the darkness of a bottomless abyss, was formidable, and would have grown more formidable still after being sent into the body of a terror. He also knew that Mordred was not completely of sound mind, and that the influence of hope would have only exacerbated that subtle fissure. But a slaughter on such scale, he had never even thought that Mordred would be capable of committing something like that, and why? What goal was the banished prince pursuing? He was never cruel without a cold and calculated reason, or at least he had not been, in the past. Every monstrous act that Mordred had perpetrated before was full of perverse, but deliberate practicality. How could something like that be practical? Even forming a seventh corps would not have demanded a hecatomb of that magnitude. Sonny really did not know how to feel. On one hand, the news of a chain lord's demise was beneficial for his plans. In that sense, the Prince of Nothing had already accomplished more to conquer the nightmare than the four of them combined. But on the other hand, Sonny just couldn't help but feel uneasy about it, about Mordred. What was the Son of Valor planning? His thoughts were interrupted by Noctis, who let out a deep sigh. Everyone is dead. I barely remember the last time something like that happened. But when I was young, at the dawn of the Age of Heroes, things like that were rather common. You wouldn't remember, I guess. That is what happens when human champions grow unfit for their duty. He looked away with a dark expression, and then added in a grim tone. And we, the champions of this kingdom, have been unfit for quite a while now, if the lords can even be called champions, still. Come to think of it, I am surprised that this had not happened sooner. He sighed again, then shrugged and turned to Cassie, seemingly having no desire to elaborate on this strange statement. Thank you for delivering this message, girl. If everyone in the north is dead, that makes you the last one, then. The blind woman lingered for a moment, then nodded. Noctis pursed his lips. Well, I am very sorry. For what it is worth, you are welcome to stay here, in my sanctuary. This is a place for those who are lost, lonesome, and have nowhere else to go. Don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. He turned away, as if losing any interest in the conversation, but at that moment, Cassie suddenly spoke. Actually, there is indeed something that I need. The sorcerer stopped, then looked at her with a slight frown and asked with a bit of surprise. Really? Oh, then tell me. I am sure I'll be able to help. The beautiful young woman placed a hand on the hilt of her rapier, and then said, her voice deep and pleasant. I am looking for my friends. I wonder if you would be able to help me find them, Lord Noctis. Noctis blinked a couple of times, then glanced at Sonny, Kai, and Effie with a strange expression on his face. Finally, he answered in a cautious tone. Of course. Gladly. But, do you, perhaps, not know how your friends look, where they are, and what they are called? If so, finding them will be difficult. Cassie tilted her head, remained silent for a few moments, and then answered with a bit of confusion. Why would I not know? I am looking for a four-armed demon, a cripple with a grating voice, and a little girl. Their names are Sunless, Nightingale, and Raised by Wolves. They should be here in your sanctuary, my lord, or at least visited it not too long ago. Noctis smiled radiantly. You would, wouldn't you? Not knowing something like that would be very strange. Gods, finally, someone normal, a four-armed demon, you say? A four-armed, four. Ha! The sorcerer's voice trailed off, and then he slowly turned to Sonny, seemingly struggling to say anything else. Before he managed to speak again, however, there was a sound of little feet pattering on soft grass, and a small figure collided with the young woman, hugging her with inhuman strength. Cassie! You're alive! Despite the fact that the blind young woman could perceive several seconds into the future and had to have known that Effie was going to tackle her, a bewildered expression still appeared on her beautiful face. She remained frozen for a few seconds, and then hesitantly lowered a hand to pat the little girl on the head. Yes I am. I am happy to see you too, Effie. The little girl stared up at Cassie, and then made a pouty face. What the hell, Cassie? How is this fair? Sunny was short but became tall, Kai was pretty but became hideous, and let's not talk about that, but you were pretty before and became even prettier now. The injustice. The young woman smiled gently, and then tightly hugged the little girl. Why? I think you became very pretty, too. Noctis stared at all this, then looked at Sunny with an inexplicable expression. The immortal sorcerer hesitated for a couple of seconds, and then cautiously asked. Ah, Sunless, is this beautiful priestess one of your friends, too? Sunny glanced at him, and then raised the emerald amulet. Yes, the last friend I wanted to find. Her name is Song of the Fallen. Noctis remained silent for a while, then looked away and mumbled in a barely audible whisper. By the moon. I guess I really need to improve my friend-making skills. Otherwise, I would not be able to call myself the friendliest man in all of the Kingdom of Hope anymore. Hearing that, Sunny smiled. He had a reason to. Their small cohort was finally back together. Soon, the four of them were gathered in Sunny's room. There was plenty of food on the table, and a kettle of fragrant tea. They had a peaceful meal, avoiding discussing anything important, but soon, it was time to have a serious discussion. None of the four seemed too excited about the idea, perhaps because doing so would mean revisiting their experiences in the nightmare and opening up wounds that had barely any time to heal. There were a lot of invisible scars each of them was hiding, none of the four had survived these 3 months unscathed. Effie looked at her empty plate for a few moments, and then sighed. Can't we just have a few days off before getting to work? The world won't collapse if we take a small vacation, I think. Sunny glanced at his friends, the bruised girl, the cripple with a disfigured face, and a beautiful young woman whose empty eye sockets were covered by a black cloth, and slowly shook his head. If we do, Noctis might grow impatient. I promise to give him an answer after I find my friends. He has already been gracious enough to abstain from killing me, putting my soul into a doll, or a mop, and ordering it to give him the knives. So, we better not linger. Cassie turned her head slightly and asked, her deep, pleasant voice still sounding strange and unfamiliar. An answer? To what question? Sunny grimaced, then looked away. Right. All of you must have already understood what the conflict of this nightmare is. Hope, the demon of desire. Noctis is preparing to rebel against the will of the gods, kill the other immortals, and break her chains. And we have to either help him achieve his goal, or somehow prevent Hope from escaping. The former seems insane, but the latter seems impossible, considering that she is already able to influence the world from inside her prison. He shivered, grew silent for a few moments, and then added. Each of the immortals represents, or rather, embodies, one of Hope's eternal shackles. They can only be destroyed by one of the sun god's knives. I am in possession of 2 of the remaining 4 knives, Noctis knows where the third is being kept, and the 4th one is in the hands of Solvain, who will freely offer it to anyone who can grant her a worthy death. So, while his plan means going to war against 3 ancient saints, it is not entirely crazy. Just, mostly so. Sunny sighed, poured himself some tea, and concluded. So, we need to decide whether we want to help him in this craziness, or not. Cassie nodded, seemingly not surprised by what he told them. Then, she lingered for a moment, and said. Then, first, we need to share everything we learned about the nightmare while we were apart. The more information we possess, the better informed our decision will be. Sunny took a sip of his tea and shrugged. That was what he wanted to do, as well. He studied the faces of his companions, and then gripped the emerald amulet tighter. In that case. I will begin, I guess. Effie, Kai, and Cassie turned to him, trying not to show how curious they really were. And who could blame them? Out of the 4, Sunny's situation was indeed the most abnormal. He hesitated for a few moments, and then spoke. As you might have noticed, the spell sent me into the body of a demon, a shadow demon, to be precise. I found myself far to the west, in the territory of the followers of war. Even worse, just seconds after coming to my senses, I stumbled upon a beautiful woman wearing red. That woman was Solvain, the transcendent priestess of war god. She easily overpowered me, but decided to keep me alive. Effie's eyes glistened when he mentioned Solvain. Kai, too, seemed to be shaken by that revelation. After all, he had been an officer of the army that was embroiled in a bloody war against Solvain's cult. To soldiers of the Ivory City, her name must have been synonymous with power, death, and horror. To them, Solvain was as much of a person as she was an ancient, terrifying myth. Sunny's face grew dark. After that, I found myself in the Red Colosseum, an ancient theater built by hope, which the warmongers had turned into a perverse temple of slaughter. There were thousands of nightmare creatures locked in its dungeons, as well as a few unlucky humans. Every day, we were forced to kill each other. Those who survived received the dubious honor of fighting against the warmongers themselves, and if we somehow prevailed, well, then we got to live another day, just to repeat the whole process come dawn. He remained silent for a while, and then added. 2 months. I spent 2 months in that purgatory. Of course, I would have succumbed to my wounds very fast if it wasn't for my partner, a captive young man from the Ivory City. Elias. His healing aspect kept me alive, and I kept him alive in the arena. Together, we endured the slaughter, day after day, week after week. Still, our days were numbered, so I kept searching for a way to escape. And after 2 months, I finally found it. Sunny touched the terrible scar on his neck and grinned. Turns out, all I had to do was to trick our ascended jailer into chopping my head off. Free of the collar, I killed him, and then got Elias to attach my head back. Kai, who was in the middle of taking a sip of tea, spat it out. What? Effie only remained silent because she was in the process of choking on a pastry. Her eyes, however, were similarly wide. Even Cassie seemed stunned. Sunny chuckled. Ah, you see. That transcended priestess, Solvain, actually, I had already killed her once. She had been serving as the host body for a corrupted monster, the Fire Keepers, and I had slain in the dream realm to capture the wreck of Noctis's flying ship. That was where I received an enchanted armor that allows its wearer to stay alive for as long as they have essence. I also had means of regaining essence, and so, I was able to survive without a head long enough for Elias to heal me. Effie finally managed to swallow her pastry and glanced at Kai with wild eyes. Kai, tell me he's lying, please. The young man blinked a couple of times, then solemnly shook his head. The little girl swore, then mumbled in a small voice. Crazy bastard, he's crazy. Sunny shrugged nonchalantly. What? That wasn't even the craziest part. Anyway, Elias and I almost managed to escape the Red Colosseum, but at the last moment, we were intercepted by Solvain, that cursed fiend. The smile disappeared from his face, and his black eyes flashed with cold hatred for a moment. She killed Elias, tore my heart out, and threw my body into the sky below. Luckily for me, this demon body has 2 hearts, which was why I didn't die immediately. Solvain either didn't know about that or did not care, thinking that the abyss would finish me off. But I survived and found my way back to the Isles, thanks to my memories. He sighed. I survived, but was not in the best shape either physically or mentally. My one remaining heart was not enough to keep this body going, so I was effectively dying, albeit slowly. I made my way south, planning to eventually reach our rendezvous point in the east. However, before I could, I stumbled upon Noctis on the southern island. Sunny smiled bitterly. That mad bastard was very happy to see me. He thought that fate had brought us together, and who knows, maybe it did. We made a deal, he and I. Noctis would replace my missing heart, and I would learn the location of the glass knife from a terror that resided in the nearby fortress. That terror, you see, had belonged to one of the chain lords before, had belonged to the shadow. So was there a better candidate to meet him than a shadow demon? He didn't speak for a while, then let out a heavy sigh. The problem was, the centuries of loneliness and being subjected to hope's poison had driven the creature mad. So, it attacked me. That terror had power over dreams and nightmares, and he subjected me to a few hundred of those. In each one, I was horribly tortured, experienced unimaginable sorrow, and was eventually killed. Luckily, I had forgotten most of those nightmares, yeah. Most of them. Sonny took a sip of tea, then shook his head. Anyway, eventually, I escaped from the nightmares as well, by breaking all of them, and then killed the terror. Noctis replaced my heart, as he had promised, and brought me to the sanctuary. Here, I met Kai, and we went to retrieve the glass knife, and Effie, from the Temple of the Chalice. And here we are. He scratched the back of his head, and then added thoughtfully. Overall, I guess it could have been worse. Effie swore again, and then shoved another pastry into her mouth. She chewed furiously, and then hissed, sending crumbs flying across the table. What the hell could have been worse than that? Sonny stared at her for a moment, and shrugged. I don't know. I could have been sent into a body of a worm. Or even worse, a child. Effie stared at him with no amusement whatsoever on her childish face, which only made her attempts to appear serious look more comical. Then, she scowled and said evenly. Wanna die? Sonny shook his head with a grin, then went into more detail about the things he had learned, including various pieces of information he had gleaned in the nightmares, his experience with the warmongers, and his observations about Solvane and Noctis. When he was done, there was silence for a while. The others were digesting all the information he had shared with them, full of thought. Well, everyone except Effie. The somber silence was soon broken by the sound of loud chewing. The little girl swallowed a piece of meat pie, then blinked a couple of times, noticing that everyone was staring at her. Finally, she wiped the oil off her lips and said. What? I am a growing child, you know. I need to eat well to grow big. Then, she wiped her oily fingers on the tablecloth and shrugged. Well, anyway. I guess I'll go next. The little girl glanced at Sonny, made a face, and turned away. There's not much to tell, anyway. My 3 months in the Temple of the Chalice were not at all as exciting as Sonny's wild misadventures. Although. Her face suddenly grew dim and dark. They weren't very pleasant, either. Effie sighed, lingered for a few moments, and spoke in a somber tone. Basically, I was sent into the body of one of the Red Sect's younger disciples. An orphan girl who had been entrusted to the maidens, for better or worse, but mostly worse. As I already said, their teachings had grown cruel and perverse over the centuries. Now that I know about how hope is manipulating everyone's desires, I finally understand why. That's Solvane. She had been raised in the Red Sect, too, a long time ago. The difference is, she managed to escape. But we didn't. The little girl trembled. I ran away once, early on, and managed to make it to the Iron Hand Island. But I was caught, and the punishment, at the time, they already knew that nothing they did to me would make me obedient. So, they punished the others in my stead. After that, well, I did not try to escape again. At least while the other girls were still alive. Effie grew silent for a bit, then shrugged. So it was pretty boring. Just endless training, battle training, essence training, body conditioning, and all that stuff. How to endure pain, how to endure fear, how to steel your will. How to be a perfect, merciless, lethal vessel of war. Of course, they were very inventive in their lessons. What better way to teach someone to endure pain than to torture them to the brink of death? Or over it, if the pupil is weak. The little girl's face turned distant. In the end, everyone turned out to be weak. Except for me. She took a bite out of her piece of meat pie, chewed it slowly, and then said. One time, they put me in a coffin and buried me alive, for a few days. To teach me how to conquer the fear of darkness. These wretches, who said that I was afraid of darkness, to begin with? So stupid. But mostly, it was just combat training. They trained us ruthlessly. There's a lot you can achieve with a few awakened healers and no regard for whether your disciples survive or not. If we broke a bone, the healers would put it back together, and order us to continue. If we bled too much, well, you get the idea. Effie shook her head. The thing was, though, that I was getting it even worse than the rest. The girl whose body I took had the misfortune of awakening at a very young age, you see. So, the maidens saw her as their promised chosen one, a prodigious warrior fated to slay Solvain and wash away the humiliation she had visited upon the sect, to avenge her sin and sacrilege. So, they worked me harder than anyone else. The little girl looked away, then sighed. The weirdest part was that all the vile crap they did to us was done without any hint of hatred, malevolence, or bad intentions. On the contrary, the older maidens treated us like their little sisters, when they were not torturing and killing us, of course. My teacher. Hilda. I think she thought of me as her own daughter. She cared. A lot of good it did, in the end. She hesitated for a moment, and then grimaced. Well, anyway. Eventually, I was the only one left. Actually, I think they went harder on the other girls because of me. My presence reignited their fervor, I think. After everyone else died and the maidens had nothing else to hold over my head, I started planning my escape. I had no idea if I would survive it, but luckily, before I had the chance to find out, Sunny and Kai came and obliterated the whole sect. Cheers. Thanks, by the way. She nodded at them, and then stuffed her mouth with another piece of the pie, clearly unwilling to say anything else. Everyone remained silent, until Cassie leaned over and put her hand on the little girl's shoulder. She gripped it softly, and said, "You did well, Effie. You did well to survive." Effie looked down, sighed, and then said darkly, "Ah, but this time, I didn't just want to survive. I wanted to save a few people, too. But I failed, who cares, though? I am really way too old to be this sentimental. Or maybe that hope already did a number on my brain, this is just a nightmare, after all." Hearing a little girl proclaiming that she was too old to feel grief would have been funny, if it wasn't so sad. No one said anything, until Kai leaned back and sighed. Then, his grating voice resounded in the stone room, sending shivers running down Sunny's spine. "Well, in that case, I guess it is my turn. My story is not that long, though. I didn't do much." He glanced at his hands, with skin that had been replaced by polished tree bark, remained silent for a bit, and then added, "I only fought a dragon. And lost." Kai remained silent for a while, and then let out a heavy sigh. He looked away, picked up his charred wooden mask and stared at it for a few moments, then finally spoke. "I was sent into the body of a centurion of the Sun Legion, the army of the Ivory City. The city, you must have seen it when we entered the nightmare, rising from the ashes as the time flowed in reverse. It is a wondrous place, beautiful, peaceful, and full of life, with people who are warm, kind, and care deeply for their neighbors. Dozens of flourishing islands, all connected into a single whole by the aerial bridges and arching aqueducts built of white stone." The young man paused, grimaced, and took a sip of honey tea to smooth his aching vocal cords. Then, he glanced at the mask again, lingered for a moment, and continued. "At least that was what I thought, at the start of it. Looking back, I was terribly naive, but it was so easy to be misled by how the Ivory City, and its people, appeared, especially by the stark contrast between the splendor of that enchanting facade and the bare-faced vileness of those who wished to destroy it. The merciless, mad killers. Warmongers." Kai shook his head. "The people of the Ivory City are just like those we know in the waking world. They have the same values, the same ideals, the same regard for decency and human life. Ah, now that I say it aloud, I realize they might be doing much better than us in that regard. My point is, is that they seemed nice. Their city was like a beautiful paradise, like a place that all human cities should strive to be. Was it so unexpected, then, that in this nightmare, there was someone who wanted to destroy it? His eyes grew dim. The followers of the cult of glory, on the other hand, were exactly like what one would imagine the forces of evil to be. Merciless, cruel raiders that worshipped war, slaughter, and bloodshed, killing simply for the sake of killing. Their perverse fate, their zealous belief that by destroying the lives of innocent people they were delivering the gift of salvation to their victims, murderers and madmen, each and every one of them. So, you might understand why I was blinded to the truth, for a while. The young man took another sip of tea, then put down the mask and looked at them with a dark expression. In my naivete, I came to believe myself to be a hero of a grim fairy tale. A noble warrior tasked with protecting a beautiful paradise from the tide of evil. I mistakenly considered the fate of the Ivory City to be the true conflict of the nightmare, and so convinced myself that protecting it was what we had been sent here to do. Unable to abandon my duty and reluctant to become a deserter, I remained with the Sun Legion, thinking that, sooner or later, you guys will join me. Kai looked down and sighed heavily. And so, very soon, I became known as a hero of the Legion. His disfigured face contorted for a moment, but then the young man restrained his emotions and smiled bleakly. I know, that fact might sound surprising. Unlike the rest of you, I have never been a fearsome warrior. I have never been a dauntless leader of men, as well. My only real act of bravery was facing the Spire messengers in the shadow of the Crimson Spire, and even then, I only survived because of Cassie. So, I was very surprised to find myself gaining fame and renown as a fearless battle commander. Kai looked at them, lingered for a moment, and then said with uncertainty. The war between the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum, you see, has been going on for centuries. Its bloody tides come and go, like those of the sea. Sometimes, only small skirmishes and raids happen for decades, and sometimes, there are terrible battles happening every day. Sometimes, only mundane soldiers and awakened officers fight each other, and sometimes, ascended champions appear to sow devastation on the battlefield. Sometimes, even the transcendent lords descend. He paused for a few moments, took a sip of tea, then continued in a neutral tone. At the time, I found myself in the center of a sudden shift from a prolonged period of relative calm to the start of a massive offensive by the warmongers. And very early on, I discovered an unexpected truth. He glanced at them, thought for a second, as though carefully choosing his words, and said. You see, I was always under the impression that warriors of this mythical era, when gods were still alive and magic permeated the world, were infinitely more knowledgeable, powerful, and proficient in battle than we, humans of the waking world, are. But as it turns out, that is not so. Maybe a long time ago, during what they call the Age of Heroes, they had been. But now, most of them are far less deadly than we have become, at least those of us who have been forged and tempered by the Forgotten Shore. Sunny raised an eyebrow, surprised by that statement. Noticing his expression, Kai tilted his head a little. Nightmare creatures are nowhere near as numerous here as they are in the future. There is no spell, no nightmares, no trial of the dream realm, no gates. Unlike them, each of us had been forced into a life of bloodshed and conflict, thrown against unimaginable horrors with no choice to retreat or surrender. The spell might be a cruel teacher, but its vile lessons seem to be morbidly effective. Grow stronger or die, there is no other way for us. So, most awakened from the real world would have experienced more strife and battle encounters than an average awakened warrior of this time period. He sighed, and then added somberly. That was why even I, despite my humble aspect and lacking battle prowess, was able to stand out. I led my soldiers to victory, keeping them alive through the sudden attack by a large force of the warmongers. And then, I kept them alive through the rest of the campaign, wreaking havoc on the enemy anywhere my centuria appeared. Kai grew quiet for a long time, and then added, his ugly voice suddenly sounding especially hoarse and grating. And that was how I gained the attention of the radiant lord of my city, of Severax, the Ivory Dragon. Kai poured more tea into his cup, then cradled it in his hands and looked away. He remained silent for a bit, then continued the ominous story. After many weeks of battles and bloodshed, the warmongers were pushed back, and my centuria was recalled back to the Ivory City, to rest and recuperate from the hardships of war. We were met by a jubilant crowd that showered us with rose petals and sang our names, my name, too, louder than all the rest. Ah, what a beautiful sight it was! Victorious, we returned home, and everything was well. For a while, we enjoyed the beauty of the city and the warm company of our fellow citizens. He took a sip, then shook his head slightly. The more I explored the beautiful Ivory City, the more elated I was by its prosperity and its harmonious way of life. It seemed as though people there were all content and happy, treating others with sincere kindness, love, and respect. It was as though they didn't have a care in the world, and there was a reason for that. The people of the Ivory City could live this way, and be this way, because they were protected by the mighty dragon, Severax, a true descendant of Sun God. Their lord and protector. The young man shivered, then added in a hoarse voice. The dragon protected them, provided for them, and guided them with his wisdom. It was because of him that the Ivory City was safe, sound, prosperous, and welcoming. Why its citizens were so kind and happy. This was a paradise of his creation. Kai took a sip of tea and smiled sadly. Sounds too good to be true, doesn't it? Ah, but it was. I was just too slow to see it. He remained silent for a bit, then let out a long sigh. At first, I only felt it. A slight, vague, wrongness. As if something was off with these kind, happy, beautiful people. As if there was something hidden behind their sincere smiles. I dismissed it, thinking that it was just my prejudice speaking. A mindset that I brought with me from the waking world. But the more time I spent with them, the more strange details I started to notice. And soon, a harrowing suspicion took hold of my heart. Kai looked at them, his face growing dark. A suspicion that there was madness hidden deep in their lustrous eyes. The same madness that the warmongers were infected with, albeit of a different shade. I had never felt as disturbed and afraid as when that thought first entered my mind. I was so afraid, in fact, that for a few days, I closed my eyes to the truth and pretended that nothing was wrong. But the suspicion kept gnawing on my heart, and so, I decided to investigate. It wasn't hard to confirm it. A bitter grimace contorted his hideous face. You see, as it turned out, the Ivory City was indeed prosperous, safe, and beautiful because of the dragon. Its people were indeed protected and provided for by the dragon. In return, the dragon only asked for one thing in return. The young man clenched the teacup, almost causing it to crack. To feed him. He gritted his teeth for a moment, then said quietly. To feed him with human flesh. 7 sacrifices had to be made to him every month, from the ranks of the citizens. And the kind, warm people of the Ivory City, were more than happy to provide. Ecstatic, even. Being devoured by the dragon was considered to be a sacred honor, and having a loved one chosen as a sacrifice was a cause for celebration. The young man grew silent, then said hoarsely. The dragon never dictated who had to be fed to him. But the people of the Ivory City wanted above all else to please the dragon, and so, they always chose the best and the brightest. The most beautiful, the most talented, the most innocent, the most desirable. And there we were, young heroes who had just returned from a triumphant war. The month was up, and so, they chose me and 6 of my most brave and loyal soldiers. Kai smiled bitterly. What a reward! The sight of them was the most disgusting thing I have ever seen. Parents surrendering their children to death with zealous smiles, husbands sending their wives into the dragon's maw with wild joy, friends and neighbors singing and laughing as they led their fellow humans to be eaten by a hungry beast. Only little children did not share in their glee, they cried when their mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters were torn away from them, not understanding what was happening. But the crying children were punished and taught a harsh lesson about how repugnant their behavior was. He grimaced, then put his cup down and looked away. The whole city was insane. Perhaps one could argue that a few dozen souls a year are a small price to pay for a paradise. But what is a paradise built on blood worth? Worthless. It's worthless. And even if it's not, at least the wretches could have made the sacrifice without the ghoulish joy. Without the songs, and the zeal, and the kind, warm, sincere smiles on their beautiful faces. Kai took a deep breath, remained silent for a while, and then shrugged dismissively. Anyway, we were brought to an island that bordered the ivory tower itself, and chained to a white cliff. The jubilant crowd disappeared, and soon after that, we heard the rustle of mighty wings. The dragon landed in front of the cliff, as majestic and fearsome as he was in the legends. A great beast with beautiful ivory scales, and radiant golden eyes that were full of wisdom, nobility, and inhuman intelligence. Effie was listening with wide eyes, biting her fingers. Finally, she couldn't bear it any more and asked in her soft, childish voice. "How the hell did you survive? Why didn't the dragon's flames kill you?" A sad smile appeared on Kai's disfigured face. "How did I survive? Oh, that was simple, really. When Severax appeared, I broke my chains and shielded my comrades, ready to defend them until my last breath. Seeing this, the dragon, he spoke to me. His smile slowly disappeared, replaced by an expression of anger, shame, and regret. You must have already guessed that Ivory Dragon Severax is also Severus, the Ivory Lord. One of the Hope's eternal shackles, a transcendent whose transformation ability allows him to turn into a dragon. He is a human, or at least was a human once, a long time ago. And so, he spoke to me." The young man sighed. He was amused by my reaction. We spoke, and what he told me, it broke me, a little, I think. You see, I had it all wrong. The dragon, he had never once asked the people of the Ivory City to sacrifice anyone, or anything, to him. They had invented the story themselves, and chose the number of the victims themselves, and started bringing him sacrifices of their own free will. Because doing so made them feel as though they were binding themselves to the dragon, that they were becoming a part of the dragon, and so, were of the dragon, and safe from him. Kai shook his head. Severax. Severus, he had lost a part of himself a long time ago, I think. He told me that, in the beginning, he wanted to be a good lord for the people, someone whom they could see, and whom they could strive to become. And so, he rarely appeared in his transcendent form before them. But as centuries passed, he noticed that people were disturbed by his human face, and were only at peace when he came as a dragon. As if they needed him to be something else, something greater than them. And so, after a while, he abandoned his human form completely. And not long after that, the sacrifices began. The young man lingered for a few moments, and then continued. I asked him to spare our lives, but he refused. He told me that he had never accepted an unwilling sacrifice, and I was free. But the other 6, it was as though they were in a trance, or had gone mad. They didn't even try to save themselves. No matter how I begged him to spare them, he refused. This was what his people desired, what they needed. They might have not been bound to him, but he was bound to them. Burdened by them. And so, when nothing else worked, I foolishly tried to stop him. He smiled bitterly. But how could I defeat a dragon? I am not a dragon myself, after all. He swatted me to the ground with one swipe of his tail, breaking my ribs and almost killing me. But I did not die. Instead, paralyzed, I watched as he turned his head, opened his maw, and turned my soldiers into ash with one immolating breath. Kai grew silent, his face unmoving. After a while, he spoke again. Overwhelmed with anger, grief, and despair, I screamed at him, cursing him, swearing that I will tell everyone the truth, that I will make them realize, that I will make them change. But he just looked at me tiredly and said, that I will see. And then, The ivory dragon was gone, leaving me alone on the empty island. He looked down. I was too injured to move, and spent the rest of the night in the throes of pain. In the morning, the citizens of the Ivory City came. When they saw that I was alive, a pale smile appeared on his hideous face. They were stunned, scared, and angry. And so, they built a pyre, tied me to a stake, and burned me. No matter what I tried to say, no matter how I tried to make them understand, they wouldn't listen. They only grew more scared and hateful. The dragon, he had been right. He had told me the truth. I saw. Kai picked up his tea, took a sip, and looked away. My bindings broke before I died, and so, horribly burned, I shot into the sky like a spark. I flew away from the city, and somehow survived. Crippled and heartbroken, I slowly made my way east, finally reaching the Iron Hand Island, and then the sanctuary, where Sunny eventually found me. Lord Noctis had replaced my burned skin and damaged muscles with enchanted wood and tree bark, and here I am. As good as new. He sighed, looked at them, and smiled. Luckily, I had friends that helped me pick myself up. You guys. I'll do whatever it is you decide to do, but if there is one thing I want to say, it is this. If Noctis wants to kill Lord Severax and end the dragon's reign, I would be happy to lend a hand. When Kai was finished with his story, everyone remained silent for a while. Eventually, the young man sighed and stretched out his hands, which were covered in polished bark and looked more like those of one of the sailor dolls than those of a human. He moved his fingers, and then smiled lightly. Noctis did a wonderful job of healing my wounds. Just as he had said, some of the pain remains, but I am as strong and capable as I had been before. No, even more so, these enchanted limbs he gave me are much more sensitive to soul essence, and so, they are more durable and powerful than my own flesh had been. I also collected a few memories during my time in the Sun Legion. Overall, my battle prowess has increased a lot since we entered the nightmare, not to mention the experience I earned, and the lessons I was taught. Whatever comes, I am ready. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then let out a low growl. What about the other transcendent of the Ivory City? The Sun Prince? Have you met him? Kai frowned and made a vague gesture with his hand. Yes. I think. The Sun Prince is supposed to be a brother of Severax. Among the people, it is believed that his soul resides inside the metal colossus that guards the Ivory City and sometimes leads the Sun Legion into battle. I've seen him once, from afar, and to be honest, I am not quite sure if that thing is sentient or not. He hesitated for a bit, and then added. You've seen him, too. I think that it is his corpse that swings beneath the shipwreck island, tangled in the chain, although I can't quite imagine what kind of force could have destroyed that implacable giant. He is at least 90 meters tall, with a body cast out of solid steel, and nearly invincible. He is. He is also not a living creature, really, and so can't be killed by wounding or damaging his body. Sunny remained silent for a bit, and then said. There is nothing that can't be killed or destroyed, not even the gods. So then, 3 of the Chain Lords are accounted for, in the future. We've seen the bones of the dragon, Severax, on the Ivory Island, and both his brother and Solvain found their doom near the wreck of Noctis's ship. But what exactly happened? How did they fall, and how did Hope escape? What happened to Noctis himself, as well as the one in the north? How was the Ivory City destroyed? How did the tower break free of its chains? No one answered, as perplexed as he was. After some time, Cassie finally spoke. I am not sure what happened. But I know one thing, because of our arrival, it is happening faster. They turned to her, and after a moment of silence, Sunny asked. Yours is the last story left. And, to be honest, it is the story I am interested in hearing the most. Because it concerns the 5th awakened sent here by the spell. Mordred, he found a way to enter the seed with us, didn't he? Cassie sighed heavily and turned her head away. After a while, she said. Yes. Yes, he did. The blind young woman remained silent for a few moments, gathering her thoughts, and then faced them again. Unlike what happened to the three of you, my arrival into the nightmare was not too harrowing. At least not at the start. I was sent into the body of a young priestess whose duty was to tend to the high priestess of the Night Temple, the one in the north. In this era, the Night Temple still belongs to the cult of the goddess of the black skies, of Storm God. The deity of darkness, stars, and guidance. And so, no light is allowed on the temple's premises. She touched her blindfold briefly, then slowly lowered her hand. The acolytes spend long years living in the darkness, and blind themselves before becoming priestesses. For that reason, they are known as the eyeless. Many of the eyeless are seers, and possess powers of prophecy and divination. For most, becoming a blind priestess inside a lightless temple would have been a terrible trial. But for me, it was strangely soothing. To find myself among those similar to me, in a place where my blindness wasn't an aberrant oddity, but instead a choice. A pale smile appeared on her lips. However, it was my lady that I found the most comfort in. The one in the north, the oracle of the night, she was not unkind. She treated me well enough, and I have learned a lot from her knowledge and wisdom. However, just like the rest of the chain lords, she was being consumed by an insidious madness. Hers was the madness of apathy. Over the centuries, my lady grew indifferent to most things happening in the world, or even to herself. That was why she needed attendants, and I was one of them. The smile slowly disappeared from Cassie's face. That didn't mean that she was powerless or without responsibility, though. All of the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope were under her authority and protection. There were many villages and several towns full of mundane humans who relied on the Night Temple for safety and guidance. For that reason, the one in the north ruled not only over the blind priestesses, but also over a small, but fearsome army comprised of both mundane warriors and awakened. She sighed slightly. Their numbers might not have been as large as those of the armies of the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum, but due to their prowess and my lady's prophetic gift, the north was never attacked by either. The people rarely suffered from the nightmare creatures, as well. Cassie grew silent, and a scowl slowly appeared on her beautiful face. But as the one in the north grew more and more indifferent, that slowly started to change. Still, when I found myself in the Night Temple, things were still more or less fine. Her scowl deepened, and her face grew dark and despondent. The blind young woman lingered, and then said in a grim voice. Until they weren't. It was getting late, and darkness crawled into the stone room, drowning its corners in shadows. Cassie sat motionlessly, the graceful lines of her beautiful face contorted by a deep scowl. Then, a heavy sigh escaped from her lips. It started soon after I entered the nightmare, but no one paid it much attention at first. There were just strange rumors that reached the temple, resembling scary stories that people like to tell each other when the sun is gone and darkness envelopes the world. Rumors of a pleasant voice that came from the fog. She gritted her teeth for a moment. Perhaps if my lady's affliction was not as severe, we could have done something then. After all, in this world, scary stories often come true. And this one was more ominous than the rest, because it had to do with the fog. The Night Temple stands at the boundary of the Hollow Mountains, after all, and of the mist that shrouds them. But she was distant and uncaring, and so, we had grown aloof, too. Cassie somberly shook her head, then continued, her low, deep voice enveloping the room and her three listeners. As time went by, the rumors started to change. They grew more menacing and dire, telling tales of people who listened to the fog and disappeared without a trace. At that point, the eyeless grew concerned, suspecting that a corrupted creature had found its way into their land. Many of them possessed a high affinity to revelation, after all, and they could feel it, unease, threat, danger. So, a priestess was sent to investigate, escorted by a squad of experienced awakened soldiers. And at the same time, it was decided that a divination would be performed. She lingered for a moment. The divination showed no result, and the priestess, she failed to return with useful clues. In fact, she did not return at all. She and her escort disappeared without a trace, as though they had never existed. Just like the people from the rumors, only, by then, no one thought of them as mere rumors anymore. The blind young woman shivered, then said in an even voice. Finally, we became alarmed. The army was summoned, and many hunting parties were sent out to find the creature. Mundane soldiers, awakened warriors, ascended champions, the eyeless, everyone was determined to catch the abomination. But despite all our efforts, we failed. How could we catch the fog? Cassie's face darkened. And all the while, people continued to disappear. First one or two at a time, then scores of them, and then, one day, we found a whole village that stood empty, not a sign of its inhabitants in sight. Everyone there, every man, woman, and child, was taken by the fog. She grew silent for a few moments, then added grimly. And then, hunting parties started to disappear, too. Powerful, experienced soldiers, we even lost and ascended. The worst part, however, was that there was no pattern to the creature's movements, at least none that we could recognize. It could attack a settlement far to the west one day, and then suddenly take someone far to the east the next. It was almost as if it could be in several places at the same time. Because of that, we couldn't throw all our forces into one location and corner it on a single island. And so, we constructed a trap for it. All we needed was a lure, and I volunteered to become one. The blind young woman shook her head. Of course, back then, I didn't know that the fiend of the fog was far more cunning and devious than any nightmare creature I had ever faced. But I found out very soon. Because that was when I met him again. And as soon as I did, I realized that what we thought of as a trap for the fiend was, instead, a trap that the Prince of War lured us in instead. Cassie gritted her teeth. Because while our forces were concentrated to form the encirclement, most of the northern reach remained unprotected. And so, left without defenders, one of the towns was taken by the fog. 1,000 souls, gone. Slaughtered. A deep scowl appeared on Sonny's face. He leaned forward, piercing her with an intense gaze. What? How? If he was engaged in a battle with the forces of the Night Temple, how did the bastard simultaneously attack the settlement? She lingered for a while, then said with a hint of uncertainty. That. Mordred, he was not how he had been in the future. He had grown, weaker, somehow. As if he did not possess 6 soul cores anymore. But, instead, there were 5 strange creatures helping him, like the lesser versions of the one you had killed on the Reckoning Island. While we fought the prince himself, the 5 creatures attacked the town that we had left unprotected, slaughtering every human who lived there. Sonny leaned back, stunned. What? 5 of them, 5 reflections? Did he tear his soul apart to create them, granting each a single soul core? Suddenly, a frightening thought entered his mind. No, this can't be. Divine aspect holders like Mordred and him followed a slightly different path than the rest of the awakened. Unlike those with aspects of a lesser rank, they could create 7 soul cores by absorbing fragments, whether of souls or shadows, didn't matter. But there was still a limit to the number of cores they could create, and to grow more powerful after that, they had to challenge nightmares like everyone else. So, Mordred's slaughter did not make any sense. He had already been a terror in the future, after all. Creatures, however, followed a path that was different entirely, and almost reversed. By absorbing fragments, they did not create new soul cores. Instead, they rose in rank, like Saint, for example, who had to consume shadow fragments from memories in order to ascend. If Mordred's reflections were the same as Saint, if they only needed a certain quantity of fragments to rank up, then there was no limit to how many fragments they could devour, and no end to their growth, not until they reached the mythical divine rank. So if the Prince of Nothing sacrificed 5 of his 6 soul cores to create 5 awakened beasts, then what was their rank now, after consuming thousands upon thousands of souls? Effie and Kai seemed like they had some questions, but they chose to remain silent, at least for now. Of course, they knew who Mordred was and had a general impression of his powers. Sunny and Cassie had described their experience in the Night Temple to them in enough detail, so that their friends, as well as the Fire Keepers, knew what they would be facing should they cross paths with the Prince of Nothing. However, even Sunny himself had only a vague understanding of how Mordred's aspect functioned, and so did Cassie. So hearing how powerful he had grown in the nightmare was a shock to him. The mirror beast was a devil. Had it been created as such, or had it earned more cores in battles with powerful nightmare creatures, as Saint did? If it is the former, then does it mean that Mordred was more than a terror once? He had many reflections before Clan Valor imprisoned him. Gods, just what kind of a menace was Anvil's firstborn in the past? And, more importantly, just how dangerous was he going to become in the future? His somber thoughts were interrupted by Cassie, who spoke again after remaining silent for a while. In any case, destroying Mordred's body was not too hard. He appeared wearing the body of the priestess who had been first sent to find him, anyway. But, of course, doing so was useless, because he could just take another. In the chaos of the battle, I couldn't explain what dire powers the enemy possessed to the forces of the Night Temple. And, more than that. She shook her head somberly. In the moment, I was not sure that it would have been the right thing to do. Was I meant to help the inhabitants of the nightmare slay one of the awakened from the waking world? Were we not supposed to be allies? No matter how vile Mordred was and despite what had happened between us in the past, here in the nightmare, both he and I were meant to pursue the same goal. The blind young woman sighed. So, after a bloody battle, Mordred escaped our trap and disappeared. Soon after that, we learned of the massacre that had taken place while we were distracted by his deceit. And after witnessing the desolate town that his reflection had slaughtered, I was disabused of the notion that he and I were the same in any way. Sadly, by that time, it was already too late. Cassie lowered her head, then continued quietly. After feasting on the souls of the town's inhabitants, the reflections became much more powerful. Mordred was not bound by the necessity to stay hidden anymore, as well. His attacks grew much more frequent and devastating, and the number of his victims started to grow with chilling speed. The more people he killed, the more dangerous he became. He was not invincible, of course. Among the awakened serving the Night Temple, there were a lot of those who possessed means to contain him. Especially the eyeless, who, like me, were immune to his possession. But Mordred knew that as well. And so, he went after those who could threaten him first. She paused for a moment, her face growing solemn. Eventually, people, those who were still alive, at least, became so terrified that they left their homes and fled to the Night Temple, hoping that the High Priestess would protect them. The army and the priestesses grew desperate, as well. We begged the one in the north to intervene. She was a transcendent, and an oracle without an equal, after all, and despite her indifference, my lady promised to face the creature herself. That day, people were so relieved that they held a grand celebration. Cassie remained silent for a while, and then continued, her voice growing sad and wistful. While everyone was celebrating, however, my lady summoned me in secret, and asked me to deliver a message to her old friend, Lord Noctis, in the east. Just 3 words. I am dead. She paused for a moment and turned away, her beautiful face growing still. I was appalled, of course. What about her immortality? What about all these people whom she promised to protect? She smiled sadly, and told me, that they were all dead, as well. And that it was better that way. A heavy sigh escaped from Cassie's lips. I left the next morning, and made my way south all alone. Traveling through the wilderness of the Kingdom of Hope, blind and without anyone's help, was not easy. But I managed to survive, somehow. Whether by luck or due to the one in the north protecting me, Mordred never intercepted me. I had to face a few powerful nightmare creatures, though, as well as other dangers, along the way. I overcame these obstacles and eventually reached the sanctuary. And on the day that I arrived, I finally felt it, the sudden change. A dark expression appeared on her face. My lady had died, and another flaw was added to Hope's prison. The approaching disaster was accelerated even more. You know the rest. For a moment, Sunny could sense a hint of profound sorrow in Cassie's voice, but then it disappeared, and the blind young woman smiled. So, now. I guess we know enough to make a decision about whether or not to support Noctis in his war against the rest of the Chain Lords. He frowned, and then said in a grim tone. There is one thing we don't know, though. Something that can potentially change everything. Mordred, what is his goal? What is he going to do when the 4 Chain Lords go to war? Cassie hesitated and slowly shook her head. That I don't know. He must have realized the nature of the nightmare's conflict himself, by now, or maybe he had always known it, through means that none of us can even guess about. He was the one who had sought out this seed, put the idea of seeking out the knives into our heads, and manipulated us into bringing him here, after all. No matter what his goal is, though. I doubt that he just wants to become a master. He is here for something else, as well. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then let out a frustrated growl and turned away. All right, then. I guess it is time to choose our fate. No one spoke for a while, before Effie finally broke the silence. I mean, it is not much of a choice, is it? Sure, going against 3 immortal saints does not seem like a picnic. But we already know that they had been defeated in the end, somehow, so it is not impossible to do. And we don't even know what the alternative is. How do we ensure that Hope doesn't escape her prison? Kill Noctis? That would only delay the inevitable, since this whole damned place is already on the verge of collapse because of her influence. That Hope, she is scary. She hesitated for a moment, then asked with a bit of confusion. To be honest, I am not even sure what she is. What kind of a demon is powerful enough to drive a whole region mad? Is she unholy? Sunny sighed, then massaged his temples. No. If anything, she is divine. She is also not a demon, she is a demon. Demons were lesser deities, of sorts, who are said to have created themselves. They appeared out of nowhere, possessing powers that were similar to those of the gods, but different. The spell has a weird tendency to never mention the word demon, though, for some reason. In any case, it seems that the gods and the demons eventually had a big, terrible war, and Hope's imprisonment and escape were a prelude to that war, I think. Effie listened to him without any particular expression, then said listlessly. Oh, well in that case, that just proves my point. Trying to keep a thing like her in chains, doesn't killing 3 immortal saints suddenly seem easy, in comparison? Kai moved slightly, and then, his hoarse voice suddenly resounded in the stone room. I think we are looking at it wrong. The question is not what should we do, it is what should be done, don't you think? Yes, there is no particular way in which a nightmare has to be resolved, but that doesn't mean that some resolutions cannot be right and some cannot be wrong. This land has been turned into hell by Hope, who is trying to escape her chains. Until she is released, that will not change. He leaned forward, frowned, and added somberly. The Red Colosseum, the Ivory City, and all across the ruins of her kingdom, madness reigns, turning humans into wicked perversions of themselves. Sure, we can win by prolonging it. But should we? Would we be at peace with such a conclusion? You can call me naive, but I think that although the spell does not dictate what the challengers do in the nightmare, it still matters why we do it. We are still responsible for our actions, and their consequences. So, I think that we need to do what is right. Sunny glanced at him and then asked, his voice harsh. Who's to say what is right? How do you know that by releasing Hope, we won't be dooming everyone living here to an instant death? 1,000 years in chains, personally, I would have been a bit angry. Kai lingered for a moment, then shook his head. You are right, I might not know what is right. But I do know what is wrong. And what I saw here was deeply, deeply wrong. Sunny stared at him for a bit, then shrugged. Well, it's not like I disagree. In fact, I hate this place with a passion. I don't really care if Hope simply kills everyone, either. As far as I'm concerned, the bastards deserve it. He waited for a few moments, then turned to Cassie. What about you? You've been terribly quiet. The blind young woman hesitated for a while, then spoke evenly. I am willing to do whatever you decide. I'll trust your judgment, Sonny. He frowned, studying her face with a dark expression. Why? You don't have an opinion? Cassie remained silent for a bit, then simply shook her head. Damnation. He knew, of course, why the blind girl was reluctant to speak. She must have seen something, a glimpse of the future that she did not want to share, knowing that it would affect their thinking, possibly informing the very event she wanted to happen, or wished to avoid. Her own opinion was already compromised by that knowledge, and so, Cassie had decided to remove herself from the decision completely. It seemed as though she had grown wary of her visions, and the consequences of acting on them, after the Forgotten Shore. Damned oracles. Sonny sighed, then glanced at Effie and Kai. Well, then there is not much to discuss. The two of you are keen to join Noctis, and I guess I am too. He might be a madman, but at least he is a madman we know. And, I also sort of like the guy. Despite the fact that he is a dishonest, lying, conniving, crazy, dastardly cheat. No one is perfect, you know. Effie giggled. Wow, it's almost as if he's reminding me of someone. Now who might that be? Then, she grinned at Sonny and asked. That's settled, then. So, should we go and deliver the good news to that dastardly cheat? You know, about how he doesn't need to kill us and put our souls into home appliances. She seemed like she was ready to go, but Sonny stopped her with a hesitant gesture. This next part, he had thought about it a lot, not knowing if it was the right thing to do, or a giant mistake. He was still not sure, but had a feeling that the decision he had made in the end was a correct one. At least it felt that way. In any case, there was no going back. Sonny remained silent for a bit, and then glanced at his friends with a tense expression. Before we do, there is something I need to tell you. Effie and Kai stared at him with slight surprise written on their faces, while Cassie's eyebrows suddenly flew up. She already knew what was about to happen, of course. Kai looked at him and smiled. Oh. What is it? Sonny sighed, turned away, then faced them and shrugged. It's nothing too serious. Just, well, to tell you the truth. He gripped the emerald amulet tighter, and said. My flaw is that I can't lie. I have a true name, which I received in my first nightmare. My aspect is of the divine rank. I have 3 soul cores, actually, shadow cores, which technically makes me a demon. Hence this ugly body. I have already unlocked my aspect's legacy. I inherited the lineage of one of the 7 demons. Oh, and also, how do I say this? I might be Lord Mongrel. Sorry about that one, Kai. Effie, who was already standing up to leave, froze, then slowly sat back down. Kai dropped his wooden mask to the floor and stared at him with wide eyes. Even Cassie seemed a bit stunned, despite knowing most of the things he had just said already. A deathly silence settled in the room, and Sonny found himself being pierced by 2 dumbfounded gazes. He scratched his neck, then coughed awkwardly and looked away. Yeah, that's more or less all that I wanted to say. Of course, the decision to reveal these secrets to his friends had not been an easy one. In fact, it went against everything that Sonny believed in. Every instinct in his body screamed that he was making a terrible mistake. But instinct was not always the best advisor. Otherwise, what was the point of having intelligence and the ability to think about your decisions? The fact of the matter was that Sonny had already done irreparable damage to his relationships once because of his untrusting nature. Back on the Forgotten Shore, he had kept his secrets a little bit too well, failing to understand how his deceptiveness would make others perceive him. Sure, he had a reason to behave the way he had, and yes, he had never really lied to his allies, simply withholding or manipulating the information a little to keep himself safe. But the others did not know about his reasons. All they knew was that their trust was never returned fully, and that he was full of secrets, discrepancies, and insidiously subtle ways to keep those secrets to himself. Sonny had never explained himself, and in the absence of an explanation, the misunderstanding was bound to inevitably take its place, perhaps to dire results. Who knew, if he had been more open with Nephi's, she might have not considered him a liar, absorbing that false perception into her own forming self. Would things have ended differently, then? Regardless, currently, Sonny knew both the aspects, and, more importantly, the flaws of every member of the cohort. But they couldn't say the same. They revealed their weaknesses to him, but he held on to his own, failing to reciprocate this trust. For now, everything seemed fine, but that one-sided nature of their friendship was bound to fester in the future, and the small crack it created could grow in size, eventually destroying it. Plus, even Mordred knew his secrets. It would have been silly if the Prince of Nothing did, but Effie and Kai did not. Not to mention dangerous. So, Sonny decided to take a leap of faith and put his trust in his friends. It had been a long time coming, anyway, but, damnation. Why did being honest with people feel so disgusting? What a loathsome sensation, curses, I'm all itchy. After a full minute of stunned silence, Effie finally spoke, her voice sounding uncharacteristically tame. Now, hold on, wait a minute. She raised her small hand and showed one finger. Your flaw, we sort of already had a general idea, after spending so much time with you. It is still, wait, you can't lie at all. What? Sonny shrugged. I can't say a lie aloud, and I am compelled to answer any question asked of me truthfully, or at least to the best of my ability. He expected some sort of spicy question to follow immediately, but Effie remained silent, showing just how bewildered she was. Even her usual mischievousness disappeared. Instead, the little girl simply raised a second finger. All right. The true name, we sort of figured that out, too. You seemed reluctant to share it, for some reason, so Kai and I did not press. Sonny let out a heavy sigh, hesitated for a moment, then forced himself to speak. That has to do with an innate ability of my aspect. If certain conditions are met, it can make me vulnerable to those who know my true name. That is why I kept it a secret, and also put a lot of effort into appearing as weak and pathetic as possible, so that no one would even suspect that a weakling like me could possess a true name. His face grew a bit dim. Being considered a weakling is generally great, because it makes enemies underestimate you. I'm more than fine with people thinking little of me. But, after I started pretending, things got out of hand really fast. Effie blinked a couple of times, remained silent for a moment, and raised a third finger. Well, I guess that explains a few things. Now, about Lord Mongrel, we knew, of course. I mean, it was sort of obvious. At that point, both Kai and Cassie turned to her and spoke simultaneously. Kai seemed even more surprised than before. What? I didn't know. Cassie, meanwhile, seemed a bit confused. She asked hesitantly. I am sorry, but who is Lord Mongrel? Effie stared at them with a funny expression. What do you mean, you did not know? You were the one who helped him buy that armor. Kai opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Wait, what armor? I helped, the stone armor from the memory market. That dusty, ugly thing. No, it's not the same. The material is completely different. The fit, the design. Mongrel's armor is very chic. Not at all like that cumbersome stone clunker. Sonny covered his face, then said somberly. The stone changes to a stone-like metal due to an enchantment. It was just broken and required an awaken to activate the restoration process. As for the fit, you do remember that memories adjust themselves to accommodate the owner's body, right? Hell, now that I have a tail, even it is armored when I summon the mantle. The young man stared at him with a lost expression, then leaned back on his chair. Oh, I see, then. But, I mean, no, never mind. Sunny massaged his temples. I never meant for Mongrel to get famous. I just wanted to practice swordsmanship in the dreamscape, and all good aliases were already taken. Who knew that a damned broadcaster would spread the clip of me dispatching him everywhere on the network? Oh, gods, and things only got worse after that. Effie looked at him, then at her 3 fingers, then made a little fist. But the rest, a divine aspect? What? Do those even exist? 3 soul cores. A demon's lineage, what even is that? And what is next? Are you going to tell us that you have a divine memory, or something? The little girl let out a nervous giggle and mockingly shook her head. Sunny stared at her for a bit, then cautiously cleared his throat. Ah, well, actually. I have too. Some time later, Sunny left the room, walked between the tall menhirs, and entered the sprawling garden of the sanctuary. The cohort had intended to talk to Noctis together, but after his bombshell of a revelation, the others needed some time to digest all the new information and decided to stay behind. Understandable. In truth, Sunny wanted to be alone for a few minutes, as well. Although he felt that he had made the right decision, revealing his secrets was an uncomfortable experience. He felt as if an invisible weight had been lifted off his shoulders, a bit, but also rattled and uneasy. He felt naked. Sunny could use a little solitude to gather his thoughts, too. After the initial shock, he had gone into more detail about his capabilities, explaining how a divine aspect worked, and the circumstances of how he earned it. However, it was not like he knew a lot about this matter himself, so the conversation was not too long. It had helped the others better understand his powers, as well as that of Nephice, and, most importantly, of Mordred. Now, they were as ready to face the Prince of Nothing as they could be, should a conflict with him happen. Additionally, due to everyone gaining deeper insight into Sunny's powers, their already profound synergy as a battle unit was bound to grow even more refined. Sunny kept a few things to himself, as well. The difference was that if before there had been a strange dynamic between him and his friends, where they pretended to not know that he wasn't being entirely honest with them, and he pretended to not know that they knew, now, the existence of those white spots had been openly acknowledged by him. Effie and Kai understood that there were things he wasn't ready to share, and why he was reluctant to do so. They seemed to respect his wishes. All in all, it went surprisingly well. Walking through the beautiful garden, which was illuminated by the pale light of the full moon, Sunny enjoyed the tranquil air of the sanctuary. At some point, however, a slightly disconcerting thought entered his mind. I wonder, was this decision of mine influenced, to some degree, by Hope's poison? If so, what deep desire of mine had she amplified to push me toward being honest with my friends, for a change? Suddenly thoughtful, Sunny approached the door of the sorcerer's lair, waited patiently for the sailor dolls to open it, and walked inside. Maybe I was always. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and his hand shot to the side, ready to grasp the shaft of the cruel sight. Something was very wrong inside the dark hall. A thick, nauseating smell of blood invaded his nostrils, sending adrenaline coursing through his own. It surrounded him like a suffocating wave, as though a terrible massacre had just taken place in the immortal sorcerer's quarters. But Sunny did not see any corpses. The central chamber was just as he had left it the last time, empty of all furniture, with a vast circle of runes drawn on the stone floor. No, not entirely the same. The floor had cracked in several places, as though something was pushing at it from beneath, exerting devastating pressure on the ancient stones. Noctis was still in the center of the circle. One of his sleeves was rolled up, and there was a deep cut on his left wrist, a stream of blood running down his hand and falling down like a crimson ribbon. In his other hand, he held the diamond sickle. The sorcerer was surrounded by a shallow pool of blood, however, it somehow failed to touch the hems of his garments. Sunny stared at him for a few moments, noticing that the stone surface seemed to be slowly absorbing the blood. Then, he gripped the emerald amulet and asked evenly. Are you trying to kill yourself? Noctis slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Sunny, and smiled brightly. Then, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening, he wiped the diamond sickle, hid it in the folds of his silk garment, and stood up. What? Of course not. I'm too young to die. Sunny gave him a dubious look. Young. You are at least 1,000 years old. The sorcerer tilted his head, scratched his cheek with a thoughtful look, and then smiled even brighter. What? Of course not. I'm too beautiful to die. Happy with himself, Noctis somehow made the cut on his wrist close, jumped over the pool of blood, and walked towards Sunny with a relaxed expression. Come, this place needs to be aired, I think. The garden is nice and chill, though. Sunny threw one last look at the disappearing pool of blood. Did he imagine it, or had the stone floor of the chamber trembled slightly, just then? Shaking his head, he turned away and followed Noctis outside. Together, they slowly headed for the altar island. Noctis seemed to enjoy the silence of the moonlit garden a lot. A minute or two later, though, he broke it with a carefree question. So, what did you want to tell me? Have you and your friends come to a decision? Sunny hesitated for a moment, then answered. We did. We will help you free Hope. Noctis grinned. Oh, wonderful. After that, he didn't say anything else. Sunny waited for a while, a little confused. They had already reached the white altar and sat down on a stone bench, enjoying the sight of the pristine lake, with a pale circle of the moon reflecting on its calm surface. And yet, the sorcerer seemed to lose his ability to speak. Slightly irritated, Sunny hesitated for a moment and then asked awkwardly. So? Do you need me to give you the knives? Noctis looked at him with an easy smile and shrugged. Ah, no need. Keep them. Sunny's eye twitched. What do you mean, keep them? Wasn't the knives what you were after? The immortal sorcerer looked at the reflection of the moon, then waved a hand vaguely. We can deal with them when the time comes. Things will sort themselves out, one way or another. He remained silent for a bit, and then added, his smile slowly disappearing. Now that the one in the north is dead, things will start moving faster. The other chain lords are probably already in motion. Noctis sighed, then leaned back and looked up at the sky. We won't have as much time to prepare as I would have hoped. 2 months, perhaps, maybe even less. You and your friends should spend that time wisely. Once the end starts, we won't have an opportunity to relax like this until it's all over. Sunny grew silent, then looked at the tranquil lake. After a few moments, he said. We will help you, but I have some questions. Amused by that statement, Noctis laughed. You even have questions on a night like this? Sunless, you should learn how to enjoy yourself, from time to time. Take a moment and appreciate the world. Otherwise, what is the point in living? Sunny glanced at him with a deadpan expression. Do I look like someone who knows what the point of living is? Thanks for the advice, I'll take your words to heart. However, I still have questions. The sorcerer made a dour face and sighed. All right. One question. I'll answer one question. So think well before asking it. Sunny did not speak for a while, staring at the reflection of the moon. His face grew serious, deep shadows veiling his eyes. After several minutes spent in silence, he finally frowned, looked at Noctis, and said. Then tell me this one thing. Why did Sun God destroy Hope's kingdom? The immortal raised his eyebrows, then threw his head back and laughed. By the moon, of all the questions in the world, you just had to ask this one, didn't you? He shook his head, and then looked away. Well, a deal is a deal. I'll answer, like many others who tried to answer this question over the centuries. Some said that it was because she was a demon, others said that it was because she was too powerful. That she had grown too prideful, or that she had grown too radiant, outshining even the Lord of Light. But they were all wrong. In truth, at least what I think is the truth. Hope wasn't punished because she was too powerful, too prideful, or too radiant. He remained silent for a few moments, and then sighed. It was because she was worshipped. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, absorbing what Noctis had told him. The altar island was calm and tranquil, the lake surrounding it shimmering in the darkness with the reflected moonlight. The branches of the ancient tree swayed gently above his head. Because she was worshipped. He snorted and looked away, feeling bitterly disappointed, for some reason. After a while, he said darkly. So, what? That is all there is. Sun God was jealous. The sorcerer glanced at him, lingered for a moment, and then slowly shook his head. No, he wasn't. Noctis remained silent for a bit, then sighed. The gods had never shown any animosity toward demons. In fact, their relationship was somewhat friendly. In the battles of the ancient times, they even fought side by side as allies. He frowned. Neither had the gods ever cared about whom or what the mortals worshipped. There were all kinds of silly cults before. There were rulers that proclaimed themselves divine, people who built temples to beasts and spirits, some oddballs even worshipped rocks. Or the corrupted abominations, by the moon, can you imagine? But the gods did not mind at all. The sorcerer glanced up at the sky, thought for a bit, and then said somberly. However, people had never worshipped a demon, before Hope. The demons, you see, are elusive and solitary creatures by nature. There is the eldest, mysterious weaver, the demon of fate, who is shrouded in countless layers of lies. Then there is the youngest, Nether, the demon of destiny, who secluded himself in the darkness of the underworld. There is the demon of oblivion, whose name is long forgotten. Sunny listened attentively, absorbing the new information. Already accustomed to wielding the emerald medallion, he reflexively let go of the beautiful stone and allowed it to hang from the chain wrapped around his fingers, so that his thoughts remained private. So the prince of the underworld was actually called Nether? I wonder which came first, the name or the title, and he was also the demon of destiny, it seems. Wait, aren't fate and destiny the same thing? I guess they're not. The rune for destiny can also mean choice, after all, so, was he actually the demon of choice? His thoughts were interrupted by the sorcerer's wistful voice. And the rest, each a personification of calamity and disaster. Mysterious, distant, and terrifying, each and every one of them. Or at least they were, until the demon of desire decided to come and live among us mortals, becoming known as Hope. She built her kingdom here, and soon, people learned to love her. And not long after that, they started to worship her. Noctis paused and then continued, his face growing darker. And that was when we learned that while the gods were friendly to demons and indifferent to mortals building temples to beasts, spirits, and rocks, they would not allow a demon to be worshipped. They were so unwilling, in fact, that the Lord of Light brought down his flames upon the mortal realm, obliterating a whole chunk of it. Sunny frowned, feeling a cold sense of dread permeate his heart. Remembering one of his nightmares, he shivered. But why? The sorcerer looked at him with a bit of surprise and shrugged. Who knows? I guess only the gods do, well, and maybe a demon or two. I doubt that even Hope knew what she had done wrong, but maybe she does, now. In any case, after her imprisonment, slowly, the idea of worshipping a demon became tantamount to heresy. Noctis suddenly laughed. What a strange word, heresy. Don't you think? It had not even existed when I was young, you know. But then, suddenly, each of the 6 cults started treating demon worshippers as criminals, pests who were spreading a vile disease, and the concept of heresy was invented. Now, becoming a heretic means being hunted down and saying goodbye to your life. He grew silent, and then sighed. We did not know it at the time, of course, but the destruction of the Kingdom of Hope was a turning point in history. With it, the Age of Heroes ended, and the current one, whatever it will be called one day, began. Ah, what a dreadful era. Nothing has gone right from then on. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking that there was something strange about this whole story. Nothing made sense. The gods and the demons had been allies once. Knowing that they would eventually clash in a devastating war, he could not quite believe it. However, on second thought, the prince of the underworld, Nether, was indeed described as having been close with the goddess of the black skies once. Who was to say that the other demons had not consorted with the gods, as well? But that only made the divine punishment that the Lord of Light had brought down upon the Kingdom of Hope more inexplicable and strange. And who had they been allied together against? The creatures of the void? What was the exact timeline of all this convoluted nonsense? The Age of Heroes had ended with the imprisonment of Hope, but when had it started? And what had been happening before? Damn, so many questions. Sunny glanced at Noctis, hesitated for a few moments, and then grasped the emerald amulet again. However, the sorcerer was having none of it. He glanced at Sunny and said with a smile, "I feel like you are about to ask me a question." That would be the second question. Wait, no, the second one was whether or not Sun God was jealous. Wicked demon, you tricked me. Noctis shook his head, looked at Sunny with reproach, and stood up. Shame on you, Sunless. Good night. Tell your friends to prepare well in the time that we have left. With that, the sorcerer gave him another hurt look, then turned away and started walking back toward his residence. After a few steps, however, he stopped and said in his usual carefree manner. Oh, yes. I almost forgot, you will have to go and retrieve the third knife, too. Don't worry, though, it is not going to be hard. Rather easy, really. Sunny, who was staring at the tranquil lake with a dark expression, simply nodded. Sure, wait, what? Why do we have to do it? Go and get it yourself. Noctis hesitated for a bit, then sighed. Ah, I wish that I could. But, well. I might have said some nonsense about how my friend should only give the knife to someone of pure thought and heart, or something like that. And sadly, while I am the most outstanding person in all of the Kingdom of Hope in many regards, purity is not my strong suit. You and your friends, however. You reek of purity, well, one or two of you, at least, for now. With that, the sorcerer winked at Sunny and strolled away, whistling a jovial tune. Sunny watched him go, and then shook his head with a bewildered expression on his face. Wait, did he just swindle me into getting another knife for him? Again. He blinked a couple of times and clenched his 4 fists. Damnation. After their conversation under that full moon, Noctis had secluded himself in his residence for a couple of weeks. Sunny tried to talk with the eccentric sorcerer a few times, but the silent sailor dolls refused to open the door and just stared at him with their crude wooden faces. There was, of course, the option of simply using Shadow Step to get inside, but, somehow, Sunny suspected that intruding upon the immortal transcendent would not have been the best idea. There were real souls trapped inside these sailor dolls, after all. In the end, he and the other members of the cohort had no choice but to follow the advice Noctis gave him, to rest and prepare for what was about to come. Luckily, there were a lot of preparations they had to do. While all 4 had trained themselves extensively before entering the nightmare, many things happened since then. There were a lot of lessons they had learned in these 3 terrible months, most of them bringing the 4 awakened to the very door of death. Now that they had time, they could go over everything they had learned, revisit it, and truly absorb it into their bones, connecting the new knowledge and skills to their foundation in a solid manner. For Sunny, that meant several things. The first one was Shadow Dance. He had found himself in a strange situation, having made the recent breakthrough inside of a nightmare, that he did not really remember. Sunny could guess that mastering the 3rd step of his battle style was tied to the fact that he had lived through countless nightmares and lost himself in them, becoming truly shapeless and formless, forgetting himself and turning into other people completely. That observation was in line with how he had initially made progress to the third step of Shadow Step, back in the arena of the Red Colosseum, where he shadowed numerous nightmare creatures. Back then, he had almost lost himself, as well, but stopped at the last moment, fearing that he would not be able to come back. Being trapped in the nightmares had made that frightening step for him, and so, he had approached the very edge of a breakthrough. The final piece of the puzzle had been trying to shadow the epitome of formlessness, another shadow, nightmare. As a result of the breakthrough, Sunny's ability to recognize and gain insight into patterns of combat techniques had increased even more, now allowing him to understand and predict not only the movements and behavior of his enemies, but also intricately sense the flow of essence through their bodies, as well as, almost, but not quite, being able to predict their very thoughts. However, there was one glaring flaw in this miraculous ability, one that he didn't know how to solve. For the first time since Sunny had created Shadow Dance, the elusive battle art was starting to seem dangerous. Not only for his enemies, but also for himself. What was the point of being able to kill something if he ran the risk of losing himself and becoming that thing forever? To kill a dragon, one had to become a dragon. Why would anyone want to achieve such a victory, if earning it meant ceasing to be themselves and becoming the very thing they had wanted to destroy? For now, he didn't have a solution, and that made him more than a little bit nervous. So, Sunny decided to temporarily concentrate on other things. He spent a large part of his days practicing archery with Kai. Sunny quickly realized that he would never be as talented of an archer as his friend was, but that did not mean that he could not achieve great results. In fact, his aim and skill with the bow were increasing at a steady pace. Still, there was a question of distributing the tools the cohort possessed in the most efficient manner, so Sunny reluctantly tried to lend Morgan's warbow to Kai. It was for naught, though, because of the unbending enchantment of the bow, his friend was simply not strong enough to draw it. When their training sessions were over, Sunny would usually return to his room and spent the rest of the day fruitlessly practicing weaving. He had achieved some progress in his attempt to learn how to copy enchantments, but not enough to make the altered weave stable. The number of memories he had won in the Red Colosseum was dwindling by the day with no apparent result, which made Sunny very frustrated. It seemed that he had hit a bottleneck in his understanding of how spellweaves were supposed to work, and was in need of a mental breakthrough to push himself any further. That breakthrough was not in a hurry to come, though. When the day was over and darkness encroached upon the world, Sunny turned to the third, and most time-consuming, part of his preparations, collecting shadow fragments to form his fourth core. Leaving the sanctuary, he would travel to nearby islands in search of nightmare creatures to hunt, and killed those he could find and that were not beyond his ability to defeat. By now, less than 150 fragments separated him from becoming a devil. The number seemed so small, but at the same time was more troublesome than it should have been. The problem was in the fact that there were not as many nightmare creatures in the Kingdom of Hope as there had been on the Chained Isles in the future, especially not that close to the stronghold of one of the Chain Lords. As the result, his progress was tortuously slow and tedious. To accelerate it somehow, Sunny had made a frightening decision to leave the surface of the islands and take his hunting to their underside, where the true horrors of this land dwelled. Luckily, his new body was somewhat fit to do so. With his sharp claws and talons, he was able to climb any surface, no matter how steep, or even remain mobile while hanging entirely upside down. And if he made a mistake, the heavenly burden was always at hand. In combination with his swiftly improving archery skill and determination to form a new core before the culmination of the nightmare arrived, Sunny was able to slay many dwellers of the dark side. There were indeed terrible and morbid creatures, and more than a few left scars on his body. But it was still not fast enough. By the end of the first 2 weeks, he was still not even halfway to his goal. And on that day, quietly and without any fanfare, something else happened. Somewhere out there, in the wild reaches of the Dream Realm, Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan had finally become a tyrant. Sunny was in his room, watching as a memory disintegrated into a whirlwind of shimmering sparks, a dark expression on his face. He didn't need the spell to inform him to know that he had just lost another one. And yet, the ever-helpful spell still whispered into his ear. Your memory has been destroyed. Sunny snarled, then shook his head bitterly and summoned the runes, intending to check on how many expendable memories he still had left. It was then that he decided to check on Neff's progress, which had long ago become a deeply ingrained habit of his. Seeing that Changing Star was still alive and fighting brought him both relief and grim motivation. Already sensing what he was about to see, Sunny stared at the runes and read. Name, Nephice. True name, Changing Star. Rank, Dreamer. Class, Tyrant. Soul cores, 5 out of 7. Soul fragments, 0 out of 5,000. He looked at the runes for some time, then sighed and dismissed them. Just a few days ago, she was still far away from reaching the 5th core. After the Red Colosseum and his battle with Nightmare, the gap between them had shortened even more, but now, Neff had gone and done something crazy again, making it grow vast and infuriating once more. He stared at the walls of his room darkly. It was as though the two of them were constantly playing an insane game of tug-of-war, fully knowing that one wrong move meant death, but equally unwilling to let the opponent win. And from the very start of it, he had never been in the lead. How tiresome. Sunny shook his head, realizing that he was in no mood to blindly throw himself at the impregnable barrier of weaving anymore. At least not today. His solemn mood changed, however, when the shadows he had stationed across from the sorcerer's door saw it open, and the familiar figure walk out, then wince at the bright sun. Noctis looked a bit disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes and slightly messy hair. Considering who it was, though, Sunny could only guess whether the immortal was tired, or just hung over. Still, this wasn't a chance he was ready to miss. Wasting some essence to step through the shadows, Sunny appeared a few meters away from Noctis and looked at him with a guarded expression. The sorcerer blinked a couple of times, then put on a friendly smile. Sunless, you are still here. Haven't we just talked? Sunny inwardly rolled his eyes. That was 2 weeks ago. 15 days, technically. Noctis raised an eyebrow, shifted from foot to foot awkwardly, and then cleared his throat. Oh, really? Well, what a nice day. Can I help you with something, then? Sunny stared at the sorcerer for a few moments, then nodded. Yes. Yes, in fact, you can. The immortal transcendent smiled brightly. Well, why didn't you say so? We are friends, are we not, and friends are supposed to help each other, so, what do you need? Sunny gripped the emerald amulet tighter, hesitated for a second, and then said. Can you teach me sorcery? Noctis continued to smile for a bit, then laughed. That's it? Sure, no problem. I am the greatest sorcerer in the Kingdom of Hope, after all. Under my guidance, you will become a distinguished sorcerer yourself in no time. Let me think, if we start right now. As Sunny smiled tentatively, he looked at the sky to gauge the time of day, thought for a bit, and then added. We'll be finished at about the same time, 100 years from now. Let us start. Sunny blinked. What? 100 years? The sorcerer frowned a little, then shrugged. Well, maybe 200 years. That was how long it took me to learn the basics, if you mean true sorcery, of course, not those pitiful tricks others consider to be miracles. Actually, what do you think sorcery is? Sunny hesitated, then said with uncertainty. The ability to manipulate magical energies through means that fall outside one's aspect. Noctis stared at him for a bit, then sighed. A good enough answer, but no. Simply put, there is no such thing as sorcery. Or rather, there is no single thing called sorcery. But there are various ways to twist the underlying laws of the world to produce some effect, desirable or not. What we call sorcery is just a structured method of achieving a predictable result while doing so, with whatever means you possess. Usually with the help of soul essence. He looked around, observing the landscape of the sanctuary, and added. Take me, for example. My aspect has to do with souls, and so, I was able to learn a few things from the followers of Heart God, the God of souls, as well as emotions, memory, hunger, and growth. However, I only became a true sorcerer after learning Hope's magic. Sunny tilted his head a little. Hope's magic? Noctis nodded. Ah, yes. The most common type of sorcery used by mortals, blindly and without a true understanding of its nature, I might add, comes from Hope. She is the one who invented writing, after all, and gifted it to us humans. What a wonderful invention it was. Writing itself does not produce sorcery, though. He hesitated, and then added. Before Hope invented writing, the most common type of sorcery used by mortals, even more blindly, was the sorcery of names. You see, Sunless, everything that exists has a name. In fact, you might even say that a thing only starts to exist after it is given a name. A flower is just a flower, one among many, until you call it a rose. Then, roses are suddenly different from all the other flowers, and so, they come to exist. Sunny frowned, not sure that he understood what the hell Noctis was talking about. Wouldn't roses exist even if they were not called roses? Well, in a sense, they wouldn't. Flowers that looked like roses would, but they would not be called roses, and so, there would not be roses. How confusing. The sorcerer, meanwhile, ignored his befuddlement and continued. However, not all names are equal. Some are simply given and aren't worth much, while others have to be earned, and those names, the true names of things, hold power over them. Names are a powerful thing, Sunless, and so, a long time ago, people who learned those names could share in that power. However, their authority was obscure and fleeting, since it was only invoked when someone said the names aloud, and saying them with a mortal mouth was not an easy feat. He suddenly smiled. But that was what made Hope's invention so ingenious, you see. Once writing appeared, one with enough knowledge could connect the names to material objects, granting the invocation permanence. Of course, it is not that simple. In fact, knowing the names of things and how to shape them into songs and phrases is incredibly hard, because with the knowledge of names comes the knowledge of everything. Noctis let out a heavy sigh. Simply scribbling a rune without understanding its meaning would not do anything. So, it takes centuries to learn the very basics of runic sorcery. Unless you are intrinsically predisposed to it, of course, which no one is, except for Hope herself. But I will gladly teach you everything I know. If you have a century or two to spare, I mean. The sorcerer smiled brightly and stared at Sunny, sincerity written all over his obnoxiously beautiful face. That slimy bastard. Of course, Sunny did not have a couple of centuries to spare. But, maybe, he didn't need to. Names are a powerful thing. Suddenly, a seed of an idea appeared in his mind. Maybe some other time. Noctis sighed with regret and opened his mouth to say something, but the four-armed demon was already gone, swallowed by shadows. The sorcerer stared at the shadows with a sour face, then shook his head and sighed again. What a strange fellow. Back in the Red Colosseum, Sunny had spent an excruciating amount of time remembering and comparing the weaves of different memories in order to understand what they had in common. In his mind, there were three traits that all memories shared: the ability to be summoned and dismissed, the ability to repair themselves while dismissed, and the connection to the wielder's soul. By recognizing these three universal parts of the weave patterns, he thought that he had learned how to reproduce these simplest enchantments, at least to the point where he managed to create a simple pattern that allowed an item to be dismissed and summoned from essence. However, there was a fourth quality that all memories shared, one that he had not thought about. All memories had a name. I am an idiot, such an idiot. He of all people should have known what power names wielded, considering that his own true name was literally the key to having absolute control over him. Appearing from the shadows that nestled in his room, Sunny fell on the bed and summoned the silver bell, the memory with which he was familiar the most. He had spent countless hours studying its weave and trying to comprehend the secrets of how it worked, to little avail, up until now. Staring beneath the surface of the small bell, he saw the beautiful and complicated pattern of ethereal strings that permeated it, with a single dimly glowing ember in its middle. By now, Sunny had managed to recognize the parts of the weave that were responsible for all its unique qualities, or so he thought. There were the 3 segments of the pattern that he had learned in the Red Colosseum, and the rest was the single enchantment of the bell. However, despite knowing all the parts, Sunny could never make sense of the whole weave, as though something was missing, making all his attempts to comprehend the logic and connections of the ethereal strings useless. There is one more element. The silver bell does have only a single enchantment, but it also has a name, the name that differentiates it from every other memory, and thus, allows it to exist, somehow. Sunny stared at the part of the weave that he had thought was representing the enchantment for a long time, then summoned another memory and studied it, as well. The task of separating one completely unique part of the weave from another completely unique part seemed impossible, at first. After all, he had nothing to use as a reference. But he had something even better. The intrinsic predisposition to weaving that he had inherited from the demon of fate, the very quality that Noctis had mentioned Hope possessed when it came to runic sorcery, as its creator. Sunny, of course, was no weaver. But he was able to intuitively sense the purpose of spellweave elements due to his connection to the enigmatic demon. That talent was literally in his blood. All Sunny had to do now, was carefully examine each and every string comprising the vast pattern, and sense which ones were meant to create sound, and which had no purpose he knew of. The ones he knew nothing about had to do something with the name. Hours passed, and soon, it grew dark outside. Sunny continued to stare at the small silver bell, forgetting about his nightly hunt. And at some point in the middle of the night, his eyes suddenly widened. There, is it? Yes. I see it. Finally, he had managed to isolate the part of the weave that had nothing to do with the 3 universal enchantments, but also didn't seem to be connected to the actual purpose of the bell, producing a ringing that could be heard from kilometers away. This had to be the part of the spellweave that described the name of the memory. Such a vast and intricate pattern of ethereal strings, all to express 2 simple words. Silver bell. As soon as Sunny mentally connected these 2 words with the pattern, a strange thing happened. The weave of the silver bell remained the same, but he suddenly saw it differently. It was as though the whole thing completely transformed in front of his eyes, while not changing at all. The disparate parts suddenly seemed harmoniously connected, and the chaotic and senseless structure of the weave suddenly appeared to possess a strange and mysterious, but elegant and undeniable logic. He was stunned. How did I not see this? The pattern was suddenly so much more open to him, so much easier to discern. And in the middle of it, weaving through every part of the tapestry of ethereal strings was the name, Silver Bell, which served as the bridge and the unifying element between them. No wonder every memory I tried to modify collapsed. I only missed the most important thing, damn. Sunny studied the weave of the silver bell with wide eyes, seeing the familiar parts of it in a new light. Then, however, a slight frown appeared on his face. Wait, what is that? Now that he saw the entirety of the logic behind the pattern, or rather, of the logic behind its foundational structure, he could also see an element that seemed alien to his understanding. By now, no part of this weave was supposed to remain unknown to him. And yet, there was one. More than that, that part of the weave was vast and terribly complicated, as much inherent to the whole structure of the memory as its name. It was hard to notice at first, but if one knew what to look for, it was almost impossible to ignore. It is very pretty, but what the hell is it? He scowled, then glanced at the other memory, wishing to compare its weave to that of the silver bell. To Sunny's surprise, the vast and beautiful underlying pattern was there, as well, its presence as strange and unexplainable as before. Suddenly tense, he summoned all of his memories one after another, studying them, and finding the mysterious pattern everywhere. What the hell is it? Sunny had no idea, and even his intuition was silent, not providing any hint as to the purpose of the ever-present hidden weave. The only clue he found was that a part of it bore a distant resemblance to the weave of the moonlight shard, and that its overall structure slightly resembled that of the name of the silver bell. However, the mysterious pattern was incomparably vaster and deeper. He scowled, and then suddenly tilted his head with a surprised expression. Moonlight, light. Sunny glanced at the weave again, and then froze. Lost from light? When morning came, Sunny was sitting on the floor with a wild look on his bestial face, his black coarse hair in a mess. There was a glowing golden needle in one of his hands and a small silver bell in the other. The other two held a flute that seemed to be either cut from jade or made out of polished emerald bone. That was probably the best memory he had received in the Red Colosseum, but right now, Sunny couldn't care about the flute any less. Instead, all his attention was concentrated on the small bell. Holding his breath, Sunny raised and shook it. However, instead of the clear ringing that would be heard from kilometers away, all he heard was a barely audible, melodious whisper. A wild grin slowly appeared on his face, illuminating his face. I've done it. I really did. Barely containing his excitement, Sunny summoned the runes and read the description of the bell. Memory, silver bell. Memory rank, dormant. Memory tier, 2. Memory description, a small memento of a long-lost home, which once brought its owner comfort and joy. Its clear ringing can be heard from miles away. Memory enchantments, silver song, sonorous. Silver song, enchantment description, the ringing of this bell is not overly loud, but can be heard across a vast distance. Sonorous, enchantment description, the owner can decide how loud this bell will ring. Sunny's eyes glistened with joy. Of course, these two enchantments were not that powerful. However, that did not matter. What mattered was the fact that there were now two of them, despite that there had only been one before. He had finally managed to successfully copy and transplant an enchantment, albeit a simple one. He had studied the emerald bone flute, painstakingly recreated the weave of the sonorous enchantment, and integrated it into the weave of the silver bell, without destroying it. He had done it. He added a new enchantment to a memory. Failing to wipe the wide grin from his face, Sunny looked beneath the surface of the small bell. Now, its spellweave looked very different. Where there had once only been strings of ethereal light, now there were black strings made of shadows, as well. The two types of strings were intricately intertwined to create a complicated, and yet harmonious pattern. More than that, the pattern of the silver bell used to have only one glowing ember that served as a nexus for the ethereal threads. But now, there were two. Knowing that an additional enchantment would require a more powerful foundation, Sunny had used one of the soul shards in his possession to create a new anchor. All of this had only been possible because of his new insight into the structure of weaves. Knowing that the name of a memory was integral to its spellweave allowed Sunny to see the pattern as a whole, and so, he was finally able to change it without destroying the thing entirely. Of course, he was still unable to even think about creating an enchantment of his own, but taking an already existing enchantment pattern and transplanting it into a different memory was not outside of the realm of possibility for him anymore. Granted, it was not an easy process. Just the simple, sonorous enchantment took a whole night and an ocean of shadow essence to create. And that was after he had spent months staring at the silver bell and studying its spellweave. But, still. Gods. The possibilities were almost infinite. The ability to modify and change his memories could open countless doors for him, in time, and that was only scratching the surface of his recent breakthrough. Just the fact that he had been able to raise the tier of the silver bell by adding an additional anchor was already promising enough. Yes, it would take a lot of time and effort to solidify this success and learn how to copy enchantments faster and more reliably. There would be plenty of failures along the way. But the more Sunny practiced, the more he would come to know about the logic and essence of weaving. One day in the future, he would gain enough knowledge and experience to take the next step and learn how to modify and change the enchantments themselves, altering their function. And one day after that, far in the future, he just might learn enough to try creating an enchantment, and a memory, of his own. On the day he succeeded in that daunting endeavor. On that day, Sunny would earn the right to call himself a true sorcerer. On that day, he would become a weaver. Much later, Sunny emerged from his room, stared at the bright sun with a dissatisfied expression, yawned, and walked toward the spot where he and Kai usually practiced archery. His friend was already there, wearing his charred wooden mask. There was a bow in his hands, and a quiver of arrows by his feet. Noticing the four-armed demon, Kai turned his head and waved, greeting him. "Good morning." Sunny rubbed his face, then revealed his sharp fangs in a frightening smile. "What's good about it?" "Ah, doesn't matter. Shall we start?" The young man looked at him for a bit, then shrugged. "Sure. But where have you been these last few days?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. "In my room." "Wait, a few days passed." "Ha. I must have lost track of time." Kai tilted his head, then suddenly glanced at Sunny's hands. "Oh, wait. Where is that emerald amulet Noctis gave you?" Sunny glanced down with a guilty look, lingered for a bit, and answered reluctantly. "Oh, that thing. I, sort of broke it." The young man's eyes widened. "You broke, wait, then how am I hearing you?" At that moment, Sunny grinned and produced a simple-looking rock from the folds of his black kimono, then proudly presented it to Kai. The archer stared at it with confusion. "Is it, the ordinary rock?" Continuing to grin, Sunny shook his head. Then, the rock suddenly spoke in his voice. It was. "But now, it is the extraordinary rock. I improved it, I guess. Now, it can do the same thing as the amulet, but as an active enchantment. So, no more blurting random thoughts for me. What a relief. I can curse out anyone I want in peace again, can have some mental privacy again. It can also be really, really loud. So, its name changed as well." Kai stared at him in bewilderment for a bit, then shook his head. "Well, this is great. But, sadly, we don't have time to discuss it in detail, or practice archery, for that matter." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Really? Why?" The young man sighed, then stood up and picked up his quiver. "It's Noctis, he wants to see us." Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed and followed Kai through the garden. He felt a little uneasy about meeting Noctis. Surely, he won't be mad at me for breaking his amulet. Well, who cares, anyway? That slick bastard owes me too much, already. Destroying the emerald amulet had not been his plan. Sunny just really wanted to find a more efficient method of expressing himself, and the sorcerer's gift was the only thing in his possession that had a suitable enchantment. The problem was that the enchantment was made with runes, and not a weave. So Sunny had no way to reproduce it. He could, however, try to turn the amulet into a memory. Sunny had already achieved something similar back in the Red Colosseum by weaving a basic enchantment of summoning into his slave collar. However, the process had never been completed, because the enchantment was destroyed in the clash with the collar's own magic, lasting only long enough to allow him to escape the cage. Now, however, Sunny had plenty of time to make another attempt. This time, armed with his new knowledge, he had a far better chance of success. Of course, it was not guaranteed, so he started by experimenting with a beautifully crafted wooden chair in his room. Slowly and tediously, he created countless strings of the essence and weaved the 3 basic enchantments into the piece of furniture, only to see them, and the soul shard he had used as an anchor, disintegrate into a rain of ethereal sparks. After thinking for a while and replenishing his essence, Sunny repeated the process, but this time with one additional step. He also weaved his true name into the pattern, using it as the beacon for the enchantment that was responsible for connecting the memory to the owner's soul. And so, the chair became a memory, of sorts. Now, there was an unknown in the list of memories he owned, with a description that stated, "This chair was turned into a memory by Lost from Light, for reasons unknown." The chair could be summoned and dismissed at will, and even repaired itself while stored within his soul. It could also be fed to Saint, increasing her shadow fragment count by half a point, since the single soul shard Sunny had used to create the weave was of the awakened rank. Satisfied with that, Sunny waited for his cores to regenerate enough essence, and repeated the process once again, now with the emerald amulet itself. Sadly, the result was not the same. He did manage to make the amulet into a memory. What was more, in the process, the spell itself transformed the enchantment of the amulet from runic to a weave, showing just how ingenious Weaver's creation was. However, the resulting pattern turned out to be unstable. Perhaps because of the alien nature of the amulet's magic, or perhaps because Sunny did not know its name, or how to name it using strings, it began to slowly unravel almost immediately after the transformation. All Sunny could do was feverishly study the weave of the swiftly decaying memory before it completely fell apart. Soon, the amulet destroyed itself. But Sunny still managed to copy its enchantment onto the ordinary rock, as well as adding a new anchor to the weave of the rock, thus elevating it to the second tier. He also went ahead and copied the sonorous enchantment onto it, as well. When he did, the name of the memory changed, and the ordinary rock became the extraordinary rock. Overall, Sunny was very pleased with himself, not only because he managed to recreate another enchantment and confirm his ability to turn soul shards into food for his shadows, but also because he would finally be able to speak his mind, without speaking everything that was on his mind in the process. Gods knew he needed that. The only bad thing about the whole situation was that Noctis's gift was destroyed. But, with some luck, the sorcerer would not even notice. Whatever. They met Effie near the wooden door. By now, the little girl's bruises had healed, and she looked like a vigorous, healthy child again. She was also gnawing on a large bone with a wild look on her face, seemingly making even the sailor dolls a bit nervous. Noticing the two of them, Effie smiled. "There you are." Kai greeted her, and then asked. "Where's Cassie?" The little girl swung her bone, pointing at the flying ship that hovered above the sanctuary. "There. Noctis is, too. Let's go." With that, she swallowed the remains of the bone and raised her hands, as if asking for a hug. Kai sighed, then picked her up and flew into the sky. Sunny grimaced, summoned the heavenly burden, and followed. Soon, they landed on the deck of the ship and found Cassie there, already waiting for them. The sorcerer was some distance away, watering the sacred tree. The sight of him with a watering pot in hand was so mundane that it almost looked comical. The members of the cohort approached Noctis and then stopped, waiting respectfully for him to notice them. After a while, Sunny cleared his throat. Some time later, he growled loudly. Finally, the sorcerer flinched, then turned around and smiled. "Oh. You are finally here." Sunny nodded, then asked cautiously. "We are. What did you want to talk about?" Noctis scratched his chin, then sighed. "Well, it's time for the four of you to go and retrieve the ruby knife. It is not too far from here, being kept by a friend of mine. The whole trip should not take you more than a couple of days." Sounds like another disaster. Sunny frowned, hesitated for a second, and then said. "And what exactly do we need to do to get the knife from your friend?" Noctis blinked a couple of times, a confused look on his face. "Oh, nothing. Just go there and tell her to give you the knife. As long as at least one of you is pure, in heart and thought, she will." Can't be that easy, and what does being pure even mean? Sunny wanted to ask a few questions, but then changed his mind. Speaking with Noctis more than absolutely necessary was troublesome. It was also fruitless, since Noctis only ever revealed as much information as he wanted, and never more than that. So, he simply said. "And where does that friend of yours reside?" The immortal transcendent smiled, then conjured a map of the Kingdom of Hope from somewhere and pointed to a particular island. "Here. See, it's really close." Sunny looked at where the sorcerer's manicured finger pointed, and paled. He knew that island pretty well. It was the island of the tranquil, clear lake that he had been advised to never approach, because the creature living in the lake was so terrifying that even Sky Tide did not dare to venture there. The creature was surely corrupted, and as for its rank, no one even had a guess. Rattled, he glanced at Noctis with a dark expression and growled. "Are you joking? There's a terrible, unsightly thing living in that lake." The sorcerer looked at him with reproach, and then said bitterly. "Well, that unsightly thing is my friend. Shame on you, Sunless. Of all the creatures in the world, I thought that you would be the last to judge someone on their appearance. After all, you are a terrible and unsightly thing yourself, and yet, we are best friends." Sunny stared at the sorcerer for a few moments, unamused. He really wanted to retort, but couldn't. The four-armed demon was indeed a fearsome and unsightly creature, as far as humans were concerned. So, denying it would have been a lie. And while the extraordinary rock could repeat his thoughts, the thoughts it spoke aloud still had to be truthful. With an irritated snarl, Sunny looked away and said. "Fine. We will retrieve the ruby knife from your friend that lives in the lake. However, it would only be polite for you to return the favor and give us something in return, don't you think? To avoid putting a strain on our own friendship, you know." These were more or less the exact words Noctis had used to lure him into a confrontation with Nightmare, so Sunny was pretty sure that the sorcerer would not be able to refuse his request. Indeed, the immortal looked at him with a pale smile, and then let out a slightly nervous laugh. "Oh, yes, you are right, of course, huh, is there something particular you have in mind?" Sunny nodded. "As a matter of fact, I do." With that, he pulled an amulet in the form of an anvil from the folds of his kimono and handed it to Noctis. This was the charm Master Wealth had worn in the Night Temple to protect herself from Mordred. After her death, the small talisman remained in his possession, revealing that it was not a memory, but an actual object. Considering its shape and the fame of the great clan Valor, especially when it came to forging weapons and tools, it was not hard to imagine how the charm came to be. However, that did not mean that Sunny understood how it worked. And he really needed to. Cassie was immune to Mordred's possession due to her blindness, and Sunny himself was protected by the army of shadows contained within his soul. Kai and Effie, however, when he imagined his friends meeting the Prince of Nothing, his blood turned cold. "I want you to make something similar to this." Noctis received that talisman and studied it with a curious smile. Slowly, however, the smile disappeared from his face. His gray eyes glinted with a strange emotion, and he said in a neutral tone. "Where did you get this?" Sunny shrugged. "Off an enemy's corpse." "Well, more or less." "Why?" The sorcerer studied the small anvil for a bit more, and then shook his head with a sigh. "I can't recreate this talisman. The sorcery used to enchant it is not something I have ever seen before. More than that, it was made for a reason that eludes me, and by someone far more powerful than I am. Which is a real feat, mind you, considering how mighty and talented I am. In any case, I can't do it. Think of something else." Noctis glanced at the anvil amulet with a frown, and then returned it to Sunny. "Someone, far more powerful." Sunny blinked a couple of times. Had Mordred's father created the talisman to ward off his son personally? Just how dreadful the sovereigns were to impress even an immortal saint of the bygone era. He lingered for a bit, then hid the little anvil and sighed. "All right then. I'll think of something else. We will discuss it after the ruby knife is in our hands." Noctis waved a hand and turned back to the sacred tree, then continued to water it. Fine, just don't let your imagination run too wild. I am but a humble sorcerer, you know, not an actual deity. I only look like one. Yes, my heavenly beauty is indeed divine." Sunny sighed, then gestured to the other members of the cohort and turned around. It was time to visit another of the humble sorcerer's friends. For Awakened were walking across the giant chain that swayed lightly, suspended between two skies, one blue and full of light, the other black and devoid of it. Well, to be more precise, only Sunny and Cassie were walking. Kai was levitating above the links of the ancient chain, while Effie was sitting comfortably on Sunny's shoulders. In fact, the little girl was fast asleep, and drooling on his head. In other circumstances, Sunny would have been outraged and shaken the fiendish child awake, but right now, he was too preoccupied with grim thoughts. He wasn't even thinking about the creature they were about to face. No, his mind was still on the anvil talisman. Since Noctis was unable to create a second one, someone in their cohort was going to have to remain without any defense against the Prince of Nothing, and now, Sunny had to decide who. Was he going to give the charm to Kai, or to Effie? As if reading his thoughts, the little girl suddenly shifted, then yawned and opened her eyes. Gods, Sunny, stop grinding your fangs so loud, will you? I can't sleep. What has gotten you so tense, anyway? He hesitated for a few moments, then shared his concerns. Both Cassie and Kai listened, as well, their faces turning as grim as his own. Effie, however, seemed unconcerned. What, that's it? How is this a problem? Just give it to Kai, you doofus. Sunny jumped down to the next link, holding Effie's skinny legs to prevent her from falling off, and then asked. Aren't you afraid of being consumed by Mordred? The little girl grimaced. You guys overestimate that Mordred guy a lot. He's not that dangerous. Everyone grew silent, looking at her with doubt. Not dangerous. The 100 lost warriors, 2 ascended knights, and the whole of the northern reach of the Kingdom of Hope begged to differ. She shook her head. What made him dangerous were the 6 cores he possessed. Inside the Soul Sea, that guy can mirror the aspect of his enemy, correct? He can use the same abilities, but charge them with the power of multiple cores. Effie snorted. Well, he doesn't have 6 cores anymore. He only has 1, maybe 2 or 3, if he was very diligent and managed to create new ones. Doesn't really matter. Point is, he sacrificed his personal power to create 5 mirror monsters, which made the overall threat he represents far greater, but the danger to one's soul far lesser. She thought for a bit, and then added thoughtfully. In fact, I would even say that what truly makes him dangerous are not his cores, but instead his skill and talent, his genius, even, when it comes to combat. The ability to mirror someone's aspect sounds terrifying, but think about it, how long did it take you to get a grasp on how to properly use your abilities? That guy has to fight someone with their own aspect seconds after coming in possession of it, which is not an easy feat. The little girl yawned again, and then settled into a more comfortable position. More than that, he also inherits the person's flaw. So, actually, it's just a question of skill and experience. Let him invade my soul sea. I'll teach him some manners. With that, Effie fell asleep once again. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then sighed and handed the anvil amulet to Kai, who received it with a doubtful expression on his face. Effie was not wrong. Now that Mordred did not possess an overwhelming advantage in raw power, this facet of his aspect was less dangerous. It all came down to the nature of the victim's abilities and their skill. Effie was far more skilled in combat than Kai was. More than that, her own aspect was all about physical might and melee combat, and he had never seen anyone more comfortable in their physicality than Effie. Even Mordred would find it difficult to utilize her aspect better. But, still. Looking ahead, he scowled and said. Let's hope we won't have to find out whether you are right or not. There is still a chance that we will not become enemies with Mordred in this nightmare. Effie shifted slightly, then said in a sleepy voice. Of course I'm right, now let me nap in peace. However, instead of doing that, Sunny shook her awake. The little girl sighed with irritation. What? He simply pointed forward. We're here. Just 100 or so meters ahead, the slope of a flying island rose upward from the heavenly chain. They had reached the tranquil lake. Sunny landed on the very edge of the island and froze there, looking forward with a dark expression on his bestial face. The others remained silent, too, feeling his unease and tension. The land in front of them seemed tranquil, beautiful, even. There was an expanse of vibrant green grass, and some distance away, it made way for the calm waters of a vast lake. Its surface was perfectly still and reflective, making it seem as though a piece of the blue sky above had somehow gotten embedded into the ground. A gentle wind caressed their faces, and nothing broke the peaceful silence except for the rustle of grass and the distant rattling of chains. And yet, Sonny couldn't help but feel a sense of imminent danger. He sighed, and then glanced at his friends with uncertainty. Should we summon our armor and weapons? Kai hesitated for a moment, then said. Wouldn't that be seen as a sign of distrust and hostility? Pure heart, pure thoughts, whatever that means, does not seem to fit with being armed and ready for a fight. Sonny grimaced. Yeah, however, what if we do have to fight? Effie smiled. The four of us should be able to at least retreat safely, should things go wrong. I mean, how terrible can that thing be? Sonny shivered, then shook his head. Terrible enough for saints to fear it. I've been to this island a few times, in the future, but stuck to the edges, never approaching the lake. So I don't actually know what kind of a creature lives in its depths. However, I did see bones laying on the shore. And just those bones alone looked like they had belonged to things I would not want to meet. He hesitated for a while, then glanced at Cassie. What do you think? The young woman tilted her head a little, then said calmly. I don't feel any danger. Maybe Noctis was honest, this time. Sonny sighed. Cassie's intuition had guided each of them through countless dangers unscathed. If she felt that it was safe, there was a good reason to listen. That didn't mean that he had to be happy about it, though. All right, no weapons or armor, for now. Just, pure thoughts. Together, they crossed the stretch of land between the edge of the island and the shore of the lake, stopping just a few steps away from the calm water. Because of how still and reflective it was, no one could peer beneath the surface. However, Sonny could feel something deep beneath the water. A vast and sprawling shadow, ancient, deep, unfathomable. He shivered. Sonny lingered for a bit, then cleared his throat and, feeling extremely stupid, addressed the lake. I am here to retrieve the ruby knife. Please, give it to me. There was a gust of wind, and nothing happened. Is it because of Harper? Or all the things I've done to survive in the outskirts? A few moments later, Effie laughed. Oh. I guess you are not pure, Sonny, who would have thought? He gritted his teeth, then growled at her angrily. Go and try yourself, then. The little girl shook her head vigorously. No one has ever accused me of being pure, I think. Although. She thought for a bit, and then shrugged. I guess I am in the body of a child. The girl climbed down from Sonny's shoulders, approached the water, and stretched out a hand. Can I please have the knife, Auntie from the lake? Once again, nothing happened. Effie remained there for a few moments, then sighed and took a step back. Figures. Finally, both of them turned and stared at Kai. The young man hesitated for a few moments, then shook his head. I think Cassie should try. Sonny and Effie glanced at each other, a little surprised, then shrugged and made way for the blind girl to approach the water. There was no harm in trying, anyway. Cassie lingered for a few moments, then sighed and walked toward the shore. Stopping mere centimeters from the calm water, she lowered her head and said simply. I am here for the ruby knife. At first, Sonny thought that she had failed as well, but then, the young woman suddenly paled and took a step back. There was a ripple on the surface of the lake, and although the vast shadow hidden within it did not move, something suddenly appeared from beneath the water. A pale, white hand that held a long knife, which seemed to be made of solidified blood. The hand rose from the water and offered it to Cassie, who suddenly trembled with her whole body and took another step back, shaking her head with a panicked look. Then, however, she stopped. Her bloodless lips turned into a straight line, and, gritting her teeth, the young woman returned to the shore. There, she knelt and leaned forward, taking the ruby knife from the deathly white hand. The hand let go of it easily and disappeared back into the water, and soon, nothing but a slowly dissipating ripple remained to remind them of its existence. Sunny observed all of this in shock. It didn't move, the shadow did not even move. He was about to say something, but then, the water rippled again, and another hand emerged, this one black as coal and holding nothing. It slowly moved toward Cassie, then rose, and softly caressed her cheek. The young woman flinched when the black flesh touched her, but remained in place. A few seconds later, the black hand retreated back into the lake as well. Cassie only moved when the ripples were gone, standing up and turning to them with a distant expression on her beautiful face. In the spot where the black hand touched her cheek, her skin turned gray and opened, drops of blood rolling down her chin. She was holding the ruby knife in her trembling hands. Sunny finally found himself able to speak. What the hell was that? Cassie remained motionless for a while, then suddenly shivered. I don't know. Let's just get out of here. Please. He frowned, but did not object. To tell the truth, Sunny couldn't wait to get away from the lake himself. As they were walking away, he briefly turned and looked at the tranquil water one last time. Was it an illusion, or did the reflection of the sky on its surface seem darker? As they were walking back across the chains, he looked at Kai and asked, a bit of curiosity finding its way into his voice. How did you know that it will give the knife to Cassie? The blind girl turned her head slightly, as if equally interested to hear the answer. Even Effie seemed stumped. The young man glanced at them and shrugged, smiling beneath his wooden mask. Pure heart, pure thoughts, all of us wondered what that means, right? Well. I think we all made a mistake, because it didn't really matter how we understood it. The only thing that mattered was how Noctis had understood it, centuries ago, when he entrusted the knife to the creature. He grew silent for a bit, and then added. He gave the ruby knife away after finding out that Hope was driving the chain lords mad, fearing what he might do with it should the worst happen. So, to him, purity of heart and thought meant something very specific, the ability to remain of clear mind, true to his oath, and loyal to his sacred duty. And while none of us is perfect, Cassie is the most clear-headed and dutiful person I know. Sunny tilted his head, not sure if he agreed with that statement. The creature of the lake had, though, which meant that Kai was at least partially right. Or it had all been just a coincidence. As he was remembering the past with a dark expression on his face, the young man suddenly spoke again, his voice hoarse and somber. That was why Noctis had sent us to retrieve the knife instead of coming himself, I guess. Because he has gone mad, betrayed his oath, and abandoned his duty. And we are helping him walk even further on that path. Walk further into the madness, until he reaches its end. The journey back was, sadly, uneventful. Sunny had hoped that they would stumble upon a few nightmare creatures, but this close to the sanctuary, there weren't many, except for those too powerful for the cohort to attack without a serious reason and thorough preparations. Come to think of it, these powerful abominations were probably the reason why the weaker ones kept away. Perhaps that was why Noctis had not eradicated them. Well, that, or he was simply too lazy. They returned to the sorcerer's stronghold at dawn, and went to find him without wasting any time. However, Noctis was not at his residence, and the wooden door remained shut. Eventually, they located him at the far side of the island, where the immortal was, making a statue. There were several giant slabs of marble laying on the ground, and a dozen or so chisels hacking at them without anyone's help. The sorcerer stood some distance away, his luscious black hair powdered by marble dust, and watched it all with a satisfied expression on his face while sipping from a glass of wine. The first of the statues seemed to be close to completion, and resembled something. It might have been a human, or a horse. Sunny found it hard to tell. Noticing them, Noctis grinned. Oh, you're back. Then, he looked at the hideous stone abomination and raised his chin proudly. What do you think? Majestic, right? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, and then said cautiously. That is one word to describe it, without a doubt. But, what is it? The sorcerer frowned with confusion. What do you mean? It's me. A monument to me, that is. I have decided to grace the generations to come with a vision of my matchless beauty. They deserve the privilege of witnessing it, as well. Who am I to devoid people of such blessing? He glanced at the terrifying marble monster, scratched the back of his head, and added. Of course, I might have failed to grasp a couple of nuances of the sculpting art, just yet. This one is really not too bad, but it is just the first attempt. Luckily, I have plenty of these slabs to practice. 7 should be enough to reach perfection. Well, maybe 14, or 20. Sunny stared at the hideous statue for a bit, quite sure that it looked more like a monstrous gargoyle than Noctis. Then, he shook his head and said. Good for you. Meanwhile, we have retrieved the ruby knife. So, what comes next? The sorcerer remained silent for a while, then sighed despondently. I guess it's time to take a break. Come, let's have something to eat, and drink, of course, and discuss the future. Now that the knives are in our possession, the future will surely be upon us soon enough. Some time later, they were enjoying a light breakfast in the shade of the ancient tree that grew in the heart of the sanctuary. Noctis poured himself some wine, then offered them a polite smile. You must be curious about what happens next. The 4 of them glanced at each other, then nodded. The sorcerer shrugged. Well, to be honest, nothing much. By now, the other chain lords already know that I am collecting the knives. The death of the one in the north would have distracted them for a bit, but at the same time, it would have made my actions look much more suspicious. So, they will hold a council and decide how to act. He took a sip of wine and smiled. However, getting Sylvain and Severus into one room is not an easy task. It will take them some time to come together. After that, predictably, they will send a herald to give me some sort of an ultimatum. And only then, after their polite request is denied, will they act, joining forces to invade my lands, capture me, and make me bitterly regret the fact I am immortal. Noctis shook his head, then laughed. Sunny, on the other hand, shivered and asked, his voice full of tension. Is this really something to laugh about? How are we going to repel an attack of 3 transcendents? The sorcerer grew silent, then shook his head. Well. Simple, really. We won't. He took another sip of wine and looked up, at the flying ship that hovered above them. Instead, we will attack them first. We will lay siege to the Ivory City. Noticing their stunned gazes, Noctis laughed again. Children, you are so fun to talk to. These expressions are priceless. However, even younglings like you should have learned by now that having more power doesn't always mean achieving victory. The 3 lords that oppose us are very powerful, indeed, but they are not without weaknesses. He paused, and then looked at them, his eyes glinting with a hint of moonlight. To tell you the truth, neither Sylvain nor the Sun Prince concern me that much. The only one worth being scared of, the only one who can defeat me, is Severus, the Ivory Lord. That dreadful dragon. Because between all 7 of the chain lords, only he and I belong to divine bloodlines. Only the 2 of us trace our lineage to gods. Sunny frowned. Wait, aren't Severus and the Sun Prince brothers? How come he is the only one with a divine lineage? Noctis shrugged. All kinds of strange things happen when it comes to gods. Who knows? In any case, he is the only brother who inherited the fire. And he is formidable for it, beyond words. So we won't be able to defeat Severus, unless we strike at his flaw. Sunny froze. You know his flaw. The sorcerer smiled gingerly, then chuckled. Of course. We immortals spent more than 1,000 years bound together. I know all of their flaws, and they know mine. But Severus, that guy is rather special. In a sense, he actually has three. Noctis grew silent for a few moments, taking a sip from his glass. Then, he sighed and said with a hint of sadness. One is his actual flaw. The other, is his brother. And the last one, the direst of them all, is his city. He looked at the beautiful garden of the sanctuary, his face turning cold and ruthless. By using all three, we will destroy him. No one dared to speak for a few moments, unnerved by the sudden change in the sorcerer's mood. After a while, though, Effie tugged on his sleeve and asked. Care to elaborate? Grandpa Noctis. Noctis looked at her absent-mindedly, then flinched and jerked his sleeve away, wiping the spot where the little girl touched it with a repulsed look. Gee, Grandpa. Who are you calling a grandpa, you critter? He moved his chair away from Effie and stared at her menacingly for a moment, then threw a hurt look at Sunny. Sunny shrugged. You are 1,000 years older than her. The sorcerer opened his mouth with a deeply offended expression, then puffed and looked away. After a long and poignant pause, he continued. Anyway, as I was saying, Severus has three weaknesses. The first one is his flaw, he is incredibly powerful during the day, but nearly powerless during the night. The second one is his brother, surprising, I know, considering what he did to the poor guy. But the Ivory Lord still genuinely cares about his younger sibling. In fact, that is probably the only thing he cares about anymore, apart from his duty and principles. Noctis grew quiet for a moment, and then added in a somber tone. And the third one is his city. That. Severus loves his people. But he also hates them. They are a burden that weighs heavily on his soul, one that he cannot escape. Their relationship had long been perverted by hope, and by his own stubborn unwillingness to give up. Noble, righteous Severus, he might seem like the sanest among us, but in reality, he is the closest to utter madness. All it will take to send him over the edge is one push. The immortal transcendent sighed, then shook his head reproachfully. That guy, truly, he has always been too serious. You can't survive in this place without a sense of humor, even if you are immortal. The sorcerer giggled at his own joke, and then looked at them with a relaxed smile. So, we will attack at night, when the ivory dragon Severax is at his weakest. And we will kill his younger brother before dawn. That will be the push that sends him into the abyss, and dooms him. Sunny shivered, looked at the immortal transcendent, and asked cautiously. Is it wise, to drive a dragon insane? Hearing this, Noctis simply laughed. Of course. Severus the Ivory Lord is fearsome and dreadful, but Severax the dragon is just a mindless beast. Killing a beast is not too difficult, for a cunning hunter. And while I might not be as righteous and as noble as Severus. His smile disappeared, and his eyes suddenly shone with pale light. I am blood of the moon, beast god, the god of hunters. With that, the sorcerer leaned back and took a sip of his wine, slowly returning to his usual carefree self. Granted, I have not hunted for a while, the wilderness is just so ghastly, you know. The dirt, the insects, the fashion. Oh, the horror. He sighed heavily, and then smiled again. Sunny hesitated for a bit. There was a question that he really wanted to ask, but was not sure that he should. Finally, he said. What is your flaw, then? I know that it is not the kind of question people ask, or answer, but our lives will be depending on your fight with the dragon. I think we have the right to know. Noctis waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing much. More or less the exact opposite of his. I am at my strongest under the moonlight, but grow weak in the sunlight. No reason to hide it from friends. He thought for a bit, and then added. Solvain's flaw is perhaps the most cruel, she is cursed with beguiling beauty. Being with her slowly drives people mad with longing and lust, like an insidious drug. The more someone spends time with her, the more they want to possess her, eventually giving in to irresistible desire. A terrible fate, no doubt, but not exactly something we can use. Unless, of course, one of you, no, let's not think about that. Noctis grinned, then shook his head. The Sun Prince's flaw, well, it doesn't matter anymore. Now that he is encased in that steel monstrosity and almost mindless, we won't be able to make use of it, anyway. We will just have to kill him in a straightforward manner. So, do you guys have questions? The four of them looked at each other, and after a long pause, Kai asked hoarsely. Yes, Lord Noctis, just one. When we attack the Ivory City at night, and you are fighting the Sun Prince and Solvane, what, exactly, are we four supposed to do? The sorcerer stared at them in confusion, then raised an eyebrow. Why, is it not clear? While I am preoccupied with the Chain Lords, you will simply have to destroy the Sun Legion and the army of the Red Colosseum. He thought for a bit, and then added. Well, if you somehow fail to destroy them, at least keep them away from me for a while. Solvane and the Sun Prince, yeah, shouldn't take me too long. I think you will manage. At the precipice of night, Sunny came to the edge of the island alone and stood there for a while, shrouded in shadows. Now that things were nearing the final stage, there was a lot he had to think about. There was the seemingly insane plan of attacking the Ivory City, the battle the cohort was going to wage against two armies while saints fought in the skies above them. And then there was Mordred, who remained an unknown variable in this whole mess. What concerned him the most, however, was his unformed fourth core. Going into the dire battle as a devil would have been far better, what's more, he couldn't allow himself to undergo the debilitating process of forming a new core in the midst of the furious clash. With the culmination of the nightmare swiftly approaching, he had no more time left to slowly seek out and kill nightmare creatures, and so, Sunny was forced to do something that he had always been reluctant to do. With a sigh, he summoned his shadows. The taciturn knight, the Stygian steed, and the tenebrous serpent appeared in front of him, their figures drowning in the darkness. Two of his shadows slid forward and wrapped themselves around Nightmare and the Soul Serpent, with only the gloomy one remaining at his feet. Sunny lingered for a bit, and then said. Go. Travel far and wide, seek out nightmare creatures, and kill them. I need you to hunt for me, instead of with me, for a while. He paused, and then added somberly. Be careful, however. This world is a dangerous place. No matter how strong you are, how powerful you are, there is always someone, or something, far stronger. Especially when you are alone. So, don't let yourself get destroyed. All right? Saint stared at him for a few moments, then outstretched a hand. After he placed the hilt of the scarlet odachi in it, she silently turned around and jumped down, landing on the links of the heavenly chain far below. Nightmare and the Soul Serpent dashed in opposite directions, soon disappearing from view. Just like that, Sunny was left alone. He remained motionless for a few moments, then sighed and looked down, at the gloomy shadow. I guess it's just you and me again. Like good old times, huh? The shadow stared at him darkly for a second, and then raised a hand, clearly unsure what good times he was talking about, exactly. Sunny smiled. Yeah. Love you too, buddy. Soon after the shadows left, the connection Sunny shared with them grew faint. He could still feel their existence, but not much beyond that. The same happened with the happy and creepy shadows. When Nightmare and the Soul Serpent left the range of shadow control, which had grown to about 4 kilometers, he lost the ability to perceive them, and the world through them. Sunny felt that they were out there, somewhere, but that was it. The sudden loss of being able to see and hear through 2 out of his 3 shadows was abrupt and jarring, as though he had suddenly lost an eye and a limb. It made Sunny feel very uncomfortable. Not only was his power severely diminished in the absence of his loyal companions, making him extremely vulnerable, but he also worried about them. There had been many opportunities to send Saint away to hunt on her own in the past, but Sunny never did. The risk was just too high, both for the shadow and for himself. They were stronger together. Shadows were not meant to be apart from their master. But there was no other choice now. He did not know when the three chain lords were going to act, exactly, but there was not much time left before. Before the final confrontation began, Sunny had to become a devil. Neff was already a tyrant, after all. It would not do to let her remain so far ahead. With a sigh, he turned around and walked back to his room. The gloomy shadow followed, trying to not show that it, too, missed its siblings. The shadows were gone, but there was still a lot Sunny had to do. He had to prepare himself for the battle, both mentally and physically. The next few days passed without too much happening. Sunny trained archery with Kai, practiced swordsmanship with Cassie, and sharpened his mastery of the spear with Effie's help. The other three were busy with their own preparations, as well. From time to time, all four left the sanctuary to hunt and put their teamwork to the test. Sunny received a few fragments from those small expeditions, as well. In the night, he continued to experiment with weaving. However, he was also careful to get enough sleep. It would not do to go into the final battle exhausted. After several days of this, while Sunny was laying in bed, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear. "You have slain a fallen monster, veiled slayer. Your shadow grows stronger." Sunny sat up and stared into the darkness, tense. So, one of them had found a prey. He did not know which one it was, saint, serpent, or nightmare, or even if they were wounded in the fight. All he knew was that one of his shadows had emerged victorious, and was not destroyed. After that first kill, the shadow fragments started to pour into his soul frequently, making the goal of forming a new core before the fateful clash seem less hopeless. In the meantime, all Sunny could do was carry on. 2 weeks of practicing weaving later, he could proudly say that he had successfully managed to destroy 38 out of the 39 memories received in the Red Colosseum. The only one remaining was the emerald bone flute. However, that saved him from damaging his actual memories, at least. After the initial success of transplanting enchantments, Sunny found out that it was not as easy as he had thought. Well, it had never really been easy, but now, he realized that there were more things he had to consider than simply the pattern of the weave itself. Each memory had a certain capacity when it came to accommodating enchantments. The more powerful an enchantment was, the more burden it put on the weave. To withstand it, weaves needed to be moored to anchors, each serving as a nexus for the strings of essence. Sunny created those anchors from soul shards. The more he used, the higher the tier of the memory was, and the higher its capacity. However, the rank of the shards also played a role, albeit in a slightly different manner. Apart from capacity, weaves also had a threshold of intensity they could withstand. More powerful enchantments put too much strain on the strings and the anchors, and so, both the strings and the anchors had to be of a high enough rank to endure it. Additionally, only the weakest of enchantments could be activated passively, relying on the memory's own ambient soul energy. Everything else would only function when saturated by the flow of essence from the wielder's soul. But that was not all. Sunny had found out the hard way that not all memories could accommodate all enchantments, regardless of whether they had enough capacity and tolerance. Some were simply not meant for each other. He suspected that the name of the memory, and therefore its nature, played a role in that. He had transferred the sonorous enchantments to the silver bell and the ordinary rock, and also made the ordinary rock, which had been able to repeat the sounds it heard, repeat the words Sunny thought of as well. Both of these changes improved upon the original qualities of the memories, instead of introducing something entirely new. They were not in conflict with their natures. However, when he tried to do something more radical, the results were disastrous. He could not add an enchantment meant to destroy to a memory that was meant to protect, unless he wanted the whole weave to break apart. It was not easy to understand the true nature of memories. However, the patient avenger, for example, was a shield, and its purpose was to protect its master. And yet, that shield possessed enchantments capable of sowing utter devastation on the battlefield. So, it took Sunny a lot of time, and a lot of wasted memories, to get an initial grasp on the nuances of what enchantments he could transfer, and where. The hint was under his nose the whole time. The name of the memory hid the secret of its nature. He was still unable to fully grasp it, but after destroying dozens of memories, Sonny managed to develop an intuitive sense that allowed him to glean the general direction of things, at least. It was not much, but it was something. At the start of their 5th month in the nightmare, Sonny found himself on a somewhat familiar island. Some distance away from him, a forest of tall trees stood, darkness nesting between their trunks. The forest looked different from how it had been in the future. There, the trees were twisted and bent, their bark turned dark and rough. But here, they had no need to change and adapt to the devastating burden of the crushing yet. And so, the forest stood tall. The wolves, however, were more or less the same. The nightmare creature lunging at him was the size of a small truck, with fur as tough as steel wire and a long, terrifying muzzle. Its jaws were wide enough to bite a human in half, and strong enough to crush both bones and armor into dust. As the giant beast jumped at him, Sonny dodged left and allowed Effie to barrel into the creature, her fist sending it flying to the ground with a whimper. A second later, an arrow landed from above, piercing one of the wolf's paws and nailing it to the ground. A slender rapier flashed through the air, doing the same with another. Effie appeared near the wolf, pressing it down with all her inhuman strength, and shouted. "Come on! The bastard is strong. Really strong." Sonny did not make them wait. Jumping forward, he brandished the cruel sight and buried it between the abomination's 6 glowing eyes. Almost instantly, the flame of madness burning in them dimmed, and then was extinguished. Sonny sighed as the spell whispered. "You have slain a fallen monster, dread wolf. Your shadow grows stronger." He did not need the help of the cohort to slay a dread wolf, of course. These vile beasts were easy prey for someone like him. He did, however, require their assistance for what was about to happen next. Summoning the runes, Sonny found the familiar string of them. The runes read. Shadow fragments, 3,000 out of 3,000. He prepared himself, and a moment later, the voice of the spell resounded once again. Your shadow is overflowing with power. It was time for him to become a devil. Sonny sighed, then dismissed the runes, feeling the familiar heat igniting deep within his soul, growing stronger and stronger with each breath. Effie and Kai looked at him, curiosity and concern mixing in their eyes. Cassie silently retrieved the quiet dancer and turned away, listening to the dark forest that surrounded them. A few moments later, the little girl asked. So, what exactly happens now? Sonny gave her a grim look. Now I will scream and thrash for a while. Forming a new core is probably the 3rd worst pain I have ever experienced, and that was just the demon core. Damnation. Effie blinked a couple of times. What are the 2nd and the absolute worst, then? He hesitated for a bit, and then said hoarsely. Attaining a demon's lineage was pretty bad. But the most terrible thing, by far, was catching a glimpse of fate. That one I only survived by accident. The gloomy shadow shivered, remembering their past. Sonny, meanwhile, scoffed. Being gutted by the Black Knight did not even make the list. Maybe I need to rethink my life choices. At that moment, the heat burning within his soul reached a critical point, and the spell whispered into his ear. Your shadow is taking shape. A blinding pain exploded in his chest, sending Sonny to his knees. He gritted his teeth and remained silent, refusing to let out a shriek, a wail, or even a growl. This was not his first time experiencing that pain, even though, this time, it was far more intense. A human soul was not meant to contain many cores. That was the conclusion Sonny had come to a while back, thinking about how the process of awakening was pleasant and euphoric, but gaining new cores and a demon's lineage was harrowing and torturous. Humans were meant to walk the path of ascension, but becoming a different type of creature was against their nature. And Weaver's lineage was simply against all nature, it was aberrant and forbidden, something that was never meant to exist at all. Arg! The pain grew stronger, and then stronger still. Just like before, he felt as though his soul was being torn apart, something rising from its depths and cutting his very being with its sharp edges. However, Sunny was used to this torment. He accepted it, allowed himself to dissipate into it, and endured. However, then, something entirely unexpected happened. As his soul was going through a transformation, his body followed suit, as well, catching him by surprise. This time, Sunny failed to suppress a scream, and fell to the ground in convulsions. Effie and Kai stared at him with worry. Curse it! What the hell? It felt as though his bones were breaking, his muscles were tearing, and his skin was on fire. Sunny clawed at the ground, then raised his head and let out a deafening, furious roar. As it rolled across the forest, the roar changed, growing lower and more frightening. Finally, an eternity later, the heat consuming his soul grew cold, and his tortured body was released from the cage of suffering. Sunny exhaled hoarsely, then relaxed and remained laying on the grass, motionless. The voice of the spell resounded from the darkness, echoing between the ancient trees. Your shadow is complete. And a few moments later, he heard another voice, this one soft and childish. God damn! He is even bigger now. Sunny slowly stood up, intending to take a look at his runes. However, even before that, he noticed that something was different. The ground was considerably further down than it had been before. Huh? Effie and Kai were staring at him, forgetting their task of watching out for a potential attack. Luckily, Cassie was still vigilant. Sunny frowned, then glanced down to take a look at his own body, as well. It seemed that because he was in a body of a creature, the transformation into a devil changed it, too. The shadow demon, devil, grew even taller, now standing at almost 3 meters of height. His skin had turned into a darker shade of gray, and his claws seemed as if they were cut out of glossy morion. Through the eyes of his shadow, Sunny could see that his horns had grown longer and sharper, as well. More than that, there were now 4 of them, well, 3.5, considering that one had been broken in the ferocious fight with the ascended war maiden Hilda. And his eyes, which had been entirely black previously, now seemed like 2 pools of eerie darkness. The shadow spawn had been fearsome before, but now, he was simply terrifying. Even Sunny himself would not have been happy to meet this towering fiend on a moonless night. Effie shook her head, then looked away. My neck hurts from staring at you. Is this how everyone feels when they're talking to me? Kai hesitated, then smiled slightly. Ah, well, that is presuming that they are looking at your face. The little girl snorted. Wow. Good one. You've been hanging out with Sunny way too much, it seems. Or, with me. Ignoring her jabs, Sunny curiously looked at the ground. He had gained a new shadow, after all, what would its personality be? 2 identical shadows of a 4-armed devil were there, staring at each other. Nevertheless, to Sunny, they seemed very different. One was gloomy and glowering, full of bad mood and disdain. The other was also full of disdain, but of another kind. The new guy somehow managed to seem noble and gallant despite being the exact copy of the other shadow, looking at it with arrogant contempt. They were of the exact same height, and yet, the haughty shadow somehow made it seem as if it was looking down at the gloomy one, and everyone else, for that matter. Back when the creepy shadow appeared, it lost the staring contest to the gloomy shadow. The haughty shadow, however, did not seem impressed even a little bit. It was as though the very thought of looking away was beneath it. So, the 2 of them just continued to drill holes into each other with disdainful stares, unperturbed. Sunny groaned, then covered his face with a hand. Oh, gods, there's 2 of them now. Observing the staring contest, Sunny sighed. He was beginning to miss the happy shadow, that hopeless fool, something that had never thought he would ever feel. Shaking his head, Sunny looked away from the shadows and summoned the runes. The familiar symbols shimmered in the air in front of him. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Awakened. Class, Devil. Shadow cores, 4 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 0 out of 4,000. Attired, but satisfied smile appeared on his lips. With a fourth core, his power would increase significantly, his essence reserves had grown, the range of shadow control had expanded, and most importantly, he now had an additional shadow to augment either himself, his memories, or his shadows. He could increase his physical prowess fivefold, or send one each to Saint, Serpent, and Nightmare while leaving one for himself. And that was not all. The Soul Serpent evolved its class when Sunny did, so it should have become a devil, as well. That would make it the most powerful, at least in terms of pure status, shadow of his. Not wasting any time, Sunny summoned the serpent's runes. Somewhat tense, he read. Shadow, Soul Serpent. Shadow rank, Ascended. Shadow class, Devil. Shadow attributes, Shadow Guide, Soul Weapon, Soul Beast. Sunny was both glad and worried. Glad because his shadow had attained a new class, but worried because he did not see any new attributes. The transformation to a devil was supposed to gift creatures terrible and unnatural powers, however, the serpent was a bit strange in that regard. It had received a new ability out of order when rising to a new rank, so would it receive anything now? Luckily, he was wrong to fear. Looking lower, Sunny saw a few new runes among the serpent's abilities. Shadow abilities, Serpentine Steel, Soul Reaver, Grace of Shadows, Formless. The Formless one was new. Sunny concentrated on it and studied the description curiously. A moment later, a strange sound escaped from his lips. The runes read. Formless, ability description, when in the soul beast form, the serpent can assume the shape of any shadow contained within its master's soul, inheriting all powers and abilities. The shadow must be of the same or lower rank and class than the soul serpent for the transformation to take place, and won't be consumed in the process. Soon after settling into his new and improved body, Sunny dismissed his shadows. He expected them to instantly return to his cores, but this time, there was a delay. It seemed that he had to wait for some time before Saint, Nightmare, and the Soul Serpent returned. And then there were the happy and the creepy shadows. Poor guys were going to have to come back the usual way, by gliding across the Kingdom of Hope one island at a time. They were swift and sneaky, so Sunny was not too worried about them. He also knew that the shadows always sensed in which direction to go to return to their master. Sunny had gained this bit of knowledge a while back, when his experiments with Shadow Step left the gloomy guy outside of the range of shadow control. The shadow had swiftly returned, acting even more petulant and moody than usual. Its mood had only grown worse when Sunny decided to try and repeat the accident a few more times, just to make sure. But as the result, he learned that once separated from him, the shadows would always try to find their way back to their master, somehow sensing where he was. And speaking of shadows, the haughty newcomer was still acting cavalier, radiating a disdainful certainty that it was, without a doubt, better and more distinguished than everyone, and everything, in every way imaginable. Sunny shook his head and silently commanded the haughty shadow to wrap itself around his body, which it did, but not before giving him a look that clearly expressed how utterly beneath itself the arrogant guy considered such a trivial task to be. The members of the cohort had already collected the soul shards from the slain abominations, so there was nothing holding them on the island anymore. They started the journey back to the sanctuary, and returned to it at dusk. On the way, Sunny was trying to get used to his new physique. Sure, the shadow spawn had grown taller and more powerful, but as a side effect of that, he had to relearn how to move in this towering body all over again. The shock was not as dire as when he had first appeared in the nightmare, but it would still require some time for Sunny to be able to adjust his mindset and battle technique for this new circumstance. Tired after the day of hunting nightmare creatures and traversing the heavenly chains, the four of them separated to go to their rooms. Reaching his own, Sunny fell on the bed, which was now a bit too short for him, and stared at the ceiling for some time, feeling restless and grim. Today, he had accomplished something that he never thought would be possible in such a short span of time. He had formed the fourth shadow core and become a devil. He was now more powerful than he had ever been, with three mighty shadows by his side, an arsenal of powerful memories at his disposal, and even possessing a nascent knowledge of sorcery and weaving. In fact, Sunny suspected that there had never been an awakened as powerful as him, except, of course, for Mordred. At least until Nephis returned from being lost in the dream realm and awakened herself. And yet, he couldn't help but wonder, would that be enough for what was about to come? And if he survives the nightmare, would it still be possible for him to hide his strength and avoid the gaze of sovereigns? Tormented by these questions, Sunny remained awake for a long time, and then finally fell into the embrace of shallow sleep. When the morning came, he opened his eyes and instantly sensed a difference. His heart felt, at ease, somehow. Complete. His shadows had returned while he slept. Luckily, all three had survived their task. However, they were not unscathed. Both Nightmare and the Soul Serpent bore many wounds, and nestled in the nurturing black flames of his cores, slumbering as their bodies restored themselves. Saint was banged up, too, but to a much lesser extent. Even though she had not had the company of a shadow, the taciturn knight fared much better than the other two. Well, that was not a surprise. She possessed attributes that specifically made her tremendously stalwart and durable, after all. Plus, Saint was Saint. In any case, she was going to heal and recover much faster. The happy and creepy shadows had returned, as well, and were now staring at their new sibling, the former with delighted excitement, the latter with dark and disturbing fascination. The haughty shadow ignored their stares and pretended that the others did not exist, looking past them with flawlessly disdainful indifference. What a character! Sunny smiled, then commanded the three shadows to wrap themselves around his body, leaving only the gloomy one on the ground. Finally feeling like himself, he climbed out of bed, freshened up, and went to find Noctis. There was a lot they had to discuss. When he saw the sorcerer, however, the words died on his tongue. Noctis was not on board his flying ship, and neither was he on the edge of the island, sculpting his terrible statues. Instead, the immortal transcendent had returned to his residence, for once. The wooden door stood open, and the sailor dolls let Sunny through without sparing him a single glacé. The interior of the sorcerer's quarters had changed once again. The floor stood cracked and broken, mounds of stone shards arching upward, as if displaced by something rising from below. The circle of runes was broken, as well, devoid of any essence and utterly empty. That, however, was not what scared Sunny. What made him stumble, instead, was that Noctis was not holding a glass of wine, as had been his habit. Instead, the sorcerer was whistling a carefree tune, and brewing himself tea. Sunny froze. Oh, crap. What had it been that the sorcerer told him soon after they met? Gather the knives, start a war against both the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum, kill all of the Chain Lords, defy the Lord of Light, break the will of gods, release the demon of desire out of her prison, and have a cup of tea. But then Noctis corrected himself, and said, that he should probably have tea first. Sunny gulped. It's starting. As Sunny was standing still, petrified by what he saw, Noctis finished brewing the tea and poured the amber liquid into a beautiful porcelain cup. Then, the sorcerer raised it to his face, inhaled the fragrant steam, and let out a satisfied sigh. Then, noticing an unexpected guest, he glanced at Sunny and smiled. Sunless. What a nice surprise. Wait, did something about you change? The sorcerer tilted his head with a confused expression, studied the towering figure of the shadow devil for a few moments, and then suddenly brightened up. Oh. It's your horn. When did you break it? Really? That is what he noticed. Sunny stared at the cup in the immortal's hands, then grasped the extraordinary rock. He didn't really have to hold the memory to make use of it, but at the moment, Sunny was experiencing a desperate need to hold on to something, anything. Taking a careful breath, he gripped the rock and said hoarsely. Back in the Temple of the Chalice. You are drinking tea. Noctis lingered for a bit, glanced at his cup, and then smiled. What a prudent observation. Come, let's not let this nice tea get cold. With that, the sorcerer turned around and headed deeper into his residence, gesturing for Sunny to follow. The teapot flew into the air and hovered above the immortal's shoulder, as well. As soon as Sunny made a step forward, however, Noctis suddenly turned, looked at him with a strange expression, and said, try not to step on anything that seems to be, actually, just don't move at all. We don't want for anything to happen, right? At that moment, the chamber trembled again, and more cracks appeared on its stone floor. Sunny stared down with a somber expression, then sighed and used Shadow Step to appear near the sorcerer. Why? What's under there? Noctis smiled. Oh, nothing. Just a memento from an old friend. Don't worry about it. Sunny, however, did worry. He was not a complete fool. The vast circle of runes, the torrential flood of soul essence that the sorcerer saturated it with, the pool of blood that the ancient stones had absorbed, all of it pointed to something dreadful being imprisoned, or maybe created, there in the darkness of the earth. However, he thought better of asking any questions and simply followed Noctis to the stone stairs situated on the other side of the chamber. Using them, they ascended to the top of the ring of giant menhirs and sat down at an elegant wooden table. The sorcerer leaned back in his chair, gazed upon the breathtaking vista of the Kingdom of Hope, and took a sip of tea with an expression of deep satisfaction on his face. Sunny lingered for a few moments, giving Noctis time to enjoy himself, and then asked. It has begun, hasn't it? The other chain lords, they are ready to make their move. The sorcerer took another sip, sighed, and then said in a relaxed tone. Oh, indeed. I suspect that their herald will arrive in a few days. So, you might want to relax for a bit. Enjoy the tea. This will probably be the last moment of peace you will have for a while, Sunless. Or maybe even the very last. Sunny remained silent for a long time, a myriad of important questions pressing on his mind. But then, he simply shook his head, chased them away, and poured some tea into a delicate cup that stood on the table, as if waiting for him. Neither of them spoke for a while, enjoying the fragrant drink and the beautiful sight of the flying islands in peace. Despite the approaching doom, the world felt tranquil and warm here, on the parapet of the sanctuary. After a while, Noctis sighed and said in a wistful tone. I am going to miss this, I think. Then, he glanced at Sunny and asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice. Tell me, Sunless, why are you here? It is no surprise that someone like me would want to free Hope. But what would compel a shadow like you to attempt it, as well? You must know the risk. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. To tell you the truth, I don't really know. I used to know, or at least think that I knew. I had lofty desires. To grow stronger than others, to break free from the chains of fate. And maybe I harbor those desires still. But after coming to this cursed land and being ground into dust by it, now, everything is so unclear. And my ardent desires suddenly seem so lacking. He paused, looked down, and then added evenly. Or maybe it's just me who is lacking. And lost. Noctis glanced at him, took a sip of tea, and asked with a curious smile. What is it that you think you are lacking? And from what are you lost? Sunny did not speak immediately, letting the pressure of the flaw build inside his soul for a few moments. Then, he said with a grin. How should I know? If I had an answer for that, I wouldn't be feeling this way, would I? He chuckled, and then asked. Have you heard the legend of a hero named Odysseus? Noctis blinked a couple of times, then shook his head. Never heard of that guy. A legend, really? Ha! Strange that some third-rate hero I don't even know got to have a whole legend to himself. Sunny smiled, and then said. A good friend told me that legend. Odysseus spent 10 years away from home, fighting a war in a distant land. And then, he spent 10 more years trying to find his way back home. He lost all his friends and endured countless hardships, facing terrible monsters and dangerous beings of all sorts. But he never gave up, and eventually returned home. To Ithaca. His smile disappeared, replaced by a distant expression. After a few moments of silence, Sunny sighed. I feel like Odysseus, too, sometimes. Lost in a distant land. Only, unlike him, I don't have a home to want to return to. I have nothing to strive for, apart from saving my skin, keeping my friends alive, and maybe living a little bit better than a wild beast. Can someone really be lost, if they don't belong anywhere? Noctis took a sip of his tea, solemnly pondered on it for a bit, and then said thoughtfully. I see. I understand, so what you lack is a house. That is why you are trying to free Hope. To get a house. Wait. Sunless, are you trying to say that you want to repossess the ivory tower? Sunny choked on his tea, then glared at the sorcerer with outrage. What even? No, that is not what I am saying. Home is just a metaphor, you immortal fool. Noctis blinked a couple of times, then asked with a deadpan expression. What's a metaphor? Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then snorted and opened his mouth, intending to answer. Before he did, however, a loud rattling of chains resounded in the air, and the whole sanctuary shuddered slightly beneath them. No, it was the island itself. The whole island trembled. Sunny froze, and then asked, his voice tense and grim. What the hell was that? Noctis calmly finished his tea, closed his eyes in delight for a moment, and then looked west. It's their herald, I guess. He seems to have arrived sooner than I expected. Ah, what a bother. We didn't even get to drink the whole pot. Noctis sighed, then placed his empty cup on the table and stood up. He straightened the folds of his silk garment, then shook his head with a slight smile and headed across the stone plain of the menhirs. Sunny scrambled to catch up to him, full of apprehension. The first thing he said to the sorcerer, however, had nothing to do with the messenger of the chain lords. A metaphor is a figure of speech, sort of like an analogy. Noctis glanced at him with surprise. I must say, your composure is commendable, Sunless. However, do you really think that this is very important right now? Come now, we need to meet our visitor before he reaches the sanctuary. The sorcerer gestured at the silhouette of the flying ship that hovered some distance away, almost at the same height as them. Sunny summoned the dark wing, and then said. No. I don't. Why can't we meet the herald here, though? No, wait, if he did not even reach the sanctuary yet, why is the island shaking? Noctis shrugged and gracefully rose into the air, flying toward the ship. What means he was using to do so, Sunny did not know. All he could do was jump as high as he could, and then glide forward. The sorcerer glanced at him, and then said somberly. If we were to meet the herald here, my beautiful sanctuary might, well, get damaged. That would not do. As to why the island is shaking, I guess we'll see. Soon, they landed on the deck. The sailor dolls had already raised the sails and were hurrying around, preparing the ship for departure. Cassie, Kai, and Effie were also there, although they seemed to have arrived only moments before Sunny and Noctis. As Sunny looked at them with a silent question, Effie simply nodded toward Cassie. The mystery of their swift reaction was easily revealed. The sorcerer went to the stern of the flying ship without wasting any time, and took his position as the Kybernetes, the guide who steered the ship as it flew through the air. The ancient vessel had no steering wheel, of course, and instead relied on two steering oars, which were situated at the very rear of it. There was a runic circle inscribed between the oars. Noctis stepped inside, turned, leaned comfortably on the bending inner surface of the tall upholstery, and placed his hands on the oars with a relaxed expression on his face. A moment later, the circle shimmered with ethereal light. The flying ship had to be controlled both physically and with soul essence. There were invisible energy pathways spanning the whole length of it, all leading to the roots of the beautiful tree growing around the main mast. Luckily, it was the tree that produced the tremendous flow of essence required to propel the vessel through the air, and not the Kybernetes. Otherwise, Cassie would have never been able to fly it in the future. However, the pilot still needed to control that flow and serve as its nexus, and so, only an awakened could do it. Or a transcendent. Noctis sent his own essence into the runic circle, connecting his soul to the ship, and the ancient vessel slowly started to move, gaining speed as the wind filled its sails. Holding the oars with a carefree smile, the sorcerer then glanced at Cassie and said, "Song of the Fallen, my lady, you wish to observe how I control this beauty. Here is your chance to see a master at work. Truly, there is no helmsman more skilled and distinguished than me in the whole of the Kingdom of Hope. Granted, this flight won't be too long." He suddenly grew silent, glanced at the blind girl with a guilty expression on his face, and then awkwardly cleared his throat. "Well, I guess, see, was the wrong word to use, Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then said neutrally, "I am used to it. Do not worry." Knowing that the young woman had been interested in the flying ship and its mysteries, Sunny left the two of them alone and walked to the side, staring into the distance with a tense look on his face. Noctis had failed to explain why the approach of the herald caused the sanctuary to tremble, but Sunny had an idea. The islands were all connected to each other by the heavenly chains, and so, any strong tremor was bound to spread outward like a wave. The question was, what could have caused a quake strong enough for them to feel from several islands away? Perhaps a giant steel colossus could. He gritted his teeth. A messenger of the Chain Lords, was that a joke? Noctis conveniently failed to mention that this herald was going to be one of those lords himself. And what the hell had the sorcerer meant, saying that they had to meet the herald elsewhere, to avoid damaging the sanctuary? Weren't they simply going to speak? That was what messengers were for, weren't they, to deliver words? As several islands flowed past beneath the speeding ship, he suddenly caught sight of an especially familiar one. Of course, in this era, it looked different. The Iron Hand Island was still rather large and covered by soft grass, but the ancient stone columns that had been broken in the future still stood tall, forming 3 concentric circles. From above, they seemed like a giant sundial, or moondial, perhaps. And, of course, there was no colossal iron hand laying in the center of the island, to give it the peculiar name. At least not yet. Sunny suddenly felt cold shivers run down his spine. He didn't have time to think about it more, however, because, at that moment, something else attracted his attention. Some distance away, shrouded in the haze of dawn, he could see the neighboring island. Currently, it was in a higher position than them. The island suddenly swayed, and a small human figure jumped from its edge. Or rather, it just seemed small because of the distance. Sunny felt Kai grow still and tense by his side. As the sun shined on its steel surface, the figure flew through the air, covering an unimaginable distance with its leap. It seemed to be moving slowly, but Sunny knew that this was just a mirage caused by the scale of things. And indeed, the radiant figure grew larger and larger with each moment, turning into a brilliant steel giant as it drew closer. Easily breaching several kilometers with his jump, the giant landed on the surface of the Iron Hand Island, causing the whole of it to lurch sideways and sway. The heavenly chains rattled wildly, and a cloud of debris was raised into the air. Not paying the chaos he had caused any attention, the colossus then slowly straightened, grew motionless, and then slightly turned his head. He was looking directly at the flying ship, no expression written on his beautiful steel face, 2 suns reflecting in the polished surface of his steel eyes. The Sun Prince had come to deliver a message to Noctis. Looking at the colossus, Sunny understood why Kai had called him terrifying. Sun Prince stood at nearly 90 meters tall, towering above the island like a mountain of steel. He was cast in the shape of a noble warrior wearing light armor. The surface of the armor was polished and shone blindingly in the sun, while the rest of the giant was dull and gray. The colossal statues of the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore, including the walking ones Sunny and the cohort had ridden once, were more than twice as tall, but it was hard not to get shocked by the sheer mass and crushing presence of the transcendent Chain Lord, or rather, of the steel shell he was entombed within. A sickening feeling of fear grasped Sunny's heart, which he then strangled and banished, looking at the towering lord with a grim expression. He had a reason to feel fear, however. A half-forgotten image of a nightmarish scene flashed before his eyes, a fragment of a nightmare where he stood petrified on a blood-soaked battlefield, watching in horror as a giant steel soul descended from above to turn him, and his fellow soldiers, into puddles of crushed bones and bloody sludge. And another, a memory of endless, harrowing torture that he had endured at the hands of his brother, of a human-shaped cage and a pit filled with molten metal. And finally, the last one, the vision of a giant steel corpse swinging forlornly in torn chains, upside down, its chest shattered by some devastating strike. So, this was Sun Prince. Sunny had never met him, and yet, it felt as though they were old acquaintances. For better or worse. As the giant stared at the flying ship with a motionless face of a statue, Sunny turned to Noctis and scowled. Now what? The sorcerer sighed, then moved one of the oars, sending the vessel into a descent. His carefree smile was starting to look a little forced. Now, well, we go and talk to him, I guess. Have a civilized discussion. Sunny turned back and looked at Sun Prince for a bit, then said somberly. Do you think he knows that it was you who erased his memory of hiding the ivory knife, causing him to experience 100 years of torture, and then end up in this state? And that you actually stole it instead? Noctis suddenly choked, causing the ship to careen sideways, and hissed. Say it louder, will you? Sunny froze. Oh, sorry. The sorcerer righted the vessel, then said with outrage. First of all, I did not cause anything. I just granted a colleague's request. Back then, we did not even know that hope was driving us all mad, so how was I supposed to know what will happen? Secondly, I did not steal the ivory knife. I just happened to find it where he had left it, all right? By pure coincidence. And lastly. He paused, and then added in a darker tone. I am not sure that he really knows anything, anymore. He is still alive, somewhere inside, but I don't think he is fully sentient. At least I hope that he is not. The ship approached the ground in somber silence, stopping just outside the first ring of pillars, and hovered in place. Noctis lingered for a few moments, and then let go of the oars. However, he did not command the sailor dolls to lower the sails. The sorcerer straightened his garments, and then inhaled deeply. Let's go and see what he has to say, shall we? Sunny glanced at his friends, then shook his head and followed Noctis. There was a high chance that they were going to witness a brawl between saints. He was sure that everyone understood what danger they were all in. The last time he witnessed two saints fighting, a whole island had been destroyed and crumbled into the sky below. Sunny and Cassie had only survived that terrifying clash by promptly running away, and even then just barely. What was going to happen today? And was Noctis strong enough to ward off the Colossus? Somehow, it was hard to imagine anything, let alone the flimsy sorcerer, stopping that mountain of steel. But Noctis was no fool, surely, he had a plan. His madness was of an insidious kind, after all. He would not have risked his safety, and his desire to free Hope, without having a way out. Together, the five of them disembarked the flying ship, landed on the soil of the Iron Hand Island, and walked between the tall pillars. They approached the very center of the giant moondial and stopped there, waiting. When they did, Sun Prince finally moved, walking toward them with a measured gait. With each of his steps, the island trembled, causing the heavenly chains to rattle, and their hearts to tremble. Sunny was staring at the approaching Colossus, feeling worse and worse about the situation. All his shadows were yet to recover, and so, he was left with nothing but his own strength to react should something happen. Well, his own strength, and that of his cohort. But what could they do against this monstrosity, even together? Finally, the giant reached the pillars and stopped outside the outward circle, looking at them from high above. Drowned in his cold shadow, Sunny couldn't help but feel like a tiny insect. Looking up with a grave expression, he gritted his teeth and said, I feel like an ant. Effie, who was also craning her neck to stare at the colossus, glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and then smiled. "You are not an ant, Sonny. You are a cockroach. Remember?" He blinked a couple of times, then slowly grinned. Somehow, that made him feel better. And then, a thundering voice suddenly resounded from all around them, making their bones rattle. The giant spoke. He said, "Noctis. You have the knives." The voice of Sun Prince did not sound human, but neither did it sound robotic. It was just, strange, and empty. As if it was not a person speaking, but the world itself. A desolate world full of ruins. Hearing it, the sorcerer grimaced, then covered his ears. He still remembers how to speak. The thundering voice of the colossus resounded once more, making them shiver. "Surrender. The knives." Sonny turned his head slightly and glanced at Noctis, wondering what his reaction would be. The sorcerer, meanwhile, blinked a few times, and took a big step back, distancing himself from Sonny. Then, he raised a hand, pointed a finger at him, and said with sincere confusion. "What are you talking about? I don't have any knives. It's this guy over here, he has them. So, if you want them, come and take them from him. Leave this poor sorcerer out of this, by the moon." Sonny froze in place, dumbfounded, and just stood still for a moment. Surrounded by stunned silence, all he could hear was the wild beating of his heart and the hum of blood rushing in his ears. His eye twitched. No way the bastard just did this to me. As all four of his shadows wrapped themselves around his body, Sonny turned his head slightly and stared at the sorcerer's finger, which was, without a shadow of a doubt, pointing straight at his broad back. His mouth turned dry. He did. What the hell was Noctis thinking? No. The sorcerer would not have sold him out. Yes, shifting the blame on Sonny had to be a con of some sort, but what would Noctis achieve by doing this? Nothing. Unless, of course. Unless this had been his plan all along. A cold, sickening feeling suddenly grasped Sonny's heart. High above him, the gaze of the dreadful colossus slowly shifted from the elegant figure of the sorcerer to the four-armed devil standing by his side. The weight of that gaze pressed down on Sonny, making him bare his teeth in a snarl. It felt as if he was being pierced by it, his very soul laid bare. And somewhere within his soul, locked inside the covetous coffer, were the three knives, one made of obsidian, one made of glass, one made of blood-red ruby. Something changed about the terrifying presence of Sun Prince, and his deafening voice resounded once again, now suffused by a distant, pale echo of a vague emotion. Shadow. Sonny paled. He had forgotten that the master of the original Shadow Spawn was to blame for what happened to the Prince of the Ivory City, as well. In fact, one could even say that Shadow Lord was the main culprit of the 100 years of harrowing torture that Sun Prince endured. He had stolen the Ember Knife, after all. So, if the Steel Colossus had a reason to really hate someone. Curses. Feeling his hearts turn cold, Sonny silently watched as the Colossus shifted his weight, then bent slightly, preparing to reach down with his giant steel hand. He was desperately trying to calculate his chances of escaping this situation alive. At that moment, Noctis suddenly cleared his throat, and then addressed Sun Prince in a friendly tone. "Oh, but do be careful. You know how tricky shadows are, my friend. This one in particular is full of treachery, vileness, and unspeakable malice. The beast even slaughtered a temple full of innocent maidens. He also tried to poison me, oh, the villainy. So, be careful when you grab him. Or you just might lose your hand." A low growl escaped from Sonny's mouth. He could feel the other members of the cohort grow tense and ready to fight. Cassie's hand fell on the hilt of the quiet dancer, and Kai outstretched his arm, ready to summon his bow. Effie was staring up with a somber expression on her childish face, her body drawn like a spring. But what were they supposed to do? Even if Sonny knew which of the three knives was meant for Sun Prince, how could he thrust it into the Transcendent's flesh? The actual body of the Chain Lord was buried somewhere inside the walking mountain of steel. More than that, using the knife would only make him mortal. After that, he would still have to be killed, somehow. Killing a saint was no easy task. As the Colossus leaned down and moved his hand to reach inside the moondial, Sonny was thinking feverishly. He saw only one option: to run away as fast as he could. Using Shadow Step, he would be able to dodge, at least. But for how long would he be able to outrun the giant? Sonny had seen him breach the gap between two islands with one jump. Now that the range of shadow control had grown, Sonny could possibly do the same. The difference was that a single jump like that was going to drain all his essence, while Sun Prince would be able to pursue him indefinitely, tireless and inescapable like death itself. Damn. The world suddenly grew darker, the sun obstructed by a giant palm. It was open, descending from above like a vast plain of grey steel. It was as though the sky itself was falling on his head. Effie took a step back and hissed. "Sonny. What do we do?" Frozen in place, he hesitated for a moment. And then said. "Nothing. Don't do anything, don't move." There was no point in trying to fight Sun Prince or even running away. Because. As the steel colossus leaned over the outer ring of the ancient moondial, the tall pillars shone with ethereal light, suddenly flooded with a mind-boggling amount of soul essence. A myriad of runes revealed themselves, carved in a vast circle that encompassed the whole structure. And then, everything around them turned to light, cold, pale light of the moon. Blinded by it, Sonny didn't see what happened next, and just felt something vast and chilling, and yet intangible, move past him with stunning speed. Then, he heard the thunder of a deafening impact, and the groan of steel that was being torn apart. The whole island shook, the quake throwing him to the ground. Sonny hit the cold stones, and sensed the shadow of Sun Prince, changing. As the pale moonlight dimmed and was extinguished, he saw a shocking sight. The moondial lay broken, the pillars shattered and toppled over. Not too far away from him, a giant steel hand rested on the ground. However, it was not attached to the body of the Colossus anymore. The giant was staggering back, his right arm torn at the shoulder. A river of molten metal was flowing from the terrible wound, falling down like blood. The grass was turning to ash where it fell. And amidst all of this, unperturbed, stood Noctis. The sorcerer's expression was calm and slightly amused. Staring at all the chaos, he flicked a speck of dust off his silk garments, shook his head, and said. "Tisk, have I not warned him to be careful? I did, didn't I? By the moon, why does no one listen to me? I am the wisest man in all of Kingdom of Hope, after all."